Chapter 1, Entering the Book, Playing with a Man. In the blink of an eye, Xie Mi found herself transported into a novel, only to be abruptly thrust into a hospital bed by a knife's unforgiving thrust. As she opened her eyes once more, a strikingly handsome man stood before her bed. "Huh." The man smirked disdainfully, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Xie Mi, you truly deserve this." That line. She had a sinking feeling she knew precisely who this was. The male lead of the story, Xiao Jingxi. She had transmigrated into the narrative, taking on the role of the same-named female antagonist, Xie Mi, who was currently the girlfriend of Xiao Jingxi. The original character had been infatuated with Xiao Jingxi since high school, relentlessly pursuing him for 5 years, until they finally became a couple, a gift from him. However, after 2 years of dating, the now award-winning actor Xiao Jingxi had never considered making their relationship public, instead going to great lengths to avoid any association with her. The original character, having grown accustomed to her subordinate position, not only bore it without complaint but actively facilitated Xiao Jingxi's avoidance strategies. That was, until recently. Xiao Jingxi collaborated with the new starlet Su Shuangrong on a drama, which became a massive hit. Typically averse to rumors, Xiao Jingxi unexpectedly began to stir up a shipping frenzy with Su Shuangrong, inciting extreme enthusiasm among their fans. Simultaneously, the original character was inadvertently caught by paparazzi, her phone's wallpaper revealing a photo with Xiao Jingxi, igniting speculation. Xiao Jingxi, however, coldly retorted with "We're not close," throwing the original character into the eye of the storm. Labeled as a delusional fangirl and fantasist, she endured a month of scorn on trending searches. Last night, she was brutally attacked by an extreme fan, leaving her hospitalized. And, rather inconveniently, Xie Mi had arrived at that precise moment. She had endured a knife wound. Tears began to fall. "What's this, are you regretting your actions?" Xiao Jingxi leaned down, gripping her chin forcefully, the corners of his mouth curling mockingly. "When you intentionally exposed your wallpaper to force me into publicizing our relationship, why didn't you shed a tear?" His girlfriend had been stabbed by his fans, and rather than show concern, he was there to lay blame. Truly, the epitome of a scoundrel. Xie Mi felt a wave of suffocation. "No, you're stepping on my line." Xiao Jingxi paused momentarily. "A flaw. Old lady demolishing the parking lot." With a sudden burst of energy, Xie Mi sprang up and slapped Xiao Jingxi 3 times across the face before launching into a frenzied assault, kicking and hitting him wildly. Then, she flipped a trash can onto his head and booted him out of the room. She slammed the door. Locked it. All in one seamless motion. Finally, she returned to her bed, clutching her injured side, grinning despite the pain. Her mood had significantly improved. Outside, Xiao Jingxi's furious voice echoed, "Xie Mi, get out here." Indeed, he was using that commanding tone again. The original character's love had been so subservient that Xiao Jingxi had taken her devotion for granted, treating her casually. He merely relied on the fact that she adored him. But, unfortunately for him, Xie Mi had already been the male lead's greatest detractor before her transmigration. She had once penned a lengthy post lambasting him, and it seemed karma had come knocking. But it didn't matter. What's done is done, let the madness ensue. Swish. Xie Mi flung open the hospital door, calmly confronting Xiao Jingxi. Xiao Jingxi wore an expression of anticipated disdain, sneering as he spoke. "I'll assume you're still under the influence of anesthesia and have lost your mind. I won't hold it against you this time. A week from now, I will be collaborating with Shuangrong on a variety show. You'd best behave. This incident should serve as a lesson." "Apologies, but I seem to have forgotten something," Xie Mi interjected, cutting him off. Xiao Jingxi's gaze darkened, irritation simmering beneath the surface as he asked, "Forgotten what?" Xie Mi delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. "I forgot that I've already shown you grace." From the moment she realized she had entered a story, she had come to a profound understanding. Life, after all. If one does not comply, then fight. Life and death should be taken lightly. Xiao Jingxi finally reached his boiling point, roaring, "Xie Mi." Ultimately, Xie Mi reported him for disturbing the peace in the hospital. Xiao Jingxi was carried away by 4 security guards. Xie Mi was thoroughly satisfied. She merrily returned to her hospital bed, munching on an apple while reflecting. What stage of the plot had they reached? After the original character was hospitalized by a fan, Xiao Jingxi would join forces with the female lead Su Shuangrong on a dating show, receiving rave reviews. In a fit of jealousy, the original character would succumb to darkness, causing chaos that would earn her Xiao Jingxi's disdain, leading to a painful breakup. Ultimately, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong would fall in love on the show, successfully holding hands, while the original character would meet her demise at the hands of extreme fans on the day of their announcement. What a thrillingly satisfying ending! However, alas, the wheels of fate would begin to turn at this very moment. As a frequent topic of trending discussions this month, Xie Mi's name surged back into the limelight. Yet this time, the trending topic bore a slight variation. Xie Mi, just playing with a man. The catalyst was a Weibo post she had published 5 minutes prior. Xie Mi, feeling a bit bored lately, planning to play with a man. Athletic students over 185 centimeters with 8-pack abs, send me photos privately, local preferred. Such a statement was hardly befitting a female star. It was explosive, utterly explosive. A flood of haters inundated the comments, filled with expletives. Yet Xie Mi remained unfazed, diving headfirst into a verbal spar with the haters, drawing circles around their insults with a center of expletives and a radius of relatives and organs, expanding it further. Startled, her management company suspended her Weibo account, but she retaliated by registering a new account and even started a live stream, publicly addressing a particular group of CP fans. I have no interest in a brain-dead guy. Some CP fans should refrain from screaming at me. The last one who attacked me is now behind bars. Who's next? Come on. Keep stabbing me. It'll blow up the world. Bystanders who stumbled into the live stream nearly fainted. Oh good heavens, having encountered a people-pleasing personality before, this was the first time witnessing a self-destructive one. Xie Mi's iconic quotes during the live stream also trended. I stand on the ground as a middle finger to the world. Punch this be world. Netizens couldn't resist commenting, what a beautiful state of mind. Xie Mi had gone mad. The other 2 individuals involved in the incident couldn't escape scrutiny either. A multitude of netizens flocked to Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong's Weibo pages, inquiring about their thoughts on the Xie Mi madness incident. Su Shuangrong posted a selfie, her face weary after a long day of work. Su Shuangrong, tired. Though she didn't respond directly, it hinted at her emotional exhaustion from the situation. Fans were heartbroken, showering her with comforting messages. Xie Mi caught wind of this. Xie Mi, get lost. Xiao Jingxi also issued a statement. Xiao Jingxi, once again, I emphasize, we are not close. Xie Mi rushed back. Xie Mi, you too, get lost. Haters were driven mad, claiming Xie Mi was merely trying to attract Xiao Jingxi's attention by acting out, that she resembled a clown before the young couple, that she could never enter Xiao Jingxi's sight. Xie Mi laughed, rejecting Xiao Jingxi's 7th call, and before blocking him, sent a text. Xie Mi, let's break up. Your fans say I'm not worthy of you.
Chapter 2, The Ideal Type. The athletic student with 8 abs. At this moment, the illustrious actor Xiao, who had previously looked down upon Xie Mi, was standing outside her residence, dressed in a hat and mask that concealed his features. The anger simmering in his eyes was undeniable. You wish to break up with me? Xie Mi nonchalantly flicked her bangs aside. Wasn't it clearly stated in the text message? She continued. You're not planning to cling to me. Begging for reconciliation, are you? Oh, Xiao Jingxi suddenly chuckled, as if he had come to an epiphany. I see now. It seems you finally realized just how dull your personality is and wish to adopt a new approach to pique my interest. Unfortunately, you've got about it all wrong. His eyes narrowed, filled with disdain. This will only serve to disgust me further. Click. A flash of light illuminated the scene as Xie Mi swiftly captured a photograph of him with her phone. Xiao Jingxi momentarily froze, instinctively reaching out to snatch the device from her. However, Xie Mi deftly maneuvered past him, her head lowered as she rapidly typed something on her phone. Moments later, Xiao Jingxi's phone began to ring. On the other end, his agent spoke urgently. Jingo, there's been a problem on Weibo. Xiao Jingxi quickly retrieved his phone, only to see that Xie Mi had just posted a Weibo update. Xie Mi, whose dog has wandered over here. Come and claim it, accompanied by a photo of Xiao Jingxi that she had just taken. Xie Mi, Xiao Jingxi gritted his teeth, but upon looking up, he could only catch a glimpse of her rapidly retreating figure. Fueling his rage. If you dare to leave, you'll never have the chance to reconcile with me in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Xie Mi quickened her pace, even adding a slide to escape his sight entirely. Xiao Jingxi's laughter was tinged with fury. Fine, you better not come crying to me, begging for us to get back together. 2 days later, the news that Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong would be appearing together on a dating reality show spread like wildfire on Weibo. Seemingly intended to provoke Xie Mi, the CP fans celebrated exuberantly while taking jabs at Xie Mi. Zhuge Liang Jingjing, little couples are heading for the dating show, while someone is still playing the fool. Nanbo too, they even edited a photo to spread rumors of Xiao visiting her. Does she really have a delusional disorder? Ichi Hajio, thinking it over, she is quite pitiable. Willing to tarnish her own reputation to attract Xiao's attention, only to be met with indifference and a dating show announcement that slaps her in the face. Xiaorong CP Sai Gao, Xiao is clearly doing this on purpose. Fiercely protective of his wife, infuriating the madwoman, this dating show, titled Human Love Observation Room, was exceptionally skilled at garnering publicity. IT announced these two guests at the height of the Xiao Shuang CP's popularity. While the identities of the other four remain shrouded in secrecy, creating both buzz and suspense. As the fervor reached unprecedented heights, the show finally aired. As the title suggests, Human Love Observation Room is a reality dating show where several male and female guests live under the same roof. During this time, they face various experiments set up by the production team, showcasing the most genuine chemical reactions between men and women. The show is broadcast live, allowing viewers to send real-time comments. As the premiere commenced, the excitement in the live chat soared. Here it comes, here it comes. I'm raising the flag for the Xiao Shuang couple, let us see who dares to oppose them. I heard there's a mysterious guest, respect the hype. Oh, why are all the guests wearing masks? Indeed, this was the first segment devised by the production team. The 6 guests were seated in separate luxury cars. En route to the filming location, all adorned with masks equipped with voice changers, perfectly concealing their identities, they were to rely solely on the collision of souls during their initial meeting, devoid of visual or auditory recognition. The male guests donned panda tiger and fox masks, while the female guests wore rabbit peacock and a salted fish mask. The salted fish mask was undeniably out of place, but in all fairness, it was not the production team's intent to target anyone. It was merely a choice made by the guests themselves. I'm curious who chose the salted fish mask. Very clever, deliberately selecting something incongruous to grab attention. This salted fish is not simple. Wow, the panda guy has an incredible physique, those broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, oh my. Shuangrong's fan club is called Rabbit Soft, so the rabbit lady must be Shuangrong. I'm crying. The panda's physique is so good. It must be Xiao Jingxi. As the comments buzzed with speculation about the guests' identities, the PD distributed a questionnaire to the participants. It was an ideal type survey, to be filled out meticulously. As the results would determine their first dating partners of the day, beneath the salted fish mask, Xie Mi wore a confident smile. The process was unfolding precisely as it had in the novel. The only difference was that she, who was not supposed to be participating in this dating show, was present. Her reason for joining was straightforward. She simply wanted to have some fun with a man. Her favorite character in the novel was the male second lead, Yu Hongxian, an athletic student with 8 abs, standing at 185 centimeters. Unfortunately, in the dating show, Yu Hongxian fell for the female lead, Su Shuangrong, and was subsequently exploited. Meeting a tragic end, Xie Mi resolved to personally capture Yu Hongxian's heart on the show, relishing the thought of winning over a handsome man. 8 abs, she was coming for him. As the guests gradually completed the survey, professional psychologists analyzed the responses, drawing conclusions. Miss Rabbit's ideal type was gentle, cultured, and occasionally a bit domineering. Miss Peacock's ideal type was emotionally stable, tidy, and respectful towards women. Miss Salted Fish's ideal type was 185 centimeters tall, with 8 abs and a background in sports. Wait a moment, something strange seems to have slipped in here. Isn't it just an athletic student with 8 abs? Same world, same me. Sis, please delete this, I'm really sweating now. Even the season director couldn't help but feel a headache at this turn of events, while he had anticipated that inviting this guest would yield entertaining results. He had not expected it to be so impactful, and now, he found himself concerned about the future boundaries of the show. Your first date partner has been assigned for today. The car came to a halt outside a romantic seaside restaurant. The PD smiled as he gestured, please proceed to the beach, your date partner is already waiting for you. Upon stepping out of the car, Xie Mi fell into contemplation. A seaside restaurant, this didn't seem right. She recalled that Yu Hongxian was originally assigned to the garden restaurant, with her ideal type perfectly aligning with Yu Hongxian. She should have been grouped with him. Had she perhaps misremembered the details? Chapter 3, Man, but not me. You need not feel inferior. The guests arrived sequentially at the dating location, and the initial groupings were finally revealed. Garden Restaurant, Mr. Panda and Miss Rabbit. Sky Restaurant, Mr. Fox and Miss Peacock. Seaside Restaurant, Mr. Tiger and Miss Salted Fish. The CP fans in the comments erupted with excitement. It's confirmed that the rabbit is Shuangrong, and the panda's appearance closely resembles Xiao Jingxi. So the Xiao Shuang CP is solidified. The little couple's ideal types are perfectly matched. Sweetness overload. Wow, Mr. Panda looks even more reserved in a mask. I'm literally drooling over my screen. Miss Rabbit shyly lowered her head, a smile gracing her lips, though even the voice changer couldn't mask the tenderness in her tone. You appear to be a gentle and cultured person. Perfectly aligning with my ideal type. The production team has done an excellent job with the pairing. The comments erupted in cheers. Oh ho 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 ho. The little couple is about to get cozy. Not quite accurate. Mr. Panda suddenly interjected, his voice, altered by the voice changer, carrying a nonchalant laziness. You don't quite fit the bill. Miss Rabbit, Su Shuangrong, felt her smile falter beneath the mask. The comments momentarily paused in disbelief. Wait, this is definitely not Xiao Jingxi. At the seaside restaurant, Xie Mi reclined casually in her chair, observing the man across from her, Mr. Tiger. She couldn't help but stifle a laugh. So this is how we're playing it? Fine. Not only had she not been paired with Yu Hongxian, but she had also been assigned to such a character. Zhou Qingye, a wealthy second-generation heir, was a misogynistic and arrogant man, one she had criticized often prior to her arrival in this narrative. What are you laughing at? Mr. Tiger slammed his hand on the table, his tone irritable. And what kind of sitting posture is that? Do you even know etiquette? I've never seen a woman with her legs crossed like that. My apologies. Xie Mi lowered her crossed leg. Mr. Tiger grunted in satisfaction. That's much better. However, Xie Mi promptly crossed her other leg instead, as the previous one had gone numb. Mr. Tiger leapt to his feet in a fit of rage. You better know your limits. Xie Mi flipped the table in defiance. Come at me if you dare, Mr. Tiger. And after a few seconds of silence, he sat back down. That's all you've got? Wait, I almost thought these two were going to come to blows. One redeeming quality of Zhou Qingye was that, due to his wealth and power, he had become accustomed to being praised, with no one daring to oppose him. Yet, when confronted with someone fiercer than himself, he instantly wilted. Wow, in just a minute, I jumped twice from fright. I was initially worried for Miss Salted Fish, but now I'm more concerned for Mr. Tiger. Sorry for barging in. Is this a dating show or an arena for combat? Two pairs of couples, yet none seem harmonious. How disheartening. But let us not be so hasty. The dynamic between Mr. Fox and Miss Peacock appears rather harmonious to eye in the aerial restaurant. Mr. Fox and Miss Peacock are engaging in what may be deemed the most conventional date of this episode. Upon arrival, they politely greet one another and inquire about each other's dietary restrictions. After placing their orders, they commence their conversation, with Mr. Fox embodying gentlemanly charm and Miss Peacock exuding elegance. Their interaction is amicable. This couple has finally instilled a sense of authenticity in my viewing of this dating show. Wait a moment, if Panda is not the esteemed actor Xiao, does that imply that Fox is indeed Xiao? Precisely, excluding Panda. Fox's appearance aligns most closely with that of Xiao. Hence, oh no, I cannot allow this. Xiao, you must not be paired with another woman. So, who on earth is Mr. Panda? Su Shuangrong finds herself seated opposite Mr. Panda, fidgeting uncomfortably. She possesses a high emotional intelligence and can navigate any social situation with grace, yet this time, she is genuinely at a loss, for it seems that Mr. Panda is somewhat hard of hearing. As she attempts to lighten the atmosphere, she remarks, Mr. Panda, your outfit is quite striking. Do you often delve into fashion? Mr. Panda responds, When she tries to foster some interaction, she asks, excuse me, could you please pass me the tissue over there? Mr. Panda, again, when she deploys her ultimate charm offensive, she exclaims, oh, how hot. Mr. Panda, be careful not to touch the candlestick. Mr. Panda, once more, Su Shuangrong can no longer muster a smile. What a case of complete communication breakdown. I am utterly amused. Perhaps we should crowdfund a hearing aid for Mr. Panda. I find myself inexplicably drawn to the situation. Though Mr. Panda may struggle to comprehend her words, he responds to each one. Could it be that Mr. Panda embodies the quintessential tsundere? Perhaps he feigns disinterest in Miss Rabbit while secretly harboring affection for her. Is Su Shuangrong not destined to be the darling of this dating show? If so, Xiao might just turn green with envy. Chuckles. As their lunch date progresses into its latter half, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. A staff member rushes to the director's ear, whispering something that instantly drains color from the director's face. They promptly convene an urgent discussion, and after a brief pause, the director apologetically announces, I regret to inform you that we have encountered a technical malfunction, and filming will have to be temporarily halted. The live broadcast will also be suspended for a moment. Please bear with us. With that, the crew begins to pack up the cameras. What on earth is happening? Is the premiere truly derailing on its very first day? But wait, isn't the live feed still ongoing? Indeed, the broadcast continues, though the angle of the camera has shifted, and the audio is somewhat garbled. The audience's comments flood in instantaneously. It's a hidden camera. Director Neo is up to his tricks again. Those familiar with Director Neo know he is aptly named, for he is quite the ingenious filmmaker. He excels at incorporating unexpected twists into his shows. There is nothing he cannot capture on film. At a seaside restaurant, a server hurries towards the table, red wine in hand. This serves as the hidden test. When the server accidentally spills red wine on the lady's attire, how will the gentleman react? The moment has arrived to test his emotional intelligence and gentlemanly demeanor. As anticipated, when the server approaches Miss Xie, he performs a twirling leap, sending both himself and the wineglass tumbling toward her. Mr. Tiger, seated across from Miss Xie, remains unmoved, even stifling a chuckle, yet, Miss Xie rises gracefully, executing a seamless 360-degree turn, wrapping one arm around the server's slender waist while deftly catching the wineglass with the other hand. She offers a gentle smile to the flustered male server. Careful now, dear. The server's face flushes crimson, eyes cast downward, murmuring how embarrassing. Mr. Tiger can barely contain his exasperation as he stands up, shouting at the busy crew. What kind of partner have you assigned me? Is she even a woman? Her demeanor is more masculine than most men. Xiao Qingye, accustomed to delicate and demure companions, finds his worldview shattered in encountering someone like Miss Xie. Yet, he hears her sigh. Alright Mimi, you need not feel inferior. No man surpasses me. Chapter 4. Little Black, your father has arrived. Xiao Qingye chose the tiger mask to project his dominance and masculinity, yet, this salty fish dares to call him Mimi. The audience bursts into laughter. What on earth is this Mimi nonsense? So you call the tiger Mimi, do you? How delightful. I genuinely feel I might die laughing at this salty fish. Mr. Tiger, thoroughly incensed, lunges towards Miss Xie. Striking a martial arts pose. You're asking for it. Unfortunately, bad news. Xiao Qingye has some skills. Miss Xie dodges, delivering a swift kick to his backside, sending him crashing to the ground. Good news, his skills are limited. The director and crew stand in shock. They had orchestrated this segment to spark chemistry between the male and female contestants, but certainly not in this manner, as it appears that Miss Salty Fish is about to pummel Mr. Tiger into submission. The staff rushes in to intervene. The equipment is fixed, it's fixed. The hidden cameras dare not capture another moment. Alright, I concede this has turned into a gladiatorial arena. The male and female contestants are brawling. Are they truly mocking us on this dating show? To be fair, Mr. Tiger's earlier remarks were rather disrespectful to women, and now he desires to throw punches, thus, he finds himself subdued and beaten. Who exactly is this salty fish? My curiosity has been piqued. Unsurprisingly, Salty Fish trends on social media, and curious onlookers flock to speculate about her identity. The question, who is Salty Fish, becomes the focus of public intrigue. I don't recall such an extraordinary figure in the entertainment industry. Perhaps she is from outside the circle. With her impressive skills, could she be from a family of martial artists? I suspect she hails from a wealthy family. Her demeanor exudes an air of indifference, undoubtedly supported by a substantial background. Stop guessing. She is my wife. She stormed off to join this show after a quarrel. Come back, dear. The child awaits your nurturing. I can't take it anymore. Who is urinating yellow upstairs? Finally, we arrive at the thrilling moment of identity revelation. However, a prior step requires every contestant to undergo individual interviews, making a choice. Do you wish to continue dating your current partner? If yes, you will ride in the same vehicle to the villa. If no, your companion will be switched. No. The interview room echoes with Mr. Tiger's heart-wrenching cries, reverberating for miles, nearly leaving everyone reliant on hearing aids. Mimi has been driven to madness. Fear not, Mimi. The gentle breeze has already performed a backflip. I am laughing so hard I'm slapping myself. The other two pairs of contestants also make their choices. All four opt for no, resulting in a unanimous rejection. Every couple faces a dead end. What a thoroughly exhilarating date. The psychologist responsible for pairing contestants is drenched in sweat. I'm at my wit's end. What on earth is Mr. Panda doing? It's obvious to anyone that he harbors feelings for Schweinrong. While his earlier Sundara persona may have sufficed, opting for no feels excessive. It's hilarious. None of the six have eyes for one another. I simply do not understand. Didn't Miss Peacock and Mr. Fox get along splendidly? Why then? To this, Miss Peacock replies, Mr. Fox is quite the gentleman, and our conversation was delightful, yet it was merely a friendly exchange. There is no chemistry between us. Mr. Fox concurs, Miss Peacock is wonderful, but my intention for participating in this show is to pursue another. Upon hearing this, the audience is quick to deduce Fox is definitely Xiao. The person he wishes to pursue must surely be Schweinrong. You little lovebirds, it appears we are merely part of your little game. How sweet. I suddenly hope that Miss Xie is watching the livestream. Should she see this, she might turn green with envy. The identity revelation segment officially commences. Mr. Fox removes his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. His dark eyes crinkle with mirth, and a charming smile graces his lips. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Jingxi. Oh my goodness, I guessed it. Mr. Fox is indeed the esteemed actor Xiao. Xiao has never participated in a variety show, and his first appearance is for a dating show. Need I elaborate further? I shall support the Xiao and Schweinrong pairing. Meanwhile, Miss Rabbit also unveils her identity, confirming the audience's speculation. Miss Rabbit is Su Schweinrong. Her makeup is as fresh and elegant as ever. Her large bright eyes twinkling with allure, she greets the camera with a warm smile. Good afternoon, I am Schweinrong. The lady is stunning. Who could possibly resist Schweinrong's charm? I boldly predict that Schweinrong will sweep the competition. Inciting a flurry of jealousy from Xiao, the identities of the remaining contestants are subsequently revealed. Miss Peacock, known as Lua Xing, is the heiress of Yu Xingxi, the largest entertainment news company in the industry. Approximately 80% of the gossip circulating within the circle originates from Xie, which has affectionately earned the moniker gossip field among netizens. Mr. Tiger, whose real name is Chiu Changyi, may be an ordinary individual, yet he has become a familiar face to the online community due to his occasional displays of extravagant wealth and frequent rumored romances with female celebrities. The heiress of Xie, the young master Chiu Changyi. Wow, if they can invite such ancestors, the director is truly remarkable. Is Mimi actually Chiu Changyi? Oh no, Miss Salty Fish is doomed. Upon discovering that Mr. Tiger is indeed Chiu Changyi, many began to express their concerns for Miss Salty Fish. At that moment, the viewership in Miss Salty Fish's livestream had already soared to 8 figures. Chiu Changyi has dated so many female stars, none have left without receiving their due compensation, and the only one who caused a stir was promptly silenced the very next day. Miss Salty Fish has truly run into a brick wall. No, Miss Salty Fish is the only person I adore, not for her looks but for her charisma. Please don't silence her. Protect our Miss Salty Fish. Meanwhile, Miss Salty Fish removed her mask in the livestream, revealing a beautiful visage that delivered an unexpected beauty shock. However, the barrage of comments fell into an unprecedented silence as the stunning figure approached the camera. Arms wide open, shaking her head, surprise, did you not expect this, little black hat? Your living father has arrived. The comments erupted into a massive, what the hell? Chapter 5, sliding in, captivating the entire audience. Miss Salty Fish Xie Mi and Xiao Jingxi appear together on dating show Your Living Father Has Arrived. Xie Mi's name dominated the trending search list once again. After 2 days of silence, during which everyone presumed she had faded into obscurity, she made a dramatic return in such a manner Weibo users were furious, instantly transforming into fierce defenders storming through Xie Mi's comment section before swiftly invading the livestream. Only to find it had already become a battlefield. Xie Mi, do you have no shame, chasing after Emperor Xiao to this extent? Would it kill you to refrain from meddling in others' relationships? This is hilarious. Trying to create a mad persona only to offend the elite in the Jing circle as soon as the show starts, how ridiculous. Suddenly, I like Chiu Changyi, if he can rid us of Xie Mi, I'll become his fan. Relax, it's obvious that Xie Mi can only play the role of the abused in the show, merely serving as a foil for the young couple, a relationship enhancer. You know? Eagerly awaiting the sweet moments between Emperor Xiao and Xuan, while Xie Mi seethes with jealousy, desperately trying to maintain her composure, sneaky laugh, but this generation of netizens clearly understands the art of Sichuan opera face-changing. One moment, protect our Miss Salty Fish, the next, Xie Mi die. At this moment in the vast parking lot, 3 cars were poised to head to the villa. 3 of the 6 guests had arrived, Su Shuangrong, Chiu Changyi, and Lu Xing, with Chiu Changyi and Lu Xing forming a pair. Chiu Changyi, having shed his earlier manic demeanor during the interview, now exuded a spirited confidence. Miss Lu, the heiress of Xingxi, right, I suppose we can consider ourselves somewhat well-matched. It seems we shall have ample opportunities to interact on the show, although Chiu Changyi favored gentle and beautiful female celebrities. They were merely for fun, marrying one would be somewhat beneath him, thus, he found himself quite pleased with Lu Xing, who was both gentle and beautiful. Hailing from a respectable family background, Lu Xing smiled graciously. Very well, Mr. Chiu. Su Shuangrong, observing from the side, wore a look of concern. How wonderful that you both are satisfied with your partners. I just hope my partner does not find me disappointing. You are far too lacking in confidence. Lu Xing comforted her, taking her hand. You are so exceptional, who wouldn't like you? Exactly, darling, be confident. She must have just suffered a blow from the panda. Ah, that cursed panda. Oh no, how can someone so beautiful be so humble? What a remarkable girl. As soon as the words left her mouth, a tall figure approached from a distance. I declare, the most handsome male guest has arrived. Shuang, your fate has arrived. Xiao Jingxi, clad in a dark suit, exuded an elegant and noble demeanor as he approached Su Shuangrong, stopping before her and lowering his gaze to meet her eyes. Apologies for my tardiness. A faint blush graced Su Shuangrong's fair cheeks. Not at all, it's never too late. Ah, a classic drama scene reenacted. Whoever said this couple is fake, they are simply more genuine than pearls. Everyone sees this moment to ship them before Xie Mi arrives to ruin it. As the show's primary couple, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong were naturally paired together, their seemingly casual conversation was imbued with a lingering tension. Akin to that of a flirtation, however, the atmosphere filled with pink bubbles was abruptly shattered by a piercing shout. Teacher Xie, it's not your turn to appear yet. Teacher Xie, come back, the staff's desperate cries echoed. But despite their frantic efforts, they couldn't catch up to the agile figure ahead. Xie Mi slid into the scene, effortlessly sending the 4 standing guests flying before standing confidently in place. Apologies for being late. Oh, where are the other guests? They've gone to heaven. Upon turning her head, Xie Mi noticed the 4 individuals sprawled in disarray on the ground. With a sheepish grin, she clasped her hands apologetically. I hope you find it amusing. Why is she being so polite? Ah, that wench must have done it on purpose. She simply cannot stand to see Emperor Xiao and Shuang happy. Deliberately causing chaos. Am I the only one who can't stop laughing? Sorry, ha. I knew she would steal the spotlight, ugh. Behind the scenes, the staff was in a frenzy. Has Mr. Panda been found? Not yet. Half an hour ago, Mr. Panda, who was supposed to reveal his identity, mysteriously vanished, and despite exhaustive searches, there were no results. The assistant director was in tears, having hoped to delay Xie Mi's entrance to shift the blame onto her. Little did they know she would charge in like a mad bull, and they couldn't hold her back even when three of them tried, only to be swept away. The brilliant director turned to the three staff members being carried away on stretchers. How could two such uncontrollable guests be invited at the same time? What a travesty! At that moment, the expressions of the four guests on stage were quite telling. Xiao Jingxi's face darkened. His brow furrowed as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Xie Mi. Su Shuangrong pretended to be frightened, taking a couple of steps back as if not daring to get too close to Xie Mi. Lu Wuxing observed quietly, secretly enjoying the show. Only Zhou Changyi reacted most strongly. Xie Mi, isn't she the crazy woman who went viral online just a few days ago? Has the production team lost their minds inviting such a person? Ah, my internet mouthpiece. Brother Qiu, you are my idol. Xie Mi, unfazed and unperturbed, approached Zhou Changyi with a gesture reminiscent of a praying mantis, politely inquiring, "Hello, may I ask how to address you?" That familiar gesture? Zhou Changyi's body tensed, instantly becoming compliant. "Just call me Mi. So Xie Mi is Miss Salty Fish." That essay relief. He still vividly remembers the terror of being dominated by a salty fish on the beach. Thankfully, the camera malfunctioned at that time, or he would have been utterly humiliated. Is that why he has lingering fears after being pinned down on the beach? Is this it? Just this? Wait. Hasn't this guy always been so obedient? The barrage of comments was nearly in a panic. They had been waiting for Zhou Changyi to assertively confront Xie Mi, yet he instantly transformed into the obedient little Mimi. Is that reasonable? Is Miss Xie here to seek romance? Xiao Jingxi interjected nonchalantly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Xie Mi. Then I wish Miss Xie finds a good match on the show. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow. Oh, that sarcastic tone. Xiao Jingxi can't possibly think that she came on the show for him, right? His well-wishing might be a ploy to see her heart broken. Perhaps. No thanks. Xie Mi opened the car door and stepped into the driver's seat, casting him a cryptic smile before closing the door. But it seems we aren't that familiar, are we? Avoiding suspicion, brother. Xiao Jingxi's smile faltered. Right, isn't Xiao Jingxi supposed to be unfamiliar with Xie Mi? He has clarified on Weibo twice. Why is he initiating a greeting now? It's only polite to be cordial during the recording. Can that be criticized? Our Emperor Xiao is simply being kind by greeting her. Why is she responding with sarcasm? Wench! Xie Mi had already shut the car door. The assistant director, sensing the situation was dire, rushed forward to block her. The opening hasn't concluded yet. Where do you think you're going? Of course, I'm off to find my crush. Upon hearing that a male guest had run away, she immediately thought of her 185 centimeters athletic classmate, Yu Hongxi, and naturally she had to chase after him. Revving the engine, she sped off. Bang! Ouch! It seems something flew out. When Xie Mi exited the car, she found a man in a panda mask sprawled not far away. The onlookers were dumbfounded, yet the man slowly raised his pale hand and said, "Press 1 to revive me." Chapter 6. Quickly press 1 to revive my husband. What the hell? Did I hit someone? Ha ha ha. Driving into someone means a life sentence. Xia Bai is going to jail. But it looks like he might be a scammer. Didn't he just say to press 1 to revive me? Isn't that Mr. Panda? Just moments ago, Mr. Panda had yet to reveal his identity before he abruptly went offline. Many speculated that he must have a horrifically ugly face, prompting him to flee. Who could have imagined he would make his entrance in such a novel manner? Truly, how innovative. The venue was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop just when everyone assumed that Xie Mi would be flustered and at a loss. She chuckled with a hint of derision. Is this a scam? Without looking back, she strode towards the car, casually remarking, "If you don't dodge, I shall run you over." The expressions of others turned even more fearful. Wow, this woman is utterly insane. Mr. Panda, lying on the ground, remained unaffected, his head inadvertently tilting to the side as his mask slipped off, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face. His skin was as delicate as fine porcelain. With tousled black hair falling across his forehead, long eyelashes, a prominent nose, and lips that glistened with a rosy hue, Xie Mi smoothly turned and dashed forward to assist him up. OMG, what are you all standing around for? Quickly hit 1 to revive my husband. The barrage of comments underwent a complete turnaround, flooding the screen with ones, effectively drowning out the criticisms directed at Xie Mi until someone gasped, "Mr. Shin." Lu Wuxing, astonished, covered her mouth. Is it Mr. Shinru watching, Mr. Shin, goodness, the mysterious tycoon Shen, Mr. Shin, the enigmatic billionaire, renowned for his philanthropy, has donated over 300 substantial sums in recent years, each exceeding 8 figures, and to this day, no one knows the extent of his wealth. I always thought Mr. Shin was an old man. I never expected him to be such a young heartthrob. Even Shinru watching has come to participate in a dating show. Just how prestigious is this dating show? Shinru watching was a top-tier philanthropist, his charitable deeds celebrated worldwide, known to all, from octogenarians to toddlers. His presence was hallowed and inviolable, and discovering that he was also exceptionally good-looking only deepened the admiration. Shinru watching participates in dating show. Shinru watching appears the trending topic set Weibo abuzz, drawing even those who typically shun live broadcasts to tune in for a glimpse. What they saw was the mysterious billionaire weakly leaning against Xie Mi. What kind of pairing is this? Xie Mi is so shameless, she clings to any man. Mr. Shin clearly has a liking for Shuang. Wait, when did Mr. Shin ever express an affection for Su Shuangrong? When Mr. Panda was dining with Su Shuangrong, he seemed distinctly uninterested, later declining her advances. I really don't understand why her fans keep insisting he likes her. The name Shinru watching was unfamiliar to Xie Mi. This character did not exist in the original narrative, and the sixth guest in the original tale was supposed to be the original male supporting character, Yu Hongxian. However, Xie Mi chose not to dwell on this discrepancy. With a beauty in her arms, it would be rather impolite to concern herself with other men. Perhaps the barrage of once had an effect, as Shinru watching slowly opened his eyes, his enchanting orbs captivating. Did you bump into me? He asked, his voice melodious. Yes, it was indeed me. Thus, the man in her embrace smiled even more charmingly. Then you shall compensate me. Xie Mi's smile instantly faltered. Damn it, so it was indeed a scam. The absurd opening recording finally concluded, and the 6 guests were divided into 3 groups to head to the villa. Unsurprisingly, Xie Mi found herself grouped with Shinru watching. However, at this moment, her mind was devoid of any ulterior motives. For discussing money could ruin relationships. So you expect compensation? We can discuss the specifics in the car. She politely invited him inside, seemingly taken aback by her cooperation. Shinru watching readily entered the vehicle. Alright, just as he was about to fasten his seatbelt, Xie Mi suddenly pressed the accelerator while simultaneously slamming on the brakes. Bang! Shinru watching's head collided with the windshield, leaving him dazed. Xie Mi made a heart gesture towards the unconscious Shinru watching. Dismissing any need for further discussion, this was the fate of those who attempted to deceive her. What? I can't believe it. I previously thought Xie Mi was merely pretending to be crazy, but now I see she's genuinely unhinged. Wait, what are you doing? This is Shinru watching, the wealthy and handsome man. What on earth are you doing? Everyone felt that Xie Mi's pairing with Shinru watching was a stroke of luck beyond comprehension. Not only did she fail to curry favor or showcase herself, but what was this behavior? I figured it out. Though late to the realization, the astute ones finally understood. It's because Xie Mi is a devoted admirer of Xiaolingdi. She clearly sees no other men, and perhaps she is intentionally trying to demonstrate her loyalty to Xiaolingdi. The netizens suddenly enlightened. So it was all deliberate. This sister was establishing her persona. However, the subsequent developments gradually diverged from the netizens' expectations. Upon arriving at the villa, the 6 guests settled on the sofas in the living room, ready to commence the first ice-breaking game of the day, finger folding. The rules were simple. Everyone would extend 5 fingers and take turns sharing a personal experience. If anyone else had experienced the same, they had to fold a finger. When all 5 fingers were folded, it meant failure. The first 2 to fold would become the chefs for the evening, preparing dinner for everyone. Mr. Shin, what happened to your forehead? Su Shuangrong suddenly exclaimed, pulling out a handkerchief and approaching Shinru watching. How did you sustain such a serious injury? If you don't get to the hospital quickly, it could heal. Shinru watching interrupted, annoying smile on his lips. If it heals, how will I continue to deceive people? Nearby, Xie Mi nearly choked on her drink. What do you mean by deceive whom? Su Shuangrong felt a bit awkward, but her strong psychological resilience quickly transformed her expression into a smile. It seems you two are getting along quite well. That's wonderful, I can rest easy. Don't be too relieved. Xie Mi, the professional disruptor, interjected, we are bound to clash later. You want to clash with me? Shinru watching was astonished, a hint of shyness creeping into his demeanor as he lowered his head and smiled slightly. Alright, Xie Mi lunged forward, grabbing his collar. Get all those yellow thoughts out of your head. Bang! Shouting, she suddenly slammed his cup down on the table, the forceful sound diverting everyone's attention to him. With his lips tightly pressed together and his expression grim, he nonetheless managed to reveal a slow smile. Everyone, let's not get distracted. Let's begin the game. The director is cueing the process. The engrossed director Neo, who was filming, interjected. Wait, he didn't cue at all. After a brief interlude, the finger-folding game officially commenced. Zhou Qingye was the first to speak, boasting, I own 50 buildings. Do any of you? Wow, is that how this game is played? Rich beyond reason, I am in tears. Zhou Qingye surveyed the room with confidence, noticing that others were folding their fingers, and couldn't help but smirk, but his smile faded when he realized 2 individuals had not folded. Mr. Shin, this game requires seriousness. Letting you off the hook diminishes the fun. 50 buildings, who as he spoke, his gaze swept over the others who had folded their fingers, and slightly astonished, he sincerely asked. You all haven't? The others exchanged awkward yet polite smiles. What the heck, wow, there's someone wealthier here. So Mr. Shin's assets remain a mystery. I can't even mock this. It's genuinely unassailable that I can understand Mr. Shin, but what is Xie Mi implying? At this moment, people finally noticed that Xie Mi's 5 fingers were still proudly raised, unperturbed. Someone couldn't help but chuckle, feeling the collective gaze. Xiao Jingxi reined in his smile. Sorry, I just recalled something amusing. Xie Mi knew exactly what she was worth. 50 buildings? What a farce, not one to indulge him. She raised her middle finger and retorted, drink some horse urine. You are full of yourself. Mocking your father is a gamble you cannot afford. Xiao Jingxi found himself at a loss for words, unable to muster a laugh. Apologies, it seems you all are not adept at this game. Allow me to provide a lesson. Xie Mi stood up with composure. Clearing her throat, Zhou Qingye merely claimed to own 50 buildings without clarifying whether they are real or virtual. Thus, let us assume that owning 50 buildings is valid under any circumstance. In other words, I. Xie Mi owned 50 buildings in Mole Manor, she proclaimed, standing tall and passionately, as if delivering an inspiring speech. The crowd gaped, astonished. Is this how the game is played? Shinru watching led the applause. Well done, with such a prominent figure applauding. The others were compelled to join in, albeit confused, but she certainly seemed impressive. Wait, is this even allowed? Although she does have a point, this is indeed how the game operates. I don't care, did Xie Mi just insult Xiaoyingdi? Xie Mi, you better watch out. Next up was Lu Wishing. I'm not particularly good at this game, so I'll just say something random. I know a lot of gossip. Does that count, as the daughter of a celebrity agency? Her words carried weight. Prove it, Xie Mi urged. Lu Wishing shyly chuckled, but I can't broadcast it. Any casual mention on Weibo would cause an uproar. Then how do we define this? What are the conditions for not folding fingers? Su Shuangrong inquired. Let us do this. Those who do not fold their fingers must share 3 pieces of gossip satisfying 2 conditions. 1. The protagonist of the gossip must be someone well known to all. 2. It must be gossip that remains unknown to everyone. Upon hearing this, the others quietly folded their fingers. After all, it is no simple task to satisfy both conditions simultaneously. If the individual is well known, they must belong to the entertainment industry. If the matter is unknown, it is akin to revealing a scandal live on set. Who would dare to speak so recklessly? Xie Mi dares. Her 5 fingers remained defiantly upright, her expression resolute as if she were preparing to join a party. Just look at her determination to win. She seems utterly unscrupulous in her desire to impress the illustrious Xiaoyingdi. If she can articulate it, something must be amiss. I am curious to see how she spins her tale. This. Even Lu Wishing was left at a loss. So do tell, may I speak? Xie Mi glanced at Director Niu off camera. Director Niu, astonished by her newfound restraint. Nevertheless, as a director, he naturally hoped for the show to be as explosive as possible, thus he nodded eagerly. Of course, speak freely. Then let us share something about Director Niu, Xie Mi stated. Director Niu has an aversion to vegetables, suffers from constipation, and once, in a fit of desperation, frantically fanned himself in the bathroom when he could not relieve himself. Director Niu gasped in shock, rushing out to cover Xie Mi's mouth, but she leaped over the sofa with agility, continuing her audacious proclamations. Now let us share something about the assistant director. Just a moment before, the assistant director had been stifling laughter, but his expression abruptly shifted, and he let out a yelp, joining the chase after Xie Mi. Yet he failed to catch up. The assistant director's first romantic affair was an online relationship, with the online partner being Director Niu in disguise. When they met in person, a fight ensued, and they were later detained, continuing their brawl in the holding cell. The assistant director emitted a sharp, explosive sound. At this point, the staff on site were already stunned, with faint chuckles escaping. The guests in front of the camera, striving to maintain their composure, could only reflect on the saddest moments of their lives, desperately suppressing laughter, except for Xinjianqing, who was already rolling on the floor in amusement. Finally, Xie Mi hesitated, seemingly at a loss for whom to mention next, glancing towards the other staff members. The staff members, startled, collectively dropped to their knees, frantically rubbing their hands in front of Xie Mi. No one was curious about how she knew so much gossip. At that moment, their only belief was survival is paramount. Xie Mi, feeling a twinge of compassion, sighed. Then let us talk about Zhou Qingye. Zhou Qingye suddenly stood up, his expression tense, but upon reflection, he realized he was not well acquainted with Xie Mi, wondering how she could possibly know any gossip about him. Thus, he sat back down. Despite his seemingly normal exterior, Zhou Qingye was anything but buzz, accompanied by a buzzing sound in his mind. Time seemed to slow down exponentially, surrounded by a slow-motion reality. Zhou Qingye's eyes gleamed with an unnatural light, and his seated form shot up, limbs moving with astonishing speed. What just zipped past? What a bizarre freak of nature. The online audience was nearly left breathless. Bang, just as Zhou Qingye was about to cover Xie Mi's mouth, He was tripped by a foot, landing in an undignified heap. Of the culprit, Xinjiang, leaned casually against the sofa, feigning innocence as he looked at him. Mr. Chiu, up so early for a nap. Surprisingly, the typically volatile Chou Qingye did not explode in anger. Instead, he shakily extended a hand to grasp Xie Mi's pant leg. Please. Don't say it. Xie Mi flashed a cryptic smile, swallowing the remaining word mention. I cannot fulfill your wish, but a father can fulfill a son's. Xiao Qingye was momentarily taken aback, his heart sinking as he closed his eyes. Father, Xie Mi was elated. Chapter 8. I have an automatic umbrella. An astonishing video surfaced on the trending topics. It began with Xie Mi spilling secrets, followed by two renowned directors suddenly chasing her around the venue, culminating in Xiao Qingye scuttling away like a bizarre creature, finally freezing on his exclamation, Father. The online audience was left dumbfounded. Having a mother alive, ha ha ha, the pert cockroach, great, this world has finally gone mad, the runaway mother monkey from Waguashan, even someone as impressive as Xiao Qingye is completely subdued by Xie Mi? I truly don't understand. Old jar of pickled vegetables. We still have no idea what Xie Mi was going to say. Word duck, help. I initially planned to boycott this show, but now I desperately want to watch because of Xie Mi. Who understands my dilemma? My milk often slaps Jiaozilong. Come on the sisters, watch it. It's a sweet and delightful dating show that warms the heart in the middle of the day. Heavily dumpling, the world is still filled with bad people. Xie Mi's madness was thorough. Those who previously steadfastly believed she was merely crafting a persona were beginning to waver, convinced she was genuinely deranged, not merely pretending. The ice-breaking games in the show continued. When it was Su Shuangrong's turn, the atmosphere finally returned to normal. She seemed a bit shy, her gaze darting quickly to one spot before retracting. I have someone I like, and he is right here. Truly worthy of a novel's heroine, with her solitary strength, she pulled the chaotic show back into the realm of romance. Director Niu, along with the entire staff, bowed in gratitude. So soon, Lu Wuxing teased, it's the first recording today. And it's our first meeting. It can't possibly be love at first sight, can it? Su Shuangrong lowered her head in embarrassment, while Xiao Jingxi across from her looked on with a smile. The screen was filled with pink bubbles. Wuxing, I love you. Help, I'm going crazy over this ship. What a perfect pairing. Let me see Xie Mi's face. I refuse to believe she can keep up this act. The director, ever the instigator, cut to a close-up of Xie Mi. She covered her mouth, stifling laughter, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The audience, following the storyline of the original text, at this stage Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong had yet to develop mutual feelings. Their presence on the dating show was merely for the sake of company promotion, thus all their flirtatious interactions on the show were staged. Observing their live performance, it was truly hard not to laugh. Xie Mi's reaction displeased Xiao Jingxi the most. His expression darkened. What are you laughing at? How could she not be jealous? Xiaoyingdi fiercely protects his wife. Well said, I'm thrilled. I beg your pardon. Xie Mi replied, folding down a finger. I seem to have a bit of a tic. Xiao Jingxi's gaze suddenly deepened. She folded a finger. She actually folded one. After overcoming such formidable conditions, Xie Mi has now given in? What is she playing at? She clearly likes Xiaoyingdi. Xie, this round's topic is if someone you like is present, you need not fold a finger, Lu Wuxing kindly reminded. The audience erupted in calls for her to speak. Xie Mi appeared unfazed. Right, so I folded. Is there a problem? Lu Wuxing paused for a moment, still unwilling to relent. So that means there is no one you like here. Who should I like? Xie Mi asked with a smile. Lu Wuxing was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking his head. Then it's nothing. I end this round everyone but Xiao Jingxi folded a finger. The barrage of comments criticized Xie Mi while shippers fervently supported their pairing. Only Xiao Jingxi tightened his fists, his knuckles turning white. Next, it was Xiao Jingxi's turn. As if he had long prepared what to say, he declared, I came to this show specifically for someone. Upon hearing this, Su Shuangrong shyly lowered her head once more. You two are killing me with sweetness. This game has turned into a love showcase between the two of you, but I adore it. He. Show off, go all out, let Xie Mi see it. Yet, no one noticed that when Xiao Jingxi spoke, his gaze was fixated on Xie Mi this time. Lu Wuxing and Xiao Qingye folded their fingers. Su Shuangrong, as expected, did not fold, while Xinjiang's decision surprised everyone, leading them to speculate who he was here for. Xie Mi did not fold. Xiao Jingxi's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, a confident smile playing on his lips. It was indeed for him that she had come, and thus his prior actions could be understood as a game of seduction. Xie Mi's upright finger bent downward, hesitated for a moment, then straightened again, only to bend downward once more. Xiao Jingxi, I initially came for someone, but that person is not here right now. Does that count? Xie Mi inquired. She had intended to come for Yu Hongxian, but he was absent. This director Nil pondered for a moment. That counts. After all, of the proposition is I came for someone, as long as it meets the condition. It doesn't matter if the person is here or not, then it's settled. Xie Mi confidently raised her finger. Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched slightly. If the game of seduction was played too often, it would lose its charm. Of the next turn belonged to Xinjiang. He feigned contemplation before breaking into a smile. IV encountered porcelain. A decisive blow, you bastard, the victim, Xie Mi, fumed. The others silently folded their fingers. Ha, that is genuinely impressive. I absolutely adore Mr. Shin's unique vibe. It seems no one in this show can match his magnetic field. No, I think Xie Mi can. They are both mad. As of now, the situation was as follows. Zhou Qingyi and Lu Wuxing had one finger remaining, Su Shuangrong and Xiao Jingxi had 2 fingers left. While Xin Jinqing and Xie Mi had 3 fingers remaining, it was now Xie Mi's turn. Allow me to summarize briefly. Xie Mi had unknowingly arrived at the center of the living room. With a tour guide's microphone attached to her waist, Director Niu instinctively checked his waist. Where is my microphone? It was widely known that some time ago, she had been stabbed while on the road. Xie Mi's voice, accompanied by an electric crackle from the microphone, reverberated through the room. What I am about to share is the experience from that time. The crowd suddenly realized this was the beginning of a pity party. The barrage of comments featuring phrases like, selling misery, seeking sympathy, and, refusing to whitewash, began to flood the screen. The situation was perilous. The narrow path, freshly drenched from the rain, was deserted, and the assailant lunged at me with a glinting blade. Leaving me utterly defenseless, Xie Mi stifled her sobs. I wondered why she suddenly joined a dating show. Turns out she was waiting for this moment. Oh dear, she's even crying, how tragic. In a moment of desperation, Xie Mi wiped away her bitter tears, and I had no choice but to thrust the automatic umbrella into his Director Niu. Although unaware of what she was about to say, he already had a premonition of doom. Director Niu, reacting with unprecedented speed, rushed to switch off the camera aimed at Xie Mi, silently commending his own cleverness. Then, we heard Xie Mi pitifully address another camera. Amidst the chaos, she unfurled the umbrella. Chapter 9, Hidden Task, Feed the Male Guests Cookies. Director Niu. Director Niu and the entire crew were in a state of despair. In the next moment, the livestream was abruptly terminated. The broadcast, which had garnered a viewership in the 9-figure range, was shut down without warning. The final image before the blackout was Xie Mi's remark. Yes, he did end up in jail, but before that, he had a visit to the proctology department. To be honest, he was quite vocal about it, just as Director Niu is now. How utterly explosive. The production team urgently issued a Weibo post to reassure the audience, stating it was merely a 5-minute suspension and the broadcast would resume thereafter. However, within those 5 minutes, Weibo had turned upside down. Dumb Beauty is here. Fun fact, everyone, don't mess with Xie Mi, she really can stab you. Sad GG explodes. Is that guy alright now? AAA level 10 welder. Am I the only one who finds this exhilarating? Extreme fans deserve this treatment. Cherry Little Trouble. The blackening has become too much. When you criticize other stars, they might get depressed and jump off a building, but when you criticize Sister Xie, she'll just send you to the proctologist. You're like Sister S husband. Sister Xie is amazing. Give this little entertainment industry a shock. Charming Hara. What the heck? Xie Mi has fans now. Alright, I'll come clean. I'm one too. Sister Xie is incredible. The pillows. The internet has really gone mad. The livestream quickly resumed, with viewership not only unaffected but actually increasing, maintaining its high popularity. Director Niu dared not continue the previous topic and hastily announced the end of the game, assigning the losers, Zhou Qingye and Lu Wuxing, the task of preparing dinner, while the others were free to roam the villa. Subsequently, Zhou Qingye and Lu Wuxing ventured out to shop. As the rooms had yet to be allocated, those remaining could only temporarily gather in the common areas. Xie Mi gazed at the sky, contemplating life. Yntu Hongxian participated in the dating show, and who exactly was Xin Zhaoqing? Could her presence have triggered a butterfly effect, altering the course of events? Well, she would simply indulge in her whims and leave the rest to fate. Teacher Xie, someone below shouted, their voice straining. Xie Mi leaned out from the eaves, looking for me. Oh my gosh, the assistant director clutched his heart in shock, and upon noticing where Xie Mi was perched, he gasped, Teacher Xie, when did you get up on the roof? No wonder we couldn't find you anywhere. Are you part monkey? Xie Mi had a blade of grass in her mouth, poetically claiming she was enjoying the moon. The assistant director glanced at the blue sky and white clouds above. I see you resemble the moon. The production team hastily deployed a drone, allowing Xie Mi to reappear on camera. What the heck, is Xie Mi up there? I was wondering where Xie Mi had vanished to. She's on the rooftop. This is a 3-story villa. How did she even get up there? Teacher Xie, come down, I have something to discuss with you, the assistant director shouted from below. Why don't you just say it here? Climbing down would be a hassle. Xie Mi refused. The assistant director, flustered, stammered, please just come down. It's not something I can say easily. Xie Mi relished in her defiance. Responding, I won T. The assistant director was at his wit's end, unable to convince Xie Mi, and could only lower his voice in a desperate attempt. You have a task, speak louder, I can't hear you. Gritting his teeth, the assistant director raised his voice slightly. You have a task, still inaudible. You have a hidden task. His shout echoed, resonating worldwide. Great, now the whole world knows Xie Mi has a hidden task. Ha ha, how does she always manage to be so dramatic? Xie Mi finally recalled that this was indeed a part of the original script. After the finger game concluded, each guest would receive a hidden task, and those who completed their tasks would gain priority in choosing rooms. This was no small privilege. Teacher Xie, your hidden task is to feed 3 male guests cookies before 9 o'clock tonight, without them discovering that you are performing a task. I and the production team as small room. Xie Mi received her assignment. What a wonderfully theatrical task it was. To begin with, on the very first day, she was to feed someone, and it was well known that her relationship with Xiao Jingxi was as bad as could be. There was no way Xiao Jingxi would eat anything she offered. This was clearly targeted at her. Alright, Xie Mi readily agreed. The women of the Xie family never back down. Things are getting interesting now. The production team is deliberately stirring the pot. Emperor Xiao is utterly annoyed with Xie Mi. There is no way he'll eat anything she offers. Sneaky laugh. I can already imagine how embarrassed Xie Mi will be later. At 4 in the afternoon, Xiao Qingye and Lu Wuxing returned to the villa after their shopping trip. The moment Xiao Qingye stepped through the door, he noticed a shadow hurtling towards him. Here comes the little flying stick. This familiar sensation, it was as if he had been transported back to his toddler years. Sitting in a childless seat, refusing to eat, facing a spoonful of baby food offered by his father, unable to resist the urge to open his mouth. Back then, his father had also affectionately said, "Here comes the little flying stick." Xiao Qingye swallowed it whole, closing his eyes in blissful chewing. Mr. Qiu," came Lu Wuxing's trembling voice from beside him. Confused, Xiao Qingye opened his eyes to see Lu Wuxing's face filled with horror. What was she making a fuss about? It was just a bite of baby food. Wait, baby food. Xiao Qingye abruptly turned his head, confronting Xie Mi's kind smile. "Good son, you keep eating. Dad will feed you next time." Xiao Qingye, he actually ate something Xie Mi fed him. He was going to the hospital for a stomach wash. Meanwhile, the barrage was in a state of shock. "Wait, Xiao, are you acting like her son?" I thought he was joking, but he really treats Xie Mi as his father. Could it be that Xie Mi is a fatherly female celebrity? To be honest, that feeding motion was so smooth that I thought they were really father and son. Father-son affection. The hashtag Xie Mi joyfully becomes a father skyrocketed to trending status. Many curious netizens assumed Xie Mi had been exposed for being pregnant and rushed to the show to watch the drama unfold. However, they soon discovered she had truly become a father. Alright, they wouldn't watch a regular silly show, but when it gets this absurd, they simply have to stay and see what happens. Task progress, 1-3. Xie Mi emerged from the kitchen with a plate of cookies, unhesitatingly heading towards the study on the second floor. Xin Jiaqing appeared to be more easily influenced, so she decided to start with him. In the backyard on the first floor, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong were engaged in a joint gardening effort, watering the plants sweetly together. Suddenly, Xiao Jingxi caught a glimpse of the second floor-to-ceiling window. Xie Mi and Xin Jiaqing were alone inside, and they were actually, bang! Xiao Jingxi abruptly slammed the watering can down on the table. It was getting late, and the temperature outside was a bit chilly. Perhaps we should go to the study to rest for a while. Chapter 10, A Battleground. Xiao Jingxi seems off. It seemed I had arrived at an inopportune moment, standing at the door of the study. Xiao Jingxi's eyes were tumultuous, yet his face wore a calm smile. I need to step aside. Behind him, Su Shuangrong peeked in and, upon witnessing the scene inside, instinctively covered her eyes. Oh dear, what is going on here? What she saw was a man pinned to the sofa, his tie loosened, the collar of his shirt askew, revealing enticingly pale skin and faint muscle definition. His tousled hair barely concealed his eyes. Unable to hide the faint blush on his cheeks. A girl straddled his slender waist, his long fingers attempting to push her hips, yet not budging an inch. The long legs pinned beneath him struggled briefly before surrendering. Stop. He tilted his head to the side, his lashes fluttering. Can we tonight? Eat this, you must eat. Xie Mi's voice shattered the intimate atmosphere as she relentlessly stuffed cookies into Xin Jiaqing's mouth. Try to act shy again. I dare you, Xie Mi, please don't shout, I beg you. If I close my eyes, I can really picture it. Xie Mi just shouted again. Why is Mr. Xin so shy? I love it. For the first time, I feel like Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong are somewhat superfluous. Eat, you must eat. No, the dialogue was inescapably suggestive. Ignored throughout the entire debacle, Xiao Jingxi could no longer hold his tongue. Striding up to the sofa, nearly shouting in Xie Mi's ear, "Do I need to step aside or not?" Simultaneously, Xie Mi was equally infuriated by Xin Jiaqing. Alright, fine, if you want to eat, I'll feed it to the dog. While saying this, she turned and shoved the cookie into Xiao Jingxi's mouth. Xiao Jingxi, caught off guard, chewed the cookie. Why are you feeding the dog to Xiao Jingxi? How brazen, she exclaimed. I apologize. Xin Ruoqing lazily lifted her gaze. A playful smile gracing her lips, clearly lost in thought and unaware of your presence. Do you need something? Xiao Jingxi's expression darkened further. I can't shake off this feeling of being in a battlefield. Wait a moment, it seems that Mr. Xin is not resisting at all. In fact, he appears to be enjoying it. Xiao Jingxi is quite perplexed as well. He could have simply left, yet he insisted on asking repeatedly. even going so far as to approach to capture Xie Mi's attention. Could the upstairs commentators please refrain from their wild speculations? Clearly, Xiaoyingdi is merely unable to tolerate Xie Mi's inappropriate behavior and is compelled to intervene. Indeed, moreover, Xiaoyingdi originally intended to study with Xuanzhuang in the study, but upon discovering Xie Mi occupying the space, he merely wished to chase her away. Oh, how impressive, he even intends to drive her off. I thought this study was a public space, not a private domain for Xiaoyingdi. This commentary is off base. Why does it seem like Xie Mi has gained fans? Absolutely, I am now a new fan of Xie Mi. Fiercely loyal, as long as she remains spirited, I shall support her wholeheartedly. Xiao Jingxi, feeling humiliated, was quite displeased, yet, given Shen Ruoqing's presence, he refrained from expressing his frustration. I merely wanted to suggest to Mr. Shen that before engaging with someone, it would be wise to understand their character first. Your long stay abroad may have caused you to overlook domestic entertainment news. Xiaoyingdi, Shen Ruoqing interrupted him, still smiling. Do you wish to continue with your sarcasm? Xiao Jingxi's breath hitched. Mr. Shen is actually defending Xie Mi against Xiaoyingdi. What an epic battlefield. I anticipated a dramatic scene, yet I never expected Xie Mi to be the focal point, while Su Shuangrong has been relegated to the background. At this moment, Su Shuangrong, standing off to the side, felt somewhat awkward. Xiao Jingxi had not anticipated Shen Ruoqing's directness, leaving him momentarily at a loss. He realized he could not offend the other party and hastily muttered, "You misunderstand, that's not what I meant." Before seeking an excuse to depart, with Xiao Jingxi gone, Su Shuangrong naturally followed suit, leaving only Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing in the study. Xie Mi was still relishing her earlier cleverness. She had noticed Xiao Jingxi's arrival and had feigned ignorance, taking advantage of his unguarded moment to slyly shove a cookie into his mouth, a clever diversion. With that, she had accomplished 2/3 of her task. Now only the final part remained. Xie Mi turned her gaze back to Shen Ruoqing, who, upon meeting her eyes, instantly smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Xie Mi could not muster a smile. To her surprise, the person she presumed would be the easiest to handle turned out to be the most challenging. She wondered what vendetta he held against the cookie. Despite her relentless efforts, he stubbornly refused to take a single bite. It seemed she would need to explore alternative strategies. Just as Xie Mi was about to leave, he caught her wrist. "Aren't you going to feed me anymore?" he inquired. Xie Mi chuckled in exasperation. "You certainly don't make it easy for me. I insist that you feed me." "You insist? What a preposterous claim." Upon meeting Shen Ruoqing's genuinely earnest gaze, Xie Mi hesitated. Was he truly insisting? Shen Ruoqing nodded sincerely. Xie Mi tentatively offered a piece of cookie towards his mouth, and he accepted it. Hiss, what was that stubbornness all about earlier? Was Mr. Shen intentionally flirting with Xie Mi in front of Xiaoyingdi? Knowing full well that Xie Mi was on a mission and still playing along, could he possibly have developed feelings for her? No, the comments flooded the screen in dismay. Xie Mi felt elated. Task accomplished, she felt light as a feather. After finishing the atrocious dinner prepared by Qiu Qingye, it was now 9 o'clock, the time for task assessment. The guests gathered around the living room sofa. Earlier that afternoon, each person had been assigned a hidden task. Director Niu utilized his little B loudspeaker. Fortunately, everyone had successfully completed their hidden tasks. Now, we will determine the order of room selection based on the time taken to complete each task. The first to finish is Teacher Xie, so she gets to choose first. Excuse me, Su Shuangrong raised her hand, asking softly, "What happens if we guess someone else's task?" "The person whose task is guessed will be deemed to have failed, and the one who guessed correctly will receive an additional point. I see. Su Shuangrong nodded, somewhat understanding. "Then I shall take a guess." Xie Mi's task was to feed 3 male guests cookies. Correct? Correct. Director Niu rang the gong. Thus, Teacher Xie is considered to have failed her task and is placed last, and Teacher Su, having guessed correctly, is now in first. Nice, a Chuanzhuang is so clever, truly the sweetest in the entertainment circle. Xie Biao, did you think you could escape with the earliest completion? You were so ostentatious, as if afraid others wouldn't notice. Wait a moment. Xie Mi remained unfazed, even exuding confidence. There was a reason for her boldness in completing the task. Since Xuanzhuang has guessed, I shall begin my guesses. She lifted her chin, a devilish smile curling her lips, sending chills down spines. And now, I shall start my guessing. Chapter 11. I used to carry you when you were little. Guess what? Xie Mi has clearly been caught off guard. She's about to guess randomly now. I bet she knows nothing. Otherwise she would have guessed earlier instead of waiting until now. Which task will Teacher Xie guess? Su Shuangrong inquired with a smile. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow. I'll guess yours first. Very well. Su Shuangrong remained composed, her gentle smile unwavering. Your task is to gaze deeply into the male guest's eyes for 30 seconds. Su Shuangrong's smile vanished. Wait, how did you come to that conclusion? When she had shared a tender gaze with Xiao Jingxi, there had been no one else in the garden. Sorry, I accidentally caught a glimpse from upstairs. Xie Mi grinned. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the study on the second floor provided a perfect vantage point. Correct. Director Niu struck the gong again, refreshing the rankings. Teacher Su in last, Teacher Xie in second to last. Xie Mi is truly shameless. Seriously, why are the upstairs commentators so defensive? Wasn't it Su Shuangrong who guessed first? Why is it that Xie is being criticized? Su Shuangrong likely didn't anticipate that Xie Mi had such a strategy. She effectively dug her own grave just when it seemed the matter was concluded. Xie Mi declared, "Not so fast, I still have more guesses." Clearly Xie Mi was unsatisfied with her second-to-last position, ready to unleash a barrage of guesses. Xiao Qingye's task was to tie an apron on the female guests in the kitchen. Xiao Qingye, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly lost his cheerful demeanor. Lu Wishing's task was to wipe the male guest's sweat 3 times. Lu Wishing paused for a moment, then nodded helplessly. Xiao Jingxi's task was to have a private date with the female guest. Xiao Jingxi furrowed his brows, his expression sour. Shen Ruoqing's task was to utter 3 cheesy pick-up lines to the female guest. Shen Ruoqing's lips curled into a meaningful smile. With that, Director Niu's jaw dropped. Every single guess was spot on. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow. Having read the original text, she was well aware of everyone's tasks. As for Shen Ruoqing, who had joined last minute, it was simply that his blatant delivery of cheesy lines made him an easy target for her guesses. Xie Mi is quite formidable, I am not joking. Wait, I thought you were holding back a bit, but instead, you revealed everything. I understand now. Xie Mi had already deduced everyone's tasks. If Su Shuangrong hadn't guessed her task, causing her to fall to last place, she probably wouldn't have revealed anything. Su Shuangrong, why provoke her? Now look, no one is happy. Undoubtedly, Xie Mi emerged victorious, granted the privilege of choosing her room first. The villa's room distribution was as follows: 2 luxurious single rooms on the 3rd floor, 2 standard single rooms on the 2nd floor, and 2 standard double rooms on the 1st floor. Without hesitation, Xie Mi chose the luxurious room. The others, however, found themselves in a predicament. Logically, the luxurious single room was the best. But now, with Xie Mi residing next door, no one dared to choose it. Xie Mi had been acting rather erratically lately, and having her as a neighbor was quite the psychological test. Consequently, Xiao Qingye opted for a single room on the 2nd floor, while Lu Wishing and Su Shuangrong decided to share a double room on the 1st floor. Xiao Jingxi took the other double room on the 1st floor. Did you see that? No one dares to be neighbors with Xie Biao. Her reputation speaks for itself. It's hilarious. So what if she occupies the best room? She'll be lonely. Hello. Shen Ruoqing extended his hand towards Xie Mi, his brow raised. I look forward to your guidance, neighbor. What does it mean to say something and then contradict oneself? Mr. Shen, you seem confused. As Xie Mi was struggling to carry 2 suitcases upstairs, she paused at his words, considering Shen Ruoqing's outstretched hand. She thought for a moment before placing her foot on it, unable to free her hands. Shen Ruoqing showed no signs of disdain, responding cheerfully, "You all. Mr. Shen clearly has feelings for Xie Mi. I see through it. I declare, the Shenxie couple is officially formed. CP fans can fool others, but don't deceive yourselves. Mr. Shen simply wishes to occupy the larger room." Everyone was engrossed in the flurry of unpacking their belongings, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Jingxi's expression was rather grim. He gazed at the figures of Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing ascending the stairs, lost in thought. A few seconds later, a knowing smile emerged. That night, Xie Mi received a text message from an unknown number. Unknown number. So this was your plan, Xie Mi? Who are you? Unknown number. Every time I interact with Shen Shuoqing, it is always where I can see. Are you trying to make me jealous? Unknown number. Your tactics remain so juvenile, Xie Mi. TSK. Unknown number? Unknown number. What do you mean? You have been blocked by the other party. Unknown number. You have been blocked by the other party. The following morning, Xiao Jingxi sat on the sofa, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes and an unhappy expression. Has the esteemed actor Xiao not slept well last night? I recall from previous interviews that due to his busy schedule, he has very little time for sleep, thus he is adept at falling asleep quickly and achieving efficient slumber. The fact that he didn't sleep well this time must surely be due to the tension of residing on the same floor as Shuang. Wow, you found such fine sugar, I'm dying. Su Shuangrong took the initiative to express concern for the sleep-deprived Xiao Jingxi, who, upon being touched, couldn't help but lower his head and smile. This exchange provided ample sweetness, driving the comments wild. New material for the fandom. From the very first day the show aired, Weibo had established super topics for various CPs. The Xiaorong CP dominated the heat charts with a substantial lead. Following closely were the Qiao Qingye and Lu Wishing star couple. Below them, various unconventional pairings had scattered interest, collectively still falling short of the Xiaorong CP's prominence. Look who has arrived. As Director Niu's words fell, a special guest entered the villa, the esteemed veteran actor Mr. Ruan Feng. Wow, the senior is here. I used to see him on TV all the time when I was a child. Isn't Ruan Feng nearly 50? He still looks so handsome. With 22 years in the industry and no scandals, Ruan Feng has maintained an excellent reputation, hence the enthusiastic comments. It has been so long. Senior Ruan Feng. Su Shuangrong immediately approached to greet him, eager not to appear neglectful. Long time no see. Shuang. Ruan Feng chuckled. I recall our last meeting was 3 years ago. It's truly thoughtful of you to remember me after such a long time. Unlike some people, he shifted his tone, still smiling, but with an underlying meaning, noting that some didn't even bother to greet him and remained as indifferent as ever. It is well known that Xie Mi and Ruan Feng had collaborated on a drama. So everyone guessed who he was referring to. Is he talking about Xie Mi? I always said Xie Mi's character was lacking. Even the humble senior Wan Feng couldn't help but publicly criticize her. Didn't she get rumored for throwing a tantrum on set when filming with Wan Feng? Now that he has said this, it's confirmed. Xie Mi scandals 1. It seems everyone has forgotten about me. Wan Feng continued to smile, his demeanor concealing a dagger beneath his geniality. The polite elder Wan Feng's words were unbearable for Xie Mi, who immediately stood up to refute. I haven't forgotten. I even held you when you were a child at chapter 12, you're still too green to challenge me. The comments fell silent for a few seconds. Do you even hear what you're saying? Reverse the heavens. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying laughing. Wan Feng was indeed at a loss for words, stunned for a few seconds before saying, it appears I've grown old, unable to understand the jokes of the younger generation. Xie Mi, displaying high emotional intelligence, replied, not old. If you wanna compete with me, you're still too green. Wan Feng. Someone couldn't contain their laughter. It was Su Shuangrong who first defended Xie Mi. What are you saying? This is a senior, Xie Mi smoothly countered. Do you also think the senior is old? Su Shuangrong was momentarily speechless. What a sharp-tongued girl, I like it. Shuangrong is trying to help her save face. And she doesn't appreciate it, proving once again why I dislike Xie Mi. No matter what, one should respect their seniors, it's simply lacking in manners. I thought it was Wan Feng who started the passive-aggressive remarks towards Xie Mi. It's not unreasonable to retort, right? Wan Feng criticized her for being rude because she truly was rude, and her retort only confirmed her lack of manners. Some people fail to recognize their own flaws and only seek excuses. He. Incomprehensible. Wan Feng shook his head in disappointment. Since no one has taught you how to respect your seniors, let me teach you. Xie Mi, apologize now. Xie Mi remained unmoved, merely watching him with an air of leisure. Wan Feng sternly stated, if you don't apologize, then I won't continue recording this show. Director Niu, who had been watching the drama unfold, became anxious at these words. There were still many processes to follow. And time was of the essence. Teacher Xia, why don't you? Yes, Xie Mi. Su Shuangrong also took Xie Mi's hand and urged, just apologize to Senior Wan. Not if this continues, it's not just our time that's being wasted. Many staff members are also waiting, and you surely don't want to make everyone work overtime, do you? Indeed, Senior Wan. Xie Mi cleverly turned the tables, asserting that Shuangrong's words were correct. You mentioned you were on this show for payment. And suddenly throwing a tantrum and refusing to cooperate is not just wasting our time, but also that of the many staff members. Surely you wouldn't want to make everyone work overtime. Would you? Su Shuangrong. Upon hearing this, the comments that had initially been criticizing Xie Mi suddenly shifted. Alright, stars participating in shows is work and they're getting paid. Suddenly not cooperating is indeed acting like a diva. How is that acting like a diva? Didn't you hear Wan Feng say he wants to teach Xie Mi to respect her seniors? As a senior, he is considering the junior. Is that not commendable? What respect for seniors, isn't this just leveraging the entire group to pressure Xie Mi into apologizing, dressed up in pretty words? Damn, this comments section is unbearable. Why are there so many of Xie Mi's fans? How much did they pay for each comment? Let us earn money together. Why can't you handle it? Director Niu, I'm not continuing this show. Wan Feng, with a cold expression, stated that he was initially considering the director's face, but some people on this show were too shameless, leaving him unable to cooperate. He would return the appearance fee and suggested they find someone else. Director Niu was frantic. Hey, this isn't just about the appearance fee. We have a contract. This is a breach. Just as he was speaking, Xie Mi stepped on Wan Feng's trouser leg with a swift motion. Wan Feng's pants fell down, revealing bright red long johns, tight-fitting ones. Senior Wan Feng, is it your lucky year? Xie Mi glanced down, smiling. They're quite cute too. The entire room inhaled sharply. Xie Mi. Wan Feng lost his composure entirely. Erupting with fury, what exactly do you want to do? Just reminiscing. Xie Mi smiled as she stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Since you started targeting me the moment you walked in, I couldn't help but reflect on where I may have offended you before. Could it be during our last drama when you insisted on coming to my room at midnight to rehearse alone and I slapped you and kicked you out? No, afterwards you immediately bought a story saying I was acting like a diva and disrespecting my seniors, which was a form of retaliation. Then could it be when you unilaterally added a kissing scene with a young actress? And during filming you deliberately flubbed multiple takes to take advantage of her, which I later discovered, and you threatened her. That doesn't seem right either. At the time, you threatened me as well, saying if I dared to speak out, I'd be ruined, claiming there were 100 ways to destroy me. It's quite strange. What exactly did I do to offend you? Xie Mi feigned a headache, quickly brightening her expression as she smiled at Wan Feng. Perhaps you should tell me yourself, senior. The room fell into a deathly silence, no one daring to speak. Wan Feng's breath quickened, his pupils trembled violently. But having seen his fair share of grand scenes, he quickly forced himself to regain composure. Malicious slander, wait for the lawyer's letter. Has Xie Mi gone mad? Damn, I was scared to death, almost thought it was real. But seeing Ruan Feng so calm, it should be slander. Ruan Feng is known for his devoted husband persona. How could he harass a junior? It's ridiculous. At least make the story plausible. Yet I have evidence. Ruan Feng's breath hitched. Xie Mi pulled out her phone. I accidentally recorded your conversation with that actress that day, and the content is quite explosive. I can share it with everyone. Enough. Ruan Feng suddenly lunged forward, smashing Xie Mi's phone to bits. Don't you dare spout any more nonsense. His face was filled with rage, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of exhilaration at having destroyed evidence. However, the looks from others towards him shifted. Shock, doubt, disgust. Ruan Feng paused, suddenly realizing something, hastily explaining, I just didn't want to hear her continue fabricating lies, so I stopped her, but there was no need to smash the phone. Xie Mi crossed her arms, tilting her head with a provocatively mischievous look. Are you not feeling guilty? People in the entertainment industry are sharp, and netizens are the modern-day Sherlock Holmes. No one is foolish. Ruan Feng's actions meant something, and it was easy to guess, though it was hard to believe. Perhaps what Xie Mi said was indeed true. Oh my god. Smashing the phone just means you're feeling guilty? This is solid proof. I truly can't believe Ruan Feng is such a person. Is that devoted husband persona all an act? I'm disgusted. His earlier action of smashing the phone clearly showed he was flustered. A cunning old man. Reflecting upon his demeanor when he confronted Xie Mi on the show, it was evident that he was deliberately exerting pressure on her. Truly distasteful. I have come to understand the adage that one must not judge a book by its cover. In the entertainment industry, one can only trust half of what is presented. This implies that half of Xie Mi's negative reputation may indeed be attributed to him, suggesting that she might not be as malevolent as portrayed. I stand firmly in support of Xie Mi. Such morally questionable artists should be permanently banned. Chapter 13. A husband is not a gender, but a sensation. Ruan Feng, the cunning older man. Xie Mi tears apart the scoundrel Xie Mi. The judge of the entertainment industry. With Ruan Feng's downfall, Xie Mi has also risen to prominence. The online community is divided into two factions. One vehemently curses Ruan Feng, while the other critiques Xie Mi's performance on the show. Air not allowed. In just 10 minutes she caused a veteran artist to collapse. This sister is truly impressive. Long hair to the waist. I suddenly find myself enamored with Xie Mi's audacity. In such a chaotic entertainment industry, we need individuals who dare to speak out. Unraveled. It's laughable. Ruan Feng thought he could intimidate Xie Mi, but she showed no fear and put him in his place. A smile in retrospect causes chaos. I shall reiterate, a husband is not a gender, but a sensation. Wudong Mountain's little yellow dog. If Ruan Feng bought the dirt on Xie Mi regarding her alleged diva behavior on set, does that not imply she is actually quite decent? While Xie Mi's reputation began to recover, the fans of the Xiaorong couple were unable to remain silent. As Xie Mi's most ardent detractors, they were capable of delivering lethal blows to her reputation and could not allow her to redeem herself. Thus, they promptly created the hashtag Xie Mi the Mistress, recounting how Xie Mi had been the dream girl of Xiao Jingxi, how she had intruded upon the Xiaorong couple, and how utterly shameless she was, propelling the topic to trending status. Concurrently, after sending Ruan Feng off, the program commenced a morning sports event. Director Niu held a small microphone to outline the process. Physical activity stimulates adrenaline, heightening the body's senses, and facilitates the spark of romance among participants. Thus, we shall hold the inaugural sports event of love detection, three-legged race. Xie Mi recalled this segment vividly. In the original narrative, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong were paired together. Neither was adept at the three-legged race, resulting in a tumble that inadvertently led to a kiss, an iconic moment that signified the warming of their relationship. Now, I shall announce the pairings. The voice of director Niu echoed through the microphone. Lu Wuxing and Xiao Qingye are one team, Su Shuangrong and Shen Ruoqing are another, and Xie Mi and Xiao Jingxi form the last team. Xie Mi's initially bright smile faded instantly. Excuse me, who decided on these pairings? Shouldn't they be promoting the ever-popular Xiaorong couple? Moreover, this deviates from the original storyline. Not only was Xie Mi enraged, but the fans in the comments were equally furious. Why dismantle my Xiaorong couple? Something's off. The hottest CP in this show is Xiaorong, and the production team wouldn't overlook them. Clearly someone is manipulating things behind the scenes. It's obvious that Xie Mi orchestrated this, deliberately having the director pair her with the film emperor to get close to him. Ridiculous. Can Xie Mi refrain from being the mistress? I just praised you, and now this is how you repay me? Xiao Jingxi approached Xie Mi with a strap, his expression unreadable. Tie it up. In their previous romantic encounters, Xiao Jingxi had always held the dominant position, accustomed to commanding Xie Mi. Thus, he naturally handed her the strap, expecting her to bind their legs together. To his surprise, Xie Mi declined decisively. Sorry, I can't. Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched, but unexpectedly, he said nothing further. Instead, he crouched down and began to tie their legs himself, an unusual collaboration. Just as Xie Mi pondered his intentions, she suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon her. Here it comes again. Earlier, when she confronted Ruan Feng, she felt the same scrutinizing gaze, akin to a hunter observing its prey. This time, however, Xie Mi chose not to ignore it and met the gaze head-on. Shinru watching leaned against a tree, his arms casually crossed, his captivating peach blossom eyes locking onto her upon meeting her gaze. His thin lips curved into a mischievous smile. "Need any help?" he mouthed. Xie Mi merely smiled in silence, calmly averting her gaze, until she grasped his true intentions. She would not respond. The three pairs had their legs bound and stood at the starting line. Xiao Qingye wrapped his arm around Lu Wuxing's waist, confidently assuring her, "Don't worry, my athleticism is commendable. As long as you don't mess up, we can win." Lu Wuxing smiled gently, "I will do my best." Su Shuangrong bit her lip nervously. "Mr. Shin, I've never participated in a three-legged race before. If I hold you back, please don't scold me. No worries," Shinru watching replied, his usual mild smile gracing his face. "I will scold you." Su Shuangrong's lips twitched. "Listen to my command. Step left first." Xiao Jingxi remained expressionless, gazing ahead. "You better not cause any trouble." Xie Mi was solely focused on claiming the first prize of a seafood feast. Preparing to swiftly conclude the competition, ready, set, go. With the command, all three teams sprang forward. 121, 121. Xiao Qingye's booming voice echoed, but they remained stationary. Meanwhile, Shinru watching and Su Shuangrong started steadily. Although not fast, they made no errors. Xie Mi, fixated on the seafood feast, promptly stepped forward with her left foot. However, Xiao Jingxi also stepped with his left foot tied to her right. This meant both of Xie Mi's feet were off the ground, leading her to topple unceremoniously. Whether intentional or not, she felt Xiao Jingxi tug at her slightly. Consequently, her fall shifted direction, landing directly against Xiao Jingxi. Wait a moment, she suddenly grasped the situation. Xiao Jingxi was doing this on purpose, deliberately causing her to step left and fall so that she would inevitably end up in his arms, thus earning her a reputation for attempting to seduce him. "Oh, this is how you wish to play it?" Xie Mi retaliated with a punch to Xiao Jingxi's back, causing him to nearly regurgitate his previous meal. Using the momentum, she steadied herself. "Are you insane?" Xiao Jingxi was furious. "Apologies, but you told me to step left. And then you did the same, causing me to lose my balance. I merely assisted you. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Xie Mi refused to take the blame, directly exposing Xiao Jingxi's ulterior motives. Xiao Jingxi's facial muscles twitched, clearly suppressing his anger. "Assist? Was that truly an assist? That punch nearly sent him to the afterlife." "No worries, it's my fault for not being cleared. I meant for myself to step left. It seems you misunderstood." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jingxi continued, "Let's try again. This time, you step left." "Okay." Though she verbally agreed, Xie Mi remained cautious and stepped with her right foot. Sure enough, Xiao Jingxi employed the same trick again, stepping left. Xie Mi found it amusing. "So this is how we shall play. If you lack virtue, do not blame me for being unprincipled." Chapter 14. I am very interested in Teacher Xie. The chat room during Xie Mi's livestream was rife with discord. I knew the trending topic wouldn't arise from nothing. Xie Mi genuinely wants to be the mistress. Xie Mi accuses Ruan Feng of harassment, yet isn't she guilty of the same, using the three-legged race to get handsy with the film emperor? How disgusting. Aside from their feet being tied together, they were half a meter apart. I didn't see Xie Mi being handsy with Xiao Jingxi. Did you not see her assist the film emperor? I only saw her punch him. That still counts as physical contact. She must be doing this intentionally. In this 100-meter race, she must have relished every moment of closeness. How delightful for her. Exactly. The other two teams are nearly halfway through, and they remain stationary. Clearly Xie Mi is stalling to prolong her contact with the film emperor. As women, how could we not see through this? Isn't it not Xiao Jingxi's fault for saying the wrong foot to step on, nearly causing Xie Mi to fall? Why is the chat so harsh on the woman? Those intent on tarnishing Xie Mi's reputation paid no heed to such details, relentlessly shouting accusations of harassment against her, flooding the chat. However, the atmosphere in the livestream shifted dramatically. Suddenly, Xie Mi crouched down, her hands on the ground, her hips raised in a starting position. Xiao Jingxi furrowed his brow, unable to interject before Xie Mi took off like a wild stallion, dragging Xiao Jingxi along behind her, his head bouncing against the ground, who was beckoning him. It's Grandma, Xiao, film emperor," the staff shouted in desperation. "What are you all standing around for? Go save him." "I dare not. Teacher Xie appears to be having another episode. Woe is me, the film emperor is calling for help. The film emperor is spitting blood. The film emperor has fainted." Xie Mi leapt over the finish line, triumphantly basking in the sunlight, a victorious smile gracing her face. Free from the shackles of men, she wielded her sword with pride. Behind her, a throng of staff members rushed forth, and Xiao Jingxi was being carried away on a stretcher. Who dares to claim Xie Mi harassed the film emperor again? After this spectacle, does she truly have feelings for the film emperor? If she does, I shall eat excrement. The art of deception, particularly in the realm of food and drink, has come to light. I find myself gravely suspecting that I may have unwittingly consumed a counterfeit melon. The program is now on pause, and I must indulge once more in this delectable treat. A heart unburdened by men, sword drawn in solitude. This trending topic has effectively overshadowed the prior hashtag Xie Mi the mistress. Netizens, undeterred by skepticism, have embarked on a journey of archaeological discovery. uncovering that aside from the initial revelation of a photograph on Xie Mi's phone featuring her alongside Xiao Jingxi, there exists no further connection between the two. All rumors surrounding Xie Mi's status as a dream girl, her role as an ardent admirer, or her alleged interference in relationships are mere fabrications spun by fervent fans of the couple. As these tales spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, they gradually morphed into an accepted reality. Burning chest hair. In light of this, have I misjudged Xie Mi, little dog Bento? I suddenly feel a twinge of pity for Xie Mi, who has been unjustly slandered and metaphorically stabbed in the back. It is no wonder she has been driven to madness, not a flamboyant youth. My heart goes out to her, sponge baby. So, Xie Mi has been vindicated. In that case, I shall begin to ship her and Mr. Shen. I've had my eye on that pairing for quite some time. Heh, are you kidding me? Is no one concerned about the injured Emperor Xiao? Don't you think Xie Mi has gone a tad too far? Big White Rabbit, both Shuang and Mr. Shen have also been hurt. Who would have anticipated that a simple three-legged race would result in injuries for three individuals? The most unfortunate, Xiao Jingxi, goes without saying. Shen Ruoqing and Su Shuangrong's predicament is also quite regrettable. Their lack of coordination led to a sudden fall, resulting in both of them spraining their ankles. Shen is relatively fine, but Su is in considerable pain. Visibly wincing, listening to the conversations among the staff, Xie Mi appeared contemplative. Although the group dynamics had shifted, the narrative of the fall remained unchanged, with the injured parties now being Su Shuangrong and Shen Ruoqing. However, unlike the original story, their fall did not culminate in a shared kiss. Instead, both sustained injuries. Intriguingly, due to the presence of injured guests, the production team granted a half-day break. At 6 o'clock in the evening, recording resumed. Each teacher was instructed to don a heart rate monitor. The assistant director produced 6 monitors, explaining that these devices would provide real-time heart rate readings should anyone's heart rate exceed 120 beats per minute. An alarm would sound. This feature stands as the hallmark of our program. Director Niel proudly proclaimed that wearing the heart rate monitor means that one's true feelings cannot be concealed. Should you feel a flutter of affection for someone, causing your heart rate to spike, the ensuing alarm will betray your emotions. What an interesting setup. That would make acting impossible. Liking someone would be glaringly obvious. I'm suddenly quite curious as to who will trigger the first alarm. Next, everyone was asked to check their heart rates. Upon hearing the assistant director's instructions, Xie Mi activated her monitor. The normal heart rate for adults typically ranges from 60 to 100 beats per minute, and hers hovered around 65, quite stable. In the original story, this heart rate monitor had created numerous memorable moments. In the later stages of the program, Xiao Jingxi's alarm rang out repeatedly in response to Su Shuangrong, who, after much delay, finally triggered a response from him during the final episode, leaving readers utterly tormented. Emperor Xiao starts off with a heart rate exceeding 100, who has captured his affections. Xiao Qing's voice rang out. Lu Wishing playfully nudged Su Shuangrong, questioning who it could be. Oh, please don't tease me like that. Su Shuangrong blushed furiously. Xiao Jingxi discreetly withdrew his gaze from Xie Mi, directing a smile towards Su Shuangrong. Emperor Zhao's feelings are impossible to hide. My face is burning red. Jealousy must also cause a spike in heart rate. I'm curious about Xie Mi's current reading. 65. Shen Ruoqing's voice broke through at the opportune moment, his gaze landing on Xie Mi's heart rate monitor, a smirk forming at the corners of his lips. Xie Laoshi, how composed you are. And you as well, Xie Mi retorted, glancing at his monitor, which read around 85.86, 88, 92. Why is it beginning to rise? Shen Ruoqing discreetly turned off his monitor, seemingly intrigued by Xie Mi. I believe it is you who is interested in me. Xie Mi retorted, how dare he turn the tables. Xie Mi's heart rate is 65, this confirms her disinterest in Xiao Jingxi. Then let me ship this pairing in good faith. Do they have a couple name? Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing CP fans, gather here. How bold to ship this. Do you not think Xie Mi is reaching beyond her grasp? What status does Mr. Shen hold? Xie Mi would never earn even a fraction of his wealth in her lifetime. Xie Mi claims that Mr. Shen is interested in her. Isn't she feeling a bit insecure? Indeed, when it comes to countering the opinions of netizens, Shen Ruoqing spares no effort. He lowered his gaze upon her, a smile playing on his lips. I am quite interested in Teacher Xie. Chapter 15. With singular effort, all bells resound. Xie Mi instantly became alert. This man, who had previously sought to provoke her, now expressed interest. Could it be her wallet that piqued his curiosity? They say that the wealthier a person is, the more they cherish money, and there is truth in that. Thus she boldly inquired, what aspects are you interested in? Little did she expect such directness would take him by surprise. Shen Ruoqing raised an eyebrow. In all aspects. This is outrageous. Mr. Shen, you cannot. The barrage of comments erupted in chaos, a cacophony of exclamations and cries. Only the CP fans of Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing found amusement in the unfolding drama. Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing, I am very interested in you. In what way? All aspects. The CP fan club for Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing was hastily established. While somewhat peculiar, the enthusiasm of the fans propelled it to the third spot in the trending CP discussions, trailing only behind Xiaorong CP and Xingcheng CP. Some viewers expressed their disdain. With a radiant smile, is this truly shipworthy? Who does not know that Mr. Shin has spent years abroad? With a more liberal mindset, his notion of interest is merely superficial. Some individuals should not overestimate their significance. 80 Holding the fort with illness. Are you a fan of Xiaorong CP? I find it curious that when Xie Mi was linked to Xiaorong, you branded her a mistress, yet now that she is independently forming a CP with someone else, you accuse her of being delusional. What exactly do you desire? Half to ring waist. Why not focus on cultivating your own fandom instead of stirring up drama? Such audacity. Oh, thank you. Can you not discern whose territory this is? Go ahead, try to insult again. That individual has been a staunch critic of Xie Mi. Previously, any disparaging remark she received was met with agreement from the crowd, yet for the first time, they found themselves outnumbered. They promptly deleted their comment and retreated in embarrassment. As the livestream progressed, a wave of Xie Mi's fans surged in. It's Xie Jia, your Xie brothers have arrived. Xie Jia, be brave and fly, if trouble arises, you bear the consequences. Xie brothers is the name for Xie Mi's fans? Yes, they coined it themselves. It's quite eccentric. Eccentric, but if they are fans of Xie Mi, it becomes understandable. Fans follow the lead of the main character, it seems. That evening, a special date was scheduled. Everyone was instructed to prepare and gather in the parking lot. As each individual returned to their respective rooms to get ready, the assistant director discreetly summoned Xie Mi. Teacher Xie, there is a hidden task. Xie Mi accepted the envelope he handed her, opening it to reveal the challenge. Make any one person trigger their alarm for you. Indeed, as long as you can elicit a response from someone, the task is deemed successful. You may employ any method, flirt, tease, or even scare them. Just one person, correct? Just one. Not all right. The assistant director chuckled inwardly, finding Xie Mi rather naive. This task was not as simple as it appeared. The production team had previously experimented, and reaching a heart rate of 120 proved to be a Herculean feat. In the parking lot, 6 luxury vehicles were prepared to facilitate the guests' acclimatization. The production team had arranged for these cars. The question of who would drive, however, loomed large. Who among you can drive? As the wealthy scion, Zhou Qingye possessed numerous luxury sports cars and naturally excelled at driving, yet he had no inclination to assume the role of chauffeur. It would be beneath his dignity, thus, he effortlessly deflected the responsibility. Mr. Shin has lived abroad, he must possess a foreign driver's license and is likely unfamiliar with local road conditions. Xiao Jingxi, having sustained an injury, is also unable to drive. Su Shuangrong, reasoning logically, suddenly faltered. I actually have yet to obtain my driver's license, and Oxing. As far as I know, does not drive frequently either. This left seemingly only one viable candidate. Just as Shinruoqing was about to speak, Xie Mi abruptly snatched the car keys. No problem, I will drive. Her eagerness left Su Shuangrong momentarily flabbergasted. Well, I shall take the wheel. Xiao Jingxi frowned, reaching for the keys. But Xie Mi deftly maneuvered into the driver's seat, fastening her seatbelt. Xiao Jingxi's hand halted midair, his expression darkening further. This is not the time for you to showcase yourself. Quit joking, hand them over. Emperor Xiao, are we so familiar? Xiao Jingxi. Given the circumstances, there was no choice but to allow Xie Mi to take on the role of driver. As they prepared to board, Xiao Jingxi hesitated before the front passenger door. But during his moment of indecision, a long-fingered hand pulled open the door. It was Shinruoqing. Xie Mi was taken aback. Oh, you dare to sit in my passenger seat? Shinruoqing smiled. I have a strong constitution. Xiao Jingxi. Once everyone was seated, the car began to move. Xie Mi's driving remained steady as they smoothly merged onto the highway, heading towards the city. The occupants bore their own ulterior motives, each having received the same hidden task. In their quest to stir feelings of affection in one another, they unleashed their most charming efforts. Zhou Qingye showered Luoxing with an abundance of cheesy pickup lines, proclaiming, whatever I do is bound to succeed. All that's missing is your kiss, Zhou Qingye. Be careful while walking, don't keep bumping into my heart, Zhou Qingye. No, I want nothing but you, Luoxing. An awkward yet polite smile. JPG, not only did I not feel a spark, but my heart rate also plummeted due to the overwhelming grease. In contrast, Xiao Jingxi was far more astute. He suddenly leaned in to pluck the eyelash that had fallen on Su Shuangrong's cheek. And when their eyes met, they were momentarily stunned, sharing a profound gaze. In the end, Xiao Jingxi suddenly said in a bubbly voice, you look truly beautiful today. Su Shuangrong blushed and lowered her head. However, the bell did not ring, and her heart rate remained a steady 80. The couple's reputation was well deserved. Now it was Su Shuangrong's turn. Although the car was driving smoothly, she suddenly lost her balance and fell into Xiao Jingxi's embrace. She did not rush to rise but instead tilted her head up in his arms, her eyes shimmering like water, her face blooming like a peach blossom. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Xiao Jingxi's heart rate instantly spiked to 103. Ah, heart fluttering. Suddenly realizing that Xiaoyingdi is unexpectedly pure-hearted. As expected of Shuangshuang, this must be the highest score so far. After regaining his composure, Xiao Jingxi let out a long sigh. It startled him when Su Shuangrong suddenly collided with him. He thought they would crash out. Up to this point, not a single person's bell had rung. It turned out that reaching a heart rate of 120 was indeed a challenge. Just when everyone believed that no one could complete this task, the car's speed began to gradually increase. Was it just my illusion, or was it speeding up? Lu Wuxing was the first to notice something amiss. Xie Mi, what's wrong? Xiao Jingxi asked with a frown. Suddenly, a long sigh echoed within the car. Everyone caught a glimpse of Xie Mi's sorrowful eyes in the rearview mirror. As a human being, I am deeply sorry. Everyone, no, what does your emo phase mean at this moment? The scenery outside the car window suddenly began to whiz by. Zhou Qingye clutched the seat. Wait, you aren't thinking of doing something rash? Are you? Lu Wuxing, breaking her composed demeanor. Actually, many things are not as terrible as you think. Really, if you have worries, you can share them, and problems can be solved. Su Shuangrong flustered. Xie Mi, calm down. Really, please calm down. You need to calm down. Xiao Jingxi, startled, rolled his eyes. Stop the car. Pull over right now. Ding 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 ding. The sound of bells erupted frantically. A cacophony of voices filled the air. And the microphone was overwhelmed. Only Shen Ruoqing sat calmly with crossed arms, peacefully closing his eyes. Amen. Chapter 16. While others are enjoying pool dates, you are just monkeying around in the water, aren't you? The car came to a safe stop in the city. As the door opened, a throng of people rushed out, immediately embracing a nearby trash can to vomit. The comments section erupted in a wave of anguish. Xie Mi, you scared me to death. Compensation. Whoa, still alive, my CP is still alive. Laughing to death. Just now Xie Mi's dark transformation, wanting to take the whole car to die, was trending. Only to discover Xie Mi was acting and had to urgently retract it. Seriously, I can't be the only one who took it seriously, right? My 8-year-old sister was brought to tears, begging Xie Mi to spare them on her knees in front of the TV. Xie Mi, full of spirit, stepped out of the car and approached the already assembled director's team. Task accomplished. It was somewhat easy. The assistant director swallowed hard. You're impressive, really impressive. Congratulations on completing the task. You've earned a privilege card, which allows you to make one request to the production team at any time, and they will do their best to fulfill it. The assistant director announced the results of the task. Well said. Xie Mi humbly clasped her hands, but inside she was already plotting what mischievous act to commit with this privilege card. Suddenly she heard the assistant director's exclamation, but Mr. Shin is truly remarkable. The assistant director glanced towards a distance, where Shin Ruoqing was leisurely disembarking from the car, maintaining a calm demeanor, a stark contrast to the other guests. The assistant director continued. Mr. Shin, it is said that he can maintain a heart rate of 80 even while bungee jumping. Maintaining an 80 heart rate while bungee jumping, indeed a formidable character. Xie Mi became intrigued and approached him for an interview. Can you share your secret for such a strong heart? It's quite simple. Shin Ruoqing cooperated with her interview. My life motto consists of 4 phrases. If you don't agree, then fight. Life and death are trivial matters. Xie Mi vaguely guessed the last 2 sentences. Cure minor ailments, and for severe ones, just die. Hiss. Shin Ruoqing squinted slightly in surprise and then tentatively added, seeking understanding among high mountains and flowing waters, meeting amidst beautiful mountains and rivers. Xie Mi excitedly grasped his hand. What a pleasure, what a pleasure. Their values aligned, how delightful. Wait, what about you too? Oh no, the more I see them, the more they match. Xie Mi, who never plays by the rules, and Shin Ruoqing, who can catch any card played. Why is this so delightful? After a brief respite, the production team brought the guests to the top of a skyscraper. It was a lavish infinity pool offering a breathtaking view of the city at night. The perfect setting for couple dates. Today, however, they were hosting a group date for 6. A date in the water, skin-touching, ambiguous interactions, and rising hormones. That was tonight's theme. Please welcome the guest stars, as the assistant director's enthusiastic voice echoed. The guests donned their swimwear, making their individual entrances. The first to appear was Xiao Jingxi, clad in designer swim trunks, draped in a white bathrobe, his sculpted chest and abs on full display. Next was Zhou Qingye, who was even bolder, striding and confidently wearing nothing but fiery red swim trunks. The third was Lu Wuxing, donning an elegant dark green swimsuit, the ruffled hem accentuating her long legs. The fourth was Su Shuangrong, a delicate white one-piece swimsuit, her figure beautifully proportioned, exuding both innocence and allure. This wave of handsome men and beautiful women showcasing their swimwear was indeed a feast for the eyes, causing the comments section to erupt in screams. And the trending topics multiplied. Can I even look at Xiaoyingdi's figure? Sigh, I must pay my respects first. Unexpectedly robust for a young master, I thought he'd be frail from living a life of indulgence. Wuxing is indeed a lady from a prestigious family. Her figure is stunning yet carries no hint of vulgarity, just an elegant sensuality. Shuang is truly the epitome of pure allure. She looks so delicate yet is so well endowed. Aside from discussing the already unveiled guests, anticipation ran high for the 2 yet to appear. Am I the only one looking forward to Mr. Shen, his proportions are truly exceptional, he looks enticing even in clothes, so if he were to wear something revealing, he'd definitely trend. Xie Mi surely wouldn't miss this attention-grabbing opportunity, right? I remember her figure being quite good. Just wearing a slightly revealing swimsuit would probably make headlines. Just as this comment floated by, a crisp sound resonated on screen. Hey, a figure clad entirely in black sprang into view, diving into the water. Surfacing after a series of flips. I'm here. What the hell just jumped in? Are you here for a swim or what? Based on the familiar voice and slightly manic demeanor. Everyone barely recognized her. Teacher Xie, Director Neo tentatively called out. The staff behind her were already poised to rush in and apprehend this seemingly misplaced swimmer. It's me. Xie Mi removed the oversized goggles that obscured her face. Grinning widely, the pool is large, just a bit shallow. I can't dive. I asked that why you wore a diving suit. While everyone else showcased their figures in enticing swimwear, she appeared in an all-black wetsuit. Covering herself from head to toe, Xie Mi, unable to dive, remained optimistic. Well, I can still swim, you might as well go home. An infinity pool is meant for romantic dates, not for you to monkey around. Alright, I knew Xie Fei would always surprise me. Isn't this just for attention? While everyone is in swimwear, she shows up in a wetsuit, reverse attention seeking. How clever. She stands out like a sore thumb here. It was indeed shallow. Hearing this, everyone instinctively turned their gaze. Shen Ruoqing approached slowly, clad in a black bathrobe, droplets of water from his damp hair trickling down into the robe, stirring the imagination of those watching. Hope reignited in the crowd. The mysterious and wealthy Mr. Shen's swimwear debut was undoubtedly the highlight of the evening. Under the eager gazes, Shen Ruoqing shed his bathrobe. Here he comes, the second diving suit is about to make an appearance. The crowd's smiles vanished. Mr. Shen, you? Did you just put your pants back on after taking them off? Alright. Ah, I can't take it anymore, such a couple. Thus, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The production team planned for an evening of swimming, expecting to witness handsome men and beautiful women frolicking in the water, skin touching in a blood-tingling display. Instead, they were treated to a scene of monkeys splashing about. The four guests in swimwear floated in the water, looking utterly disenchanted, while two dark figures, one tall and one short, engaged in a swimming race, splashing water everywhere, drenching Director Neo in the process. He wiped his face dry. That's enough, he declared. That's enough. Chapter 17, Location-based hide-and-seek monkey splash romance variety turns into madness. Director Neo could never have anticipated that the romantic poolside date he meticulously orchestrated would trend on social media under such an abstract title. It finally dawned on him the gravity of the situation. If this continued, Xie Mi would indeed single-handedly transform the dating show into a spectacle of madness. It was high time to take action. Consequently, the production team urgently revised the schedule, moving the 1v1 date, originally set for 2 weeks later, to today. The next morning, Director Neo, brimming with enthusiasm, stood in the living room to announce that the 6 guests would be divided into 3 groups, each assigned to one of the 3 pre-arranged dating venues for a day-long rendezvous. How will we be grouped? Asked Lu Wuxing, raising a pertinent question. Excellent inquiry, Director Neo replied as he took out his phone. Moments later, the phones of all 6 guests chimed simultaneously. They instinctively pulled out their devices to discover that Director Neo had created a group chat, adding them all to it. The group chat was aptly named Location-based hide-and-seek, asked Su Shuangrong. Yes, that is correct, this is the game we shall play today. All 6 of you will commence hiding, and after 10 minutes, I will randomly designate one person as the hunter. The hunter must locate all the other players within the stipulated time to claim victory. While playing hide-and-seek, each of you must initiate location sharing within the group. In essence, the hunter will have real-time access to each player's location, which they will use to search for them. The victorious player will have the privilege to choose their desired date, and the chosen party cannot refuse. This is the grouping rule. This sounds entertaining, but wait, if we can see each other's locations, how can we hide? That's why there is a time limit. As long as you can evade capture until time runs out, you're safe. The hunter can see your location, but you can also see theirs. While they search based on your location, you can evade them using theirs. It's reciprocal, but doesn't this favor those who are athletic? If they run fast enough, even if the hunter can see their location, they won't be caught, right? Exactly. Director Neo really knows how to keep things lively. What about the hiding area? Asked Xiao Jingxi, posing a crucial question. Director Neo replied, within the estate. The dating villa is situated within a sprawling estate, characterized by lush green lawns, serene lakes, and verdant woodlands. And what is the time limit? Inquired Xiao Qingya. 1 hour. Director Neo presented a timer, stating, from the moment you step through this door, I will start a countdown of 10 minutes. After that, I will designate the hunter, followed by a 1-hour countdown. Is being found defined as being seen, or must one be physically touched? Asked Shinru. Watching. Touched, Director Neo clarified, thus, as long as you run swiftly enough, You are invincible. With all the rules clearly articulated, the production team granted 10 minutes for strategic discussion and preparation, simultaneously providing a map of the entire estate for reference. Who do you plan to choose? Teacher Xie. As Xie Mi was surveying the terrain, Shinruoqing's voice reached her ears. Turning to look, she noticed he was clad in a casually elegant light blue sweatshirt, resting one arm on the table. His chin propped gracefully, and a gentle smile adorning his face. Oh, the gentle moonlight. Unfortunately, Xie Mi was not swayed by such charm. She mused to herself, don't ponder too deeply, for the answer is elusive. Unperturbed by the indifference, Shinruoqing continued, if you're unsure whom to select, why not choose me? Give me a reason. Because I wish to be paired with teacher Xie. As soon as the words left his lips, several gazes turned sharply towards him. Shock. JPG is this a date invitation? Wait, is this a confession? Is Mr. Shin genuinely interested in Xie Mi, or is it merely curiosity about a new species? Xie Mi, how polite of you. Don't overthink it. There are only 3 female guests in total. Su Shuangrong has a partner, and Mr. Shin has zero interaction with Lu Wuxing, leaving only Xie Mi as an option. Is it really that difficult to admit Mr. Shin has feelings for Xie Mi? Anyone can see the depth in his gaze. It's as if the sky could fall, and you'd still defend him. Xie Mi narrowed her eyes, her mind racing. After a moment, she revealed a knowing smile. Alright, if I win, you'll be my first choice. Xiaojing, she glanced over sharply, then it's settled. Teacher Xie cannot escape me. You can rest assured. As the preparation time concluded, the game officially commenced. The 6 guests activated their phones, enabling location tracking, and ventured out to find hiding spots. 10 minutes later, the hiding phase ended, and Director Neo randomly designated the hunter in the group. Let me see who this fortunate individual is. Itsu, Xiaojingxi, alright, the 1-hour capture countdown begins now. Please set off immediately to find the other guests. Xiaojingxi commenced his pursuit, while the others could observe the movement of his avatar on the map. I'm quite far away, so you better be careful. Su Shuangrong, you're the closest to him now. If Jingxi catches me, I'll accept it. Perhaps you could still make a run for it. Like relocating right now, I don't think I can outrun Jing 11. It must be said that the production team had indeed considered this thoroughly, selecting Xiaojingxi, who maintained a fitness regimen, to avoid a situation where the hunter was too slow to catch the hiders. Just as everyone assumed Su Shuangrong would be the first to fall, Xiaojingxi executed a surprising maneuver. He completely disregarded the nearest target, Su Shuangrong, and moved in another direction. Where is he heading? Is there someone over there? Zoom out on the map. There is. The furthest avatar from Xiaojingxi was none other than Xie Mi, positioned so far away that she nearly blended into the edge of the map. Is this old rascal targeting me, ignoring the closest one to chase the farthest? Isn't this love? Such a clear distinction between affection and disdain. It's apparent that Xiaojingxi has been holding back. He finally seizes the chance to take revenge on Xie Mi. Teacher Xie, you can proceed without worry. Do people speak ill of me? Fear not. If you lose, I'll choose you. Little did Shinruoqing know that as soon as he sent that message, Xiaojingxi's avatar began to surge forward at an astonishing speed, resembling a wild stallion in full sprint. Goodness, what vigor! I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll step out for now. As Xiaojingxi's avatar drew ever closer to Xie Mi, the 2 icons merged into one. Everyone held their breath, anticipating Director Neo's announcement of Xie Mi's elimination, yet all they received was a question from Xiaojingxi. Xie Mi, have you vanished into thin air? Chapter 18, Hide-and-Seek Masters. Xiaojingxi stood amidst a small grove, intently fixated on the avatar of Xie Mi on his phone, his brow furrowed with such intensity that it could crush a fly. At this moment, their icons were perfectly aligned, yet he found himself utterly alone in his location, with not even a trace of Xie Mi's phone in sight, even if she had discarded her phone and fled. There should at least be some indication of its presence, right, Director Neo? Is there an issue with the location tracking? The tracking is accurate. Should any problems arise, I will inform you immediately. Then Xie Mi must have violated the rules. I cannot see her. She hasn't broken any rules. Pardon, what is going on? Did you not search thoroughly? Send me a video to review. Xiaojingxi promptly uploaded a video, capturing the entirety of his surroundings. Even the sky above, yet the footage revealed only trees and leaves, no sign of Xie Mi whatsoever. Could she be up in a tree? I checked. She is not there. This is rather peculiar. The viewers in Xiaojingxi's livestream shared the same confusion. Where on earth is she? This area is completely visible. Where could Xie Mi possibly be? She must have hidden her phone and run away. If she is not even carrying her phone, isn't that against the rules? Ivy always said Xie Mi has a knack for evasion. Stubbornly, Xiaojingxi continued his search, despite his inability to locate her, diligently scouring the vicinity as if he intended to inspect every single leaf. Eventually, Director Neo could no longer refrain from offering a hint in the group chat. Half the time has elapsed, and you haven't found a single person. Perhaps consider switching targets, or you'll end up in last place. Xiaojingxi, frustrated yet left with no alternative, Xiaojingxi shifted his focus. This time, he set his sights on Shinruoqing. Interestingly, Shinruoqing was also positioned at the farthest point from him. Why, with little time left? Is he still aiming for the most distant target? While I can understand his choice to pursue Xie Mi out of dislike, what is his motive for going after Mr. Shin? Don't try to decipher a handsome man's thoughts. He'll pursue whomever he desires, with no need for elaborate reasoning. I suspect there is a reason. Mr. Shin had previously agreed with Xie Mi to mutually select each other. Perhaps Xiao Jingxi aims to deprive them of that opportunity. Intending for them to lose, laughter erupted as the audience pondered, why on earth did the esteemed Xiao actor resort to such measures? Surely he would prefer Xie Mi to choose someone else. In an effort to save time. Xiao Jingxi sprinted at full speed, arriving at Shin Juqing's location visibly fatigued. However, another predicament soon arose. Xiao Jingxi, Shin Juqing, Mr. Shin, I cannot see you. Shin Juqing, that is precisely the point. Xiao Jingxi, out with a sigh. Xiao Jingxi set down his phone and gazed silently at the tranquil lake before him. Su Shuangrong, if I am not mistaken, Mr. Shin's location appears to be on the lake. Zhou Qingye, do we even have boats on this lake? Had I known, I would have boarded one as well. Xiao Jingxi, no, Xiao Jingxi, there are no boats. Lu Wuxing, at this moment an eerie silence enveloped everyone. How unsettling is it that, in broad daylight, Xie Mi has vanished, and now Mr. Shin has seemingly evaporated as well? Goodness, this feels like a horror show. I wonder if the esteemed Xiao actor has encountered a ghost. As the barrage of comments began to veer into the realm of the supernatural, Director Neo intervened once more in the group chat, issuing a time reminder. Director Neo, a gentle reminder, there are just 10 minutes left. If you still cannot locate anyone, you may find yourselves at the bottom of the standings. Xiao Jingxi, with no other choice, Xiao Jingxi gritted his teeth and shifted his focus. This time, he could no longer afford to select the farthest target, but dashed directly toward the nearest, Lu Wuxing. He soon found Lu Wuxing at the pavilion on the lake. Director Neo, ding, Lu Wuxing has been found and is now joining the He Ghost team to assist the esteemed Xiao actor in the search. The two divided their tasks. Lu Wuxing would seek out the relatively nearby Su Shuangrong, while Xiao Jingxi would pursue the farthest target, Zhou Qingye. Before long, Lu Wuxing discovered Su Shuangrong hidden behind some bushes. Director Neo, ding, Su Shuangrong has been found and is now joining the He Ghost team alongside the esteemed Xiao actor in their search. At this point, Xiao Jingxi was drawing ever closer to Zhou Qingye. After such a frenzied dash, Xiao Jingxi felt his strength waning, yet as a true man, he refused to concede defeat and pressed on. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Qingye's figure suddenly began to move. Here it comes. The chase is on. Zhou Qingye, always indulging in leisure, surprisingly runs quite swiftly. Xiao Jingxi looked pale. Can he still keep up? In the footage, Zhou Qingye sprinted with all his might, while Xiao Jingxi pursued closely behind. Resembling two wild men frolicking through the jungle, just as Zhou Qingye appeared to be on the verge of being caught, he turned and ascended the bridge, with Xiao Jingxi hot on his heels. The drone above crackled with Director Neo's voice. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Xiao Jingxi's heart sank as he beheld Zhou Qingye, a mere arm's length away, and with a determined bite of his lip. He lunged forward. Zhou Qingye, sensing something amiss, turned in alarm. Bang! Xiao Jingxi collided with Zhou Qingye like a wild boar, forgetting that the bridge was too narrow, and with a splash, they both tumbled into the water. Underwater, their eyes met. Yes, 6 eyes. They beheld Shin Juqing serenely submerged beneath the surface, relying on a single reed to breathe. Shin Juqing noticed them, his expression one of surprise, followed by a smile, as he waved hello. Xiao Jingxi and Zhou Qingye shivered, unable to hold their breath, and sank below the surface. The production team promptly rescued the three from the water. To assuage the audience's curiosity, they proceeded to the location where Xie Mi was last tracked. There truly was no hiding place to be found. Lu Wuxing scanned the area thoroughly, perplexed. Su Shuangrong echoed her confusion. Suddenly, a hand erupted from the ground, its fingertips caked in dirt, starkly contrasting with its pale complexion. Reminiscent of a zombie emerging from the earth, the group froze, only to be followed by a cacophony of horrified screams. It's a ghost. Goodness, I was so startled I punched a hole in the bed frame. Even my 3-year-old brother cried in fright. Oh my goodness. The atmosphere in the livestream chat mirrored the shocking scene. A warm hand grasped the grimy one, pulling it from the earth. Shin Juqing tilted his head and chuckled. Xia, you truly are dedicated. Likewise, was the reply. Xie Mi finally revealed her true self, utterly soiled from head to toe, with an oxygen tank strapped to her back, her means of breathing while buried underground. Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. Zhou Qingye, still in shock, spotted Xie Mi's oxygen tank and felt a wave of imbalance wash over him, yet he hesitated to directly confront her, instead venting his frustrations at the production team. Why didn't you inform us that props could be used? According to the rules, props are not permitted. However, Teacher Xia won a privilege card during yesterday's hidden task, which allowed her to utilize this advantage. Director Neo clarified. Chapter 19, A Date, Thrills, and Escape Room Adventures. In the end, Xie Mi and Shin Juqing emerged victorious by hiding until the very end. Their remarkable feat of one being submerged and the other buried made headlines. Trending with the hashtag the most bizarre hide and seek in history, netizens commented fiercely, one ocean burial, one earth burial, the sensual mother cockroach, I couldn't unearth such pure gold even in 10 years of mining, Bear Ridges escaping Suwa, you've made me laugh unexpectedly. The young lady with £1,000, you fools, what on earth are you doing? Brother, I'm scared. Why is Mr. Shin so eccentric, huh? Beating up elementary students, what a pair of eccentrics, during the program. Director No announced, since Mr. Shin and teacher Xia are tied for first place, you may discuss who will choose first. This process felt somewhat redundant, as they had agreed beforehand to select each other regardless. Xie Mi intended to swiftly choose Shin Juqing, but upon hearing his light-hearted suggestion, ladies first, let teacher Xie choose, she turned to meet his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if he were silently urging. Choose me, Xie Mi's mischievous nature surged forth, and with a swift turn, she pointed decisively at Chiu Qingye. Then I choose Chiu. Wait, Shin Juqing suddenly held her hand, his smile still present. Perhaps we should forego the ladies first. After all, I am not a gentleman, I choose teacher Xie. He blurted it out in one breath, as if fearing a moment's delay. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow. Oh, how clever! Thus, Mr. Shin and teacher Xie are now a team. Before Director Nyo could finish his sentence, Xiao Jingxi unexpectedly interjected. What? Has this been decided without Xie Mi's input? Director Nyo was taken aback by Xiao Jingxi's sudden interruption. Per the rules, the chosen party cannot refuse. Yet, wasn't she also tied for first? Surely, as a co-winner, she possessed the right to choose as well. Xiao Jingxi smiled and stated, I merely respect the rules of the game. A rather grandiloquent justification for himself. Faced with this, Director Nyo had no choice but to proceed with the protocol, asking Xie Mi, so, teacher Xie, do you wish to team up with Mr. Shin? Before Xie Mi could respond, she felt an intense gaze fixed upon her. Looking up, she met Xiao Jingxi's piercing stare, filled with warning and threat. She couldn't help but chuckle. Why do some people enjoy embarrassing themselves so much? Absolutely, I am more than willing, if I cannot team up with old Shin. My life would be utterly meaningless. Not only was she willing, she was also adamant about it. Xiao Jingxi's expression immediately soured. Meanwhile, Shin Juqing's lips curled into an enticing smile, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Why do you call me old Shen? Am I that old? Whether you're old or not is irrelevant. What matters is that calling you that makes me seem youthful indeed. That makes perfect sense, right, old Shin? Indeed, old Xia. What on earth, when did they become this sweet? Ever since the hide-and-seek game, I've felt their thoughts align mysteriously. They seem increasingly suited for each other. Mr. Shin was just terrified that Xie Mi would choose someone else. Yet he casually mentioned not being a gentleman. What does that even mean? I am utterly smitten. Am I the only one who finds Xiao Jingxi's expression a bit peculiar? Throughout the ordeal, Xiao Jingxi maintained a displeased expression, while Su Shuangrong attempted to engage him, but to no avail, ultimately feigning concern to craft the illusion that Xiao Jingxi was merely unwell. The final team compositions were as follows: Xie Mi and Shin Juqing, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong, Lu Wuxing, and Xiao Qingye. With the teams set, it was time to select the date venue. The production team, shrouded in mystery, presented a whiteboard displaying 3 keywords: romantic, thrilling, health. Without revealing the date's specifics, they encouraged the participants to choose based solely on these keywords. In the realm of program production, Director Nyo spared no effort to enhance the experience. The chat erupted in fervent discussion. Is there really a need to choose? They might as well plaster the correct answer on your face. Got it. Thrilling is the worst option. You can't possibly go bungee jumping on a first date. What about the girl's makeup? Would she show up with disheveled hair? Is it possible that the production team is employing reverse psychology, making the worst option the best? Only a fool would choose thrilling. The atmosphere is paramount in fostering feelings between men and women. Based on my past experiences with dating shows, the first date is crucial for determining future CP dynamics. A successful date usually locks in the pairing, so one must be cautious. Just as the word cautious floated through the chat, Xie Mi raised her hand, her voice bright and clear. I choose thrilling. As the victorious team, they held the privilege of first choice. However, no one expected her to be so resolute, leaving Director Nyo momentarily speechless. Are you certain? Do you not wish to reconsider? Passion is essential for a date. Without stimulation, how can one experience fervor? Xie Mi spoke with conviction. Director Nyo glanced at Shin Ruoqing, his eyes questioning. Shin Ruoqing chuckled softly, leisurely agreeing, and thus it was settled. The stimulating group, excitement; the romantic group, romance; the health group, wellness. The 3 pairs of CPs boarded the production team's vehicle. En route to the dating location, the first activity for the stimulating group was an escape room. They arrived at the most popular escape room venue of the moment, exclusively booked by the production team, the vast hall devoid of any customers. The production team is indeed keeping up with trends. I expected something akin to bungee jumping or roller coasters, but this is quite different. There have been previous escape room variety shows where the guests collectively screamed. Even a 185 centimeters male model was so frightened his legs went weak. I've yet to witness anyone remain calm. Prepared a screenshot. I have a hunch that Mr. Shin and teacher Xie will provide an abundance of memes. To enhance the immersion for the 2 teachers, there would be no filming inside the escape room. The broadcast would rely solely on surveillance footage. The 2 teachers were asked to review a waiver, confirming they had no heart conditions or hypertension before signing a life and death agreement. Xie Mi, an experienced escape room enthusiast, Swiftly signed her name. Shinru, watching, sitting across from her, took his time before also signing. After glancing over the agreement, the assistant director sensed trouble. How could these two be so unfazed? Would this show even yield any excitement? We have prepared a medium difficulty level. However, should the two teachers desire, we can adjust it to low or high difficulty, the staff informed. Upon hearing this, Xie Mi raised an eyebrow, gesturing to her counterpart. I am fine with anything. What do you think? Shinru, watching, smiled nonchalantly, casual in demeanor. Oh no, they're quite skilled. The big shots have stumbled into a beginner-esque game. Warning for fish pond addicts. Chapter 20, Xie Mi, the goddess of variety shows. Without hesitation, the production team booked them for a high difficulty level. The theme of the escape room was an ancient mansion exploration, where the two teachers would portray spiritual investigators, stealthily entering the mysterious old house to uncover its haunting secrets. Please gather your props. We are about to enter the escape room. The staff handed them a flashlight and two talismans adorned with peculiar symbols. They then blindfolded them and guided them into the escape room. The temperature inside was chilling, a gusty wind swirling, accompanied by eerie background sounds mingled with the growls of unidentified creatures. The teachers could now remove their blindfolds. The overhead speaker crackled to life with the staff's voice, accompanied by the sound of static electricity. Xie Mi lifted her blindfold, revealing a dimly lit space. Through the faint green glow, it became apparent they were in a dilapidated restroom. The tiles were smeared with blood, and thick black water seeped from the toilet, emanating an unsettling aura. You are the spiritual investigators, commissioned to investigate this ancient mansion, since the main entrance has been locked for years. You had no choice but to enter through the window into the restroom. And now, please find the key to unlock the restroom door and enter the mansion. The staff's voice echoed intermittently over the speaker. It's the middle of the day, and I'm getting chills. Protect me. With the barrage of comments. They both seem remarkably composed. Oh dear. Mr. Shin is the legendary man who maintains an 80 heart rate even while bungee jumping. Xie Mi clearly has a headstrong disposition. I suspect they're both unafraid. Let us find the key. Xie Mi turned her head, only to be confronted by a ghostly pale face. Ah, the starlet exclaimed, her voice laced with panic. The owner of the ghostly visage, Shinru, watching, holding the flashlight beneath his chin, was startled by her scream, causing the flashlight to fly from his hand with a plop. The only flashlight fell into the toilet, disappearing into the murky depths. Xie Mi, Shinru, watching. The silence was deafening. I thought a big shot had wandered into a novice's game. But it seems a couple of novices have stumbled into a high-level challenge? Is that you? Alright, just a moment ago, they were both so composed, and now one is utterly flustered. Are you very scared? Xie Mi gritted her teeth, asking. Shinru, watching, nodded sincerely. I am indeed afraid. You too. I'm terrified, Xie Mi declared in a tone that belied her bravado. Then why didn't you both just choose the low difficulty level? Two of the most timid individuals selected the most terrifying scenario. Amazing. Meanwhile, in the control room, the assistant director and others were elated. Isn't this the perfect show material? In any case, let us find the key. Xie Mi stormed to the sink, ready to search, when suddenly a ghostly face emerged in the mirror. Xie Mi gasped, rolling her eyes as she stumbled backward. Shinru, watching, caught her. His long fingers steadying her waist, her head resting against his firm yet slightly yielding chest, the warmth of his presence thawing her tense form. Thank goodness for his muscular physique. Arigato, my dear, she muttered. Feeling better. He seemed to lower his head as well, his warm breath cascading over her neck and shoulders. It was undeniable, an exquisite sensation. She quickly sprang away from him, her skin tingling from the contact. Was it her imagination, or did he seem to be smiling in the dim light? They needed to retrieve the flashlight, otherwise it would be too dark to see anything. Xie Mi rolled up her sleeves and approached the toilet. What are you doing, you silly girl? Wait, could it be what I think it is? In a swift motion, Xie Mi plunged her hand into the toilet. It happened so fast that even Shinru, watching, couldn't intervene. The starlet is digging into the toilet with her bare hands. Jia, you are my goddess. She found it. Wait, there seems to be something else. Xie Mi, with a serious expression, rummaged around inside and then triumphantly pulled out a key. I can't believe it. Is this really happening? I thought retrieving something from the toilet was already absurd, but the key was genuinely inside. Next up, two timid souls bravely navigating a high-difficulty escape room. Having exited the restroom, they found themselves in an interminable corridor. Suddenly echoing through the still air were the sounds of footsteps. As the footsteps drew nearer, the pace quickened. Something was ahead. Xie Mi shone the flashlight forward. And to their horror, a ghostly figure in white was rushing towards them. Oh no, Xie Mi dubbed behind Shinru, watching, inadvertently brushing her hands against his abs in the process. In the chaos, a talisman slipped from Shinru, watching's pocket. The ghost, startled, turned and fled. Xie Mi rejoiced, realizing the talisman was meant to ward off spirits. This was manageable. Upon entering the next room, a hanging ghost dropped from the ceiling. Xie Mi confidently brandished her talisman. Only to be swiftly captured by the ghost. The staff's voice echoed through the speakers, congratulating the players for unraveling the talisman's mystery. One was a warding talisman, while the other summoned spirits. Xie Mi, 6, ha, I can't stop laughing. How unfortunate for Xie. First she was digging in the toilet, and now she is being captured by a ghost, ha. This is hilarious. She truly is the goddess of variety shows. With Xie Mi captured, the scene shifted to Shinru watching his solo mission. Armed with his flashlight, he scoured the room for clues, when suddenly a wardrobe burst open, and a ghost in red lunged at him with a screech. He brandished the warding talisman, but the red-clad ghost remained unfazed, binding him with ropes and securing him to a chair. Is this a bondage play? This escape room is taking a wild turn. Huh, what is happening? Why can't I hear anything? It turned out the microphone clipped to Shinru watching his collar had fallen to the ground. The red ghost took a step forward, unknowingly kicking the microphone far away. Little handsome, are you scared? Her pale fingers grasped his chin, her menacing laughter resonating in the air, creating an exceedingly eerie atmosphere. Shinru watching bowed his head, his hair obscuring his eyes. His lips a glossy red, resembling a delicate youth being bullied. Scared? If you're scared, answer my questions. Fail to do so, and I shall consume you. I'll tell you anything you wish to know. He kept his head down, trembling with fear. Very well, the first question. Why did you come to participate in this show? To find love, liar. The ghost cracked the whip on the ground with a spine-chilling sound. If you don't tell the truth, I will consume you right now. In the throes of extreme terror, no secrets remain hidden. When fear occupies the mind, any secret will spill forth. Speak, tell me. The fearsome ghost approached him, her voice sharp and piercing. Suddenly, Shinru watching lifted his gaze to meet hers, an intriguing glimmer flashing in his charming eyes. The ghost hesitated momentarily, and the next heartbeat, he seized her wrist, spinning her into his embrace. His warm palm anchored at her waist, his heated breath brushing against her ear, revealing a truth. Teacher Xie, I came here to fall in love with you. Chapter 21. What kind of celestial being is Xie Mi? The audience was equally astonished. Who would have thought a variety show could take such an unexpected turn? Initially, it appeared as though two timid souls were bravely venturing into an ancient mansion. However, just as Xie Mi was captured by a ghost, she shed her prior fear, donning the ghost's attire and striding confidently through the mansion. When a ghost lunged to frighten her, she simply went into a frenzy, startling the ghost into fainting. A complete reversal of expectations. No, is she scared or not? Twists and turns abound. One moment she appears to be a powerhouse, and the next, just a novice, initially perceived as inexperienced. She turns out to be a master. So was her earlier fear all just an act? Impressive. What is she up to now? One could see Xie Mi traversing the ancient residence with ease, effortlessly uncovering all the hidden passages, and she proceeded directly through these secret routes to the room where Xinjuanqing was located. Subsequently, she began to play ghost in order to frighten Xinjuanqing, even binding him to a chair. At that moment, the viewers in Xinjuanqing's livestream were utterly terrified, while those in Xie Mi's stream were in fits of laughter. Ah, you're hilarious. I strongly suspect that even the part where she pretended to be abducted by a ghost was part of her elaborate plan to return and frighten Mr. Shen. Old Shen genuinely appears frightened. Come on, Xie, be reasonable. Hey, why is there no sound? Are they saying something? I can't hear a thing. Why are they embracing? Goodness, it turns out old Shen was also pretending. The audience finally realized the truth. It seems these two were never afraid at all, but had been feigning fear from the very beginning. The first audience to be played by the guests had emerged. You're not scared? Xie Mi was taken aback. If he were truly in a state of extreme terror, he would never have guessed it was her. Thus, the only possibility was that he was not afraid at all. Xinjuanqing lifted the wig that obscured his face, locking eyes with her. It appeared that teacher Xie was also unfazed. Xie Mi's expression instantly fell. Alright, I've been outplayed, yet such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered. Given the circumstances, I shall speak plainly. Xie Mi rose from his embrace, getting straight to the point. On the first day of recording, during the finger-folding game, you mentioned you came for someone specific. At that time, I didn't consider it could be me, but in light of subsequent events, it seems you were referring to me, the initial encounter, the later covert observations, and the various proactive advances. Clearly, you have a significant interest in me. So here lies the question. We barely know each other. Why would you come on the show for a stranger? The mysterious billionaire, whose face had never been revealed, had revealed himself at quite the cost. In response to her barrage of inquiries, Xinjuanqing maintained a gentle smile, only speaking once she had finished. Teacher Xie is a public figure. I have seen you online and admired you. What is so strange about that? Of course, it's strange. This character never existed in the original text, meaning that the storyline of Xinjuanqing admiring her online was entirely fabricated. If one were to suggest it was a butterfly effect triggered by her arrival. She never believed a billionaire would fall head over heels for a female celebrity simply because she went a bit wild online for 2 days. She never subscribed to such trite narratives. Indeed, Xie Mi proudly lifted her chin, asserting, I possess a certain charm that is perfectly natural for someone of my caliber, a captivating star, beloved by all, to evoke such feelings in you, since he was unwilling to speak the truth. She would feign belief for the time being, planning to uncover his secrets later. Meanwhile, the other two pairs had also arrived at their respective date locations. Lu Wuxing and Qiu Qingye entered a luxurious spa cinema. Indulging in a top-tier spa experience that included massages, foot treatments, and steam baths, truly the epitome of wellness, the romantic duo, Su Shuangrong and Xiao Jingxi, visited a love-themed art gallery and checked in at the couple's CAF upstairs. Their conversation flowed pleasantly, and as their gazes met, a flirtatious tension filled the air, providing ample sweet moments. When it came time to settle the bill, Xiao Jingxi pulled out his phone, only to be distracted by a series of trending topics on Weibo. What divine item is Xie Mi's donkey slaying? Xie Mi and Qin Zhuangqing's bondage play contemporary Mr. and Mrs. Smith. With 800 watchful eyes, Xiao Jingxi's smile vanished in an instant. What's wrong? Noticing his sudden change in demeanor, Su Shuangrong instinctively glanced at his screen, astonished to see Qin Zhuangqing and teacher Xie featured. It's nothing. Xiao Jingxi forced a calm demeanor as he dismissed the Weibo notifications and completed the transaction. However, the filming crew began to murmur quietly among themselves. Mr. Shin and teacher Xie have trended. Did you see that? I recall their group was supposed to be in a mystery room, so it's not surprising they made the trending list. Viewers enjoy watching artists get scared in such settings. No, it's their CP that's trending sweetly. Unable to contain their curiosity, the crew member clicked on the trending topic, revealing a frenzy of fans in the comments. Along with an abundance of fan-made videos, the most popular video had amassed over 300,000 shares, titled, Qin Zhuangqing Xie Mi, High Sweet Compilation Ambiguous Bondage Plot Driven. In the video, Xie Mi and Qin Zhuangqing were depicted in a dimly lit mystery room. Startled, she stumbled backward, and he caught her in his embrace, whispering softly as she shyly turned away. Her cheeks flushed, the romantic tension was palpable. As they were pursued by a chainsaw-wielding monster, he took her hand and they ran through the darkness. Seeking refuge behind a narrow door, their bodies pressed together, breaths mingling, the emotions heightened. When she was unexpectedly snatched by a ghost, she instinctively sought his help. Their hands, once tightly clasped, were forcibly separated, marking the beginning of their torment. She shed her innocent persona, donning a stunning red dress, and returned with vengeance, binding him and wielding a whip. The revenge was sweet. He pretended to submit but suddenly embraced her, revealing the true wolf in sheep's clothing. Everything had been a ruse to win her back. A high-sweet conclusion. The crew member couldn't help but emit a high-pitched gasp. What an exhilarating setup. Xiao Jingxi frowned, casting a glance at Su Shuangrong, who also turned to look. Shoo. Another crew member quickly covered his mouth. Keep it down. If the most popular Xiaorong CP isn't trending, and instead the bizarre Xie Mi's donkey slaying goes viral, what will happen if the two teachers find out? Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong. Xie invited, and she already knows. Xiao Jingxi's expression darkened further as he clenched his fists. In the next moment, he looked at Su Shuangrong with eyes filled with deep affection. Shuang, may I hold your hand? Su Shuangrong instantly understood, her surprise quickly turning to bashfulness as a rosy hue spread across her cheeks. Don't ask such shy questions. Xiao Jingxi's smile broadened as he gently wrapped his large hand around hers, tenderly caressing it with restrained affection. Then I shall take that as your consent. Chapter 22. Tidying up to ascend in popularity. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Jingxi's gesture of holding Su Shuangrong's hand ignited excitement in the comments. They finally held hands, leaving a footprint to commemorate the first handholding outside the drama for the Xiaorong CP. Moreover, Xiao Jingxi referred to her as Shuang. Did anyone notice? He previously called her Shuangrong, but this time it was Shuang. After the CP fans shared the material on Weibo, a trending topic for the Xiaorong CP soon emerged. Xiao Jingxi holds Su Shuangrong's hand. Xiaorong CP is sweet explosion. True CP is the best to ship. The Xiaorong CP fans eagerly flooded the topic with posts to gain traction. However, awkwardly, the topic of Xie Mi's donkey slaying remained firmly within the top 3. The Xiaorong topic was only at the 5th position or lower. Unwilling to back down, the Xiaorong CP fans edited together today's date content into fan-made videos. Xiao Jingxi Su Shuangrong, full of sweet moments, eyes locking restraint and control as true love. Xiaorong CP, Shuang, may I hold your hand? Dating show date cut. Xiaorong CP is divine. Once these videos were released, bolstered by the enthusiastic retweets of the Xiaorong CP fans, their popularity surged quickly. Yet, when comparing with the trending video of Xie Mi's donkey slaying CP, which had already surpassed 500,000 shares, it was an insurmountable height. Some extreme CP fans were driven to frustration and resorted to insults. Smiling divinity, I wonder if Xie Mi's paid fans will ever cease. Their CP topic can only be third. I've never seen so many fans before, suddenly flooding in like this. Do they think others are fools? Mint Blue, initially trying to bind Xiao Jingxi, now realizing he is ignoring her, she resorts to binding Qin Zhuangqing instead. Can't she just behave? Xiaoshan Fei Shui, you're also starved for content, willing to ship anything. This fiery attack quickly decimated the trending topic for Xie Mi's donkey slaying. Little did they expect, the counterattack was swift and fierce. Little brat, I find it amusing that Xie Mi's donkey slaying has not mentioned those two names at all. What are some fans getting upset about? Is anyone dull? What's wrong? Can't Bystanders ship CP? If I stumbled upon a CP video and came to Weibo for materials, does that make me a paid fan? Am I on your payroll? DGA, thanks for the reminder. I'll go follow Xie Mi's donkey slaying topic right now. Don't get your haircut here, laughing to death, copying others to make fan-made videos. No one can match their popularity. Creative yin yang person. I saw the Xiaorong CP video on the subway, and the person behind me reached out to swipe it away. The Xiaorong CP fans not only failed to outshine Xie Mi's donkey slaying but also provoked bystanders to follow the topic. Instantly, Xie Mi's donkey slaying topic surpassed the Starcheng CP, becoming second and rapidly closing in on the first place held by Xiaorong. Meanwhile, the official topic for Human Love Observation Room also began to surface with abundant materials. Many fans reported spotting the show's guests in Haishur today, eagerly uploading candid shots. It was during this time that an incident occurred. As Xie Mi traveled in the program cruise vehicle alongside Shen Zhuanqing to the next date location. She was suddenly hit by an egg that flew toward her as soon as she stepped out of the car. Xie Mi swiftly crouched down to tie her shoelaces. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as an egg splattered onto the unsuspecting face of the assistant director. It was rotten. The assistant director, overwhelmed by the stench, rolled his eyes back and retched violently. Get out of the show, Xie Biao. You're nothing but a lowly opportunist, filthy creature. Keep your distance from our Mr. Shen. Their vehicle had long been surrounded by a horde of black fans, all donning black masks and clutching an assortment of rotten eggs and spoiled cabbages, evidently having prepared for this ambush. Oh, lo and behold, Xie Mi, rather than being flustered, jested leisurely with Shenru watching. I didn't realize you had so many fans. Shenru watching, with a half-smile, subtly insinuated, surely they can't be my fans? Xie Mi lifted her gaze to meet his. And it was evident that they were on the same wavelength. Bodyguards. Where are the bodyguards? Hurry and intervene, the assistant director bellowed in frustration. Before the bodyguards could respond, the mob of black fans surged forward. Seizing the filming equipment and smashing it to the ground, the expensive machinery, worth hundreds of thousands, lay in ruins. After wreaking havoc, they fled, leaving behind a parting threat: if you don't make Xie Mi leave, don't expect to film. The assistant director stood there, stunned for a few seconds, before bursting into tears. What the hell? This is outrageous. He clearly stated he didn't want to work with this crew, yet you insisted he stay. Damn it! As he sobbed, a pack of tissues suddenly appeared before him. Xie Mi was offering it. Why are you crying? Are you overwhelmed with joy? The assistant director retorted, baffled. What nonsense are you spouting? The equipment has been destroyed. My clothes are ruined, everything is in shambles. We can't film this show anymore. Disregarding his protests, Xie Mi tossed the tissues into his arms and turned to board the vehicle. The assistant director, still bewildered, noticed Shenru watching approaching. What does teacher Xie mean? Shenru watching's hand rested gently on his shoulder, a subtle yet enigmatic smile gracing his lips. You are about to witness a ratings peak. As the livestream abruptly cut off. The incident of Xie Mi being besieged by black fans quickly surged to the top of trending topics, overshadowing previous CP-related entries. I must be exhausted, one viewer commented. Mr. Shen's fans are utterly deranged. They've smashed equipment, preventing any filming. Another added, I was watching the livestream, and truly did not comprehend the chaos. At first, I thought it was part of the show, but it only grew more real. Oops, my bad. Another chimed in. If Shenru watching's fans detest Xie Mi this much, how can you still ship this CP? I certainly cannot. Enough already, someone else remarked. The irrational fans from both sides have already clashed. It's a complete mess. This is a lost cause. Will the show even continue filming? Another inquired. If it doesn't resume, I might as well watch Xiaorong family. They've resumed streaming. Go watch. Upon receiving the news, viewers hastily returned to the livestream, only to find a significant drop in video quality. The audio was also noticeably muddied, clearly not filmed with professional equipment. Isn't that a cell phone recording? It's commendable they're using a phone after the camera was smashed. But the quality is truly dismal. Aside, I was already struggling to ship this, and now with such poor quality, I'm tempted to switch to another channel. Hold on. Suddenly Xie Mi addressed the camera directly, reclining languidly in her seat, with Shenru watching beside her, casually smiling. The phone's video quality was slightly blurry, and the lighting was subpar without the professional equipment, yet this very imperfection lent them an air of rogue charm. Enough with the sweet idol dramas. Shall we explore a different genre? Xie Mi rested her chin on her hand, a playful smile illuminating her crescent-shaped eyes. How about a revenge thriller? In a dilapidated building, a group clad in black garments gathered, raising their glasses in a toast to celebrate their triumph. This operation has been a resounding success. Everyone has worked hard, the leader declared passionately. The crowd echoed their agreement. It wasn't difficult. I've long harbored disdain for Xie Biao, so it's an honor to be part of this endeavor. One remarked. That shameless woman thought she could cleanse her reputation by participating in a dating show and then latch onto a big shot for a new CP. How laughable. She shall not succeed. Pretending to be a fan of Shenru watching was sheer genius. Not only did we insult Xie Mi, but we also dismantled the cult-like pairing of Xiaoru watching, two birds with one stone. I declare, Xiao Rong is the true gem. Bang! The old door was suddenly kicked open, revealing a shadowy figure backlit against the entrance. Who are you? The leader of the black fans immediately tensed. The figure remained silent, only revealing a knowing smile. The next moment, the assistant director, who had been hiding in a trash bin, burst forth, shouting, "Show yourself, darling." He brandished his phone, aiming the camera at the group. It's the crew from the dating show. The leader of the black fans panicked, hastily covering his face and shouting, "Run!" However, the mysterious figure at the door had already brandished a mop, swinging it wildly. "Die, all of you!" The black fans screamed in terror. "What the hell? There's poop, it stinks, ugh ugh ugh, run, she's an idiot." The moment Xie Mi heard the word idiot, her composure shattered. "Damn it, I refuse to play abstract any longer. First, no one understands my humor. Second, some actually think I'm an idiot." "Don't move!" A swarm of police officers stormed in, encircling the black fans. "You are guilty of disturbing the peace, vandalizing property. Come with us to the station." Shen Ruoqing entered behind the police, his warm hand resting gently on Xie Mi's head. "Don't let it get to you, you are not an idiot." The sensation was pleasant. She swatted his hand away. "Try rubbing my head again and see what happens." Shen Ruoqing chuckled. Having been caught, the black fans collectively found themselves in custody. Receiving a stern lecture from the police, they not only had to compensate for the damages to the hundreds of thousands worth of equipment but were also required to handwrite apology letters to post on Weibo. Admitting their wrongdoing. As they sat in the detention room penning their apologies, they were baffled as to how their covert operation had been discovered by the show's crew. It was only when the leader of the black fans clicked into Xie Mi's live stream that the pieces began to fall into place. The video quality remained poor, yet the viewer count soared to a staggering 90 million, placing it at the pinnacle of all dating show live streams. The comments flooded the screen, overwhelming the visuals. He quickly disabled the comments, only to see Xie Mi directing her phone's screen toward the camera, revealing a group chat that unmistakably belonged to their black fan group. As the saying goes, "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat." Xie Mi flashed a wicked smile. "Didn't he see this coming, did you? I've secretly infiltrated all the black fan groups. Each one has my little account there." With her knowledge of the original text, she completed the 100 Reasons to Hate Xie Mi assignment flawlessly. Infiltrating the black fan groups was a cinch. The leader of the black fans was horrified. "Management, who is the group admin?" A timid black fan in the corner raised his hand. "It's me." The leader of the black fans lunged at him, shaking him vigorously. "You think you're so high and mighty as an admin, flaunting your status in the group, completely oblivious to the infiltration. You're the one who is going to face the consequences." The incident of Xie Mi's crackdown on black fans heightened awareness among all black fans. They hastily disbanded all group chats overnight. In a single night, the organization crumbled. Consequently, Xie Mi's efforts gained notoriety. Humorously dubbed the blackout incident by netizens, with the emergence of trending topics, the previously warring factions of Xie and Shen's fans experienced a complete turnaround, not only reconciling but also forging a profound revolutionary friendship. The popularity of both Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing's livestreams shattered all previous records for the show, soaring to unprecedented heights, achieving a godlike status despite merely being filmed on a phone. The video of the crackdown on black fans went viral, spawning countless remixes and becoming widely circulated across various short video platforms. Netizens found themselves divided into conservative and radical factions regarding Xie Mi's actions. The conservatives deemed her too reserved, while the radicals believed she was not aggressive enough. "Well done," one commenter stated. "These extreme stalkers should have been dealt with long ago. Following artists, lying in wait, vandalizing equipment, it's practically gang behavior. Stalkers are unworthy of being fans." Another proclaimed, "Damn, that was so cool, Sister Xie. I would do anything to rectify your heteronormative situation. So my CP is alive again, my CP lives." Following this incident, Xie Ruoqing and Xie Mi became immensely popular. Their CP surpassed Xiao Rong by a margin of 5,000 fans, claiming the top spot in the Super Topic rankings. The assistant director beamed with joy, returning to the villa radiantly, throwing a taunt at Director Niu. "Yesterday you ignored me. Today, I'm the one you can't reach." Director Niu looked at him as if he were a fool. "Are you an idiot?" Although Xie Ruoqing and Xie Mi aren't the most popular CP, they undoubtedly deliver the best show, and their combined viewership will certainly be high. Keeping him in this crew is solely for the sake of achieving good ratings. This fool still believes he has been wronged. "Truly a fool." "Thank you, Teacher Xie. Your efforts are appreciated. This round truly benefits us both. I raise a glass in your honor." The assistant director, upon seeing Xie Mi preparing to ascend the stairs, immediately approached her. Xie Mi cast a glance at him, one akin to that reserved for a fool, before continuing her ascent. The assistant director stood there, utterly perplexed. It seemed he still did not comprehend the situation. A lazy voice interjected from the side. The assistant director looked over in confusion, only to see Shen Zhaoqing leisurely emerging from the kitchen, a cup of water in hand, moving with a relaxed grace. "Teacher Xie is indifferent to the ratings, huh?" The assistant director remained bewildered. Shen Zhaoqing chuckled lightly, patting the befuddled assistant director on the shoulder before heading upstairs, still not understanding. "If it weren't to comfort you, Teacher Xie wouldn't have allowed you to film with your phone. The assistant director paused, as if slowly coming to a realization. Indeed, given Teacher Xie's nonchalant nature, if she wished to confront her detractors, she would have done so directly. Why bother with a livestream? She was doing this because at that moment she had been driven to tears by the trolls. Chapter 24, Interaction in the Super Topic. This battle is exhilarating. When Xie Mi descended the stairs in her loungewear, the other two groups had also returned from their outings. The four of them sat together on the living room sofa, Xiao Qingye animatedly engaging in conversation while Lu Wishing listened with a smile. Su Shuangrong and Xiao Jingxi sat side by side, yet neither spoke to the other, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Upon hearing footsteps from above, Xiao Jingxi instinctively turned to look. Xie, old Xie, would you like some chocolate? Shen Jiaqing emerged from the staircase behind Xie Mi. Xie Mi immediately turned back. Yes. Shen Jiaqing handed her a large bag of matcha-flavored chocolates. When did you buy these? Her face lit up with surprise. I just made a trip to the supermarket. Shen Jiaqing raised an eyebrow, exuding his usual carefree languor. Shouldn't you say something? What should I say? You should express your gratitude. His lips curled into a playful smile, his tone casual. Quickly now, thank you, Uncle Xie Mi. 6. Observing this exchange, Xiao Jingxi's expression darkened. Have all the teachers arrived? Just in time, our audience interaction segment is about to commence. Director Neo stood in the center of the living room, donning his customary BHAT.to enhance audience engagement. Our program has a special setup. Tonight at 8, we will have the Super Topic Interaction segment. The guest teachers will log into their Weibo accounts and drop into our program's official Super Topic to interact with the audience. The viewers had been eagerly waiting in the Super Topic. So teachers, please be prepared. Xie Mi's interest was piqued. She remembered the first Super Topic interaction in the original text, where the Super Topic was almost entirely filled with fans of Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong. Creating an unprecedented spectacle, the two would often cue each other during their fan interactions, generating a wave of sweet moments, marking one of the iconic scenes of the Xiaorong CP, with a mindset of enjoying the drama up close. Xie Mi clicked into the Super Topic, only to be met with a barrage of her own memes. Xie Mi, her sliding entrance JPG was captioned, "Your strength has arrived." A JPG of her pouting mischievously was accompanied by the text, "So are you going to kill me?" A gif of her wildly waving a mop was captioned, "My mental illness is about to erupt." Xie Mi, 6. Contrary to her expectations of the Su and Xiao fanbases flooding the screen, a group of somewhat eccentric netizens relentlessly tagged her, "Madwoman pulling noodles, old Xie, do you know why tomatoes can't be eaten with beef? Because tomatoes are red, and the cow will bump into you in your stomach. Xie Mi, drink Mingyo, cover the cow's eyes, stinky money enters my pocket." Teacher Xie, I've been craving fried chicken, is there something my body is lacking? Xie Mi, you're lacking vitamins. KFC. Remember to take them every Thursday. Social anxiety. Xiao Mei, Xie Mi, whoa, it's my first online relationship, and my boyfriend keeps sending me "I miss you." How should I respond? Xie Mi, if you think like that, there's nothing I can do. What Esiwa, old Xie, do you like the sea? I love the sea. It makes me happy to see it, but I can also jump in when I'm depressed. Xie Mi, can't afford to go. Just after Xie Mi responded to this lively bunch of netizens, she spotted a comment from a troll. Although late, the troll had arrived. Waste 5 breakfast potatoes. Xie Mi, 2K a night, is that okay? Familiar slanderous rumors and derogatory attacks. The fans were already furious, cursing the troll below, but Xie Mi remained unfazed and calmly replied, "Xie Mi, at most I can stay until dawn, for events and playing the Swana. We can offer a 20% discount. For the first week, it's free for 7 days, but if there are too many people, you'll have to pay extra. How many have died in your family? Waste 5 breakfast potatoes." The troll, having been mercilessly berated by fans, was pushed to the brink by Xie Mi's comment. After unleashing a tirade of curses, they were promptly escorted away. The fans were astonished. Choose between a lion and a mother. Wow. Sister Xie is amazing. Heartless stepmother. This is the battle. Exhilarating. Early 8. Dog. Hello, Sister Xie. I'm the veterinarian next door. I have some unfortunate news to share with you. Your cow has died. Xie Mi's deft handling of the situation propelled her back into the trending topics. By the time she realized it, she had become the top participant in the Super Topic interaction. The interactions between Su Shuangrong and Xiao Jingxi were nowhere to be found, replaced instead by a multitude of her fans and onlookers who relished the chaos. They had come solely for her. How could there be so many troublemakers appearing simultaneously? This heat surpasses that of the film Emperor Xiao. Incredible, I can't believe it. I declare, old Xie is the coolest. Teacher Xie, after the interaction concluded, the assistant director rushed over, excitement evident in his demeanor. You are now the most popular guest on our show. The sponsor has already decided to offer you the first commercial. Xie Mi nearly choked on her drink. The first commercial was initially slated for Su Shuangrong. Why had it now turned to her? Xie Mi, you are truly on fire. Tomorrow morning, please make sure to rise early. And when you have breakfast, take out the milk from our sponsor's fridge and take a sip while reciting the advertisement. The assistant director continued briefing her on the content for the placement. But her peripheral vision caught Su Shuangrong approaching. "Teacher Xie, congratulations, I'll take my leave now." Su Shuangrong smiled slightly and headed into her room. Xie Mi glanced at the hand concealed in her sleeve. Raising an eyebrow, in order to provide the guests with adequate sleep time, the live broadcast was halted during the night. Xie Mi played games in her room until 2 in the morning. Feeling hungry, she descended to the kitchen for a snack, only to find someone already waiting there. "I knew you would come." In the darkness, Xiaojing she stood before the refrigerator. Xie Mi was instantly incensed. Hadn't she merely snuck a few late-night snacks for 3 consecutive nights? Was it really necessary to have someone guard the refrigerator? Such pettiness, though the show had only been airing for 3 days. "Let's have a talk." Xiaojing she stepped forward, attempting to take her hand. Xie Mi deftly sidestepped him. He was immediately taken aback. "You interact so naturally with Xiaojing, yet when it comes to me, you hastily evade. What do I mean to you?" Seeing him willingly humiliate himself, Xie Mi could only respond with exasperation. "What do you mean? You are the perennial golden retriever among simps, the backbone of the Joker, the mascot of McDonald's, the crime lord of Gotham City, the ace of spades, Batman's top client, and the number 2 on my blacklist." Xiaojing she rolled his eyes in frustration, nearly choking on his anger. Undeterred, he pressed on. "Xie Mi, after all this time, have you never thought of me? Whether I think of you or not is irrelevant. If you miss me, you can call me any time." Xiaojing she's eyes lit up, believing there was hope, but Xie Mi followed up with, "The card number hasn't changed, it's still the bank's." Xiaojing she was momentarily speechless, his anger boiling over. "There's hope. The circus has a show tonight." Chapter 25, Is Xiaojing she going crazy? "Fine, I admit you succeeded." Xiaojing she took several deep breaths, striving to calm his tone. "Although our breakup was entirely your unreasonable fuss, I am willing to take a step back. I will cease to promote the CP with Su Shuangrong, and you should do the same." His self-righteous demeanor suggested he was being remarkably magnanimous. Xie Mi chuckled, folding her arms and watching him with amusement. "You think our breakup was solely due to your CP with Su Shuangrong, isn't it?" Xiaojing she scoffed. "I mentioned long ago that my future endeavors in the entertainment industry would inevitably involve interactions with other actresses. You acted so magnanimously back then. I didn't expect you to be so petty." "Forget it, I won't hold it against you. This time I am being magnanimous. You should know when to back off." Before he could finish, Xie Mi interjected with a derisive snort. "Look at you, strutting around like a zebra." Xiaojing she, the veins in his forehead throbbed, showing signs of impending eruption. "It seems you still haven't grasped the situation." In the darkness, a glimmer of amusement danced in Xie Mi's beautiful eyes. "I broke up with you because you have always been nothing but trash." Xiaojing she's pupils constricted sharply, his breath hitching for a moment. Xie Mi kicked him aside, opened the refrigerator, grabbed a can, and walked away. Xiaojing she remained ensnared in the gravity of Xie Mi's drastic transformation, unable to recover. Until just now, he had been convinced that all her recent peculiar behaviors were efforts to win him back. He believed that by extending a hand, she would obediently return to him, groveling as she once did, but it appeared he had miscalculated. She had genuinely changed. Xiaojing she clenched his fists tightly, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. The following morning, Xie Mi, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes like a ghost, made her way to the kitchen. Indeed, she had gone to bed at 5 in the morning and risen at 7. Had it not been for the filming of this sponsored segment, she would never have risen so early. Life is undeniably precious, yet sleep holds an even greater value, if it is for the sake of money. Both may be cast aside. Wait, Sister Xie actually woke up early. I see, it's just that I haven't fully awakened yet. Old Xie, what as with those dark circles? The show is considering making you a national treasure. Production team, I only have this one sister Xie, please don't let her wither away. With a melancholic demeanor, Xie Mi opened the refrigerator and took out the sponsor's milk. Gulping it down in haste, before turning to the camera with a radiant smile, she recited the exclusive advertisement crafted for her by the sponsor. "QQ Mimi is delicious to the last drop. Once consumed, all discomfort is alleviated." There was no denying it, the sponsorship was exceedingly generous. "Order not placed, awaiting delivery, know your worth, do not let it go to waste." Very much liked, order placed but not paid. Hoping for a gift. I placed 100 orders and have received them. What a delightful sensation. This feeling of relief is simply marvelous. Bring on more. My body is at your mercy, and all my urges have been laid bare. I am utterly enjoying this sensation. It's simply exhilarating. I'm letting out all sorts of sounds. Isn't that you, dear sister? Is that a sound with substance? Due to Xie Mi's excessively eccentric persona, her fanbase consisted entirely of lively netizens capable of spinning even a single advertisement into an elaborate spectacle, and surprisingly, the response was overwhelmingly positive. The sponsor was thoroughly satisfied. Care for a cup of coffee? Lu Wishing had appeared in the kitchen at some point, operating her personal coffee machine. Xie Mi felt a bit more awake. It was rather unusual for Lu Wishing to initiate a conversation with her. Although Lu occasionally exchanged pleasantries, it was evident that her initial impression of Xie Mi had not been favorable. Noticing Xie Mi's silence, Lu paused and altered her approach, stating that there seemed to be a filming session scheduled for that morning. As she had just spotted the production team's vehicle, "You look rather fatigued. A cup of coffee might help you wake up." "Thank you, but it's unnecessary." Xie Mi declined her offer. Lu Wishing was taken aback for a moment but chose not to press further. Continuing to grind her coffee, soon, the other guests began to awaken one by one. Director Niu announced the morning's filming content. "Today, we will simulate a blind date, based on the ideal partner questionnaires filled out by the teachers on the first day. We have arranged for each of them a partner who best fits their ideal type. Please, teachers, board the business vehicle at the entrance. We are now departing for the blind date location." Wow, the third day is a date. And the fourth day is a blind date. I quite like this rhythm. Director Niu seems to imply that this isn't a blind date between the guests, but rather arranged with others? Isn't this a dating show? Shouldn't it be interactions between the guests? Why bring in ideal types? Is this to dismantle couples? Niu, you better tread carefully. Try to dismantle my couple and see what happens. Despite the audience's complaints, the guests boarded the vehicle headed for the city center, while others excitedly discussed the potential twists in this segment. Xie Mi remained peacefully asleep. Sister Xie is actually sleeping? Her ideal type is a 185 centimeters athletic man, and she is not interested? It's proven that sleep is more important than men. No, it's because Sister Xie already has Mr. Shin in her heart. No matter how handsome the athlete is, he pales in comparison. Love-struck, step aside. July in Haishur is sweltering, and the air conditioning in the vehicle was set quite low. The airflow from the vent directly targeted Xie Mi, blowing steadily. In her deep slumber, she furrowed her brow. Shenru, watching, naturally took a blanket and draped it over her, just as the CP fans were about to make their move. An astonishing scene unfolded. Xiao Jingxi suddenly spoke up. "A driver, could you please turn off the air conditioning?" The others instantly fell silent, casting suspicious glances his way. Su Shuangrong was the first to react, attempting to smooth things over. "Jingxi, I'm fine, it's not cold." Xiao Jingxi hesitated before replying. "I am cold." "Huh, brother, what are you doing? You're the one wearing the most layers, you're cold?" To achieve his desired look, Xiao Jingxi had donned a sweater with a jacket, which seemed excessive for a summer day, yet, he claimed to be cold. He must be concerned about Shuangrong feeling chilly but is too proud to admit it. "Ah, so that is it, how sweet. Isn't this temperature acceptable? Turning off the AC in the summer is tantamount to wanting us to suffer from heat." Zhou Qingye spoke up, displeased. "If you're cold, just use the blanket." Xiao Jingxi pressed his lips together, opting not to respond further, yet he made an audacious move. He adjusted the vent above Xie Mi, directing the airflow upward. The moment he did this, Su Shuangrong's expression soured. Zhou Qingye's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Wishing cast him a meaningful glance. "Brother, what are you doing? Xiao Jingxi, are you losing your mind?" Chapter 26, Simulated Blind Date. Endurance test. The vehicle was engulfed in a profound silence. Realizing his actions had drawn attention, Xiao Jingxi pompously declared, "We are colleagues, it is only right to care for one another." A completely unconvincing statement. Su Shuangrong once again attempted to mediate, smiling as she said, "Jingxi, you're still so kind." However, the CP fans in the comments were seething with anger. "Caring, is this what you should be concerned about? Can you keep your hands to yourself? I just don't understand. What on earth is he doing? Didn't you notice that after the date yesterday, Xiaoyingdi hardly interacted with Su Shuangrong at all?" This comment struck a chord with many viewers. Indeed, after returning to the villa last night, they hadn't exchanged a single word. Following the interaction in the group chat, they had both retreated to their respective rooms. Even during breakfast that morning, they had managed to avoid each other, boarding the production team's vehicle in silence. Whoa, that is true. What is going on? Weren't they perfectly fine during the date? They held hands, and Xiaoyingdi even addressed her as Shuangrong. It seemed so sweet. Did they have a fight? That shouldn't be the case. It was all live-streamed, and no arguments were visible. I specifically checked the playback. On the way back in the car, they were communicating normally, but upon returning to the villa, they suddenly fell silent. What gives? Could it be that after the date, Xiaoyingdi realized he didn't like Su Shuangrong as much as he thought, hence the distancing? This statement undoubtedly hit a nerve with the CP fans. They rallied in defense. "Which of your eyes saw something wrong with Shuangrong? Slander carries legal consequences." Both Xiaoyingdi and Shuangrong were on their phones midway. They must have had a quarrel and were simply unable to express it in front of the cameras. Isn't it normal for couples to argue and have cold wars? Exactly. Xiaoyingdi's sudden concern for Xie Mi is just to make Shuangrong jealous, although it's not the best approach. Men can be immature at times. Seeing the CP fans become so obsessed, the indifferent bystanders chose not to engage in arguments and continued watching the show. The truth would eventually reveal itself. The production team's vehicle came to a halt in front of a quaint coffee bookstore nestled in the city center. This establishment was situated on a quiet, flower-lined street, exuding a serene and pleasant ambience. Xie Mi finally awoke, stretching languidly, and upon opening her eyes, found everyone staring at her. The atmosphere felt peculiar. Although she was unaware of what had transpired, it seemed something significant had occurred. Nevertheless, Xie Mi decided not to inquire and instead burst into song. Every time I try to act tough, I ultimately surrender when facing myself. The crowd collectively flinched, quickly diverting their gaze. Xie Mi smirked triumphantly. When others attempt to induce embarrassment, one should first turn the tables and make them uncomfortable. What a ridiculous situation. Haha, Sister Xie is in such a delightful state of mind. Sister, why is your singing like that? Old Xie, don't sing unless it's necessary. The comments never end. Sister Xie singing isn't unpleasant, just not very melodious. You all would hardly sing any better. You haven't spared her either. Teachers, you may disembark, Director Niu called from outside the vehicle. Thus, they exited in order of their seating arrangements. When it was Xie Mi's turn, a hand suddenly reached out before her. It was Xiao Jingxi. Unwilling to indulge him, Xie Mi retorted, "Have you lost your mind?" Xiao Jingxi hesitated, then explained, "You didn't rest well last night. I was worried you might not stand steadily." That was certainly considerate, but perhaps he ought to adopt a different approach, like kneeling on the ground. Supporting himself with both hands and loudly proclaiming, "Welcome, Your Majesty, back to the palace." After saying this, Xie Mi stepped out of the vehicle, ignoring the hand he had left suspended in the air. Xiao Jingxi frowned. Still unable to process what had happened, beside them, Chen Ruoqing burst into laughter, remarking, "You're such a eunuch." Xiao Jingxi's face turned a deep shade of green. This incident had indeed become a source of amusement. But he wasn't the only one feeling awkward. Su Shuangrong, who stood nearby, was also affected. Earlier, when Su Shuangrong had exited the vehicle, Xiao Jingxi hadn't been nearly so gentlemanly. "Are you all right?" Lu Wuxing softly inquired. Su Shuangrong's complexion was pale, but she smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine." Her fragile form swayed precariously in the wind. Lu Wuxing said nothing further, simply tightening her grip on Su Shuangrong's hand. "My heart aches for Shuang Shuang." Xiaoingdi, did you not notice that Shuang Shuang is on the verge of tears? I understand you want to make her jealous, but the occasion matters. This is rather embarrassing for her. Sigh, I am truly exasperated with these men. Can't they just lower their pride for once? Am I the only one who feels there is a genuine issue between them, if Xiao Jingxi truly intends to provoke Su Shuangrong's jealousy? Wouldn't he at least observe her reaction, yet he hasn't even glanced at her. To the person upstairs, thank you for your support. Please refrain from jumping around here, and return to your own live stream room. Under the guidance of the program team, they entered the CAF library. The library was spacious and tranquil, soaring 3 stories high, with ample distance between each table, ensuring privacy. It was an exceptionally suitable place for afternoon reading. This was indeed the designated venue for today's blind date. Director Niu halted, introduced the environment, and then stated, "Today's simulated blind date aims to assess the teacher's understanding of marriage. I urge the teachers to approach this event earnestly. Engaging in conversation with the intent of marriage, our psychological experts will evaluate the teacher's views on marriage based on their conduct during the date." This is a rather intriguing theme, and everyone displayed keen interest as they proceeded to their assigned private rooms. However, once the guests ascended the stairs, Director Niu mysteriously explained to the audience, "What I just mentioned was merely a pretext. The true purpose of this simulated blind date is to test the teacher's patience. To this end, we have specially invited 6 ordinary individuals to serve as blind date partners. They will deliberately provoke the guests during this encounter. Will the guests explode in anger, knowing they are being filmed? Or will they endure to maintain their composure?" Director Niu's smile was quite mischievous, causing the comments to erupt. "You certainly know how to stir things up." "I thought so, given Director Niu's nature. How could it be just a simple blind date? It turns out this was the plan all along." "Ha ha ha, so it's a test of who can endure more, is it? I have a question. What if some individuals are genuinely mild-mannered and do not become angry?" To this, Director Niu provided an answer. "Let us not forget that everyone is wearing heart rate monitors. When one is angry, their heart rate will fluctuate." Chapter 27, A Classic Encounter. "Let me test you." Xie Mi entered the private room. A tall, muscular man, standing at 185 cm, awaited her. He donned a tight white t-shirt that accentuated his 8-pack abs. His opening self-introduction was, "Hello, I study sports." Truly a 185 centimeters tall man with 8-pack abs. Xie Mi was instantly taken aback. Okay, she understood the tight shirt was to showcase his abs, but what was the purpose of those tight-fitting pants and loafers? Did the program team misunderstand her ideal type? Pfft, if it were me, I would have been completely thrown off. This is hilarious. Program team, get a grip. I specifically took a peek next door, and their blind date partners appeared quite normal. Which suggests that the program team did not misinterpret her ideal type. They genuinely believe this is what Xie Jie desires. "Xie Jie, sex, hello, what should I call you, as a matter of courtesy?" Xie Mi was not one to judge by appearances. She promptly seated herself and began conversing with him. I am Wang Yaozu. Wang Yaozu proudly lifted his chin. I saw you at a roadshow event before. What is your name? Here it comes, the first provocation. Having come to this program, asking her name is undoubtedly a way of saying, you aren't famous enough for me to know who you are, a blatant provocation. As expected, Xie Mi became flustered. There were so many people at the roadshow. What is wrong with calling out my name a couple of times? Wang Yaozu? Sister, you. Wang Yaozu nearly lost his composure. But his professionalism quickly restored his poise, adopting an arrogant demeanor. We own 3 spacious flats in the city center. Both my parents are high-ranking executives, and I am their only son. Our family's assets amount to 8 figures. So supporting you would pose no issue. Therefore, if you wish to marry me, you must bow out of the industry. I dislike being in the limelight. Goodness, what a classic. Just listening to this makes me infuriated. Given Xie Jia's current mental state, shouldn't she confront him directly? I apologize, you may have misunderstood me. Xie Mi elegantly sipped her coffee. I am not merely a beautiful star. I am also an avid reader of Nobel literature, a holder of a Yachty electric bike, a resident of the city where Tsinghua and Peking University are located, and a participant in graduate entrance exams. Therefore, if you wish to marry me, you must withdraw from your lineage. I do not desire to be a son's wife. Wang Yaozu, Nobel, Tsinghua, graduate. Wow, Xie Jia is impressive. That's not right. Ha 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 ha. This is killing me. Wang Yaozu, unwilling to back down, quickly shifted the topic to I believe the 3 gold items for marriage can be made of copper, symbolizing eternal unity. What do you think, Xie Mi? That makes sense. Therefore, a wife can be made of silicone as we would be inseparable. Wang Yaozu was left speechless, pointing at her in disbelief. You Xie Mi smiled broadly, or perhaps a corpse representing eternal companionship. Wang Yaozu nearly fainted. In his earpiece, the staff's hurried voice rang out, stay calm, your task is to provoke her, not to be provoked. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaozu finally realized he was recording a program, not genuinely on a blind date. He needed to remain composed. Let's discuss the topic of having children. He quickly found a new angle. I do not favor one gender over the other. I want both a boy and a girl. To complete a good character, this sensitive topic was sure to irritate Xie Mi. Xie Mi calmly sipped her coffee. You can go hang yourself. To make a complete character, boom, a decisive blow, leaving Wang Yaozu dazed. Meanwhile, Xie Mi's heart rate remained steady, not even exceeding 70, perfectly composed. The audience was in awe. My sister is terrifyingly strong. If I had half of Xie Jia's eloquence, I wouldn't keep encountering bizarre blind date men. Who benefited? I certainly did. Xie Mi concluded her blind date early and prepared to head downstairs for a bite to eat. However, she heard frantic screams from the adjacent room. Damn it. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Following that was Zhou Qingye bursting through the door, rushing downstairs like a mad dog, his heart rate monitor ringing frantically. Goodness, he has lost it. If she recalled correctly. In the original text, during this segment, Zhou Qingye encountered a highly controlling, obsessive girl who forbade him from going to bars, drinking, or having any female friends. This was indeed a death sentence for the flamboyant Zhou Qingye. As she approached another private room, Xie Mi heard a passionate speech emanating from within. The door was ajar, and through the crack, she could see Lu Wuxing and her blind date partner. Lu Wuxing sat gracefully, smiling as she listened to the other person's grandiose proclamations. The individual was proudly boasting, you say you are interested in business management, let me test you. What are the components of corporate strategy? What is the concept of business management? What are the basic forms of corporate enterprises? Noticing Lu Wuxing's silence, he raised an eyebrow. Can't say anything, can you? You clearly don't understand these concepts. Just admit your hobby is shopping, and I won't mock you. Lu Wuxing's eyes flickered momentarily, yet she maintained her smile. However, Xie Mi noticed that her hands, hidden beneath the table, were clenched into fists, and her heart rate was steadily rising. Xie Mi couldn't help but recall Lu Wuxing's character background. As the youngest daughter in the family, she had been taught since childhood to master the arts and etiquette, instilled with the belief that a girl must be poised and graceful, thus always maintaining a smile. Yet in reality, in this segment of the original text, Lu Wuxing was unaware that the simulated blind date was a prank orchestrated by the program team and had forgotten that exceeding a heart rate of 120 would trigger an alarm. Therefore, when the bell rang, revealing her anger, her ladylike image began to crack, and she displayed a rare expression of panic and helplessness. I heard you work as a high executive in your family's company. Not to criticize you, but while it is your family's business, professional positions should be reserved for professionals. What does it matter if you occupy that position based on your identity? How about this? Let me test you, your company. Lu Wuxing's fists tightened under the table, and her heart rate was about to breach the critical point. Suddenly, a cold hand grasped her wrist, covering the display of her heart rate monitor. Lu Wuxing froze momentarily, suddenly realizing something, a cold sweat breaking out. Sir, you mentioned you enjoy reading classics, correct? Xie Mi had appeared beside her without her noticing, her lips curling into a half-smile, her words laced with mischievous enthusiasm. Let me test you. Chapter 28. This world is a vast tomato novel. Xie Mi's sudden intrusion caught the backstage staff off guard. In an instant, no one was focused on Lu Wuxing's heart rate. They were solely preoccupied with how to prompt Xie Mi to exit. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Wuxing attempted to regulate her breathing, striving to calm her racing heart. However, calming her heart rate proved to be far from simple. The man's scathing words lingered in her mind, and she could hear the frantic pounding of her heart. No, if this continues, let me test you first. A light and melodious voice interrupted her thoughts. How annoying, the antagonist always wants to steal my master. Which classic is that from? Xie Mi unceremoniously devoured the cake on her plate, raising an eyebrow at the man across from her. The man was taken aback for a moment. Quickly realizing that this was not a classic at all. You dare say this isn't a classic? Haven't you read Journey to the West? Xie Mi shot back without mercy. The man was dumbfounded. There's always an antagonist wanting to steal my master. Journey to the West. Seems like there's some truth to that. Haha, is this even valid? Haha, I'm losing it. Next question. What classic is domineering, overbearing, tiger girl's forced love? The man racked his brain but could not come up with an answer. I don't know. Camel Xiangzi. Next question. What is sickly young master and handsome laborer? Still don't know. It's Young Run too. Next question. Senior too crazy, wants my life every year. I know this one. It's Harry Potter. Seems like any classic, when named in the style of online literature, becomes quite explosive. If you ask me, this world is just one gigantic tomato novel. The barrage of comments was led astray by Xie Mi. Filled with laughter and witty remarks, the man, momentarily immersed in Xie Mi's thought process, forgot his original purpose and listened with great interest. How interesting. How could Romance of the Three Kingdoms be rephrased? Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The staff member cursed angrily into the earpiece. You've been led astray by her, don't engage with her. With a chuckle, Lu Wuxing couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter was like gentle ripples disturbing the serene surface of a deep pond, evoking a sense of tranquility in those around her. I love Wuxing so much, she looks so beautiful when she smiles. Suddenly realizing she hasn't been angry at all, even when her suitor said such outrageous things. Her temper is really remarkable. Truly a noble lady. Ultimately, Lu Wuxing's character remained intact, unlike in the original text, where she had made a fool of herself due to the ring's chime and was scolded on Weibo for being two-faced. The mock blind date concluded, and the guests performed as follows. Xie Mi took the lead and left the man speechless. Zhou Changyi, infuriated, stormed out. Xiao Jingshi argued vehemently with his counterpart, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor despite his anger. Su Shuangrong, overwhelmed, sat there with tears in her eyes, stubbornly trying to express her opinions. Lu Wuxing's date was interrupted by Xie Mi. Shen Ruocheng's hearing impairment recurred. Yes, his hearing loss returned. After having communicated with Su Shuangrong on the first day of the broadcast, the hearing impairment setting had not appeared again until today. The general situation was as follows. Suitor, gibberish. Shen Ruocheng, suitor, more gibberish. Shen Ruocheng, suitor, I curse you. Shen Ruocheng, date concluded. The expressions of the backstage staff were beyond description. Mr. Shen's hearing impairment is still intermittent. Returning to the villa in the program's vehicle, Xie Mi sat in the car, and upon seeing Shen Ruocheng enter, immediately covered her mouth and whispered a greeting to his ancestors in a hushed tone. She was then met with a playful flick on her forehead from Shen Ruocheng, who scolded her with some choice words. What, you can hear? Xie Mi lamented, rubbing her forehead. Did they not say you were hard of hearing? There are indeed bad people among the crowd, who conveyed false information to her. It's permissible. What do you mean by permissible? A bit of hearing loss can reduce unnecessary social interactions. Shen Ruocheng paused, as if recalling something, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Someone taught me that his last sentence was spoken so softly that Xie Mi only caught the first part, causing her to reflect on his mental state. He mirrors me exactly. Mr. Shen. Su Shuangrong had somehow boarded the car and seemed to have overheard their earlier conversation. Her eyes slightly red. So, during our first day of communication, you regarded me as unnecessary social interaction. She appeared like a small rabbit abandoned, her frail form swaying precariously. Shen Ruocheng casually replied, it's a personal quality issue. You need not take it to heart, meaning he was at fault, but it had nothing to do with her. Xie Mi translated. Su Shuangrong was momentarily taken aback, her prepared words stifled, and more guests were about to board. And although she wanted to say something, she could only give up and move to the back seat. After Xiao Jing, she got into the car and saw Shen Ruocheng sitting next to Xie Mi. He frowned. He was about to take the seat behind Xie Mi, but someone beat him to it. Xiao Di, I'm feeling a bit carsick today, may I sit here? It was Lu Wuxing. Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched, and ultimately he had no choice but to sit in the back. The car ride was filled with silence. The audience, however, had transformed into detectives, analyzing various signs in this strange atmosphere. Su Shuangrong was crying during her date, and her eyes are still red. Xiao Jingxi must know, right, but he hasn't consoled her at all. Is this really a couple? It doesn't seem like a fight. Xiao Jingxi even wanted to sit behind Xie Mi earlier. Is this pair really breaking up? CP fans were once again thrown into chaos, immediately arguing with a group of onlookers. And the barrage of comments turned into a battlefield. Their quarrel persisted until the guests returned to the villa. Xiao Jingxi approached Su Shuangrong, his tone indifferent. We need to talk. Su Shuangrong was taken aback. Alright, here it comes, everyone be quiet. I have a feeling something significant will happen during this conversation. They were clearly meant to reconcile. They arrived at the back garden. Xiao Jingxi seemed eager to get to the point. Our drama has been off the air for 2 months, and the promotional efforts are nearly complete. The interactions we previously had for the sake of promoting the drama can cease. Chapter 29. What a madness. Xiao Jingxi has gone mad. Xiao Rong CP is just for promotion. Your CP is fake. Xiao Jingxi's statement successfully stirred up a storm. Not only did it generate 3 trending topics in a minute, but the rapidly increasing viewership and the barrage of comments were also wild. The staff of the dating show were left stunned. The so-called most promising official announcement, they aren't real, I'm the fake one of the Xiao Rong CP, is about to break up, or is the main lead personally dismantling it? So it's not a dating show, it's a madness show. Director Niu, I'm going to lose it. Got it. It's all a script. Director Niu is just having fun, it must be this way. Niu director, I curse your mom. Oh Niu director, I curse your mom. Damn it, I can't hold it in. I'll punch the earth into pieces. Damn it, the chicken egg of my 6 uncles, the cantaloupe of my little sister, the big watermelon of my grandpa, the big chicken leg of my aunt, the big grape of my mom, damn it. For the onlookers rushing in from Weibo to catch the drama, so everyone has lost it. In the live broadcast, Xiao Jingxi's handsome face showed no trace of emotion. To promote the drama, we have been quite interactive during this time, and the viewership ratings have increased, which should be a good thing. However, our CP fans are growing, and people have even misunderstood our relationship, which I didn't anticipate. Continuing like this will affect both of us, so it's better to clarify. Since we are all participating in a dating show, we should interact more with other guests. That is the purpose of joining a dating show. Don't you think? Xiao Jingxi was clever, concealing the fact that they were stirring up a CP and explaining everything as promotional interaction. The fans' excitement was merely a misunderstanding, they were simply promoting the drama normally. He wiped everything clean. The matter of both parties privately signing a contract for publicity was left unspoken. However, Su Shuangrong should be able to understand his intent. I understand. Fortunately, Su Shuangrong was quite perceptive. Smiling as she echoed his words, I indeed need to join a new production. You have been very considerate, so let's cease the promotional activities. Xiao Jingxi sighed in relief. This is why he never spread rumors but was willing to create a CP with Su Shuangrong. She was a very smart and hard-working girl, and he was willing to use his popularity to assist her. Now that he no longer wished to continue, she did not throw a tantrum. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll head in first, Xiao Jingxi said with understanding. Su Shuangrong maintained her poise throughout, acting as if nothing mattered. However, once Xiao Jingxi turned to leave, her expression darkened suddenly. She bit her lip lightly, her eyes misted with tears. A beautiful woman weeping evokes sympathy. Baby, don't cry, seeing you cry makes me want to cry too. Xiao Jingxi is just a scumbag. What drama promotion? Is the interaction really necessary to this extent? He clearly uses it as an excuse to tease Shuang, and she took it seriously, and then he says he won't continue. Shuang has acted in so many dramas, and she has never engaged in close interactions with male actors for promotional purposes, proving that she never cared about publicity. She is truly serious. Oh no. Whoa, my Shuang. Beauty, stand tall. Su Shuangrong's display of strength in public while shedding tears in private instantly cast a shadow of abandonment upon Xiao Jingxi. Xie Mi, perched atop the rooftop, savored the scene with great interest. Truly she is destined to become a future film queen. In the original narrative, Su Shuangrong only developed feelings for Xiao Jingxi as the program neared its conclusion, implying that, at this early stage, she harbored no affection for him. Her current performance not only establishes her as a person of discernment in front of Xiao Jingxi but also subtly betrays him. While Xiao Jingxi is vilified as a scoundrel, she simultaneously garners the sympathy of netizens. She has never been one to shy away from manipulation. It is worth mentioning that this tale is one of a formidable female lead's resurgence. Born into poverty and having endured considerable hardships, Su Shuangrong is resolute in her ambition to ascend to the pinnacle of stardom, determined to trample upon those who have wronged her. Throughout this journey, she has hardened her heart, devoid of emotion and moral scruples, employing any means necessary to achieve her goals. After a few lackluster roles, her gaze turned towards the acclaimed actor Xiao Jingxi. Ingeniously, she sought to align herself with him, initiating a false romance despite knowing he was in a relationship. This was her first strategic move. Subsequently, during a dating reality show, she exploited Yu Hongxian, Zhou Qingye, and Lu Wuxing, utilizing everyone at her disposal to successfully reach the zenith of her career. The only misstep was her genuine feelings for Xiao Jingxi that developed later on. In the book's conclusion, she confesses everything to him, by which time he is already deeply enamored, fully aware of her not-so-innocent nature. Yet he chooses to be with her without hesitation, thus, they hold hands in triumph, achieving both love and career success, albeit at the expense of some stepping stones along the way. The original protagonist is merely one such stepping stone. Without uttering a word, Su Shuangrong returned to her room from the garden, remaining there for an extended period. After a while, Lu Wuxing went to check on her, only to find the room empty. Which struck her as odd. The bathroom door was ajar, and faint sounds of suppressed sobbing seemed to emanate from within. Cautiously, Lu Wuxing pushed the door open, discovering Su Shuangrong's microphone resting on the sink. While she sat on the floor, hugging her knees and softly weeping, Lu Wuxing began to speak but remembered she was also wearing a microphone and quickly removed it, placing it on the sink. She then approached Su Shuangrong and softly inquired, "Are you alright?" Wuxing. Su Shuangrong lifted her head, her eyes red and puffy like a rabbit's. "I intended to act as if everything were fine, but I choked up." "I understand," Lu Wuxing said, feeling empathetic. "You must have genuinely developed feelings for him. It's all his fault. No, he is a good person. The problem lies with me." Su Shuangrong shook her head before coming to the show. "Everything was wonderful. I don't know where things went awry." Her voice trembled. "Perhaps I am simply not good enough to keep his heart." Lu Wuxing paused, at a loss for words. Su Shuangrong tugged at her sleeve. "Wuxing, there is something I simply cannot keep to myself. Please do not tell anyone." In truth, Jingxi and Xie Mi met privately in the middle of the night. I saw them. I do not know what they discussed, but I lacked the courage to confront them. Perhaps from that day forward, everything changed. After speaking, she buried her head in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly, yet silence reigned for a considerable time. Eventually she lifted her head to gauge Lu Wuxing's reaction, only to see her hesitate momentarily before resolutely stating, "No, it is Xiao Jingxi's fault. Xie Mi bears no responsibility." Chapter 30. The pure-hearted male's grand request to add friends. Lu Wuxing, the heiress of the entertainment agency, not only possesses insider knowledge of the industry but also wields the power to influence media narratives. From the very first day of the program, Su Shuangrong had set her sights on her. She meticulously researched Lu Wuxing's preferences, secured the same room as her, and engaged in deep conversations about life aspirations and philosophy each night, successfully forging a close friendship with her. Now, it was time to reap the fruits of her labor. She presented a pitiable front before Lu Wuxing, insinuating that Xie Mi was secretly enticing Xiao Jingxi. If Lu Wuxing believed her, she could leverage the agency's staff to craft a report on the matter, thus eliminating Xie Mi through Lu Wuxing's influence. To her surprise, Lu Wuxing responded, "It is all Xiao Jingxi's fault. Xie Mi is not to blame." To her dismay, she realized her ploy had failed. Su Shuangrong was perplexed. Having observed that Lu Wuxing and Xie Mi seemed to have little interaction, "I feel the same way," she replied. Su Shuangrong wiped her tears and smiled. "I almost misjudged Xie Mi, but it isn't right to suspect others without evidence, so I chose to trust her." Lu Wuxing's furrowed brow finally relaxed into a smile. "It is wonderful that you can think that way." Su Shuangrong forced a smile. "The information I gathered must have been flawed. I will have to alter my strategy." Meanwhile, Xie Mi continued to revel in the drama unfolding on Weibo, thoroughly enjoying the gossip. Fans of the Su Jingxi couple collectively turned against Xiao Jingxi, now fervently supporting Su Shuangrong, decrying him as a scoundrel. Additionally, a former fan club member leaked unedited behind-the-scenes photos of Xiao Jingxi, some of which, due to poor lighting, portrayed him in an unflattering light, leading to further criticism of his looks. This prompted Xiao Jingxi's loyal fans to rise in defense. It is worth noting that when Xiao Jingxi was at his peak, Su Shuangrong was merely an unknown. If one were to discuss fan dynamics, it was clear that Zhao's supporters were far more formidable. The Xiao fan club rallied, shouting, "We stand for Jingxi," and promptly listed the numerous advantages Su Shuangrong had reaped from their pairing, concluding that she was reaping benefits while pretending to be innocent. The Xiao supporters were incensed. "Just because you have a higher status, you think you can discard others. Even princes must answer for their crimes," the Xiao fans retorted. "When we were winning awards, your sister was still playing minor roles. Do not overstep. Let us not engage with fools," proclaimed Zhao's fans. "You are the fool," countered Su's supporters. "No, you are the fool. You are the fool." Gagaga. Xie Mi erupted into a fit of laughter. Rolling on the ground in amusement, however, her laughter quickly subsided as a new wave of fans joined the fray. "Everyone, quiet down. Let's take a step back. You are both fools." The Xiao and Su supporters found common ground in their disdain. "Get lost." Just then, a WeChat notification chimed. 185 pure-hearted male, requests to add you as a friend. Xie Mi's eyes lit up, and she swiftly sat up, accepting the request. Before the other party could speak, she took the initiative. "I go NMS cilantro. Who are you?" Duck, tilting her head and shaking her body, her large sparkling eyes twinkled with a lively smile. 185 pure-hearted male, "I go NMS cilantro, you. Why are you like this?" Duck, her bright eyes widened, and her cherry-like lips formed a heart shape, her cheeks flushed with indignation. 185 pure-hearted male, "I go NMS cilantro, humph, I won't talk to you anymore." A faint blush crept up her cheeks as she quickly turned away, but then sneaked a glance back. 185 Pure-hearted male, removing his glasses, I really can't deal with you. Xie Mi smiled mischievously. The ploy of pretending to be an innocent girl had evidently piqued his interest. It was time to reveal her carefree side. I go in MS cilantro, show me your abs. The other party fell silent. Xie Mi's excitement waned as she prepared to send a defensive message. Oh, if you won't share that is fine, I wasn't that eager to see anyway. But before she could, he sent a photo. Of the background of the photo was a bathroom. A man's elegantly defined fingers lifted his shirt, revealing a fair midsection. The waistline was smooth, and the outlines of his abdominal muscles were distinct. While loose sweatpants hung lazily at his hips, she nearly leaped out of her seat in shock. I go in MS cilantro, I was just testing you. How could you actually send this? Where's your shame? Where's your morality? Where's your address? 185 Pure-hearted male, inviting you to share your location. Without hesitation, Xie Mi clicked to enter. Hey, we are in the same city. Wait, zoom in a bit. It seems quite close. No way, isn't this in a villa? Teacher Xie, someone called from downstairs. Appearing out from the rooftop, she spotted Xinjiaqing leisurely leaning against the railing of the third-floor balcony, waving his phone at her. Drenched in sweat, she thought, oh dear. Just then, another WeChat notification chimed. 185 Pure-hearted male, I'm curious about what Teacher Xie's username means. I go in MS cilantro, you'll understand when you see my first WeChat moments. Xinjiaqing clicked to view it. The latest post had been made at 3 in the morning yesterday. I go in MS cilantro, in this qualifying match if I win, I'll change my name to I love eating cilantro. If I lose, I'll be I don't love eating cilantro, Xinjiaqing. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Mi took a moment to explore Xinjiaqing's WeChat moments, eager to see how he usually shared his thoughts. To her surprise, he had only posted 3 rather peculiar moments. The first was from 16 years ago, a photograph of a roadside apricot blossom tree. The composition was evidently lacking, focusing more on the empty road than the tree itself. The second, uploaded 12 years ago, was another photograph, this time of a park, again lacking a central subject and with a chaotic composition. The third and final post, from 8 years prior, was no longer a landscape but rather a solo shot of Xinjiaqing. In the photo, he wore a high school uniform, his youthful eyes gleaming with light as he stared at the camera in a mixture of shock and shyness, as if caught off guard by the sudden snapshot. Certainly, the composition of this photograph is equally askew. The protagonist, Xinjiaqing, is entirely positioned on the left side of the image, leaving a considerable expanse of blank space on the right. After perusing these 3 posts on social media, Xie Mi has drawn a singular conclusion. The photography is commendable, but perhaps it would be best not to capture any more images in the future. Gagaga, Xinjiaqing sent a message. 185 Pure-hearted boy, my new VR has arrived. Are you interested in playing? I despise cilantro. What games do you have? 185 Pure-hearted boy, the complete series of Ultraman vs. Monsters. I despise cilantro. I'm in. The gaming enthusiast Xie Mi arrived as promised at the projection room on the 2nd floor, where Xinjiaqing had already set up the VR and prepared afternoon tea with cookies. What a considerate man. Xie Mi decided to overlook the fact that he had just deceived her online. Chapter 31. Promise me, never take old Xie to play VR again. My goodness, the graphics and realism are astounding. Wearing the VR, Xie Mi felt as if she had discovered a new realm, suddenly questioning whether her previous VR experiences had been mere imitations. As this level of authenticity was unparalleled, she decided to test her balance by walking forward. Xinjiaqing's voice resonated from beyond the screen. Following his guidance, Xie Mi cautiously took 2 steps forward, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a cliff, causing her to retreat in shock. Bang! It seemed she had collided with someone. The pleasant scent of cologne enveloped her as she leaned against his warm, sturdy chest, hearing his voice beside her. Do not fear, it is merely a simulation. When you play it, be mindful. If you lose your balance, you could easily fall. His voice was soft, with a subtle lilt that exuded an inexplicable, seductive allure. The audience in the livestream was utterly captivated. Whoa, old Shin, how do you manage to be so charming? No joke, his tone is identical to that of my boyfriend during our flirtatious phase. He is undoubtedly trying to seduce old Xie. Mr. Shin has already taken the initiative to invite Sister Xie to play games. What more is there to say? This is love. Alright, let me try again. I wasn't fully adjusted before Xie Mi's competitive spirit surged once more. As a gaming prodigy, how could she let herself feel disoriented while playing VR? Even if the graphics were beyond anything she had ever encountered, she would not concede defeat. Yes, let's go, Xie Mi exclaimed as she charged forward. Whoosh, a speeding vehicle suddenly barreled towards her, prompting her to leap aside in alarm. Consequently, she found herself tumbling into someone's embrace, his arm wrapped around her waist, his chest resonating with a soft chuckle. Are you laughing? How dare he mock her? Not at all, he replied, his tone utterly calm, yet the audience was already sharing knowing smiles. He is laughing, and it is utterly radiant. Old Shin, control that smile. We are adults, not starry-eyed youngsters seeing their partner for the first time. Oh no, I think I may have truly become infatuated. It seems Mr. Shin has a genuine fondness for Xie Mi. All of it is mere pretense. The fervent fans of the previous Xiaorong CP were ready to disrupt the scene. Haha, it's all fabricated, a script concocted by director Nyo. All a staged performance, la la la. Thus one must tread carefully when shipping CPs, a misstep could lead to unfortunate outcomes, as evidenced by the experiences of those before you. After Xie Mi had fallen into Xinzhuoqing's arms 3 more times, she finally lost her temper. Damn it, you banana-loving pineapple, are you doing this on purpose? Is that obstacle something you set up? Xinzhuoqing feigned innocence. I am merely assisting you with desensitization training. Once you are accustomed to it, you will no longer stumble. Thanks a lot. Now let us get started. Alright, old Shin is becoming quite the compliant partner. I'm dying of laughter. What a henpecked man, huh? The game was finally about to commence. With Xinzhuoqing joining in, upon seeing him, Xie Mi couldn't help but marvel at the machine's brilliance. The modeling was astonishingly lifelike, smooth, and natural. Let us select our skins. We are ready to begin. The audience could not witness the 3D spectacle within the VR but could observe the 2D images projected, showcasing the first-person perspectives of Xie Mi and Xinzhuoqing on separate screens. I'm ready. Xinzhuoqing had selected his skin first. Xie Mi lifted her gaze and beheld an Ultraman clad in security attire. I am the community security guard, here to ensure safety. Xie Mi, 6. I'm ready too. After a round of selections, Xie Mi finally exited the wardrobe interface. Xinzhuoqing's perspective revealed an alluring Ultraman adorned in a fiery red bikini. Xinzhuoqing, Xie Mi, not all foxes are lewd, and sensuality does not equate to depravity. 6. Are you really not going to apologize to Ultraman? Ha ha ha. Entering the first level, the objective was to vanquish the mischievous monsters plaguing Xinghua City and rescue the students of Xinghua Primary School. Xie Mi charged forward, delivering 2 solid punches to a monster, advancing into the school with fists ablaze. If I'm not mistaken, is that a skill key in the lower right corner? After Xinzhuoqing dispatched a line of small monsters with a skillful energy wave, he turned to see Xie Mi wildly pummeling her foe, falling silent. In the audience's view, Xie Mi appeared utterly frenzied, flailing her fists in every direction, nearly propelling herself off balance. This girl really has immense strength, so abstract. Much like my life, not knowing what I am busy with. Downstairs, Xiao Jingxi gazed at his handsome reflection in the mirror, a confident smile gracing his features as he exited the restroom, intending to seek out Xie Mi. Since Xie Mi had once fallen head over heels for him, devotedly loving him for so many years, it stood to reason she could feel the same again. Ultimately, their conflict arose from his engagement with Su Shuangrong. Now that the matter had passed, he surmised she would soon cease her grievances. Xiao Jingxi arrived at Xie Mi's room on the 3rd floor, knocked on the door, but received no response. As he descended to the 2nd floor, he overheard Xie Mi's voice resonating from the projection room, filled with indignation. Are you engaging in a sneak attack? You can't handle it, you little spicy chicken. You lack the strength to confront me head-on. What are you playing at? Xiao Jingxi paused for a moment before decisively opening the door to the projection room, only to be confronted by a shadow lunging towards him. I'll send you to the afterlife with an uppercut. Bang. Xiao Jingxi rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Xie Mi burst from her room, crawling and shrieking in the dim corridor. Contorted in her movements, upon removing her headset, Xinzhuoqing witnessed the scene. The moment the door opened, it was as if unleashing the seals and releasing the zombies. Ha ha ha, I am genuinely going to be driven mad by Sister Xia's antics. Sister Xia is so beautiful. And she even plays games so well. Old Shin, promise me, never take old Xia to play VR again. The afternoon passed in a remarkably tranquil manner. Before dinner, Xie Mi and Xinzhuoqing were assigned as the cooks. Glancing at her name on the whiteboard, Xie Mi sighed deeply. The inevitable had arrived. Teacher Xiedatsu Shuangrong approached with a phone box, smiling brightly. These are local delicacies sent by my friend from Yun City. Could we use them as ingredients for tonight's dinner? They are freshly air-freighted and will not be good tomorrow. Aware that Xiao Jingxi had now turned his affections towards Xie Mi, she still greeted Xie Mi with a warm smile, instantly garnering positive sentiments. Whoa, my Shuang, how could you cry this afternoon yet appear so strong now? She truly is so graceful, never allowing anyone to feel awkward. Girls who are too understanding often go unappreciated. Alas, our Shuang is so pitiable. Xie Mi opened the phone box, revealing mushrooms glistening with droplets of water, undeniably fresh. Alright, I will take charge of the cooking. Unable to prepare a grand feast, she could surely manage a mushroom stew. In the original text, Su Shuangrong had also brought back a box of mushrooms that day, and the guest responsible for cooking had prepared a mushroom soup. Luckily, the author had a penchant for verbosity, detailing the cooking process extensively so she could replicate the recipe without issue. Chapter 32 Collective Mushroom Poisoning. Madness, sheer madness. Since time immemorial, the kitchen has been a battleground for romantic entanglements, and this occasion proved no exception. Originally, it was to be Xie Mi and Xinzhuoqing responsible for dinner, yet Xiao Jingxi had also come to join in the fun. Is there anything I can assist with? He approached Xie Mi, presenting a self-satisfied smile. No needed. The response came from Xinzhuoqing, who interposed himself between Xiao Jingxi and Xie Mi, stating with a calm smile, I am sufficient. There was a deeper meaning in those words. Xiao Jingxi's expression soured, his lips pursed as he attempted to bypass Shinjuqing. However, with each step he took to the left, Shinjuqing mirrored him, and with each step to the right, Shinjuqing followed suit. Steadfastly guarding his position, Xie Mi turned to witness this scene and rolled her eyes. Are you two engaging in a waltz of affection? Ha ha ha, Teacher Xie, your words are truly amusing, this rivalry is exhilarating. No way Xiao Jingxi genuinely has feelings for old Xie, given their previous scandalous news, isn't he embarrassed? Oh, those ridiculous rumors were merely propagated by brainless fans, they had no real conflict. If Xiao Jingxi's interactions with Su Shuangrong were merely for promotional purposes, then Xiao Jingxi is single, and it is perfectly acceptable for a single male participant to pursue a single female participant on a dating show. Right? Forget that, I simply adore the drama, old Xie deserves it. While Shinjuqing and Xiao Jingxi danced their intricate steps, Xie Mi had already begun her culinary endeavors, recalling the recipe from the original text. She heated oil in the pan, sauteed ginger and scallions, added the mushrooms to unleash their aroma, then poured in water to simmer, finishing with a high flame to reduce the broth, ultimately tossing everything into the pot. What a thoroughly exhilarating cooking experience. I'll handle this. Shen Wanqing tied a black apron around her waist, rolled up her sleeves to reveal a fair wrist, and methodically sliced the ingredients, placing them into the pan to saute and stir fry. Finally she leisurely sprinkled cheese on top before plating. It was truly perfection. If only this dish of creamy mushroom stew weren't black. How astonishing! Xie Mi gazed at the dish with genuine astonishment. Despite the absence of any black ingredients, the white cream had transformed into black. In a sense, aren't you also a genius? You flatter me, Shen Wanqing replied, quite unreservedly. Xiao Jingxi, who had just returned after being splashed with water by Shen Wanqing's cunning, paused upon seeing the dish. What is this? Xie Mi replied, squid ink mushroom stew, give it a try. Xiao Jingxi chuckled inwardly, thinking that Xie Mi still harbored feelings for him. He confidently approached, speared a piece, and popped it into his mouth. As he chewed, his expression shifted to one of confusion. What is this supposed to taste like? Shen Wanqing, leaning lazily against the counter, replied nonchalantly, sweet is normal, salty is unusual. Xie Mi added, and poisonous leads to death. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingxi clutched the trash can and retched, what audacity allows two kitchen assassins to gather in one place? Indeed, their postures are imposing. And the results are formidable. Xiao Jingxi, it's a blessing to have you all. Eventually the two faced each other, each checking their phones for recipes. After several failed attempts, Xie Mi solemnly inquired, perhaps you've had mushroom sashimi? Shen Wanqing smiled and declined, spare me. Ultimately they resorted to the simplest method, boiling mushroom slices and pairing them with various seasonings. Wasn't it still a dish rich in flavor? When the dish was served, Xie Mi clapped a hand on Xiao Qingye's shoulder and said heavily, I shall never again say your cooking resembles a plate of excrement. Culinary skills must be acknowledged. Xiao Qingye, caught off guard, responded, let us eat something light for health. Lu Wuxing interjected at the right moment, trying to ease the tension. It's getting late. Let us all sit down to eat. Thus everyone began to use their chopsticks. Thankfully, although the dish was light, it was far from being classified as dark cuisine. Tasteless was still preferable to foul tasting, and they all resigned themselves to it. As they ate, Xie Mi noticed something was amiss. Xiao Jingxi, do you have something on your mind? Why are you crouching on your chair? Only then did they realize Xiao Jingxi was indeed squatting on his seat, staring vacantly into the air, his hands grasping at nothingness. Xie Mi glanced at the plate of mushrooms, sensing something was off. Hey! Xiao Qingye suddenly jumped 3 feet in the air, shouting, my pants are bulging out. The water that Director Niu had just sipped erupted from his mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? What on earth is happening? I knew Zhou Gongzi would go mad eventually. He has been suppressed by Xie Mi for too long. Smack! Lu Wuxing slapped Xiao Qingye across the face, exclaiming, you're unbearable. Just because your family has some money doesn't mean you can be so arrogant. What? Xiao Qingye, having been slapped, began to cry. Lu Wuxing rolled her eyes and sat down heavily, picking up her chopsticks and taking a deep breath, crying, this family's fortune has been scattered by your tears. What? Sister, what is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind too? Goodness, is the recording of this show really that intense? Even the usually gentle Wuxing has been driven crazy. Only Xie Mi understood that Lu Wuxing had not gone mad, her true nature had simply been revealed. Indeed, Lu Wuxing indulged in both smoke and drink in private. Wait, why were there subtitles while she spoke? Xie Mi thought she must be mistaken and squinted to focus, but the scene before her became increasingly blurry. Stop eating, this dish is poisonous. Xie Mi abruptly overturned the table, seizing a banana and launching herself into the living room. I saw who poisoned us. Don't run, you scoundrel, I'll smash you with this banana. The assistant director, inexplicably chased by her, cried out in panic. Help, someone help. Shen Wanqing watched the overturned pot of mushrooms, pondering for a few seconds before asking, you just said, where did these mushrooms come from? Su Shuangrong replied, Yun City, I remember they have a specialty in mushrooms. The case was solved. It was a collective case of mushroom poisoning. A few minutes later, Shen Wanqing and Su Shuangrong began to exhibit symptoms as well. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Some were running wildly. Others were sobbing, some indulged in drink and smoke, while others were banging their heads against the ground. It's been ages since I've seen such a chaotic show. Chapter 33, Unveiling Her Origins, She is Actually Wealthy? When Xie Mi awoke again, she found herself in a hospital. She vaguely recalled the chaotic scenes before losing consciousness. Wait, Yun City. Because novels often avoid using real place names, many authors make slight modifications. Thus Yun City was actually Yunnan, and they had consumed mushrooms. But that made even less sense. In the original text, Su Shuangrong had brought back ordinary mushrooms, and the author had specifically explained that they were the most common type available. Why had they turned into poisonous mushrooms this time? Recalling the smile Su Shuangrong had when handing her the mushrooms, alongside her earlier comment about dieting and eating less at the table, everything became clear. Due to the shift in the plot, Su Shuangrong's actions had changed as well. Instead of bringing back ordinary mushrooms, she had brought back poisonous ones. It is well known that mushroom poisoning can induce hallucinations, leading to unpredictable behavior, which is especially perilous for public figures. A slip could result in a shattered persona or accidental revelations of secrets, leading to scandal. Su Shuangrong's maneuver was ruthless. Fortunately, her reputation had already been damaged, so she had no cause for concern. As Xie Mi munched on an apple, she pulled out her phone and saw a message from Director Niu in the guest group. He stated that due to the collective poisoning of the guests, the doctor recommended a 2-day rest, and thus the recording of the show was paused. The production team would return to pick them up in 2 days. Awesome. In a sense, she felt grateful to Su Shuangrong. Opening Weibo, she saw that netizens were in stitches. During the half-day they were unconscious. The dramatic events of the mushroom poisoning had spread like wildfire, with each individual receiving their own cut. The entertainment seekers were creating memes and playing with the material, sending love investigations spiraling into chaos. The buzz had risen, their reputations had plummeted. It was said that Zhou Qingye was the first to wake up and leave the hospital. A netizen witnessed him furiously kicking trash cans on the street, shouting curses at the television station for half an hour. Xie Mi couldn't help but laugh, making a duck-like quack. Did we take a wrong turn? Why is there a Donald Duck in this hospital? A middle-aged woman's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Xie Mi. Then a young man's voice followed. Mom, don't mention Donald Duck or we'll be sued. Oh right, I'll have to sue later. By the way, is this the right room? Swish, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman clad in a fiery red gown, adorned with extravagant jewelry. Behind her stood a young man of about 20. Wearing a bespoke shirt and waistcoat, sporting silver-framed glasses. Oh, my dear daughter, how long it's been. The woman's fiery red lips curled upward as she sashayed toward her. You say you want to leave, so just go. Wouldn't it be better to obediently go abroad and never come back? Instead, you want to be a star, prancing about on television, only to be scorned. How embarrassing. Her voice was sharp and cutting, with malice hard to conceal in her smile. The young man also wore a disdainful smile, softly remarking, embarrassing. Xie Mi, who is this flaming turkey? Li Meiyan scoffed. If it weren't for your father asking me to come get you, I wouldn't bother. Tell me, how come you weren't stabbed to death that time? Father, she still has a father. Xie Mi squinted, racking her brain, and finally pinpointed a specific sentence from the convoluted text of the original work. Xie Mi, in pursuit of Xiaojing, she disregarded her family's objections and insisted on entering the entertainment industry, thus severing ties with her family. However, she didn't care. She never liked that family. Her mother had died early, and her father had never cared for her. That wicked stepmother only bullied her when her father was absent, and her half-brother was a dangerous person. Because the original text merely glossed over Xie Mi's family situation, she nearly forgot about it. Xie Mi scrutinized the woman before her. The diamond jewelry sparkled brightly, and her eyes glimmered with intrigue. She was still a wealthy individual. Why are you smiling? Li Meiyan frowned. Taking a step back, she quietly asked Xiaolian, what is wrong with her? Isn't she still poisoned? Xiaolian replied softly, the doctor said the poisoning symptoms have vanished. Then what is up with her? She used to cry out in terror at the sight of me. Why isn't she crying today? Perhaps she is just stunned. While the mother and son murmured to each other, Xie Mi had already taken out her phone to check the messages she had received a few days prior. Hungry Beauty Delivery. Dear customer, the installment payment for your Longjiang pork trotter rice is due this month at 0.5 yuan, 210 installments, and is now overdue. Please deposit the full amount along with the late fees into the designated account promptly, or it will be recorded in your personal credit system, adversely affecting your credit standing. Xie Mi, could you possibly extend the deadline by 2 days? Crying, alas, my sister Xie is truly down on her luck now. However, gazing at the mother and son before her, Xie Mi gradually revealed a wicked smile. How fortuitous. Just as it rains, someone offers an umbrella. When one is hungry, food is delivered. This is indeed a timely assistance in the midst of adversity. Li Meiyan was still quietly plotting with Xiaolian. They had worked so hard to drive her away back then. How could they allow her to return? Although your father sent me to fetch her, As long as I threaten and intimidate her like before, she certainly won't dare to come back. What are you whispering about? Li Meiyan looked up, meeting the girl's smiling eyes. Oh my. Are you insane to come this close? I think I just overheard something quite alarming. Xie Mi tilted her head, smiling innocently and radiantly. My dear father has sent you to bring me home. Yet you wish to conspire behind my back. Li Meiyan paused for a moment, quickly regaining her composure, and scoffed. I am certainly not preventing you from returning. The question is, would you dare? Don't forget how you lived in that house before. You must think this through. Do I even need to think? I will return immediately. Li Meiyan was utterly exasperated. Xie Mi, don't push your luck. I've made myself quite clear. Do you dare? Hello, I'm going to call the police. Someone is preventing me from going home. Return. Is that all right? Half an hour later, Xie Mi stood before a luxurious European-style mansion that resembled a castle, a blissful smile gracing her face. Happiness can be so simple. You truly can smile. A male voice suddenly chimed from behind. Xie Lian slowly approached her side, gazing at the opulent mansion before them, his eyes, hidden behind glasses, swirling with unspoken emotions. It seems you have forgotten that this place was once the hell you yearned to escape. Indeed, I was quite foolish back then. Xie Mi turned to look at him, her lips curling into a faint smile. Fear not, from this day forth, this will be my paradise. Or perhaps your hell. Chapter 34, Healing. Zhongding and Little Deng stepping into the villa, one is greeted by an extravagantly luxurious hall, elegant marble floors, chandeliers adorned with crystals, intricately carved decorations, and bespoke wooden furniture exude opulence without losing their charm. It is evident that the owner of the house possesses considerable taste. As Xie Mi explored the mansion, she discreetly observed the expressions of the butler and servants. They regarded her with a mixture of trepidation and sympathy. Since the original character's family situation was never elaborated in the book, Xie Mi was entirely unaware. With only scant information, the mother had died young, the father remarried, and brought home a stepbrother with no blood relation to her. Why not go see your room? It's been so long since you returned. You must be quite nostalgic. Li Meiyan approached her, a sinister smile playing on her lips. All right, let us take a look. I am rather sentimental. Xie Mi inquired of the butler regarding the room's location and calmly ascended the stairs. This left Li Meiyan utterly baffled. Why was she so composed? This shouldn't be happening. Unwilling to concede, Li Meiyan immediately followed her. Upon reaching the second floor, she spotted Xie Mi standing before a particular room's door. The door was ajar, and Xie Mi had undoubtedly witnessed the scene within. A smile crept onto Li Meiyan's face. Well, what do you think? Has anything changed? I specifically instructed the servants to restore your room to its original state. The windows were boarded up, the walls adorned with disturbing graffiti. Scattered medicine bottles and a blackened mirror. Rather than a room, it resembled a haunted house. Xie Mi pondered, stroking her chin. The original character had lived in such an environment during her childhood, yet why was there no mention of her being mistreated in the book? Merely stating, from the moment she met Xiao Jingxi, Xie Mi fell in love with him. He was like a ray of sunshine piercing through her dark world, becoming her salvation. The original character's first encounter with Xiao Jingxi occurred in the school cafeteria, where both had their eyes on the last serving of sweet and sour ribs, which Xiao Jingxi relinquished to her. From that moment onward, she fell hopelessly in love with him, living for him, obsessing over him, and recklessly pursuing him. Initially, Xie Mi found this plot absurd, but upon reflection, if the original character had grown up in an abusive and loveless environment, it would indeed be easy to interpret even the slightest kindness from others as a form of salvation. Alright, next, Xie Mi did not enter but simply glanced inside before closing the door. Take me to the study. Li Meiyan, who had anticipated some reaction from Xie Mi, felt her smile fade. Do you think I'm your tour guide? Isn't that so? Xie Mi tilted her head and blinked innocently. I thought you came specifically to help me get acquainted with the surroundings. She certainly intended to explore the entire villa. This home still bore traces of the original character's existence. From these clues, she could deduce the original characters standing within the household. Without understanding these details, how could she remain here as a wealthy individual? The study is on the third floor, right? Xie Mi turned gracefully, heading upstairs without a backward glance. This infuriated Li Meiyan. She had brought Xie Mi to this room precisely to evoke those dark memories. Hoping to intimidate her into retreating, who would have thought Xie Mi would remain unfazed? It seemed extreme measures were necessary. Xie Mi, stop right there, Li Meiyan cursed as she chased after her upstairs. Bursting through the study door, she discovered Xie Mi already seated in the main leather chair, holding a picture frame, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. I see now, you see what? For some reason. Li Meiyan felt that Xie Mi had changed in some way. Xie Mi pushed off the ground, causing the leather chair to spin. It turns out my situation isn't as dire as I thought. Within the frame was a photograph of a middle-aged man and a young girl. The man wore a stern expression while the girl, perched on his shoulder, beamed with both hands raised high. This was undoubtedly the original character with her father. The preservation of this photograph, prominently displayed on the desk, was sufficient evidence that this father loved the original character, yet, he was a stern and taciturn man, not skilled in expressing his affections. From the state of the original character's room and the medications scattered about, it could be inferred that she had once suffered from a mental illness. The stepmother, fearing to physically harm the original character, resorted to verbal abuse, sowing discord between the original character and her father, ultimately leading her to perceive this home as hell and run away. Of course, this was merely her conjectured narrative, there was no need to delve deeper into the specifics, after all she was now filled with confidence. Xie Mi placed the poignant photograph of father and daughter back on the desk. Turning to Li Meiyan with a radiant smile, Zhengdem, go tidy up my room. What did you say? Li Meiyan exploded with fury. Xie Mi approached her calmly, her fingertips brushing against Li Meiyan's cheek as she whispered in her ear. A room filled with the shadows of my childhood, how could my father permit its existence? If he were to discover that you deliberately restored it to provoke me, do you think he would expel whom? Li Meiyan's body shook, her gaze towards Xie Mi turning to one of terror. When did she evolve? Xie Mi smiled playfully. Children were indeed easy to deceive, but let us not forget, I have grown up. A friendly reminder, your time is running short. I will go, alright, Li Meiyan stammered as she hurriedly left, fearing to linger even a moment longer. Xie Mi rubbed her forehead with a wry smile. Her stepmother was truly something else, yet another day of successful pretense. You seem to have become smarter. A cold male voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Xie Lian stood there, half hidden in the shadows. Emanating an inexplicable aura of darkness, mother sent me to show you around other places. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow, just as she had dismissed Zhongding. Here came another little dang, she hadn't forgotten the harsh words he had issued at the entrance. Thus she felt compelled to utter that classic line, damn it, I detest pretentious people, let us go. I happen to be bored following this. Xie Lian turned and walked away. Xie Mi trailed behind him, exiting the villa and crossing through the back garden to arrive at a sunny conservatory. The flowers here were evidently well tended, blooming splendidly. Noticing her fixation on the blossoms, Xie Lian suddenly grinned, his laughter resonating with a low haunting tone. Do you miss these flowers? They still bloom so vibrantly, don't they? What nonsense, by the way, shouldn't you be taking your medication? Xie Mi regarded him seriously. You seem to be losing your mind. Xie Lian, Chapter 35, Butler, no more jokes. Xie Lian, flowers require nourishment. Since I provide them with the finest sustenance, they always bloom brilliantly. Xie Mi, do you really not need medication? Xie Lian, do you remember what their nourishment is? You've seen it before? Xie Mi, you just acted a bit deranged, you know, who laughs while deliberately lowering their voice like that. Xie Lian, it seems you've forgotten. Do you need me to help you recall? Xie Mi, I see now you are a Yandere, so your laughter just now was intentional. Were you trying to show off? Xie Lian could no longer contain himself, interrupting this entire obstructive exchange with an exasperated outburst. Enough? The terrifying atmosphere he had cultivated was utterly shattered. This time, it was Xie Mi who emitted a low, eerie chuckle from her throat. So you really were just putting on a facade, Xie Lian. There comes a point when one can no longer endure. He moved aside a flower pot, pressed a mechanism, and the hidden door swung open, pushing Xie Mi inside. A stench of blood assailed the senses. Revealing various horrifying instruments of torture, alongside jars of formaldehyde housing unknown organs on the shelves, Xie Mi glanced around. Xie Lian approached her from behind, his laughter chillingly sinister. How about that? Does it jog your memory? Do you recall the first time you stumbled upon this place? Your expression back then was simply magnificent. His voice trembled slightly, excitement gleaming in his reflective lenses, lips curling up as he traced his tongue around them. As if savoring the moment. Is this your secret base? Xie Mi suddenly inquired. Xie Lian did not respond, merely stepping inside, picking up a bloodied scalpel and waving it in the air. The glint of the blade gleamed, glaringly striking Xie Mi's face. She neither flinched nor recoiled, slowly revealing a wicked smile. Do you know why this secret base is called a secret base? Xie Lian remained silent, the light flickering across Xie Mi's face once more. Xie Mi, if you tell me, it won't be a secret anymore. Xie Lian still said nothing, though the light began to flicker wildly. Oh, it's his hand trembling. Xie Mi grinned. Tonight, I shall report you. And everything will be torn down. Clatter. The knife clattered to the ground, and Xie Lian finally panicked, striding forward to see Xie Mi, who was preparing to leave. Stop. The Yandere youth was no longer Yandere. His eyes reflecting pure foolishness. Alas, putting aside this persona, he was merely a 20-year-old college student. College students, after all, are the easiest to deceive. Xie Mi lounged in a garden chair, basking in the sun, leisurely swinging her legs. Xiaodeng juice please. Having said this, Xie Lian approached with the juice, bringing the straw to her lips. Without even glancing, Xie Mi pursed her lips to bite the straw. Observing this, Xie Lian's lips slowly curved into a smile. The next moment, he received a slap across the face. Slap. Did you think I didn't see you putting bug carcasses in the juice? Beside them, Li Meiyan, who was serving fruits, trembled, instantly donning a flattering smile. If you hit him, please don't hit me. Xie Mi retaliated with another slap, as if it were the most natural thing. Xiaodeng and Zhongdeng each received a slap, clutching their faces while staring resentfully at Xie Mi's back. Soon, the butler's voice echoed through the hall. The master has returned. Xie Mi hastily dropped the juice and dashed outside, with Li Meiyan and Xie Lian in hot pursuit. They intended to outpace Xie Mi to report her misdeeds, but saw her slide down to kneel and embrace a leg, her mouth firing off like a machine gun. I was once a daughter who dearly loved her father, yet was harmed by my stepmother and half-brother. My stepmother deceived me, and my half-brother provoked me, casting me out of my home, but if given another chance, I will keep my eyes wide open, allowing no one to sow discord between my father and me. Do I need to VU50 to hear your revenge plan? The owner of the leg spoke, his voice vaguely familiar. Xie Mi looked up, meeting Shen Xiaoqing's eyes, which sparkled with mirth. We meet again? Teacher Xie Mi, she was clinging to Shen Xiaoqing, but what about her wealthy father? Xie Zhengde emerged from behind Shen Xiaoqing, looking at Xie Mi with a complex expression, his stern face betraying a hint of helplessness. You are the first man the master has brought back. The butler, who had appeared unannounced, addressed Shen Xiaoqing. Lao Bai, don't make jokes. Xie Zhengde replied to the butler. Lao Bai acknowledged this and stepped back. Xiaomi, get up. The ground is cold. Xie Zhende's voice held an authoritative calm, clearly a man accustomed to seriousness. This is Mr. Shen, here is a guest. Xie Mi glanced at the smiling Shen Xiaoqing and then at the stern Xie Zhende. She then extended her hand towards Xie Zhende. Father, give me a hand. Hiss. Behind her, Li Mei Yan and the other servants gasped in disbelief, staring at Xie Mi. Xie Zhende's usually impassive face flickered with emotion. Shen Xiaoqing's hand was already reaching out, just about to grasp Xie Mi's hand when it was brushed aside. Xie Zhende's calloused hand clasped Xie Mi's small one, lifting her from the ground. Whether it was an illusion or not, his stern eyes seemed to soften imperceptibly. Truly never grows up. His tone was calm, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The butler Lao Bai made his entrance once more, exclaiming, it has been ages since the master has smiled so joyfully. Xie Zhende's face darkened. Lao Bai, the butler Lao Bai, acknowledged and withdrew again. Xie Mi, however, took in everything, more convinced of her previous assumption. Her father was indeed a man of words and actions, concealing a loving heart beneath a serious exterior. Perhaps it was due to his ineptitude in expressing himself, compounded by the interference of a stepmother, that the original owner had consistently misunderstood him. Were those things you said earlier true? Xie Zhende's gaze swept over Li Mei Yan and Xie Lian, his expression growing graver. Li Mei Yan, flustered, immediately explained, of course not, the child has always enjoyed joking around. You know that too. I treat her so well, how could I bully her? Oh, is that so? Xie Mi smiled sweetly at her. Li Mei Yan's eyes were frantic with a plea for mercy, nodding vigorously. Of course, I even cut fruits for you earlier. Whatever fruit you want in the future, I will prepare for you. Xie Mi's smile widened further. And what about Xie Lian? The name Xie Lian paused, his expression darkening, his lips pressed tightly together, clearly unwilling to concede. Li Mei Yan kicked him in the back, causing Xie Lian to kneel before Xie Mi. He does too. He loves his sister the most and would never bully her. Xie Zhende's scrutinizing gaze swept across them. I hope so. Xie Zhengde and Shen Xiaoqing retreated to the study for a discussion, while Li Mei Yan and Xie Lian knelt before Xie Mi, fidgeting their hands, continuously pleading for forgiveness. The butler Lao Bai made his third appearance, lamenting, it has been ages since I've seen the madam and young master kneeling so joyfully. Chapter 36, Father. Drop some gold coins. After conversing with Shen Xiaoqing for a while, Xie Zhende called for Xie Mi to join him in the study. Upon entering, Xie Mi only saw Xie Zhende alone. He calmly flipped through a book, nodding at her entrance, his words sparse. Sit. Xie Mi obediently took a seat beside him. How have you been these years? Xie Zhende closed the book and inquired. Not well. Surprised by her bluntness, Xie Zhende paused, but quickly revealed an appreciative glimmer in his eyes, speaking plainly, without beating around the bush. Very good. Why not well? Was it due to finances? Not exactly due to money. Xie Zhengde nodded in satisfaction, showing ambition. Neither servile nor arrogant. Very good. Xie Mi. Primarily due to lack of funds. Honest, unguarded. Very good. What are your plans upon returning this time? Xie Zhengde leisurely lifted his teacup, taking a sip, appearing nonchalant, yet beneath the table, his leg trembled violently. The computer screen facing him still displayed a series of search queries. How to win back a daughter's heart. What to do if a daughter insists on running away from home. Can a daughter unilaterally sever ties with her father? Xie Mi remained silent, her expression heavy with contemplation. Xie Zhende's teacup was nearly empty. As he chewed on the tea leaves, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his leg trembled even more violently. After what felt like an eternity, Xie Mi finally spoke of the room on the second floor facing the sun, the one with the large terrace. Xie Zhende was puzzled. Xie Mi was equally confused. Weren't you asking which room I wanted to stay in? She had thought long and hard, concluding that the sunlit room on the second floor was the best. Not only was it the largest, but the window also faced the lake, truly a luxurious lakeside view. After all, it was rare to play the role of a wealthy person, hence one must indulge in the finest experiences. Xie Mi was feeling quite pleased, completely oblivious to the ecstatic gleam in Xie Zhende's eyes, yet, as the chairman of Xie Corporation, he maintained composure, striving to suppress his overwhelming joy, keeping a stern facade. Very well, I will have Lao Bai prepare that room and decorate it to your liking. Thank you, father. Xie Mi cheered, leaping up and rushing to embrace Xie Zhende, then eagerly darted out of the study. The moment she left, Xie Zhende sprang up, clutching the framed photo of them together, tears streaming down his face. My daughter, are you calling me? A bright, melodious voice rang from the doorway, startling Xie Zhende so much that he nearly dropped the frame. Spotting Xie Mi's head peeking from behind the door, Xie Jingde instantly reverted to his serious demeanor, though a hint of mortification lingered in his eyes. Is there something else? He inquired, his tone neutral. Yes, Xie Mi's crescent-shaped eyes sparkled as she cheerfully said, Father, drop some gold coins, please. Ding, Alipay received 5 million yuan. Xie Mi leapt up in excitement, nearly soaring 3 feet high, practically bursting to bow to Xie Jingde 3 times on the spot. She could hardly believe that from today onward she would transform into such a vivacious and cheerful girl. Congratulations to teacher Xie for reclaiming his heritage. A voice filled with mirth chimed from behind. Xie Mi turned around and discovered Xin Zhaoqing languidly seated on the sofa, his long legs crossed, eyebrows slightly raised in her direction. I was just about to ask, how did you end up here? As Xie Mi busily operated her phone, settling her various payments, she approached the sofa and took a seat. Of course, I came to see teacher Xie. Don't feign innocence. Xie Mi ruthlessly punctured his facade. First, how did you know I was here? Secondly, how do you know my father? Lastly, the butler just mentioned that you are the first man my father brought home, which is all rather peculiar, isn't it? Xin Zhaoqing, caught off guard, remained unfazed, the testament to teacher Xie's keen perception. Speak quickly, or I shall choke you. Xie Mi narrowed her eyes menacingly, her fingers inching toward Xin Zhaoqing's neck. Xin Zhaoqing chuckled softly. Amusement dancing in his eyes. I'll tell you. I have business dealings with Director Xie, and during our conversation, your name came up. I shared a few anecdotes about you, and he invited me over. Shared a few anecdotes. Xie Mi sensed something amiss and pressed further. What exactly did you say? Well, for instance, how you scavenge for food on the streets when you're hungry and can't even fend off a homeless man. Or how you faced online harassment and stalkers, or that you seem ill but are genuinely unwell. As he spoke, he noticed Xie Mi's expression growing increasingly perilous and wisely decided to halt. Flashing a radiant smile, you know me, I tend to indulge in fanciful tales. Xie Mi began to comprehend. No wonder this scene never appeared in the original text, it was clearly Xin Zhaoqing's doing. But why would he act this way? I hope for your well-being. It was as if he could see through her heart. Xie Mi felt an inexplicable pang, an eerie sense of familiarity washing over her. Yet she couldn't pinpoint its origin. However, wise individuals do not engage in self-inflicted turmoil. When faced with the incomprehensible, it is best to dismiss it altogether. Thus she slapped the table. As a token of gratitude. I shall treat you to dinner. Splendid. Xin Zhaoqing's beautiful almond eyes instantly brightened, radiating warmth. What shall you treat me to? Shar County cuisine. The wealthier a person, the more frugal they tend to be. This statement holds true. On the first night in her new home, Xie Mi found herself too exhilarated to sleep. To quell her excitement, she engaged in a couple of games. After 2 rounds, her joy turned into despair. Well, this truly meant she wouldn't be sleeping at all. Suddenly a rustling sound echoed from outside her window. Mom, take it easy son, seize the opportunity, if we can't drive her away in these 2 days. Once she goes to record the show, there will be no chance left. Rest assured, Mom, I am fully prepared. I didn't scare her during the day, so I cannot possibly fail this time. Xie Mi approached the window and saw 2 figures clad in white dresses, wearing long black wigs, climbing up toward her windowsill along a rope. So that's how it was. The original occupant had been frightened away by this very method. Here they come, just like before. Knocking on the window, making faces, striking terror. Before Li Meiyan could finish her sentence, she was met with Xie Mi's smiling eyes. Xie Mi directed her flashlight at her and Xie Lian, with a press of the switch. Bang! The super bright outdoor long-range flashlight illuminated the surroundings, startling the just-awoken old butler Bai, who hurriedly got up to prepare a feast. Li Meiyan, blinded by the light, lost her grip and tumbled down. Mom, Xie Lian, fearing for his mother, leaped after her, landing with a thud on Li Meiyan's back. What was once harmless now resulted in injury. Li Meiyan, having you as my blessing. Chapter 37. This entire shopping mall belongs to the Xie family's assets. What transpired last night? Xie Jingde inquired at the breakfast table. Xie Lian remained silent, nearly lowering his head to eat, casting a resentful glare at Xie Mi. Xie Mi also refrained from speaking, adhering to the unspoken rule, if he doesn't ask, she won't tell. If he does, she'll feign surprised. It was old butler Bai who stepped in to answer. Last night, Madam went to the courtyard for some matters. Which courtyard? The hospital. Old Bai certainly has a way with words. When injured, he says one has gone to the hospital. Why must he say it's for matters in the courtyard? After breakfast, Xie Jingde headed to the company, instructing old Bai to take Xie Mi shopping at the mall in the city. Naturally, there were many things to purchase upon returning home. So, why did you come along? In the car, Xie Mi asked, glancing at Xie Lian seated beside her. Xie Lian's face expressed reluctance. Dad said that female celebrities require bodyguards when out in public. So he sent me to save on hiring one. Just as Xie Mi was about to laugh, old Bai in the driver's seat burst out laughing first. Xie Mi shifted her tone, remarking, it's been a while since I've seen the butler so delighted. Xie Lian, as the only individual in the car, he had become the plaything of the 2 others. The car pulled up to the most luxurious mall in Haishur, bustling with elite professionals and urban beauties. Once Xie Mi donned her mask and hat, fully prepared, she stepped out of the vehicle. There was no choice. She had indeed become a female celebrity. The master mentioned that all expenses today would be covered by the young master. During their ascent in the elevator, Old Bai remarked. Xie Lian's expression shifted, protesting on the spot. Why should that be? Old Bai wore a pleased smile. It's been a long time since he has seen the young master so spirited. I was angry, Xie Lian retorted, chasing after Old Bai for an explanation. Don't dodge the question with humor. Tell me why. Xie Mi sighed. Old Bai and my brother are truly something else, facepalming in exasperation. She didn't follow after them but was instead captivated by a poster. It was an advertisement for engagement rings featuring Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong, and currently, a staff member was taking it down. The employee muttered angrily, no more shipping CPs, Xiaorong, you've hurt me deeply. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, this was the point where the storyline diverged significantly. Xiao Jingxi abruptly decided not to ship with Su Shuangrong anymore. Severing the romantic connection between the main characters in this book, she was quite curious as to how the plot would continue to unfold. You are Xie Mi? A voice inquired nearby. Xie Mi turned to find a pair of eyes adorned with fluttering false eyelashes staring back at her. It's really you, the other exclaimed, raising her voice several decibels. It's me, Zhang Huiding, the one who competed against you for the same leading role, and ultimately, I was the one chosen. While it seemed like a nostalgic reunion, it was, in fact, a veiled jab. Xie Mi recalled that the original text indeed featured such a character. Zhang Huiding, the original host's sworn enemy, always undermined her whenever they acted together, snatched roles during auditions, and overshadowed her in every competition. In essence, Zhang Huiding's rise as a second-tier actress was entirely due to the original hostess contrast. Of course, it was an unintentional contrast to ITSU. Although I couldn't recall exactly who you were, it's definitely you, Xie Mi responded with genuine delight. Zhang Huiding's lips twitched slightly. What are you doing here? This floor is filled with luxury goods. And I recall you earning quite little. No. As she spoke, a realization seemed to dawn on her. Oh dear, I almost forgot. Teacher Xie has recently gained popularity, appearing on director Niu's dating show and occasionally trending on social media. Yet, it seems it's mostly due to controversies. Ha! She laughed while discreetly observing Xie Mi's reaction, eager to see her crumble. Xie Mi, with utmost sincerity, responded, thankfully, if I lack money, I must rely on myself. Zhang Laosher, on the other hand, is fortunate enough to spend. Zhang Huiding, reliant on buying her way into the spotlight, was indeed rattled by Xie Mi's sincerity. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. In an effort to regain some ground, Zhang Huiding stepped forward, linking her arm with Xie Mi's, proclaiming that since it's fate that they met while shopping, why not explore together? She was convinced that Xie Mi could not afford anything here and was determined to accompany her. Reveling in the chance to witness her embarrassment, alarm bells rang in Xie Mi's mind. You don't expect me to foot the bill, do you? Zhang Huiding rolled her eyes. Of course not. In the ensuing hours, Zhang Huiding flaunted her financial prowess, purchasing items left and right, and insisted on acquiring everything Xie Mi touched. Xie Mi noticed a dazzling piece, reached out with a swift motion, sweeping her hand across a row of clothes, then turned back expectantly to Zhang Huiding. Zhang Huiding's mouth twitched violently, yet, preserving her dignity, she gritted her teeth and declared, I'll take all of these. Xie Mi's smile gradually morphed into something sinister. 20 minutes later, Zhang Huiding's credit card was maxed out. After the staff quietly informed Zhang Huiding of this unfortunate news, she panicked, covering her mouth to prevent Xie Mi from overhearing. Witnessing Xie Mi's laid-back demeanor ignited her fury. Xie Mi, why aren't you buying anything? Oh dear. Could it be that you can't afford it? Doesn't Rincha provide you with a fee for appearances? Haven't you been trending recently without any gigs, or have you spent all your earnings paying off previous penalties? She stepped closer to Xie Mi, deliberately provoking her. So why did you even come to this floor? Just to browse without buying? You're causing quite a dilemma for the staff. If everyone were to browse without purchasing, how would they conduct business? Xie Mi widened her eyes in astonishment. Zhang Huiding felt a surge of elation. Success, this was it, the moment she had been waiting for. The thrill of having her long-held pain so casually exposed was exhilarating, a whirlwind of surprise, excitement, and anger. The torment she had endured for years was so effortlessly revealed by you. How delightful, Zhang Huiding. Xie Mi secretly smirked. When a situation can be resolved through madness, embrace the madness. To lash out and spend tens of thousands on a dress out of anger is truly foolish behavior. Zhang Huiding, unable to endure any longer, suddenly raised her voice. Xie Mi, why are you so vain? If you can't afford it, just admit it. I won't mock you. Aren't you all about authenticity on that variety show? Is it all just an act? Her piercing shout drew the attention of the staff, who began to murmur among themselves. Xie Mi, that name sounds familiar. Could it be the Xie Mi from Love Investigation? Now that I look closely, she does bear a resemblance. Is she really pretending to be affluent despite not being able to afford it? How vain can Xie Mi be? A glimmer of triumph flashed in Zhang Huiding's eyes as she anticipated how Xie Mi would extricate herself from this predicament. Just then, a shadow suddenly slid into the scene, kneeling before Xie Mi with a thud. Miss Xie, your presence is a rare honor. It seems I have failed to recognize the great mountain, Zhang Huiding. Xie Mi, Lao Bai. This entire mall belongs to the Xie family. Chapter 38. The world falls silent listening to her moment of vulnerability. This world resembles an enormous novel about a dragon king. Upon hearing Lao Bai's pretentious proclamation, Xie Mi felt that even smiling crookedly would be inappropriate. Bundle everything up. Xie Lian made a grand entrance, wearing sunglasses and exhibiting a golden black card. The staff recognized her immediately and hurriedly fetched the card machine. Feeling ashamed for having misjudged Xie Mi, this was not vanity at all. Xie Mi was simply being understated. Xie Lian swayed slightly but maintained her composure as she presented her card for payment. Ding, transaction successful. She swayed even more but insisted on saying, just the price of a breakfast. Tears glistened behind her sunglasses. Zhang Huiting was taken aback by the spectacle, utterly bewildered by the situation. As the staff began packing up the entire store's clothing, Xie Lian approached Xie Mi's sister. Although this is our family's mall, we shouldn't make things difficult for the staff. This is what you taught me. So, I shall take care of the bill. Very well. It seems you have absorbed my teachings well. Xie Mi quickly got into character. Lao Bai, you may rise. Lao Bai, yes, did I just break character? Not a problem. Xie Mi, what's going on? Are they actors you hired? Zhang Huiting still refused to believe the scene before her. Pulling Xie Mi aside to whisper, however, as the staff emptied the store, lining up luxury shopping bags at Xie Mi's feet, Zhang Huiting's voice trembled. This is a joke, right? Xie Mi sighed softly, looking at Zhang Huiting with a near-pitying gaze. If you say so, then it must be true. A snap, something shattered. It was Zhang Huiting's competitive spirit. The world fell silent, listening to her moment of vulnerability. Ultimately, Zhang Huiting fled in disgrace. At the milk tea shop, Lao Bai savored his full sugar, fully iced taro bubble tea, his face relaxing as the wrinkles smoothed out. It had been a long time since he had flaunted wealth with the young master. Xie Lian remained silent, her expression solemn as she slowly placed a tissue over the black card, as if to pay homage. Xie Mi, too, wore a sorrowful expression, contemplating the likelihood of scaling rooftops while adorned in luxury goods. Ultimately concluding that it was zero. Upon reflection, it seemed rather foolish to splurge on extravagant items for the sake of showing off. She had initially only intended to purchase a few sets of high-end sportswear. Yet, since it wasn't her money being spent, it hardly felt like a loss. With this realization, clarity washed over her. Boss, one full sugar cilantro milk tea, with extra cilantro. Xie Lian shot her a resentful glance, signaling, I'm not drinking anymore. I'm saving money. Xie Mi, oblivious to the hint, gave a thumbs up. If frugality is a virtue, Xie Lian, incensed, bit the tissue. Xie Mi, a clear and melodious voice called out. Xie Mi turned to see a youth of similar age to Xie Lian, dressed in a white shirt, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his gaze gentle, a faint smile playing on his lips. Aren't you going to class today? I took a leave of absence. Xie Lian pointed to Xie Mi. I'm accompanying my sister for shopping. This is your sister who just returned home. The youth looked at Xie Mi, his dark eyes shimmering with a playful light. Hello, I am Xie Lian's classmate, Eugene Che. Xie Mi spat out her milk tea. The original antagonist, Eugene Che. A seemingly refined youth, yet in truth a brooding and obsessive character, he was the first to uncover the true nature of the protagonist. Su Shuangrong, yet willingly became her pawn. Ultimately, when Su Shuangrong discarded him, he darkened him, imprisoning her for a month. He was indeed a genuinely dangerous individual. Xie Mi gazed at Xie Lian, feeling a chill at the realization that Eugene Che was Xie Lian's classmate. What a small world. By the way, do brooding types tend to flock together? They don't have a support group, do they? But don't mind me. You two continue your conversation. Xie Mi waved her hand, turning to her phone game. After all, Eugene Che was just a side character connected to Su Shuangrong outside of the variety show. There was no need for them to cross paths. Why Eugene Che regarded her with a puzzled look but said nothing further. Continuing to chat with Xie Lian about school, after a while, Eugene Che added, I have no classes tomorrow. I'll come over to your house. Great. Xie Lian beamed. My sister 1T be home tomorrow. We can go to the Sunshine Floral House. I won't be going tomorrow. Something came up suddenly. Why Eugene Che smiled lightly, bidding them farewell. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Xie Lian. Goodbye, butler. Bye. Once he departed, Xie Lian gleefully nudged Lao Bai's shoulder. Did you see that? He didn't even greet Xie Mi. Truly my classmate. Lao Bai sighed. It's been a while since I've seen the young master so petty. Xie Lian. Xie Mi was entirely oblivious, her focus solely on her game. Meanwhile, at the television station, the Love Investigation production team was in chaos reality show madness. Look at the labels netizens have tagged us with. Who even remembers we are a dating show? Director Neil was fuming in the conference room. While everyone held their breath, the whiteboard displayed all the trending topics since the show's premiere. Automatic umbrella in the rear, monkeys splashing water, zombies unearthed, mushroom poisoning, collective madness. From these entries alone, it was clear that none bore any relation to a dating show. The root cause of this chaos, Director Neo slammed Xie Mi's photo onto the whiteboard, scrawling dangerous individual in bold red letters. The assistant director immediately protested, I won't allow you to insult my idol. Director Neo furiously struck the table with his pen. Get out, almost forgetting about this troublesome assistant. He continued, we must take action. Since Xie Mi can ruin a dating day, let's go all out. Outdoor filming plans officially initiated. After 2 days of rest, filming resumed. The production team splurged, selecting the scenic coastal city of Nanhai as their filming location. As soon as Xie Mi disembarked from the plane and checked the location sent by Director Niu, she suddenly heard a thunderous shout, "The young lady has arrived, everyone, clear the way." Xie Mi nearly dropped her phone in shock. A ruggedly dressed man with dark skin came barreling towards her, brandishing a welcome sign emblazoned with her close-up photo captioned, "Sound the heart-throbbing alarm, even passing frogs must pause to scream not why wild horse knows no return. Sister Xie must be celebrated." The man reached her, executed a dramatic 180-degree bow, and bellowed a warm welcome to the resplendent rose in Nanhai. After a long silence, the man looked up in confusion, only to see the silhouette of a figure sprinting away with a suitcase. Growing increasingly distant. Chapter 39. Where did this trendy character come from? The chase continued for 300 rounds, with Xie Mi and the rugged man panting, separated by a green belt. "Sister Xie, why are you running? Have you seen a lunatic? Would you not run?" "I'm not a lunatic, I'm your new assistant." "New assistant?" Xie Mi caught her breath, eyeing him with skepticism. "Which side hired you? The Xie family? The production team? Or dot of course, I was hired by the company. The least likely option had arisen. My stingy company has money to hire an assistant." Xie Mi's expression clearly conveyed her disbelief. To speak of the agency where the original resided was to describe an industry marvel. They lacked operational skills, public relations, and the ability to secure gigs. Their artists were all self-sufficient, struggling to get work, and had to take public transport to events. Forget about assistants, they didn't even have agents. All the artists were managed by the company's HR department. Ding, a message from the company's president Zheng pinged her phone. "My surname is Zheng, don't get cocky, little Xie. I forgot to tell you, you are now our company's hottest artist. The company has generously hired an assistant for you. From now on, he will handle your schedule. My surname is Zhang, don't get cocky, gotta go. The cleaner quit, and I need to clean up." Xie Mi stared at her phone in disbelief, looking at the rugged man before her. She asked the most curious question, "How much is the company paying you?" $800 a month, and they're giving me an internship certificate. President Zhang is so nice. The rugged man grinned widely, his expression both innocent and foolish. So he was a college student, that eased her concerns. "Sister, you can just call me Mao Mao from now on." Isn't it a bit presumptuous to jump straight to a nickname? Let us just stick with a nickname, it feels more casual. The airport nearby reverberated with the announcement regarding lost items. "Mr. Dio Mao, your identification card has been found in Terminal 1. Please proceed to the Lost and Found Center to claim it." Mao Mao slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "Oh no, my ID card." Xie Mi remarked, "Indeed, a nickname is far more endearing." As a seasoned E-person, Xie Mi quickly forged a bond with her fellow E-person Mao Mao. From him, she learned that during the 3 days of recording in Nanhai City, he would also remain there. "The company has arranged accommodation for me. If you need anything during your recording, feel free to message me on WeChat. This wretched company even provides housing for you." Xie Mi was taken aback. "Indeed, Director Zhang's second uncle is a fisherman here, and I'm staying at his place. Not only is my accommodation covered, but meals are too. Well, that makes much more sense." With an hour left before filming commenced, Xie Mi decided to change her attire. Since she was in Nanhai City, she would certainly embrace the local customs. Thus she took Mao Mao to the local wholesale clothing market, where she donned a floral shirt, short shorts, and flip-flops, even visiting a hair salon for a new hairstyle, before arriving at the designated bus stop as instructed by Director Niu. Romantic background music wafted in the air as a pink love-themed bus slowly approached, coming to a stop in front of the bus station. "Welcome aboard the Love Investigation Special Bus." Director Niu, with a face beaming with excitement, poked his head out and, upon seeing Xie Mi, emitted a sharp cry of disbelief. "What on earth is this hairstyle? I must say, I'm not fond of that comment. Please retract it." Xie Mi lovingly touched the 3 spiky tufts on her head, which the hairdresser had styled, claiming it was the latest fashion among locals in Nanhai. Director Niu, momentarily dazed, slumped back, muttering to himself in despair. "Good heavens, a stunning surprise. After just a few days, my dear Xie has taken her eccentricity to new heights." Upon seeing the love bus and the romantic BGM, I sensed something was amiss, but with Xie's grand entrance, everything fell into place. "Old Xie, what does this hairstyle signify? You infuriate me, but this time it's acceptable. Next time, however, do refrain from such antics." Truly a remarkably tough soft persimmon. As Xie Mi boarded the bus, she noted that the other guests had already arrived, indicating she was the final one. Director Niu was still lamenting, banging on the window in frustration, quietly complaining that he had clearly arranged for her to be the last to make an entrance. Having meticulously crafted a pink bubble atmosphere, why then did it all go awry? Just as Xie Mi was fitting her sound equipment, she overheard Director Niu's grumbling and suddenly understood. It became clear that he was striving for a romantic ambience. Determined to assist, she exclaimed, "Clouds wish for garments, flowers yearn for beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railing heavy with dew." Zhou Qingye spluttered his drink. "The romantic vibe is lovely, but perhaps next time, let us skip the romance. As expected of my dear Xie, her words transcend even the quintessence of our culture. I am utterly impressed. Haha, in my lifetime, I could never conjure such corny phrases. It truly takes old Xie." Director Niu was completely defeated. His spirit crushed, Xie Mi felt quite pleased with her corny romantic line. Although the three antennae atop her head made movement within the bus somewhat cumbersome, she sought a seat quickly, yet the seating arrangement proved to be rather intricate. Xiao Qingye and Lu Wuxing were seated side by side, while Su Shuangrong, Xiao Jingxi, and Xin Zhuqing each had an empty seat beside them. "Sit," Xiao Jingxi suddenly called out to her, patting the seat next to him with an air of familiarity. Just then, Xin Zhuqing placed a long leg across, gazing at Xiao Jingxi with a smile, indicating he wouldn't be sitting there. Xiao Jingxi was taken aback by Xin Zhuqing's boldness to challenge him openly on the show. Without hesitation, Xie Mi lifted her leg and stepped over Xin Zhuqing's long leg, heading straight to sit beside Su Shuangrong with a thud. This unexpected move caught not only Xiao Jingxi off guard but also Su Shuangrong, who hesitated, ultimately refraining from saying anything. "Is teacher Xie disdaining me?" Xin Zhuqing turned his head, his beautiful face taking on an expression reminiscent of a puppy pleading for affection. "Oh my, this is quite the battlefield from the get-go. I adore it. So Mr. Xin possesses a puppy-like charm. If old Xin had a tail, it would surely be wagging vigorously right now." Xie Mi chose not to respond, instead rolling her eyes dramatically. She hadn't forgotten the day she treated Xin Zhuqing to a meal at a local eatery, only for him to devour over 100 yuan worth of food. She had selected the cheapest dishes. How could he possibly rack up that much? 100 yuan could have hosted 8 tables at a local eatery. For this she would remain annoyed for several days. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the beautiful Nanhai city. Over the next 3 days and 2 nights, we shall embark on a journey in this stunning coastal city." Director Nio's assistant bees were all painted pink, a clear testament to his obsession with the pink bubble theme. Today's itinerary includes seaside camping. Before we reach the beach, however, we shall engage in our first game on the bus, Guardian Angel. The Guardian Angel game is a heartwarming activity designed to foster connections among unfamiliar faces in the shortest span of time. With a confident smile, Director Nio declared he did not believe such a warm game could be ruined by Xie Mi. Chapter 40, The Rampaging Bull. The foreshadowing unveiled. The rules of the Guardian Angel game are as follows. Each individual writes their name and a wish on a slip of paper, draws a name, and the person drawn becomes their charge for the day, requiring them to silently care for and fulfill that individual's wish. At this point, Director Nio added a reminder. Remember, it must be done in silence. Once the rules were explained, the production team distributed paper and pens to everyone. Xie Mi first inscribed her name, then paused to ponder her wish, ultimately writing a few bold characters. Wish, to reap without sowing for an entire day. Once everyone had penned their wishes, the slips were collected and placed into a drawing box, after which they began to draw in turn. Upon revealing her slip, Xie Mi found the name Xin Zhuqing glaring back at her. "Well, isn't this a delightful coincidence?" The love bus traversed the coastal highway before finally halting at the beach. Of the sea breeze wafted gently, the air laden with a salty aroma. "This is the campsite for our seaside adventure," Director Nio announced loudly. Xiao Qingye furrowed his brow, questioning, "Where are the camping supplies, the food? How can we camp with nothing?" His inquiry hit the mark. Before them stretched a vast expanse of white sand, devoid of anything except a crew of camera operators. Surely the heavens wouldn't serve as their roof and the earth as their bed. Director Nio smirked mischievously. "These essentials will require you to spend money, but not your own. You must compete with us to earn your camping funds." "Compete?" Lu Wuxing asked, perplexed. "Indeed, today, we shall witness a showdown between the guests and the production team, comprising 3 rounds of games. Each victory earns you 1,000 yuan for your budget. Should you lose, you'll walk away with nothing. I have the cost of living in Nanhai City here for your reference." Director Nio produced a price list. Xie Mi leaned in to take a glance. "Goodness, not to mention food and drink, even the cheapest tent costs 200 yuan per day. With 6 people, we need to rent at least 2. Not to mention other essentials like awnings, tables, chairs, and barbecue grills. We need to win at least 2,000 yuan just to scrape by for a day. So what are the competition events?" Xiao Jingxi inquired. "They will include tug-of-war, beach volleyball, and swimming competitions. To ensure fairness, we'll have 3 men and 3 women from the production team join in the challenge." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingye chuckled. The production team, led by the assistant director, consisted of a bunch of weaklings. Victory was assured. He strode forward confidently, declaring, "I've been working out for years. These competitions are child's play for me. I'll be the captain today. Everyone follow my lead." From behind the assistant director emerged 2 muscular men towering at 188 centimeters and 3 women who could rival Barbie in strength. Xiao Qingye, realizing the situation, sheepishly retreated back into the ranks. "What's this? Our brother Qiao is taking a flexible approach. Ha, this is hilarious. How do we even compete against such giants? Hey, are you being polite? So do you accept the challenge?" The only matchstick-sized assistant director taunted. Just as Xie Mi was about to plead for mercy, Su Shuangrong subtly pushed her forward. By the time she realized it, she found herself at the forefront of the team. While Su Shuangrong offered her a smile of apology, somewhat sincere, but not excessively so, Xie Mi was instantly incensed, grabbing a handful of sand and creating a mini sandstorm. "We accept the challenge. Bring it on." If you have the guts, come and take us down, we'll fight you all together, enough already. Su Shuangrong's smile vanished, the others, 6. The game commenced, the first round being tug-of-war. 5 muscular men and 1 negligible weakling stood opposite them. Their intimidating presence overwhelming. Although 3 of their team members were seasoned gymgoers, the women were generally slender and, in terms of strength, they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Frowning, Xie Mi contemplated their chances of winning this round. The assistant director across from them taunted, "Don't even think about it, you're destined to lose." As if to validate their strength, one of the hulking men effortlessly lifted the assistant director as if he were a mere chick. "How on earth can we win? The best strategy is to concede, conserving energy for the next game, rather than waste time on a lost cause. We will not concede, the Xie family army never surrenders." Sister Xie charged at him, exclaiming, "Damn it, family, I have a plan." Xie Mi called everyone over, gathering them together to whisper conspiratorially. "Once the game commenced, I implored you to endure through the initial 3 seconds. Remember, you must hold on." With a sharp whistle from Director Neo, the competition officially began. The opposing team, led by the assistant director, rallied with a fierce chant, 1-2-1, 1-2-1. The red rope immediately shifted towards them, revealing a stark disparity in strength. However, competitions often hold unexpected twists. Suddenly, Xie Mi released the rope, bent down, and assumed the stance of a charging bull, launching herself forward with a powerful kick. The assistant director's pupils dilated in shock as he witnessed 3 black forks hurtling towards him. Xie Mi's hairstyle, meticulously crafted with 3 bottles of hairspray, stood rigid as steel, and her charge knocked the assistant director's eyes wide open. But that was not all. She bellowed, "Bull charge!" Boom, boom, boom. Everyone was sent flying. The rope was swiftly yanked away by the guest team, and Xie Mi succumbed to a concussion, peacefully drifting into slumber. What a selfless act of valor, Sister Xie, incredible. So that was the foreshadowing of her hairstyle. I understand now, I truly comprehend. Most frightening is that after all this, Xie's hairstyle remains steadfast as a rock. Which barbershop did this? I might need to report them. When Xie Mi opened her eyes again, she found herself nestled in Shen Ruoqing's embrace. "You've awakened?" he asked, gazing down at her, his enchanting eyes glimmering with evident allure. For a moment, Xie Mi was entranced, her hand slowly reaching towards his firm, warm abdomen. "I think I could rest a bit longer, huh? Who's pulling me?" Turning around, she saw Xiao Jingxi with a serious expression, tugging at her arm, pulling her away. "What are you doing?" Xie Mi protested, immediately displeased, wrapping her other arm around Shen Ruoqing's waist and playfully squeezing it, exclaiming, "Hey, what gives? I told you I'm still feeling dizzy. I'm not being lecherous, it's just the dizziness." A low chuckle broke from above, both teasing and flirtatious. With a swift motion, Xiao Jingxi's hand was brushed away, and Shen Ruoqing effortlessly reclaimed Xie Mi's arm, his tone betraying unrestrained delight. "Can't you see, she is craving my physique?" Chapter 41, the second match, beach volleyball. The battlefield of the Shura came upon them so unexpectedly. The roaring flames on both sides enveloped Xie Mi, who sighed in resignation, pushing both of them away with a resolute stance. "Onward, next round, such nobility, sir. It's still sad who shines. Had it been me, I would have been utterly bewitched. But I still want to see the battlefield." Crying, but the second round commenced with a beach volleyball match. The production team marked out the playing area, with both teams taking their positions. "I'll take charge," said Xiao Jingxi. "I excel in ball sports. The boys will stand at the back to receive, and the girls will remain at the front and do nothing. But if the front line doesn't receive, it leaves us severely vulnerable, especially since the other side has 2 layers, while we only have 1. Lu Wishing queried. Xiao Jingxi replied without room for debate. "In volleyball, failing to receive a hard serve is the worst. It's better to stand still and do nothing. Trust me, I'm skilled at volleyball. I can handle it." Hearing this, Lu Wishing fell silent, though Shen Ruoqing chuckled lightly. "So how does the illustrious actor determine what can and cannot be received?" Xiao Jingxi furrowed his brow, slightly annoyed, yet he couldn't afford to offend Shen Ruoqing directly. He resorted to vague rhetoric. "Those who can play can receive, those who cannot, cannot." "Does that mean you assume girls cannot play?" Shen Ruoqing countered leisurely. Xiao Jingxi momentarily stuttered, meeting the intense gazes of the 3 girls, stubbornly retorting, "They don't exhibit any athletic prowess." This remark sealed the deal. Xie Mi merely smiled in silence, noting his attempt to pose. She decided to let him have his moment. Anyway, she had just observed a girl on the opposite side playing with the volleyball quite expertly. With 5 balls each, the match began. At Director Neo's command, the opposing girl served first, lifting the volleyball high and striking it with force. Whoosh! The ball shot towards them like a bullet, carrying an intense pressure. Xie Mi, who was supposed to receive the ball in the center, obediently squatted down, allowing it to pass to the rear where Xiao Jingxi stood. He gathered his strength and charged forward, swinging with all his might. This time, he aimed to reclaim his lost dignity. Boom! Xiao Jingxi was sent flying by the ball. The guest team lost a point. Silence enveloped the crowd as all eyes were on Xiao Jingxi, whose head had nearly buried itself in the sand. The illustrious actor had embarrassed himself publicly, and no one dared to laugh. Only Xie Mi was doubled over with laughter, glancing up to find Shen Ruoqing also chuckling. "Oh my! I was just about to record a video of the majestic moment when Xiao Jingxi received the ball and then he pulled this stunt? If I'm not mistaken. Xiao Jingxi just flew out right. Haha, I can't hold it in anymore. Our strategy seems to be lacking, Lu Wishing suggested gently. Su Shuangrong was the first to step forward and help Xiao Jingxi up. Immediately providing an explanation, what Xiao said isn't entirely incorrect. If we recklessly attempt to receive without skill, it only increases the risk. He's looking out for us. Xiao Jingxi shot her a grateful glance before turning to Xie Mi, who was still laughing heartily, causing his expression to darken further. His cheeks burned with embarrassment. I just had a bad position. I'll do better next time. He had to redeem himself. The match resumed. And this time it was their turn to serve. Xiao Jingxi, claiming to be the best at volleyball, stepped up, tossing the ball high and unleashing a fierce strike. This was a shot for dignity. Boom! The assistant director leapt up to lightly tap the ball, which floated gently down to Su Shuangrong's feet. Silence fell upon the scene. Su Shuangrong turned innocently. I was obedient. I didn't attempt to receive. Even though the ball was slow enough for a 3-year-old to catch, Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched, unable to find words. After all, he had instructed them not to receive, and he couldn't very well slap himself in the face. Yet Xie Mi found it amusing. Su Shuangrong truly was the embodiment of a black lotus. She consoled Xiao Jingxi one moment, then immediately proved his strategy flawed the next. It was a subtle act of revenge. Are we not changing our strategy? Xie Mi asked, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow. Xiao Jingxi pressed his lips tightly together. What difference would it make, even if they allowed the three of you to receive? Could it truly alter the outcome? The staunchly masculine Zhou Qingye heartily agreed. If we men cannot win, what chance do you women have? Men are inherently more gifted in sports. The two of them were in sync. Just as Xie Mi was about to retort, Shenru watching leaned weakly against her. I can't manage sports, teacher Xia, please help me. The expressions of Xiao Jingxi and Zhou Qingye shifted simultaneously. The slap to their faces echoed. Xie Mi smirked, patting her petite wife, who stood at 185 cm. Don't worry, darling, I've got you. Xie Mi and Shenru watching switched positions. Xiao Jingxi and Zhou Qingye clearly had objections, but since Shenru watching had voluntarily suggested the change, they couldn't argue. They could only warn Xie Mi, try to avoid receiving. If the ball comes your way, dodge, and let us handle it. Xie Mi responded with a middle finger. The third ball began. And this time the opposing team served. It seemed they had noticed the positional change and deliberately aimed the ball at Xie Mi, as her vulnerability was glaringly apparent. Get away, Xiao Jingxi shouted as he charged towards her. Xie Mi executed a sweeping kick, knocking him down, then leaped to deliver a powerful spike. Boom! The ball grazed past the assistant director's face, leaving him trembling in shock. What a ferocious strike! Director Neo's voice brimmed with disbelief. The production team lost a point. Bravo! Lu Wishing dashed over to high-five Xie Mi, her usually gentle face lighting up with a broad smile. Noticing Xie Mi's gaze, she realized her enthusiasm had slipped, and quickly added, I was just too happy. You look lovely when you smile like that. Xie Mi replied with a grin, then turned back to the opposing side, calling out, come on, let us continue. Lu Wishing paused, her eyes unconsciously curving upward as she softly agreed. Observing all this, Su Shuangrong's gaze deepened. The match continued, and Xie Mi no longer held back, revealing her exceptional skills while cunningly targeting the assistant director. She focused her strikes on wherever the assistant director stood, forcing the opposing team to collide with him to make a play. The entire match echoed with the assistant director's cries, though Xiao Jingxi and Zhou Qingye were astonished by Xie Mi's talent. They were unwilling to let her steal their thunder, thus they rushed to receive the ball. The result was a clumsy collision, leading to yet another loss. Fuming, Xie Mi delivered a spinning kick, sending them packing. Get Lost, Chapter 42. Unable to endure a bunch of crazies without the unfortunate Xiao Jingxi and Zhou Qingye, Xie Mi showcased her prowess, swiftly clinching victory in the match. Not only the opposing team, but even Director Neo seemed flabbergasted. I don't recall your Baidu biography mentioning your prowess in beach volleyball. Xie Mi flashed a heart sign at the camera. Make sure to add that. Baidu Encyclopedia, did you hear that? Sister Xia has spoken. I was completely captivated. This level approaches professional standards. Xiafei, do you have any surprises that I am unaware of? In the third match, swimming competition, Xie Mi began to strategize. There are 3 flags in total. If our team secures 2, we shall be deemed victorious. Those who can swim will charge ahead with fervor, while those who cannot will engage in tickling the opponent's armpits. Emphasizing teamwork. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Wishing immediately expressed her agreement. Alright. Su Shuangrong nodded as well, indicating her understanding. Zhou Qingye, his face etched with defiance, was about to voice his opinion when Xie Mi kicked him into the sea, forcefully interrupting his spellcasting. Damn it! The opposing team exchanged knowing glances, and as the match commenced, the 2 muscular ladies charged forward, flanking Xie Mi. What are they doing? The assistant director, resembling a villain, stepped forward with a sinister smile. You led them to victory in the first 2 rounds, so as long as we can control you, victory is assured. With that, he turned his gaze toward the ocean. The 2 muscle-bound warriors, standing at 188 centimeters We're already sprinting through the water, swiftly taking the lead. With 3 flags to win 2 for victory, our strategy was to deploy our 2 strongest for the task, while the remaining 3 would hold you back. Blind students, you've discovered the crux. Haha, the director's team finally showed some brains. 3 people to restrain 1, the highest respect goes to Sister Xie. Am I the only one worried that we're going to lose this round? Ha ha ha, the restrained Xie Mi suddenly erupted in laughter, exhibiting signs of a potential transformation, nearly startling the 2 ladies into loosening their grip. However, the assistant director shouted loudly to prevent them from being fooled. Don't be deceived, this is her tactic, she's deliberately feigning madness to intimidate you. The 2 ladies tightened their hold even further, yet Xie Mi remained unperturbed, gazing into the distance at the ocean. Very clever strategy. But you seem to have overlooked one detail. Don't forget, our team has another wildcard. Oh no. The assistant director suddenly remembered something and swiftly turned his head. To his dismay, one of the competitors, Shenru watching, was missing from the surface. In the next moment, the first muscular man, charging forward, suddenly plunged into the depths, as if pulled down by an unseen force. Moments later, the second muscular man also sank beneath the waves. Meanwhile, Xie, filled with resentment after being kicked into the ocean by Xie Mi, transformed into a frenzied whirlwind, thrashing violently and creating towering waves. Beside him was Xiaojingxi, who was nearly knocked off balance but continued to sprint forward. Stop howling. When the 2 muscular men resurfaced, they realized they had been outpaced. As they attempted to give chase, they were met with relentless tickling from Lu Wuxing and Su Shuangrong. Ha, stop, he gurgled. Down they went once more. Ultimately, Xiaojingxi and Xie successfully secured the flags, while Shenru watching remained hidden. The shore's Xie Mi beamed with satisfaction. Excellent, everything is proceeding according to my expectations. No, the assistant director fell to his knees. Howling at the heavens, Director Niu had become so immune to the chaos that he could watch everything unfold with a blank expression before smiling and crushing a bottle. Damn, a bunch of lunatics. Human Love Observation Room takes it to the next level. It's truly all madness. This time I will not allow anyone to have missed this variety show. Not only did the live chat fill with laughter to the point of lagging, but even Weibo was utterly overwhelmed. With all 6 guests trending collectively, even the most demure Lu Wuxing could not escape the label of madness. Ultimately, netizens reached a consensus: Xie Mi is toxic. And it's a joyous virus. This adorable girl Li Kuei. I desperately want to be friends with Xie Mi. Help, sorrowful GG explosion. I can't even imagine how joyful it would be to be around her. Innocent little turkey, I can't bear it any longer. I like Mimi the most. Like a fool, I have always been enduring my love for Mimi woo-woo. I truly adore Miss Mimi. Disciplined trendy guy. I just opened the comments and fainted. In the end, the guest team received a budget of 3,000 yuan to purchase camping supplies. The transportation was arranged by the production team, consisting of 3 small electric scooters. As soon as Xie Mi got on the vehicle, Xiaojingxi placed 2 bottles of ice water in her basket. You sit in the back, I'll give you a ride. Xie Mi ignored him entirely and tossed another helmet to Shenru watching. Get in. Shenru watching tilted his head and smiled, his thin lips tinged with a rosy hue, radiating a dazzling sunlight. Alright, the 185 centimeters tall figure squeezed into the small back seat, his long legs seemingly struggling for space, yet he appeared utterly carefree. Xiaoyingdi, do you have anything else to say? Xiaojingxi's expression darkened considerably. I love seeing Mr. Shen's mischievous demeanor. I'm dying of laughter. He really enjoys provoking Xiaojingxi. Whoa, where can I find such a perfect man who loves to vie for affection? Su Shuangrong cried out in pain, clutching her ankle, her face pale. Xiaojingxi paused momentarily, then approached her. Are you alright? It must have been from twisting my ankle in the water, but it's nothing, I'll carry you. Is that alright? Well, teacher Xie, your injury is more important. I declare, the Xiao Shuang CP is rekindling. Goodbye Haven T. You realized, Xiaojingxi is simply swinging back and forth, getting the better of Xie Mi and then seeking out Shuang as if treating Shuang like a backup. This is a dating variety show. It's not about locking into one person immediately. What's the problem with interacting with multiple people? Once all 3 vehicles were filled, they set off in different directions. Xiao Qingye and Lu Wuxing were tasked with finding locals to rent tents and other equipment, while the remaining 4 headed to the supermarket to purchase ingredients for the evening barbecue. Ding ding, Xie Mi, in high spirits, honked the horn as the electric scooter cruised along the coastal road. With the sun and sea breeze just right, the production team's vehicle followed closely behind. Capturing this picturesque scene, the handsome Xiaojingxi rode ahead, with Su Shuangrong, clad in a white dress, seated behind him, her delicate arms wrapped around his waist, the wind tousling her hair, creating an exquisitely beautiful sight. The camera then slowly panned to another vehicle. 3 black forks jutted high atop Xie Mi's head, unwavering. As the wind speed increased, she excitedly shouted, "Raise your hands high." Shenru watching complied, but at the next turn, Xie Mi suddenly spun and flung him off. Chapter 43, Teacher Xie, are you my guardian angel? Shin, Mr. Wow, haha, Sister Xie is amazing. Ever since I started watching this show, I become wicked. My first reaction to this scene was laughter. Someone save me. Help, quick, help, Mr. Shin. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate as one nut. After Shinru Watching was rescued, Xie Mi lost her privilege to ride the scooter and joined the injured Shinru Watching in the car. With a bandage wrapped around his head, he exuded an aura of delicate beauty, yet his smile sparkled like the stars. Teacher Xie, your driving skills are quite impressive. Alas, Xie Mi sighed sadly, unusually silent, as she retrieved a band-aid from her pocket and gently placed it on the scrape on Shinru Watching's hand. She applied it with great care, only to look up and find Shinru Watching gazing intently at her. In his captivating eyes, there was a depth of emotion she could not decipher, but in an instant it melted into a radiant smile. Teacher Xie, are you my guardian angel? Guess, I hope so, but I also hope not. The reason for hoping not is the desire for Teacher Xie's concern for him to be genuine and not merely a game of guardian angels. What an exquisitely beautiful bittersweet scene. He truly adores her. Soon, they arrived at the supermarket. As they prepared to enter, Xie Mi was captivated by a flower shop at the doorway, recalling Shinru Watching's wish written on a note. Oh no, my stomach hurts. You all go ahead. Employing her secret technique of stealth, Xie Mi dashed into the restroom. Once they had all entered the supermarket, she slowly peeked out, revealing a mischievous smile. Old Xie. Are you about to begin again? Sister Xie's smile is unpredictable. Is she about to embark on her task as a guardian angel? I can't wait. 10 minutes later, Xie Mi stood at the supermarket entrance clad in a costume. Holding a bouquet of flowers. A guardian angel must silently protect the other, thus, she donned the costume to deliver flowers to Shinru Watching, ensuring she would not be recognized while still showing her concern. It was simply perfect. Suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps echoed behind her. Just as she turned around, she was kicked aside. What the hell? Xie Mi fell to the ground, peering through a gap in the costume and discovering a formidable Snow King mascot standing before her. Wait, I just realized I borrowed this costume from Ruishing. Little B, is that you, Little B? What a dramatic scene, ha ha ha. For those local to Nanhai, let me explain, there are two mascots, Little B and Little Rue, that constantly engage in playful brawls at the entrance of this supermarket. The Snow King, hands on hips, turned to Xie Mi and wiggled its large backside provocatively, unable to tolerate the provocation any longer. Xie Mi launched a kick, controlling the costume's short arms to strike back. The Snow King retaliated with an over-the-shoulder throw. Xie Mi countered with a sweep, extending her legs to ensnare it. The Snow King unleashed a paw strike, landing on the ground, and executed a whirlwind kick. As the sun set, Xie Mi wielded her sickle to sweep the ground, while crows took to the skies and plains. Employees from both companies abandoned their shifts, rushing out to cheer for their respective mascots, simultaneously launching a psychological assault. The staff from Xie Mi's side chanted, Shui Bingchang's sweetness reigns supreme, while Ruishing coffee is nothing but bitter. Meanwhile, the employees from Xiao Rui's camp retorted, sip on Shui Bingchang and savor a life of desolation. The former continued, global warming is solely due to Ruishing exhausting the ice blocks of Antarctica. To which the latter shot back, you've got a pearl from Shui Bingchang lodged in your nose. Enough of this noise, show some respect for Rui Shui Cafe. When Shinzwanqing emerged, this chaotic scene met his gaze. Two mascots were engaged in a frenzied brawl on the ground, with their respective staff members fervently arguing nearby. His instincts told him that such madness could only mean Xie Mi was likely involved. And quite predictably, it was the Xiao Rui mascot that was wildly rummaging through the Snow King's attire. Shinzwanqing took out his phone and ordered 100 cups of beverages from each establishment. As anticipated, the next moment saw the staff rushing back to work, and the Snow King was dragged away. Xie Mi sat in place, bewildered, like a swordsman lost in thought when Shinzwanqing removed the mascot's head. He found a girl with wide, beautiful eyes gazing back at him, her fair skin flushed with warmth. A smile spread across his face, his eyes brimming with overflowing tenderness. Indeed, it is you. Realizing the situation, Xie Mi offered an awkward smile, her tiny mascot hands clutching a delicate flower as she presented it to Shinzwanqing. He paused momentarily, his obsidian-like eyes shimmering with emotion as he treasured the small bloom. His smile sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. I adore it, sweetly dizzying. I never thought I would witness chemistry between Teacher Xie in this lifetime, but at this moment I surrender completely. Help, what an extraordinary display of mutual affection. Director Neo, I declare you have succeeded. I concede this is indeed a dating reality show. They absolutely must be locked in. After securing their purchases and returning to the seaside, Zhou Qingye and Lu Wishing brought along the rented tools. It was time to set up the tent. Just as Xie Mi was about to roll up her sleeves and get to work, Xiao Jingxi pulled her aside and handed her a chair. Shoving a plum and iced oolong tea into her lap, just sit, I'll handle it. Xie Mi, she glanced down at the items in her hands, frowning slightly. However, Xiao Jingxi misinterpreted her expression and smiled. I guessed you would enjoy these. Xie Mi suddenly understood the original owner had previously dated Xiao Jingxi, so he remembered some of her preferences. Indeed, plums and oolong tea were among her favorites. To avoid revealing their past relationship, He feigned guessing, confident that she would comprehend. Just as she was about to toss the items onto the table, someone snatched them away first, replacing them with cola and chips. Xie Mi's eyes lit up. As it was her preferred original flavor Lay's and Pepsi, yet Xiao Jingxi seemed to revel in his superiority, promptly announcing, fried snacks and carbonated drinks are the quickest route to weight gain. She never consumes these. Is that so? Director Xiao seems quite knowledgeable, Shen Zhuanqing remarked playfully. Xiao Jingxi hesitated, realizing he had let something slip, and quickly added, I was just guessing. Female celebrities must monitor their diets, and I assume she would too. Well, you guessed wrong. Shen Zhuanqing raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze towards Xie Mi. Xiao Jingxi followed suit, only to witness Xie Mi happily devouring chips and cola, finishing an entire bag with ease, and calling out for more. Certainly, Shen Zhuanqing smiled gently, placing a bag full of snacks and beverages on the table, all of which were Xie Mi's favorites. Chapter 44, Epic High Emotional Intelligence. Xie Mi sat contentedly in her chair, enjoying the snacks while observing the two men before her, unable to resist raising an eyebrow. Although she was unsure which of the two was her guardian angel, the feeling of wishes fulfilled was truly delightful. Not having to work and indulging in snacks, wasn't that simply unearned rewards? I absolutely adore watching the competition. I must have been a competitive brain in my past life. So, Xie Jia's wish for unearned rewards came true. Which of the two is truly her guardian angel? Looking at it this way, Xie Jia is indeed clever. This wish is simply brilliant. As the campsite was set up, dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings. They erected a barbecue grill in front of the tent, unveiling the ingredients purchased from the supermarket, officially commencing their camping experience. I shall be the chief griller, Xie Mi declared enthusiastically as she rolled up her sleeves. Denied, Shen Zhuanqing gently pressed her back into her seat, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let go of your culinary ambitions. Have you forgotten the disastrous outcome of your last attempt? The other shuddered at the memory. That horrifying incident involving mushroom poisoning had trended for 3 days on social media, a painful topic they preferred to avoid. Perhaps we should let someone else take over, Lu Wishing suggested, clearing her throat. Who shall it be? Qiu Qingye inquired, gazing at Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong. They were the only two who had not yet showcased their culinary skills. The other 4 had notoriously poor cooking abilities, leaving them with no choice but to gamble on these two. I'll do it, Xiao Jingxi replied calmly. He stepped forward, arranging the prepared ingredients on the grill with fluid, graceful movements, flipping and brushing with oil while sprinkling on the seasoning seamlessly. Oh, so you can cook? Qiu Qingye sighed in relief. Su Shuangrong smiled at adding, in our previous collaboration, the male lead had a cooking scene, so Jingxi took the time to learn. As expected of Xiao Jingxi, he truly immersed himself in learning culinary skills for the role. His dedication brings me to tears. Reliable Xiao Jingxi forever. My brother finally gets to show off. Upon hearing Su Shuangrong's words, Xiao Jingxi straightened his back a bit, though his expression remained composed. Xie Mi clicked her tongue, calmly moving her chair back a little and pulling Shen Zhuanqing along with her. She began her countdown in her mind. 3, 2, 1 whoosh. The flames in the grill suddenly flared up, shocking Xiao Jingxi and causing him to fumble, crashing to the ground in disarray. The others who had gathered too closely were also caught in the chaos, particularly Qiu Qingye, whose eyebrows nearly caught fire. What on earth? Do you even know how to do this? Quickly extinguish the fire. Where's the water? Douse it. The scene descended into chaos. I declare, this attempt has failed to impress. Fans were ready to sing praises. And this is what we get. I said there was no way he could cook. He merely looks impressive while in reality he lacks finesse. Who dumps an entire bottle of oil while grilling? It's no wonder it caught fire. Seeing the commotion, Shen Zhuanqing raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to Xie Mi's ear and whispering, Teacher Xie, your prediction was spot on. You should be grateful to me. This situation could hardly be deemed a prediction. It was merely Xie Mi's deep understanding of Xiao Jingxi. That stubborn man preferred to learn impressive cooking postures rather than actual culinary skills, resulting in a mere faade. Ultimately, they had no choice but to let Su Shuangrong take on the role of head chef. To be fair, compared to the other 5, her technique appeared the most reliable. Cooking slowly over low heat reduces the chance of error, though it requires a bit more patience. As long as we get to eat, that's what matters, Lu Wishing remarked with a smile. You seem quite adept. Do you often cook? Well, living alone in a rental, cooking is more economical than ordering takeout, Su Shuangrong replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the comments section promptly filled with words like heartbreaking and modern Cinderella. While waiting for the barbecue, the production team kept busy by arranging a small test segment. Emotional intelligence is crucial in love. And to assess everyone's emotional quotient, I have prepared a question. Director Neo produced a card and read aloud, your crush posts a status saying they ran into their ex while on the way to the hospital. How would you respond? Qiu Qingye leaned back in his chair, unimpressed. Of course, I would ask her what she discussed with her ex. Ideally, it would be nothing. I don't like women entangled with their exes. Director Neo smiled. A perfect 0-point answer. Next, Qiu Qingye's expression darkened. I believe the hospital is the main concern rather than the ex. Su Shuangrong's voice was soft and warm. Is she going to the hospital because she is unwell? What illness does she have? I think I would be more concerned about those matters. Xiao Jingxi regarded her with admiration. Shuangrong, you are truly kind. I ask that kindness. I'm not certain. I only know that for someone I care about. I will always prioritize their well-being, Su Shuangrong replied with a serene smile. Xiao Jingxi's gaze towards her grew increasingly appreciative. This is indeed kindness, my dear. Oh, my precious one is the most gentle in the world. I've been captivated by Su Shuangrong. What a lovely girl. I have a different answer. Xie Mi raised her hand. Director Neo's alertness peaked. Go ahead. Firstly, this question has two traps. The first is that the mention of the X distracts you from the fact that they are going to the hospital. So we must focus on the hospital. Going to the hospital indicates they are certainly unwell. Then comes the second trap. It is possible that they are not going for their own illness but rather to visit a sick family member. At this point, we must also consider the possibility of their family being ill. Director Neo was taken aback. This was a perspective he had not even considered, showcasing remarkable detail. The others exchanged incredulous glances at Xie Mi. This angle is indeed astute. I can't believe her emotional intelligence is so high. You are indeed impressive. I thought Su Shuangrong's response was already flawless, but it turns out there are even more remarkable ones here. Thus, the correct answer is, Xie Mi took a sip from the beer can leisurely stating, is it you who is sick, or is it your mother? Pfft. Some people spat out their drinks, others tumbled from their chairs. And some clutched their chests, shouting that their hearts ached. Old Xie, you're truly a bit baffling. Ha ha ha, damn, he is hilarious, ha ha ha. Even after 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, I couldn't come up with such an extraordinary answer. Sister Xie has a bit of emotional intelligence, but not too much. After this little interlude, the barbecue was ready. In the afternoon, they had bought plenty of beer, which now perfectly complemented the barbecue. Allowing them to indulge in a few drinks, the night sea breeze carried a refreshing chill, and the charcoal in the grill crackled softly, creating a leisurely and pleasant atmosphere. Xie Mi, clad in her short shorts all day, felt a slight chill in her knees from the wind, yet before she could utter a word, Shen Yuqing draped a blanket over her legs, providing warmth against the cold just as she was about to speak. Her shoulder felt another weight. Xiao Jingxi had approached at some point and placed his coat over her shoulders. Xie Mi, here we go again. Chapter 45, Camping by the Sea, Collective Drunken Revelry. After downing 2 cans of beer, Xie Mi felt herself warming up. She tossed the blanket to Shen Yuqing, the coat to Xiao Jingxi, and marched over to the grill, ready to devour the barbecue. Cherish life, stay away from the arena of demons. CP fans were exasperated. Old Xie, return to me. Give up struggling. Facing the arena of demons is your destiny. No wonder Sister Xie, without realizing it, has become the leading lady of a romantic variety show. Some began to feel envious. What are you pretending for? You're already overjoyed inside, aren't you? At the start, it was clearly Shuang who had the leading lady script. But then the capital came in, and both emotional lines are rather stiff. 666. First of all, Su Shuangrong is the leading lady in your dreams. At the outset, apart from stirring up CP with Xiao Jingxi, she had no other emotional line, right? Secondly, Mr. Shen has shown interest in Xie Mi from the very beginning. I don't find it stiff at all given his credentials. Which capital do you think could control him? Lastly, I also find it strange why Xiao Jingxi suddenly likes Xie Mi, but I purely interpret it as his own issue. Don't drag Xie Mi into everything. Xiao Qingye cast a lingering gaze at Xie Mi. His grip on the beer can tightening. During the 2 days of suspension for adjustments, he had watched the program's rerun. He discovered that the latter half of their first meeting was captured by hidden cameras arranged by the production team. And the fact that he was pinned to the ground by Xie Mi had become common knowledge. Subsequently, Xie Mi threatening him to call her dad and feeding him baby food had turned him into a subject of ridicule across the internet. Branded as a son, what a disgrace. Though he did not understand how Xie Mi had obtained such a damning secret about him, he knew he had to act. Come on, let us drink together. Xiao Qingye placed 2 cases of beer on the table across from Xie Mi, smirking coldly. I see you handle your liquor well. Dare you to compete with me, having spent years in bars? His drinking capacity was unquestionable. Bringing Xie Mi down was a trivial matter. The notion of truth comes out and wine lingered in his mind. Once Xie Mi was intoxicated, he could exploit the opportunity to extract her secrets. That way, he wouldn't be the only one embarrassed. Xie Mi gradually narrowed her eyes, instantly discerning this fellow's ill intentions. A little drink is enjoyable, but too much can be harmful. You drink on your own. If you drink with me, I'll throw you some resources later. Upon hearing the phrase throw resources, Su Shuangrong immediately looked over, but Xie Mi was furious. After all my efforts to relax, you want to give me work? Do you think I'm foolish? Xiao Qingye was also incensed. Then is it alright if I just give you money? Xie Mi's anger intensified. You think you can dismiss me with a few trivial coins? Get lost. Xiao Qingye's lips twitched uncontrollably, reaching his limit. He suddenly knelt before Xie Mi, bellowing, Dad, your son toasts you a drink. This time, Xie Mi, without a second thought, downed her drink. She had grasped the proper etiquette for toasting. The others were left dumbfounded, yet Xiao Qingye, bearing the humiliation, managed a smirk of triumph as he continued to toast Xie Mi dad. Cheers, confirmed, Xiao Qingye truly is a son. In the future, Xiao Qingye's friends, I don't even want to mention that dad of yours. Ha 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 ha. I am done for. Xiao Jingxi sensed an opportunity to intervene and stepped forward to shield Xie Mi from the alcohol. Mr. Qiu, that will do, she can't handle much, stop wasting words, you drink too. Xiao Qingye naturally would not allow Xiao Jingxi to ruin his plan. Without further ado, he shoved a few cans into Xiao Jingxi's arms. Tonight, let us all loosen up and drink together. Xiao Qingye transformed into a drunken fiend. Fervently urging everyone to drink, determined to get everyone tipsy, within no time several cases of beer had been consumed, and everyone felt a bit woozy. Xiao Qingye staggered towards Xie Mi, leaning close to her ear with a cold chuckle. Xie Mi, I warn you, don't be too arrogant. What if you know my secret? If it comes to a showdown, peeling off a layer of your skin is no problem. Xiao Jingxi yanked him away from behind. Enough of you, you're acting stranger. Then, turning to Xie Mi with heartfelt sincerity, he said, I know you resent me for what happened with the online harassment, but you should thank those who have hurt you. It is precisely because of them that you can continuously grow, improve, and become even more exceptional, don't you think? What nonsense! Xie Mi suddenly stood up, her forehead colliding sharply with his chin. What the hell do I have to be grateful for? I wish they would drop dead on the spot. Alright, the only one I should be grateful to is myself for getting through all of this. Everyone else can just die. Director Niu was startled. Quickly whispering to console her, Teacher Xia, you should be more optimistic. Xie Mi dazed opened her eyes and retorted, everyone else should go for euthanasia. Is this a collective drunken stupor? Though I know Teacher Xia is drunk, I still find her words quite reasonable. Exactly, stop with the toxic positivity, I can't stomach it. I stand with old Xia on this one. Xiao Qingye, convinced he was the best drinker yet already thoroughly intoxicated, suddenly flipped the table. Xie Mi, do you really think I won dare to mess with you? Believe it or not, I can make you disappear from the entertainment industry in a minute. Xie Mi grabbed a chair and charged at him. I only live once, I'll do whatever I want rather than waiting to be stabbed or hit by a car. I'd rather go crazy, who cares? I'll beat them to death. Xiao Qingye struck and fled in all directions while Xie Mi chased him like a rabid dog. Similarly intoxicated, Xiao Jingxi suddenly stood up and shouted at Xie Mi, Xie Mi, since you disdain my love, then let us see my hate. I'm utterly thunderstruck. I never imagined such a cheesy line would come from the lips of the esteemed film emperor Xiao. Wait, did I just catch the keyword? Film emperor Xiao loves Xie Mi, love? This is madness, pure madness. Is this a reenactment of a classic scene from The Fungus Poisoning? Director Niu was left dumbfounded. He originally thought that such a romantic scene of drinking by the seaside would inevitably lead to the male and female guests confessing their true feelings under the influence. How did it devolve into drunken antics? Quick, stop them, where's Teacher Xia? Teacher Xia has vanished. By the time they realized it, only Xiao Qingye, knocked over by a chair, remained on the beach, while Xie Mi had disappeared without a trace. The night by the sea was pitch black, fraught with danger and mystery. Damn, even Director Niu was panicking now. What are you waiting for? Go find her. Mr. Shin seemed to have already set off. Xie Mi, Shin Yuqing's voice echoed through the woods, his usually calm eyes flashing with a hint of panic, his tone betraying an unmistakable tension. After searching several circles with no sign of her, his unease deepened, and his knuckles turned white from the strain. Suddenly he heard rustling footsteps behind him. Just as he turned around, surprise! The girl, flushed with color, her beautiful eyes glazed with intoxication, grinned brightly. Your guardian angel has come to fulfill your wish. She vigorously scattered the petals she held into the air, the fluttering white petals reflecting in Shin Yuqing's pupils. A crumpled piece of paper also fell to the ground, inscribed with, Shin Yuqing wish, to see another apricot blossom rain. Chapter 46, today, embracing the dark-skinned spicy girl vibe, the petals danced with the wind. The moonlight slanted down, and in the tranquil night, it was Shin Yuqing who found himself in chaos. The inebriated girl had long lost her senses. After giggling foolishly at him, she collapsed, and he rushed to catch her. Initially restrained, his grip gradually tightened. Shin Yuqing lowered his gaze, the depths of his eyes mingling with unexpressed emotions. Lulu Xie Mi had always been a bit eccentric, due to her fierce personality. She often climbed trees for fun, and the other children in the neighborhood mocked her as the six-eared macaque. Thus, Xie Mi gave them a good thrashing, and they began to call her Six Sister instead, leading to a transformation of their neighborhood into a version of Flower and Fruit Mountain, where Six Sister and her band of monkeys embarked on a joyful and carefree life. This was the origin of her nickname Lulu. Logically, the characters in the book should not know her real-life nickname. Yet in her dreams, she seemed to faintly hear someone calling out to her, Lulu. Who was it? Who was calling her? Last night, the teachers had all gotten drunk and slept late, so this morning, they were planning a surprise tent raid. An incongruous voice shattered Xie Mi's dream. She struggled to open her eyes, discovering herself lying within the confines of a tent, where whispers of a certain cowherd could be heard outside, creeping about. I am certain everyone is quite curious about the most genuine side of an artist upon awakening, and thus I shall unveil it for you." Whoosh! The tent was abruptly drawn back and blinding sunlight flooded in. The first figure to grace the frame was Lu Wuxing, already awake and folding her bedding. She regarded the suddenly intrusive camera with a hint of surprise, and despite her confusion, she greeted it with a soft "Good morning." Although she wore no makeup, her appearance bore little difference from her usual self. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her beauty innate. "Oh my, this natural look is astonishing. I implore my sister to produce a skincare routine video." "Is there a possibility that even if she did, we wouldn't be able to afford it? Woe is me, what difference does it make if I'm just one among the many wealthy people in the world?" And she is so disciplined. Despite a hangover, she woke up by 8 and even neatly arranged her bedding. "This is something I could never achieve in my lifetime. Those who are more accomplished than I am seem to work even harder. So what purpose does my own effort serve? I might as well give up." The camera then slowly shifted to the side, revealing Su Shuangrong. She had been roused from her slumber, removing her eye mask and rubbing her sleepy eyes. Yet not a trace of irritation could be seen on her face. She sat up, stretching languidly, and smiled at the camera. "Good morning, everyone. Aw, baby, kiss kiss." Even just waking up, she is still adorably soft and sweet. That stretch is simply too cute, oh my. What on earth is the difference between her makeup and no makeup? Someone alert the makeup artist. The camera gradually turned towards Xie Mi. Xie Mi raised her hands above her head, her legs flailing, stretching vigorously. Then, wrapped in her blanket, she rolled back and forth. "When it comes to Sister Xie, I can only express one thing: authenticity. Goodness. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought the camera had turned on. This is precisely how I look while lying in bed right now. Is she a burrito in human form?" Such an authentic morning state. The sheer realism of the scene evoked a sense of familiarity among netizens, propelling it to trending status. Many viewers also discerned blind spots within this morning video. "Ai Ying Si Tang, if I'm not mistaken, Xie Mi is the true embodiment of before and after makeup. There seems to be no difference, right, Huang Futinio? I've long marveled at her natural makeup. But now I seriously suspect whether she even wears any at all. Ma Shen Mei, behold, the comparison image is right here. No difference, truly no difference." The assistant director, upon seeing these comments, sensed something amiss and, during the guest's grooming period, approached Xie Mi with a question. "Teacher Xie, do you usually apply makeup for the show?" Having just finished washing her face with a towel, Xie Mi responded with a calm demeanor. "I don't wear any." The original owner's company had become so impoverished that they could hardly afford to hire a makeup artist. While filming, she would simply borrow the makeup artist from the crew. And for daily events and shows, she would do her own makeup. And now, under Xie Mi's stewardship, she had opted to forego it altogether. The sole reason, an extra half-hour of sleep. The assistant director, appearing uneasy, suggested, "Perhaps you should wear some makeup after all. Considering this is a dating show, your image is quite important. Wouldn't you agree?" After a moment's contemplation, Xie Mi nodded. "I suppose I hadn't considered that. Give me half an hour, and I'll apply some." "All right." The assistant director returned to the director's group, elated. When the coward inquired about his newfound joy, he simply smiled mysteriously. "Just wait for the surprise that's about to unfold. If her idol, Teacher Xie, looked this stunning without makeup, imagine how breathtaking she would be with a proper application." He was determined to capture high-definition photos and upload them to their Xie Mi fan club site. Half an hour later, the guests gradually finished their grooming and gathered outside the tent. A new day commenced, and the previous day's Guardian Angel game had concluded, under the watchful eyes of our director group. Everyone had successfully safeguarded their chosen partners, resulting in a very satisfactory outcome. However, as the director prepared to proceed, he realized that one person was missing. Just then, he spotted a figure arriving late. "I'm here. I am here. I got delayed by my eyeliner. Sorry." All eyes in the room turned to this individual. Breaking the silence, the coward politely inquired, "Excuse me, indigenous friend, have you perhaps taken a wrong turn? We are currently recording a show." Xie Mi blinked her large doe-like eyes, pointing at herself. "Indigenous is me." She turned to glance at her reflection in the camera, clad in a green wave-patterned shirt, yellow floral shorts, and a pair of straw flip-flops. Her hair, having collapsed from the previous day's style, was casually tied into a ponytail, topped off with a charming local straw hat. Her face sported a carefully applied makeup look, featuring green eyeshadow, wavy eyeliner, and bold red lips, with foundation a few shades darker than her natural tone. "Doesn't it look quite lovely? Can't they see that I'm channeling a chic, dark-skinned vibe today?" Upon hearing her familiar voice, the audience suddenly realized something. The barrage of comments in the live stream reflected the same awareness. "Old Xie? Whoa, I was hesitant to laugh, thinking she was some African friend. Got it, Sister Xie is going for a cosplay theme today, embodying a vacation version of the coffin dance meme. True fans recognize it immediately. Wait, who has wronged her?" "Teacher Xie," the assistant director rushed over. Incredulous at the sight, his jaw dropping in disbelief. At this moment, the coward understood everything. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, turning to the assistant director with a sinister smile. You've truly given me a grand surprise. Chapter 47, The Arrival of the Malevolent Female Antagonist. Clear the stage. Under the watchful, fearful gazes of the crowd, Xie Mi strode confidently into the lineup, bumping shoulders with Xinjiaqing beside her. What do you think? Am I beautiful? Absolutely stunning. Please keep your distance. Xie Mi flashed him a middle finger. Xinjiaqing chuckled. My mistake, my mistake. Before the official itinerary commenced, the coward announced, today, we have a new guest debuting. His voice resounded with enthusiasm. Let us direct our attention to the right. Everyone turned in unison. Not far along the beach, a glamorous silhouette approached, accompanied by the melodious strains of a cello. What an ostentatious entrance. Xie Mi recalled that. During the recording of the show, 2 additional guests would indeed be introduced following a 6-2 guest format akin to many traditional dating shows. If all went as expected, the newcomer today would be hello everyone. I am Lai Bingxian, the heiress of the Lai group. Rather than being addressed as teacher, I would prefer you call me Miss Lai. The girl's chin was held high like a swan, her delicate features graced with cherry lips and a refined nose. Exuding an air of haughty confidence, she was the original story's malevolent female antagonist, a pampered heiress who consistently clashed with Su Shuangrong, and coincidentally, a high school classmate of hers. As anticipated, Su Shuangrong's expression shifted. Instinctively retreating behind Xiao Jingxi, noticing her movement, Xiao Jingxi inquired, "What's wrong?" Nothing. Su Shuangrong lifted her head, her pale face adorned with an awkward smile, perhaps due to a lack of rest the previous night. Making her somewhat unsteady, Xiao Jingxi paused, thoughtfully suggesting, if you're feeling unstable, you can lean on me. I don't mind. During the 2 days that Xie was recovering in the hospital from poisoning, he had come across the trending discussions online, witnessing Su Shuangrong's sorrowful expression after he left the garden that day. Although the online community branded him a scumbag, he did not believe Su Shuangrong was at fault. It was merely a surprising discovery that she harbored such deep feelings for him, despite their relationship being a mere publicity stunt. This realization tugged at his conscience, prompting him to offer her additional care whenever possible. Thank you. Su Shuangrong's expression softened somewhat. Xie Mi observed the exchange with great interest. In the original narrative, when Lai Bingxian made her entrance, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong's relationship within the show had already reached a stable phase. Thus, upon Lai Bingxian's arrival, she immediately set her sights on Xiao Jingxi, igniting a fierce rivalry between 2 women over 1 man. And now, with the storyline altered, she was intrigued to see how events would unfold. Witnessing the drama unfold up close was undeniably delightful. After exchanging greetings, Lai Bingxian joined the group, casting a provocative glance at Su Shuangrong as she passed. Su Shuangrong lowered her head further. Do I sense a backstory between these two? What is happening? Shuang has never displayed such emotions. She has always been the gentle, radiant sun. What has come over her today? This Lai character clearly seems formidable. I wonder if she is the type to bully others simply because of her wealth. My first impression is quite unfavorable. Today's itinerary involved a date at the aquarium for the 7 guests, who arrived via a heart-shaped bus at the renowned local aquarium and began their tour under the guidance of the coward. They walked along the corridor surrounded by seawater, where through the rippling waves and splashes vibrant tropical fish swam gracefully, both beautiful and mysterious. Yet Xie Mi found herself unable to appreciate the view, her focus fixated on the back of Xinjiaqing's head. Pondering whether the whispered Lulu from the previous night had truly occurred or was merely a figment of her imagination. If it were genuine, how fantastical it would be. How could a character from a story know of her reality? But if it were false, the scene had felt so real, especially his voice, which had distinctly whispered in her ear, how alcohol complicates matters. Hey, you over there, staff member, could you assist me for a moment? Hey, I'm calling you. Xie Mi felt a firm grip on her arm and turned to meet Lai Bingxuan's impatient gaze. You don't understand Mandarin, she remarked bluntly. Pardon my directness, but are the staff calling for me? Xie Mi pointed to herself. Aren't you a local native? You clearly look like a temporary worker hired by the production team. Hey, could you lend me a hand? These high heels are killing my feet. And no one mentioned we would be walking such a long distance today. Listening to the haughty young lady's complaints, Xie Mi felt a deep affront to her makeup skills. Was it really that difficult to appreciate her bold, dark-skinned, spicy girl style? Just as she was about to lose her temper, the young lady casually tossed a wad of cash from her designer handbag at her. Did you hear that? Help me. Xie Mi took a swift step forward to support her, exclaiming, your loyal servant is at your service, assisting her for just a few steps and receiving 10,000 in return. This was no spoiled rich girl, she was her own fortune goddess, in front of them. Su Shuangrong had been glancing back repeatedly since the beginning. Now she seemed to muster her courage and stepped forward. Miss Lai, your attitude is utterly appalling. Even if you had mistreated me in the past, that is one thing, but you cannot treat others this way. Xie Mi is an independent thinker, not your slave. Su Shuangrong's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone to hear. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Lai Bingxian with disdain. I knew this new guest would stir up trouble the moment she arrived. What a lack of manners, even as someone who isn't a fan of Xie Mi. I can't bear to watch. Why bully Xie Mi? Does she really think this place is her home? Xie Mi clicked her tongue. So it had begun. Li Bingxian and Su Shuangrong had a long-standing enmity since high school. And this appearance on the show was clearly motivated by Li Bingxuan's desire to make things difficult for Su Shuangrong. In the original narrative, Su Shuangrong purposely incited discord between Li Bingxian and the other guests to make her the target of collective disdain. Ultimately, the powerful guests banded together to bring about the downfall of the Li family, while Su Shuangrong reaped the benefits from the shadows. Li Bingxuan's fate was equally grim. Initially, Xie Mi had intended to observe the drama unfold without intervening. But now anyone who dared to touch her fortune goddess would perish. I will not allow you to claim she has a poor attitude, Xie Mi boldly interjected. She just gave me 10,000. How can that be considered bad? You shall not sow discord. She refused to be a pawn in Su Shuangrong's game. As soon as Xie Mi spoke, the online comments erupted in response. Wow, someone is really criticizing this. A $10,000 assist, and if it were me, I'd be bowing down and worshipping for that money. Though Li Bingxian may have a princess complex, she certainly has the means to back it up. And she genuinely offers money. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. What's with the claims of bullying? I advise some individuals not to disguise themselves as Xie Mi's fans while stirring up trouble. We true fans have yet to utter a word. Chapter 48. Work is already annoying. Su Shuangrong was adept at manipulating situations and had intended to sow discord between Xie Mi and Li Bingxian. Hoping to fade away unnoticed, however, she found that Xie Mi was wholly unresponsive to her provocations and had inadvertently drawn her into the fray. With tears welling in her eyes, Su Shuangrong declared, Teacher Xie, I only spoke up because I feared you would be bullied. Your assistance is appreciated. Next time, please refrain from helping. Shinru watching interrupted suddenly, a playful smile lingering on her lips. Our teacher Xie's smile is practically ear to ear. If you truly believe she is being bullied and is merely putting on a brave face, that speaks volumes about your perception. A chuckle escaped one of the staff members, who quickly covered their mouth in alarm. There was no denying that Shinru Watching's words were quite cutting, leaving Su Shuangrong speechless. As the spectacle drew near its conclusion, Li Bingxian, who had narrowly escaped being wronged, finally registered what was happening and stared at Xie Mi in disbelief. You re not a local native? Is that really the crux of the matter? Wow, I wondered why she was so quiet for so long. It turns out she was pondering this. Li Bingxian soon regained her composure and shot an angry glare at Su Shuangrong. You attempted to frame me. Even if our relationship was fraught in high school, must you target me so harshly? The weight of her words was significant. Realizing she had no ground to stand on, Su Shuangrong attempted to play the victim once more. Just as tensions were about to escalate, the ever-diplomatic Lu Wuxing stepped in to mediate. All right, it's all a misunderstanding. Let us clear the air and not damage our camaraderie. The matter was momentarily put to rest, however. The online community was relentless, and the situation soon trended on social media. Su Shuangrong and Li Bingxian were high school classmates, female guests on dating show clashing before long. Insiders began to leak information, confirming that the two were indeed former classmates with a very tense history. Upon hearing this, Su Shuangrong's fans immediately sprang into action, connecting the dots with Su Shuangrong's submissive demeanor upon seeing Li Bingxian on the show. They quickly concluded that Li Bingxian had bullied Su Shuangrong during their high school years. Consequently, Su Shuangrong's fanbase mobilized en masse, mercilessly attacking Li Bingxian and threatening the production team to revoke her guest status or face a collective uproar. However, Li Bingxian's side was not to be underestimated. With capital backing her, an army of online supporters surged forth, spreading damaging rumors about Su Shuangrong. The two factions officially began their feud, each aiming for mutual destruction, ensuring neither would have an easy time of it. Meanwhile, the guests arrived at the Beluga Pavilion, seated in anticipation of the Beluga whale performance. Little White, high five, the trainer confidently called from the shore. And the elegant beluga surfaced in response, splashing a torrent of water that drenched the trainer. The trainer was sent sprawling but managed to do 2 push-ups before gracefully rising to his feet. Arms outstretched. What you are witnessing now is our hidden gem performance. Belugas at play. What a spectacular disaster. Low emotional intelligence. The performance flopped. High emotional intelligence. You all got to witness a hidden gem. The beluga perfectly embodied the spirit of a worker during their job. Haha. Beluga, work is already a hassle. As everyone observed, our little white was quite sociable, leading into the interactive segment. Now, I invite the 7 esteemed guests from Love Inspection to join us on stage. The trainer, with a straight face, forced the flow of the event, redirecting all attention to the guests. The audience erupted into applause, their eager gazes fixed on the last row. Lu Wuxing smiled awkwardly as sociable. Xie Mi, who was stretching and preparing to engage with the beluga, interjected, if I can openly give my boss a hard time, you could say it's quite enjoyable. Lu Wuxing was instantaneously convinced. That did indeed sound enjoyable. It was evident that this was orchestrated by the production team, and despite their reluctance, they could only take to the stage, leading to even more fervent cheers from the crowd. Wow, what a grand affair, they even invited a celebrity today. Oh my gosh, isn't this the popular dating show? I've accidentally stumbled into a filming site. Mom, I'm on TV, amid the chorus of astonished exclamations. A piercing scream rang out. How did a local native get mixed in here? Xie Mi jolted, her voice rising in indignation. I am a guest, for heaven's sake. The pavilion fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into even louder screams. This unabashed outburst was unmistakably from the infamous Xie. Who is this Xie? That's the one who has been making waves lately. Xie never expected to become an internet sensation in this manner. Xie has utterly lost her identity, evolving from that local to the one making waves. Xie is all about defiance, refusing to remove her makeup despite being mistaken so many times. Could it be that she is genuinely satisfied with her look today? The trainer, who nearly mistook Xie Mi for a staff member, quickly regained composure and continued, actually, our little white possesses a unique skill. It can comprehend human confessions and help relay them. To demonstrate this ability, we invite our male and female guests to stand at opposite ends of the pool. They adjusted their positions, with 3 male guests on the left and 4 female guests on the right. The beluga swam back and forth before finally settling near the 4 female guests. The trainer smiled mysteriously. Little white will surface to listen to your whispered secrets. Please softly share the name of the person you like, and it will swim to that individual. Now let us have Miss Lu go first. Lu Wishing, caught off guard as the first to go, approached hesitantly. Noticing that the beluga was much calmer now, she cautiously leaned in and whispered something. She then watched as the beluga gracefully swam toward the male guests, circling them before finally stopping in front of Xiao Qingye. The Xingqing couple is for real. While my feelings for Xiao Qingye are lukewarm, this pair is undoubtedly the most stable so far. Xiao Qingye has a bit of a masculine streak, and Lu Wishing is the perfect gentlewoman to complement him. You two are simply adorable to the point of sweetness. The chosen Xiao Qingye confidently and proudly approached Lu Wishing as if it was to be expected. Only Xie Mi, who stood closest to Lu Wishing, caught the barely audible whisper. Divine gold, unable to contain her amusement. Xie Mi chuckled. In truth, the so-called white whale whispering campaign was merely a guise, a tactic employed by the production team to attract viewership. Lu Wishing had said nothing to the white whale, yet it swam directly towards Xiao Qingye with unerring accuracy. To put it plainly, everything had been preordained by the production team. Chapter 49, refusing animal performances, yet unable to prevent animals from performing. Please have the 2 successful guests hold hands and descend the stage. Commencing your romantic aquarium date, the zookeeper adeptly played the role of host, sending Lu Wishing and Xiao Qingye on their way before shifting attention back to the remaining 3 female guests. Next, we invite teacher Xie to step forward to the pool. Understanding that this segment was merely a formality, Xie Mi approached with a mindset geared towards swift resolution. Little did she expect that, while passing by Su Shuangrong and Lai Bingxian, she would suddenly be shoved. Xie Mi, excuse me, who possesses such strength? She was entirely propelled into the water, and in that fleeting moment, she heard Su Shuangrong's exclamation, Miss Lai, why did you push teacher Xie? Fine. Ultimately reduced to a tool for Su Shuangrong's scheming, Lai Bingxian shouted in anger. What do you mean I pushed her? I didn't push at all. The scene erupted into chaos. It was Lai Bingxian who pushed. I saw her reach out. From this angle, it seems unclear, doesn't it? Who else could be so malicious but Lai Bingxian? Everything was fine until she arrived. It's evident she's causing trouble. It has to be Lai, surely it can't be Shuang. Under Su Shuangrong's orchestration, all attention shifted to Lai Bingxian. Xie Mi interjected, may I ask, who cares about the one who was pushed? Lai Bingxian, inherently impatient, immediately grew flustered by the accusation, ready to confront Su Shuangrong. Surrounding individuals quickly intervened, while Su Shuangrong cowered behind the staff, adopting the guise of a victim. The avenger, albeit late, arrived. Little white, slap her. The white whale suddenly surfaced, executing a dramatic tail splash that sent a cascade of water crashing onto Su Shuangrong, effectively knocking her away. With a sense of poetic justice, Xie Mi wore a satisfied grin. Little white had done splendidly. The delighted white whale whisked Xie Mi away for a playful swim, treating her as a newfound companion. Dazed by the tumult, Xie Mi found herself momentarily disoriented. Okay, she admitted to pilfering a bit of technique from the zookeeper's gestures earlier. But did the white whale really need to be this enthusiastic? Now all eyes were on her and the white whale. Look, the white whale is carrying someone. Could this be the hidden segment, a collaborative performance between the white whale and a person? This was certainly more thrilling than the previous act. The audience within the aquarium erupted into cheers. Amidst this, Su Shuangrong, now ignored, realized her carefully orchestrated scheme to sow discord had backfired, and she finally understood the root of the issue. Xie Mi was the greatest variable. Thus, upon returning to the hotel after their aquarium excursion, Su Shuangrong cornered Xie Mi at the door of an unmonitored room. Teacher Xie, may we talk? Are you certain you wish to converse now? The 2 drenched individuals exchanged perplexed glances. This moment was ostensibly meant for the production team to allow them time to change clothes, yet Su Shuangrong persisted. I merely wish to apologize. I have some history with Miss Lai. She is now targeting you because of me, and I feel quite remorseful. Xie Mi couldn't help but laugh. Was Su Shuangrong truly under the impression that she was a fool? You say Miss Lai is targeting me? Indeed, just moments ago in the aquarium, she pushed you enough. Xie Mi's smile turned enigmatic. Deceiving a friend was one thing, but she knew Su Shuangrong was aware of who had truly pushed her. Su Shuangrong bit her lip in silence. Seemingly determined to feign ignorance, Xie Mi casually swept her damp hair back. Care to try pulling me out to shield yourself again? A playful smirk graced her lips as she locked eyes with Su Shuangrong. Be cautious, I might truly pick a side, you know I can be quite volatile. Bang! After the door closed, Su Shuangrong stood outside, slowly realizing that Xie Mi exuded an air of unpredictability. There was something about her that suggested she held all the cards yet refrained from engaging in conflict, but woe betide anyone who crossed her. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. After dinner at the hotel, they collectively boarded a bus heading to the summer music festival. The production team, evidently taken aback by Xie Mi's morning appearance, had splurged on a professional styling team to enhance each guest's look. Xie Mi's ensemble embodied the essence of a millennium-era vixen. Upon her entrance, a commotion erupted in the livestream. If I may be so bold, is this stunning beauty the indigenous one from this morning? Sister Xie, my word, is old Xie this stunning, hiding her beauty among the boys? I see, the visual attack is unreal. I am now a devoted fan of old Xie. Sister Xie, as a beautiful girl, you're likely to attract unwanted attention. Self-defense is essential, but fear not, for your prince has arrived. The chief fan and assistant director had already sneakily captured several stunning photos and posted them on a secondary Weibo account, exclaiming her beauty was unparalleled until Xie Mi expertly donned her olive green sunglasses, causing the assistant director to drop his phone in shock. Where did you procure such an array of unsightly items? Commented Shen Ranqing, lacking in social tact. Xie Mi rolled her eyes. I purchased them at the local secondhand market. They are all the latest trendy fashion pieces. Don't be envious. Shen Ranqing chuckled softly, his lazy laughter carrying a hint of flirtation. Xie Mi couldn't help but recall the voice from her dream last night, Lulu, and stole a few more glances at him. She would need to find an opportunity to test him. Once the bus was en route, director Niu began to outline the schedule. We are heading to Nanhai City for the annual Summer Music Festival, where we will engage in random group dates. The term seemed overly abstract, prompting Lai Bingxian to inquire, what does random mean? Draw lots. Director Niu replied with a mischievous grin. It is now 7 o'clock. You will participate in the first draw to determine the groupings for the date from 7 to 8.7 to 8. What does that imply? Does it mean there will be more later? Since this is the first, there will surely be a second, indicating that tonight will feature more than one date. The drawing ensures randomness, disrupting all previous couples, and it won't be a one-time affair. This is stirring the pot. Wait, with a current gender ratio of 3:4, does this imply someone will be left out? Oh my, how thrilling. Chapter 50, a remarkably strong core spirit. Tonight, there will be 3 dates between 7 and 10 o'clock. With regrouping every hour due to the excess of female guests, one will be left out each round, able to observe the other 3 groups' dates from the lounge via monitors. After explaining the dating rules, Director Niu added a caveat. Moreover, you have a task. Aim to make your date feel a flutter in their heart at least once tonight, as indicated by the ringing bell. Successful completion will earn you breakfast vouchers for tomorrow. Failure means no breakfast for you. You understand the art of drama. Not only is it a random date, but multiple rounds of randomness, switching partners every hour. Even the heartthrob cannot manage such chaos. Moreover, making the date feel a flutter, this is bound to incite trouble. Good luck, may the best win. The audience in the livestream brimmed with anticipation, while the guests on the bus harbored diverse thoughts. Director Niu's arrangements were commendable yet somewhat inconsiderate of their well-being. Let us commence with the first round of draws. Xie Mi immediately straightened, her gaze fixed intently on the drawing cylinder that would soon be placed before her. Shen Ranqing noticed her unusual enthusiasm and raised an eyebrow. Teacher Xie, your spirits are high. Is there someone you fancy? Xie Mi's eyes sparkled with ambition. Breakfast, an utterly unsurprising response. Truly, that's just like you. While others seek love on a dating show, Sister Xie is here for a feast. Laughter erupted throughout the bus. The results of the first round of draws were announced, with Director Niu proclaiming the groupings. Shen Ranqing and Lu Wishing were paired together. Xiao Qingyi and Lai Bingxian are paired together. Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong form another duo. Yet, the moment Xie Mi did not hear her name, she couldn't help but ask, what about me? You have been left out. Alright, fine. What a thrilling grouping this is. It's a perfect example of not satisfying everyone, yet leaving everyone dissatisfied. I feel as though I might faint from it all. The deceased Xiao Shuang has risen again. Even the heavens seem to favor this couple. I am utterly smitten. Perhaps this new arrangement will spark fresh chemistry. To be honest, a chaotic love variety show is far more entertaining than one that is predetermined. What's the point of locking everything in so early? In a corner where no one pays attention, I, Xie, wallow in my own melancholy. Upon arriving at the music festival venue, the 3 pairs set off on their dates under the guidance of the PD. Meanwhile, Xie Mi sits alone in the monitoring room, fixated on the three large screens. The desolation is such that one might expect a melancholic tune of drifting snowflakes to play in the background. Observing this scene, director Neil wears a triumphant smile, relishing the opportunity to watch three couples flaunt their affection. What a cruel punishment indeed. Perhaps the stimulation will spark a revelation in Xie Mi, leading her to take the dating shows seriously, thus achieving his goal. However, before director Neil could bask in his glee for long, Xie Mi slumped onto her chair, pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds, crossed her legs, and began to indulge in leisure. Being left out meant she could enjoy a paid break. After all, there were still 2 more chances to vie for breakfast, even if she were to be left out for all 3 rounds. What is stopping her from snatching breakfast from others? She refuses to engage in mental turmoil and chooses to embrace her whims instead. Director Neil, what, unfazed by it all, what a formidable spirit. In an attempt to counter Xie Mi, he cranked the volume of the 3 large screens to maximum, launching a 360-degree surround sound assault of romantic gestures. On the screen, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong walk side by side through the bustling crowd, neither uttering a word, the atmosphere palpably awkward. It was Xiao Jingxi who first broke the silence, addressing the previous promotional event. That's all behind us now. Su Shuangrong gently interjected, her smile bright. All interactions during the promotion were within the bounds of professionalism. It was I who failed to manage my emotions and overstepped. I assure you it won't happen again. Xiao Jingxi frowned slightly. Su Shuangrong's attempt to draw a line left him feeling somewhat unsettled, especially after discovering through the program that she might harbor feelings for him. Although his affections lie with Xie Mi, he does not dismiss the kind-hearted and resilient Su Shuangrong. What I wish to convey is that while the promotional event has concluded, our friendship can continue. I would hate for this to create a rift between us. Of course, we are friends. Su Shuangrong replied with a radiant smile, as friends, I will help facilitate your connection with teacher Xie. Likewise, when I engage with other male guests, you must assist me as well. She extended her slender pinky finger, her laughter ringing like silver bells. It's a promise, let us seal it with a pinky swear. Xiao Jingxi momentarily lost his focus, his heart rate visibly escalating on his wrist monitor. Oh no, is the Xiao Shuang couple officially over? At the very least, it ended on a dignified note, much better than the public feud we witnessed online earlier. Strangely, I feel this might be another beginning. The atmosphere between them seems even more ambiguous than before. I get it now, Su Shuangrong is playing the heart-wrenching script. There is definitely more to come. Indeed, Xiaoyingdi, stop fixating on the old Xie. Look around, you deserve better than just her. In the monitoring room, Xie Mi munched on sunflower seeds, thoroughly entertained. Su Shuangrong's tactic of feigned indifference was brilliantly executed, effortlessly trapping Xiao Jingxi. His wavering emotions were entirely expected. The original text described him thus: though Xiao Jingxi had been in a relationship with Xie Mi for 2 years, he always found her personality somewhat dull. Thus, upon meeting Su Shuangrong, he felt an intense curiosity towards her. Su Shuangrong, like a resilient blade of grass, thrived in the chaotic entertainment industry without ever succumbing to darkness. By a twist of fate, he wished to assist her, prompting him to request a promotional pairing with her. To put it plainly, Xiao Jingxi had already emotionally strayed, yet, when confronted with the original character's inquiries, he would merely claim it was all arranged by the company, attributing everything to the original character's jealousy, thereby absolving himself completely. This was also the reason behind Xie Mi's furious tirades against him in the reader's comments. Xiao Jingxi's shift in focus towards her was simply an expression of anger at feeling his possession being threatened. Meanwhile, on the date between Shen Ruoqing and Lu Wuxing, they were watching an indoor live performance, with a heavy metal band thrashing on stage while fans screamed in excitement below. Yet these two remained tranquil, smiles adorning their faces, as if the world's clamor was of no concern to them. After a while, they synchronously pulled out their phones to type away. The details of their conversation were obscured. Given the noise level, they must be communicating through text. Does this mean they exchanged WeChat? This pair might be promising. Sometimes, the most unexpected couples have the greatest potential. I'll invest in this underdog stock with respect. I strongly urge the cameraman to capture their phone screens. I am dying to know what they are discussing. Amid the audience's curiosity, Xie Mi's phone suddenly chimed twice. Gag, Chapter 51. The most elite families often resort to the most simple fisticuffs. Gag, Xie Mi took out her phone, discovering that Lu Wuxing, whom she had just added as a friend yesterday, had sent a message. Luan Huaming, teacher Xie, are you feeling bored alone? Luan Huaming, you might enjoy this rock song. So I recorded it to share with you. Before she could reply, another notification chimed. GAGA, 185 pure-hearted male. Image, 185 pure-hearted male. Teacher Xie, doesn't this look like you? The image depicted the wild-haired guitarist thrashing on stage. Xie Mi, so they're both at this gathering together, yet they're sending me messages on their phones? The audience in the livestream also caught a glimpse of the truth as the cameraman sneakily captured the two guests' phone screens. The nascent couple abruptly faded away, only for a new pairing to emerge. Oh my, this could lead to some sweet moments for Xie Mi, delightfully unexpected. Is this not akin to a boyfriend checking in with his girlfriend during a meal out? Oh Shin, don't overdo it with the affection. I can comprehend why Shin sent a message to Xia, but why did Lu also send one? What have I missed? A loud crash echoed. The Xielu faction makes its grand entrance. I've noticed the chemistry brewing between these two for a while. Although Lu has always been close with Shuangrong, she has kept an eye on Xie. Has no one realized that the first guest Lu followed on Weibo was none other than Xie? A peculiar couple is born. Among the three pairs, the most entertaining date belonged to Zhou Qingye and Lai Bingxian. Compared to the tranquil moments of the previous pairs, this duo was immediately at odds. Hey, why are you a grown man walking so quickly? Do you not see that I am wearing high heels? Can't you lend me a hand? Lai Bingxian, dissatisfied with Zhou Qingye's oblivious demeanor, confronted him directly. Zhou Qingye, accustomed to being pampered, was taken aback by her boldness. Did I force you to wear those high heels? If you can keep up, then do so. If not, return to your privileged life and spare me your tantrums. With that, he turned and strode away, moving swiftly. Enraged, Lai Bingxian tossed off her high heel and hurled it at him. The shoe landing with a sharp crack against Zhou Qingye's head. Zhou Qingye, equally furious, bellowed, "You're pushing me to this." He then picked up the high heel and executed a flying kick, sending the shoe soaring into the night sky. "You dare throw my shoe!" Lai Bingxian shrieked, lunging at him, snatching one of his sneakers, and pulling out scissors from her bag to viciously shred it. "Stop right there!" Zhou Qingye roared, performing a sliding tackle that sent Lai Bingxian tumbling to the ground. Seizing her remaining high heel and making a run for it in retaliation, Lai Bingxian grabbed a broom from a nearby janitor and raised it high, chasing after him, striking Zhou Qingye on the head repeatedly. The public spectacle of the scion of the Zhou family and the heiress of the Lai family engaging in a public brawl quickly became the highlight of the music festival. Everyone abandoned the stage to watch with rapt attention. Even the musicians on stage paused to join in on the spectacle. Truly explosive. Will you two make me laugh again so inexplicably? Help! I am losing my mind from laughter. Never would I have expected such chemistry from these two. I'm in stitches. The most elite families often resort to the simplest forms of combat. Am I the only one feeling sympathy for their shoes? In the monitoring room, Xie Mi abandoned her sunflower seeds, grabbing a chair and rushing to the scene to witness the chaos up close. This moment was surely a signal for an outburst. The brawl finally concluded when the assistant director intervened, only to be met with two hefty blows. Thus, a world where only the assistant director was injured came to fruition. As the hour drew to a close, everyone gathered at the designated spot. 5 in shoes and 2 barefoot. Director Niu, gasping for air, took a few deep breaths from an oxygen tank before shakily approaching with the drawing box. "Having you all here truly is a blessing. On the bright side, at least both their heart rate monitors were ringing," Xie Mi consoled, to which Director Niu retorted, "They were furious, in the heat of the moment. Their tempers flared, and as they fought, their heart rates soared to 130, followed by a relentless cacophony of alarms. This too could be seen as a form of task completion, couldn't it?" Xie Mi revealed an evil grin. Having learned a new trick, the alarm bells rang loudly in Niu Dao's mind. What does that smile signify? Wait, I must announce a new rule. From this moment on, it is strictly forbidden to elevate one's heart rate through fighting, absolutely forbidden. The grin that had just appeared on Xie Mi's face vanished, leaving her unable to smile. The draw for the second round concluded, and the group results were announced. Zhou Qingye's face turned crimson with anger. He had never encountered such an unreasonable woman. As long as I'm not grouped with her, I can handle anyone else. Zhou Qingye and Xie Mi are in the same group. No, Zhou Qingye collapsed on the spot. Lai Bingxian snickered. What goes around comes around. Heavens, Lai Bingxian was given a free pass. What? Lai Bingxian was thrown off balance. Shen Wanqing and Su Shuangrong were teamed together, while Xiao Jingxi and Lu Wuxing formed another pair. The groupings were finalized. Everyone, please prepare to depart, CP fans collectively lamented. How were the groups decided? I demand to know how the groups were formed. So I'm not allowed to ship a single CP tonight. Is that it? Who came up with this absurd draw? Show yourself. I am a historian. This grouping is a historical event. The jesters laughed heartily. Am I the only one who finds this amusing? Why ship CPs when we could just revel in chaos? I can't stand your fixation on romance. Isn't it enough to appreciate the father-son bond between Xiejie and Shogo? Alright, let us all go mad. No one should stay sane. Due to the first date being a complete disaster, Niu Dao issued a stern warning to the guests. Teachers, please take this seriously and strive to make your dates feel excited. Tomorrow morning's schedule will be exhausting, and skipping breakfast could be fatal. I'm not joking. Niu Dao knew how to deliver a stern warning. Instantly capturing Xie Mi's attention, she began to regard Zhou Qingye with a predatory gaze. Zhou Qingye felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took 2 steps back, quickly regaining his composure, holding his breath in anticipation. The opportunity for revenge had arisen. No matter what, he could not allow Xie Mi to complete her task with him. He would ensure she had no breakfast tomorrow. Let us go. Suddenly Xie Mi broke into a radiant smile, her clear and bright eyes curving like crescent moons. Zhou Qingye momentarily froze. Today, Xie Mi had put on makeup. And she truly looked different, surprisingly beautiful. No, she's attempting to seduce me. However, fans who knew Xie Mi well recognized the meaning behind that smile. If I'm not mistaken, Xie Jie always smiles like this before causing trouble. The devil's smile has appeared. Zhou Qingye, run, I'm not joking. Chapter 52, The Rapper Sprays Water While I Wash My Hair. Xie Mi led Zhou Qingye to the liveliest venue of the entire music festival. Zhou Qingye wore an expression of vigilance. What was the purpose of their visit? To watch the performance, of course. What else would one do at a music festival? Xie Mi replied matter-of-factly, and now that we're here, shouldn't we take advantage of the program's offerings? This band is the most popular in Nanhai. Just attending is a win. Determined to seize the moment, Xie Mi insisted on pushing through to the front row, where they could almost touch the stage. Zhou Qingye scanned the surroundings warily as the band on stage sang passionately, while the audience below screamed and cheered, with Xie Mi joining in the frenzy, enthusiastically cheering. Was it really just about watching a performance? He skeptically shifted his gaze to the stage. The lead singer, a dreadlocked fellow, belted out his songs with fervor, elevating the atmosphere to its peak. Our brief intersection, the ebbing tide. Let us pay tribute to this meeting. Woo-woo. Xie Mi's shriek was particularly exuberant, nearly bursting Zhou Qingye's eardrum, but he finally relaxed. It seemed they would indeed spend the next hour enjoying the performance. Then, the dreadlock singer produced a bottle of mineral water. It is well known that spraying water is a traditional part of music festivals. If done well, it can heighten the crowd's excitement, but if not, whoosh. The singer doused Zhou Qingye with 3 bottles in quick succession. Zhou Qingye could barely keep his eyes open. Could he not pour it more evenly? What? Not enough? You want more? Here you go to satisfy you all. The noise was deafening. The dreadlock singer couldn't hear Zhou Qingye's protests, but seeing his flushed and excited expression, it was clear he was a dedicated fan craving more. Are you ready? Here I come again. The singer hoisted a huge bucket of water. Not you. Zhou Qingye panicked, glancing left to see Xie Mi skillfully pulling out an umbrella. To the right, another audience member poured shampoo over their head. Wait, hold on. A bucket of water cascaded down onto Zhou Qingye's head, and he emitted a sharp, piercing scream. Damn you, this friend is quite excited. Are you ready for my dive? The singer on stage continued to shout. Zhou Qingye struggled to wipe the water from his eyes, only to find a massive figure leaping directly towards him. The diving segment involved performers leaping from the stage to be caught by the audience. The problem was, Zhou Qingye was utterly unprepared to catch anyone. Bang! Zhou Qingye was knocked unconscious. Xie Mi rushed forward to grab his wrist and glanced at the heart rate monitor, which displayed a flat line. What did this mean? Outside, Niu Dao screamed in panic. It means his heart has stopped beating. Zhou Qingye has fainted. The scene descended into chaos. As Zhou Qingye was carried away on a stretcher, Xie Mi was being interviewed by the PD. I just wanted to take him to see the performance and let him enjoy himself, hoping his heart rate would spike. Truly, the PD, upon hearing this, glanced at the backstage data with a complex expression. According to the statistics, just moments ago, Zhou Qingye had desperately shouted help into the mic 14 times, each cry more pitiful than the last. Ha 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 ha, damn, this is making me nearly faint from laughter. The guy who sprayed water, every bottle made me laugh harder. And Zhou Qingye was practically a doll with electric eyes, blinking faster than the screams in the crowd. Xie Jia's umbrella was quite a clever touch. Ha ha ha. What a heartwarming scene of familial affection. In contrast to the chaos between Xie Mi and Zhou Qingye, the other two groups fared somewhat better, though not by much. For instance, in the pairing of Shen Wanqing and Su Shuangrong. Shen Wanqing's hearing issues flared up again after Su Shuangrong had chattered for 20 minutes without Shen Wanqing understanding a single word. She finally teared up. Mr. Shen, do you dislike me? Can't you say something to me? Thus Shen Wanqing took the initiative to propose, let us play a game. From now on, whoever speaks is a little dog. Su Shuangrong. They both fell silent for 40 minutes. Is it really? I'm dying of laughter. Am I the only one feeling sorry for Shuang? Mr. Shen doesn't need to be like this. Even if he likes Xie Mi, can't he communicate normally with other female guests? Though it seems Mr. Shen didn't have hearing issues when he was with Lu Wishing, they seemed to communicate just fine. Wait, that is true, so Mr. Shen simply doesn't want to engage with Su Shuangrong? Could there be a story brewing between them? The scene shifted to Xiao Jingxi and Lu Wishing. They had been paired together for dinner on the first day of filming. And at that time, Mr. Fox and Miss Peacock had enjoyed a pleasant conversation, so it was expected that their interactions today would be comfortable as well. However, as Xiao Jingxi displayed his gentlemanly demeanor by offering Lu Wishing food, she reacted as follows. Would you like some takoyaki? Lu Wishing replied, thank you Mr. Xiao, but I dislike takoyaki. I detest octopus, their many legs make them difficult to eat. Xiao Jingxi remarked, this band is quite good. Lu Wishing responded, indeed, the lead singer's contrast between onstage and offstage is remarkable. He is shy offstage yet exuberant on stage, two faces indeed, quite fascinating. Xiao Jingxi continued, I heard there will be a fireworks display later. Do you enjoy watching fireworks? Lu Wishing replied, I do. I once saw a movie where a scumbag was turned into fireworks by his girlfriend after cheating. It was quite an exciting film, Xiao Jingxi. Lu Wishing maintained her smile throughout, as serene and gentle as ever. However, her words struck a peculiar note. Why does it sound somewhat sarcastic? Is it just my imagination, or does Lu Jie seem to harbor a hint of impatience beneath that smile? I checked, and there is no such movie. Did Lu Jie misremember? Wait, could Lu Jie be hinting at something? Don't forget, she is the daughter of a celebrity agency. She must be privy to all the gossip and may be dropping hints. Come on, Lu Wishing is just being a bit more talkative tonight. Don't overthink it. Are you suggesting she is implying Xiao Jingxi is cheating? How absurd can that be? Exactly. Who doesn't know that Xiao Jingxi has had zero rumors since his debut? The only rumor with Su Shuangrong was quickly clarified as promotional material. I'll leave a note here. If Xiao Jingxi ever gets exposed for anything in the future, the marketing accounts will surely dig this up. Captioning it, everything has a trace. An hour passed, and everyone gathered for the final group date of the evening. Just as Xie Mi finished drawing her lot, her phone suddenly chimed. It was a post shared by Shin Wanqing. The content of the post: share this lucky koi with 10 people, and your most fervent wish will come true. I can't stand that cilantro. Xie Mi glanced at Shin Zhuoqing, who was fiddling with his phone opposite her, mouthing the question, what's going on this time? Shin Zhuoqing smiled silently to and the next moment, Director Niu announced the grouping results. Shin Zhuoqing and Xie Mi were paired together. Zhou Changyi and Su Shuangrong were a team. Xiao Jingxi and Lai Bingxian formed another group. Lu Wishing was left without a partner. Xie Mi's phone chimed again. 185 Pure-hearted male, the koi is truly accurate. Chapter 53, let us compete. If you want to win, make my heart flutter. Xie Mi's fans shine on stage. After waiting all night, you two finally teamed up. I'm in tears. Xingcheng's fans are heartbroken. Zhou Changyi is paired with everyone except my Lu Jie. Sob. Old Xie and Old Shin, you two should do a dating show. A dating show, no more antics. This time, the groupings finally ignited the fervor of CP fans, with the heat generated by the pairing of Xie Mi and Shin Zhuoqing skyrocketing, the viewership in their live stream rapidly increasing. The night was warm, a dark canopy adorned with twinkling stars, the glow of the music festival layered and shimmering. After Xie Mi seriously forwarded the accurate koi message Shin Zhuoqing had mentioned to 10 individuals, she finally looked up at him. Have you completed your task? Shin Zhuoqing lazily met her gaze with a smile, appearing utterly unperturbed. No, what about you? What a coincidence, I haven't either. Xie Mi instantly sighed in relief. Since neither she nor Shin Zhuoqing had completed their tasks, it made things easier. This date was their last opportunity tonight. If they wanted breakfast tomorrow, they had to cooperate. How about we make each other's phones ring? How do you propose we do that? Shin Zhuoqing's tone held a hint of anticipation. Xie Mi flashed a mischievous smile and began stretching. Let us start jogging around the festival venue right now. 10 or 8 laps, and we won't have to worry about our heart rates not rising. Old Xie. What an exhilarating response. Alright, good, let us do it. No sweet moments. If there is no sweetness, I'll ship it hard. Spread the word. Old Xie invites Old Shin for a duo workout, 10 or 8 times of that sort. Shin Zhuoqing was both amused and exasperated by Xie Mi's line of thought. You read quite something, isn't it brilliant? I'm going to exploit the loopholes of the program rules. I'm ready, are you? Xie Mi had already crouched down, preparing to take off. However, Shin Zhuoqing suddenly leaned forward and took her hand, slipping a bracelet onto her wrist. Amidst her puzzled gaze, I bought this from a stall over there, a gift for teacher Xie. Xie Mi looked at the white moonlight bracelet adorning her wrist, frowning slightly, a bit confused. Shin Zhuoqing then pulled out a plaster doll resembling Xie Mi, a hand-woven cute little bag, an ugly cream hairpin, and one. Hold on, stop right there. Seeing Shin Zhuoqing continuously pulling items from a paper bag like a magician, Xie Mi could no longer suppress her curiosity. What are all these? Shin Zhuoqing lifted his gaze, the moonlight reflecting in his eyes, smiling with utmost warmth. Everything is from just now. I bought it because I wanted to give it to teacher Xie. Wow! The audience, endowed with a godlike perspective, suddenly felt as if their chakras had been unblocked, igniting their excitement. Wasn't he this bought at the night market while he was on a date with Su Shuangrong? At first, I thought it was for her, but he tucked it all away after buying it. I thought he liked it himself. Turns out this was a setup. No wonder he couldn't walk past those stalls. Old Shin, you truly. You, with such a stunning face, are engaging in pure love, ha? Xie Mi held those peculiar yet strangely appealing trinkets, momentarily dazed, when she felt a gentle weight on her shoulders. It was Shin Zhuoqing draping his jacket over her. The summer night was filled with the incessant chirping of cicadas, a cool breeze lifting her hair. He reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear, his crescent-shaped eyes shimmering like blossoming peach flowers. I refuse your earlier suggestion, teacher Xie. Let us compete. If you want to win, make my heart flutter. Mom, I was born. The two craziest individuals are engaging in the purest romance. I'm utterly captivated. Go on, I urge you to engage. Xie Mi stood beneath an artificial peach blossom tree adorned with red wishes, observing Shen Zhuoqing diligently hanging wishes, pondering his recent words. Make his heart flutter. This guy is serious about her, however, perhaps this could serve as an opportunity to probe into last night's events. Done. Shen Zhuoqing approached her, a smile gracing his lips. Teacher Xie, aren't you going to make a wish? I've heard the fate wishes here are quite accurate. Xie Mi shook her finger. I never believe in such things. I don't engage in superstitions. Nearby, a staff member beneath a money tree shouted, Come seek wealth. The wealth wishes here are quite accurate. Xie Mi turned, sliding down into a kneeling position, bowing 3 times to the money tree. You little rascal. Ha, you scoff at superstitions. Yet before the god of wealth, you're on your knees. Teacher Xie, you understand double standards. Alright. After Xie Mi finished her bows, she turned back to Shen Zhuoqing with a smile. The fireworks are about to start. Shall we go watch? His smile was tender. Sure, the fireworks would be the grand finale of this music festival, with everyone gathering in the largest outdoor venue, awaiting the display. Xie Mi and Shen Zhuoqing stood among the crowd. Also waiting. As everyone counted down excitedly, the brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky, momentarily drowning out all sound. At that instant, Xie Mi was jostled by the crowd, losing her balance, and in panic, she reached out to Shen Zhuoqing. Old Shen, help me! Her figure was about to vanish into the throng, her frantic outstretched hand, her plea nearly drowned by the sound of fireworks. Shen Zhuoqing almost instantaneously grasped her hand. The intensity of their grip causing her knuckles to whiten. In that moment, Xie Mi clearly saw the panic reflected in his eyes. As she was pulled back, Xie Mi stood on her toes. Swiftly leaning close to his ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear, Do you still remember Lulu? The air seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. From Xie Mi's perspective, she could not see Shen Zhuoqing's expression. Yet she distinctly noticed his ears turning crimson. Just as she pondered this, an enormous sound burst forth nearby. Ding 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 ding. Oh my god, my ears! Xie Mi instantly lost her composure. Clutching her ears that felt as though they might burst from the noise, was it always this loud? After the fireworks concluded, Xie Mi and Shen Zhuoqing sat side by side on a bench by the roadside. In 5 minutes, it will be 10 o'clock. It seems I've lost to Teacher Xie. Shen Zhuoqing's lips curled upwards as he turned to look at her. Xie Mi's thoughts were somewhat tangled. It is said that in moments of panic, people exhibit their truest reactions. She had intentionally tested Shen Zhuoqing just now, asking him if he remembered Lulu, yet aside from the sudden ringing, his response had been perfectly normal. That sound of the ringing, was it truly what they called heart fluttering? Or was it merely the moment when hidden feelings were exposed, revealing panic and helplessness? Chapter 54. Don't eat. This dish is poisonous. The summer music festival came to a splendid conclusion, and the exhausted guests boarded a bus back to the hotel for rest. However, the mischievous production team knocked on their doors at 5 o'clock the next morning. Not only the guests but even the audience were caught off guard. First, isn't it usually at 8 o'clock? Why is it at 5 today? The early risers have a show to watch. The late sleepers also have a show to watch. I literally flipped out of bed like a fish, no kidding. The audience rushed into the live room, only to find the guests in the hotel restaurant looking despondent. Dark circles under their eyes, each one. Wow, so many pandas. They had returned to the hotel at 10:30 last night, and after removing their makeup and washing up, it was nearly midnight. They were awakened before 5. Are they even human? Li Bingxian gritted her teeth in anger. Director Neil wore a smug smile, obviously feeling justified. So I kindly reminded you all that today's schedule would be quite exhausting, alright? Everyone, it's breakfast time. Based on the completion of last night's tasks, only Xie Mi, Zhou Changyi, and Li Bingxian get to enjoy breakfast. Wait, whereas Teacher Xie, halfway through his sentence, Director Neil realized one person was missing and immediately became alert. Don't tell me she is hiding somewhere preparing to cause trouble again. Here, Shen Zhuoqing's voice floated over. Director Neo turned to look, and the camera followed suit, revealing Xie Mi fast asleep. Her head buried in the decorative flowers. Sister Xie can control the camera for 5 seconds just by existing. Wherever she goes she sleeps. What a beautiful state of mind. Truly, old Xie. Shen Zhuoqing's voice held a trace of laughter. Saying leisurely, Teacher Xie didn't sleep until 4 in the morning, so let us be understanding. Director Noah's mouth twitched slightly, reflecting on how he had truly grown. He was no longer surprised by such scenes. Wait, how do you know what time Teacher Xie went to bed last night? Director Neo keenly seized on the key phrase, revealing a knowing smile. Could it be that you too? Yes, I stayed next door to Teacher Xie. I listened to her gaming until she broke down, and it was 4 o'clock. What a conversation devoid of desire. Has my dear Xie once again established the persona of being both inexperienced and playful? Now the whole world knows that Xie is bad at games and has been triggered. Are you satisfied now, Shen? Xie Mi, why don't you try speaking a little louder? The manner in which Xie Mi was ultimately roused was remarkably simple. Shen Ruoqing merely leaned in and whispered the word breakfast into her ear, and Xie Mi shot upright, her forehead colliding with Shen Ruoqing's chin. Before she dashed towards the dining table without another word, Shenru watching. Thank you. The commotion caused by Xie Mi also awakened the drowsy Qiu Qingye, who immediately turned his vigilant gaze towards her. Following last night's incident, he had developed a profound sense of PTSD concerning Xie Mi with a looming paranoia. Every one of her movements seemed suspicious, necessitating utmost caution. The waiter brought breakfast to the table for the three of them. Eagerly, Xie Mi picked up her chopsticks but abruptly halted, fixating on the food on her plate. Beside her, Qiu Qingye also paused his chopsticks, eyeing Xie Mi warily from the corner of his eye. Could this food possibly be a bang? Li Bingxian, who had just taken a bite, suddenly collapsed. Stop eating, Qiu Qingye bellowed, flipping the table in a fit of rage. The table crashed to the ground, plates and food scattering everywhere. The crowd, what on earth is this lunatic doing? Uncertain of the cause behind his sudden outburst, no one dared to intervene. It was Xie Mi who kicked up to confront him. What the hell? I hadn't even decided whether to eat the bird's nest or the sea cucumber first, and this idiot flipped the table. Yet the thrown-off Qiu Qingye wore a smirk of triumph. As if to say, I caught you trying to poison me. Let me tell you, I'm not so easily deceived. Meanwhile, Li Bingxian, having fainted from low blood sugar, was regaining consciousness, staring at the overturned table before her. Where's my breakfast? Qiu Qingye's voice faltered. Check this guy's mental state. I'm not joking. I was listening to the live stream while sleeping and suddenly a scream caused my heart to stop. I said waking up early isn't good for your health. Such dedication, starting to act crazy early in the morning. After breakfast, Director Niu announced the day's itinerary on the bus. At 6 in the morning, they would go to the beach, at 8, they would set out to fish, and by 11, they would reach another island for lunch. The ingredients for lunch would be entirely dependent on their success in gathering seafood and fishing. Meaning that those who chose to be lazy would forfeit their meal. Upon hearing this, complaints began to emerge. We haven't even at breakfast, and now we have to endure such an intense schedule. Isn't it a bit excessive to deny us lunch as well? Xiao Jingxi frowned. Indeed, Director Niu acknowledged with remarkable nonchalance. Xiao Jingxi was momentarily taken aback. So you really we are indeed excessive. What are you going to do about it? Hit me. Xiao Jingxi nearly raised his hand in response, almost forgetting that Director Niu was notoriously known as the devilish director in the industry. After enduring a few days of adjustment, the true nature of this demonic director began to surface. Don't stop me, I'm going in to hit him. Our director Niu remains true to his roots. He has always criticized when filming a show, yet he refuses to change. However, it cannot be denied that every show he directs becomes a hit, and with money to be made, would you be willing to endure the insults? A moment of clarity. The beach they would visit was a stretch of sand revealed by the receding tide. With the sky just beginning to lighten and the salty sea breeze carrying a refreshing chill, how beautiful! Unlike the others who were still drowsy, Su Shuangrong was full of energy. It seemed they might witness the sunrise today. Making the early rise feel like a stroke of luck, only a few bitter smiles responded to her. Let luck be given to those who deserve it. Everyone perked up. Su Shuangrong turned to look at them, her eyes sparkling with gentle amusement. At this hour, many people were already on their way to school or commuting, and some had risen as early as 3 or 4 in the morning to work. They didn't complain, so what right did they have to voice their fatigue? At that moment, the camera angle was perfect, capturing her against the backdrop of the vast sea and the emerging sunlight. Illuminated from behind, her smile resembled that of a compassionate deity. My darling is so empathetic. Sob sob sob. Mom, I see an angel. Exactly, celebrities are just being pretentious. There are countless people who work harder than you. And besides, you're getting paid for this, so could you please take the filming seriously? Shuangrong's popularity is well deserved. Su Shuangrong understood the art of conversation. What appeared to be encouragement was, in fact, a provocation, a subtlety that those lacking emotional intelligence might not catch immediately. Yet Xie Mi was not one to indulge her. I can accept starting work at 5 in the morning every day. But I cannot accept that when the normal start time is 8, I suddenly have to begin at 5. Do you understand? Chapter 55, If you're sick, speak up. The sky isn't falling. Upon hearing Xie Mi's words, a wave of resonance surged among the weary workers. Are you really going to be this real, Xie? Starting work at 5 is acceptable, but making me start at 5 last minute? Just let me die. Damn it, I've been triggered. Isn't that exactly me? In essence, we are merely a group of workers earning a wage. Why can't we voice our exhaustion? Has this world become so tyrannical that even the right to complain is stripped away? If we're tired, we should shout it out loud. If we want to complain, we should curse with all our might. Damn it all, look, something that can clearly be resolved with a good rant. Why keep it bottled up? Save it for future breast nodules. Xie Mi crossed her arms, her smile calm as she observed Su Shuangrong's face gradually blanching. She dropped a classic saying, if you're sick, speak up. The sky isn't falling. That makes too much sense, damn. Isn't this more exhilarating than Boruto? Feeling pumped today, I'll go and take back all the remote controls for the air conditioning from that stupid company. If I'm not comfortable, then neither will they. I only live once, I'm going to enjoy myself first and foremost. Xie Mi, the goddess of anti-internal strife in ancient Greece at 6 in the morning. On the subways and buses, weary commuters and students alike were glued to their phones, watching the trending viral video. In just 1 minute, the clip captured Xie Mi's passionate speech against internal strife from the show. And they replayed it repeatedly, growing more invigorated with each viewing. The once heavy atmosphere of the bus and subway was ignited. Well said, I quit, I'm going to resign today, I've been diagnosed with mammary hyperplasia. Yet I'm still slaving away for this idiotic boss. Why should I? I'm going to tell my teachers Li Shuai and the others, who always make me do their homework, that since they know I won T-refuse, they keep binding me with friendship. I'm done with that. Whoever wants to can do it. I'm going to report them. Xie Mi's glorious deeds garnered yet another example. Su Shuangrong, who initially aimed to establish a kind persona through her empathetic speech, found herself criticized for moral kidnapping, a case of shooting herself in the foot. Even Director Niu, who had faced Xiao Jingxi's questioning with composure just moments ago, now wore a sheepish smile, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, Xie Mi's words resonated with the staff present, and as the one who had summoned everyone at 5 in the morning, he found himself surrounded by resentful glances. He quickly attempted to redirect the conversation. Ahem, now let us get to the main topic. Since no one here has experience with beachcombing, I've specifically invited a local fisherman to serve as our teacher. Please welcome Mr. Diao Mao. What, Diao what? Please repeat that. Diao what? The familiar name sent a shiver down Xie Mi's spine, and she turned to see a dark figure sprinting toward them from the distance. He was carrying a shovel and a bucket, his strides reminiscent of a newborn monkey. I'm coming. The voice confirmed it was indeed him. After just 2 days, the child had become so dark that his features were barely recognizable. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Xia Jia. Mama dashed straight to Xie Mi, grinning broadly, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth against his dark face. How did you end up here? Xie Mi asked, genuinely curious. Mama chuckled, covering his mouth mysteriously. I learned beachcombing from Zhang's uncle, and when I saw the offer for a part-time job here, I came. $10 an hour. Xie Mi was momentarily speechless. What a pitiful child. And yet he still managed to smile. Director Niu approached as well. Teacher Xia, this is our teacher for beachcombing. Do you know him? Xie Mi chuckled softly. What a coincidence, he is my assistant. What? Director Niu exclaimed, quickly feeling regretful. Had I known he was someone you knew, I would have asked him to give us a discount. $5 an hour would have been nice. Are you even human? This guy has such clear eyes. He must be a college student. Alright, we college students are just cheap labor. Sob. Fun fact, you might not be able to hire a cleaner for $1,800, but you can hire a college student. To the person above, we're just internet friends. Are you starving for monthly roses? Heartbroken? To enhance efficiency, the next step was for everyone to split into 3 groups for beachcombing before Director Niu could finish his sentence. A gentle breeze ruffled Xie Mi's hair. Turning around, she found Shenru watching, standing beside her, looking at her calmly and stating, according to the principle of proximity, how about Teacher Xie joins my group? Did I see wrong? Did Mr. Shen just stride over like a big monkey? Your description is quite polite. Mr. Shen is just tall, not a big monkey. Do you want to be more obvious? I have a question. After grouping, do the ingredients found need to be shared? Xie Mi did not rush to answer Shen Zhaoqing, but instead first posed the question to Director Niu. This question is pivotal. Director Niu nodded appreciatively. Indeed, the ingredients are not to be shared. Once grouped, each team can only consume what they gather themselves, so one must not act hastily. Upon hearing this, the others, who had initially been indifferent, began to take it seriously. After all, 4 individuals had missed breakfast, making lunch all the more significant. Xie Mi, we are in the same group, Xiao Jingxi declared as he approached Xie Mi directly. Xie Mi was both amused and exasperated by his shamelessness, retorting, you can't genuinely believe that we have a good relationship, can you? Xiao Jingxi's expression shifted slightly. Enough of the nonsense. If you stick with me, I can at least guarantee you a meal. If you want lunch, stay with me. You're feeling quite confident, aren't you? I am an avid diver. I will certainly excel in the fishing segment. This isn't confidence. It's merely stating facts. Oh dear. Suddenly, Shen Zhaoqing interjected, inadvertently triggering his phone, which displayed a page. What is this? He lazily glanced at Xiao Jingxi, his eyes glimmering with a faint smile. It turns out to be my AOW diving certificate. Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched. Xie Mi chuckled. Farewell, diving enthusiast. I choose AOW. This is truly a dimensional strike. I can't stop laughing. Xiao Jingxi dabbles in everything yet masters nothing, but he remains ever so confident. Mr. Shen turns out to be a bit of a green tea, who understands? I forbid you from calling him green tea. He only wishes to make Xia happy. What is wrong with that? Question, how many times has Xiao Jingxi lost to Mr. Shen in the competition? He brought this upon himself. He could have locked in with Su Shuangrong but chose to pursue Xie Mi midway. I just don't understand. With a sullen expression, Xiao Jingxi walked away, prompting Su Shuangrong to approach him for consolation. Jingxi, you want to team up with Teacher Xie, right? Let me help you. Xiao Jingxi frowned at her. How are you going to help? Su Shuangrong offered him a mysterious smile before turning to Shin Jiaqing. Mr. Shin, may I request to team up with you? Chapter 56, is it to dismantle my CP? Watch out! Su Shuangrong's invitation to team up with Shin Jiaqing immediately stirred a commotion in the comments. What the heck? What is happening? Su Shuangrong is aiming for Shin Jiaqing now. Can't you see? Su Shuangrong is sacrificing herself to break apart Shin and Xie so that Xiao and Xie can team up. I'm literally crying. It's obvious that Mr. Shin has no interest in her. Yet she takes this step for Xiao Jingxi. Where can one find such a girl? Enough, my heart aches for her. Su Shuangrong smiled just right, her slender figure remarkably resilient against the sea breeze. Regardless of whether Shin Jiaqing accepted or declined, she stood to gain. If rejected, she could maintain the persona of one who sacrifices for love. If accepted, teaming with Shin Jiaqing would still garner attention. It must be said, Su Shuangrong played her cards expertly. Unfortunately, her cleverness was wasted on the wrong person. Xie Mi anticipated what would transpire next and quietly turned to distance herself from the conflict, but was a step too late. Your love is love, but my love is not, Shin Jiaqing began. To help the one you favor, you aim to disrupt my bond with Teacher Xie. You are quite noble, yet I find myself being used. Shin Jiaqing stepped before Xie Mi, his beautiful peach blossom eyes now imbued with a fragile sense of pity. Look, Teacher Xie has misunderstood and is stepping away from me. Xie Mi replied, what do you mean by that? If it weren't for that barely perceptible curve at the corner of his lips, she might have believed him. Su Shuangrong's face flushed crimson. She had meticulously paved the way for herself, yet she never anticipated that Shin Jiaqing would take such an extraordinary path. That is not what I meant. Regardless of your intent, your actions have led to this outcome. Isn't that the crux of the matter? Shin Jiaqing's gaze drifted lazily, his expression a mix of amusement and mockery directed at Su Shuangrong. Her complexion paled instantly, leaving her utterly speechless. His words also jolted the viewers in the livestream to a realization. Enough with the melodramatic persona for Su Shuangrong. Just because you're deep in feelings doesn't mean others should sacrifice for you. It sounds nice when you say you've utilized others, but why should our Xie become a pawn to please you? I don't care what you mean. Are you trying to dismantle my CP? Watch out. Enough, my heart aches for old Shin. The comments flipped dramatically as Su Shuangrong's attempt to outsmart others backfired, leaving her to sheepishly join Xiao Jingxi. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingye and Lu Wishing also formed their team. Thus the new question arose, what about the extra person Lai Bingxian? With 7 people divided into 3 groups, one group must consist of 3 individuals, given that Miss Lai is a new guest and not yet familiar with everyone. We grant you a privilege, you may choose a group to join. As Director Niu's voice faded, all eyes turned to Lai Bingxian. It was now her moment to decide. I choose to join Su Shuangrong's group. Lai Bingxian declared without hesitation, raising an eyebrow haughtily at Su Shuangrong. We are old classmates, and old classmates ought to look out for one another. Wouldn't you agree? Su Shuangrong's smile was strained. Indeed, Xiao Jingxi appeared indifferent as he had no ties with Lai Bingxian. So it shall be. Consequently, Lai Bingxian integrated seamlessly into the group, positioning herself comfortably between the two, claiming the central spot. Xie Mi's curiosity was reignited. How fortuitous, the male lead, the female lead, and the villainess form a quintessential love triangle. Who would have thought the plot had shifted so much, yet fate still brought these 3 together. Now let me teach everyone how to gather shellfish. Although the pay was merely $10 an hour, it did not dampen Mao Mao's enthusiasm for this part-time job. I have 3 types of tools here. The first is the crab clamp, useful for catching crabs and fish. The second is the shovel, which can be used to dig for clams and shells. The third is salt powder. When sprinkled on the beach, it can lure out clams. Now, please choose the tool you wish to use. We want the shovel, Zhou Qingye nearly shouted at once. After obtaining the shovel, he immediately showcased his wisdom to Lu Wishing. The clamp is difficult to manage and requires skill. The salt powder is a consumable. And once it's gone, it's gone. All things considered, the shovel is the best option. You've made the right choice by teaming up with me. Lu Wishing smiled and nodded. Alright, then we'll take salt powder. Xiao Jingxi added, although it's a consumable, it's easier to handle compared to the crab clamp, which demands more finesse. At this point, he glanced at Xie Mi a couple of times. If Xie Mi insisted on choosing Shin Jiaqing, then he would have to prove through his actions that she made the wrong decision. So Sister Xie, are you taking the crab clamp? Mao Mao handed the crab clamp to Xie Mi, concern etched on his face. There were no rules for selecting tools, it was first come first served. He believed Sister Xie must be a person of integrity, not one to fight for what she wants, hence her ending up with the last choice. I feel for Sister Xie, he thought. Handed over, Xie Mi, brimming with excitement, snatched the crab clamp and dashed towards the beach, emitting wild laughter reminiscent of a dark sorceress. Told Shin, bring the bucket, coming. Shin Jiaqing swiftly followed. Bucket in hand, the two of them resembling untamed steeds racing towards the sea, making onlookers believe they were engaged in some sort of team self-destruction. Damn, you gave me a fright. Old Xie. Try being so inexplicable again, will you? What a gem, you made me chuckle. Mau Mau, caught halfway between sadness and shock, exclaimed, Sister Xie, I haven't even taught you yet, if they don't want to learn. Forget it, let us not waste time, teach us first, Zhou Qingye interjected, eager for Xie Mi to catch nothing. This Mau Mau glanced towards the distant Xie Mi, who was frantically clamping at shallow waters with the crab clamp while Xin Jiaqing closely trailed behind her. And it seemed she truly could not hear him. Alright, I'll teach you. Mau Mau instructed them on how to use the tools and identify the locations of seafood. Gathering shellfish isn't particularly complicated. And after a brief tutorial, they were all able to grasp it. However, while they mastered the technique, luck was not on their side, after Zhou Qingye had dug dozens of holes without any success. He finally smashed the shovel into the ground in anger. Are you all fooling me? Is there no seafood here? If you're incapable, don't blame the road, Lai Bingxian scoffed, passing by him with a bucket. Zhou Qingye glanced into her bucket, spotting 2 clams the size of his pinky, which she seemed to flaunt. He sneered, enjoy yourselves, 3 people can barely sustain 2. What do you mean? Lai Bingxian glared at him. Ready to retaliate. As it appeared that these two were about to repeat their previous mistakes, the assistant director hurriedly donned a helmet and stepped in to mediate. Enough of this, lunch is more important. Reluctantly, they both ceased their quarrel. Only Lu Wishing observed the assistant director adeptly putting on the helmet and silently offered a word of comfort. You've truly worked hard. Chapter 57, No bowls needed for meals. He can manage just fine, the humble assistant director smiled meekly. It's not hard at all. After being rewarded with 2 hefty punches for his previous mediation attempts, he learned his lesson while recording this show. Protective gear was a must. The fishing boat would arrive in half an hour, and as the time limit approached, Director Nio's warm reminder resonated. Upon hearing the news, everyone was spurred into action with renewed vigor. Mau Mau also scampered over to join the excitement, exclaiming, Sister Xie, how's it going over there? My goodness, look at all this. The small bucket was already half full. Although it contained only small fish and crabs, it was more than sufficient for 2 people. Sister Xie, you truly are impressive. I have my experience, came the reply. Have you ever rushed to the sea? No, but I played a fishing game online, so it's just online experience. This is hilarious. Ha, no wonder it's you. I was so frustrated watching next door, but coming here to see Sister Xie in action is just delightful. In the distance, Su Shuangrong observed the scene. Biting her lip, seemingly unconsciously bringing it up to Xiao Jingxi, that Mau Mau seems to be Assistant Xie's aide, quite thoughtful indeed, helping her with the fishing. Xiao Jingxi, already irritated from his unsuccessful search for clams, furrowed his brows at the mention that he saw 3 figures in the distance bent over a bucket, engaged in conversation. Mau Mau, Xiao Jingxi stood up, his face darkening as he stated, I understand that as Assistant Xie, you wish for her to have a hearty lunch. However, since this is a recorded program, we must uphold fairness. Otherwise, it could provide her with unnecessary fodder for criticism, which would not be advantageous for her. Mau Mau did not grasp the convoluted words of Xiao Jingxi. However, Xie Mi and the others understood perfectly, meaning that Mau Mau had assisted her in catching fish. What? Zhou Qingye abruptly stood up but dared not vent his frustration at Xie Mi. Instead, turning to shout at Xiao Jingxi, this is unfair. Meanwhile, in other viewers' live streams, those who had not witnessed Xie Mi catching the fish were misled by Xiao Jingxi's remarks. Cheating takes away the fun. Next time, please invite external help that is fair and unrelated to the guests. This Mau Mau looks quite obedient but is actually quite crafty. No wonder Xie Mi remained so calm. She had this up her sleeve. Xie Mi, however, offered no explanation, merely smiling and beckoning to Xiao Jingxi. Come here. Xiao Jingxi hesitated for a moment but ultimately walked over, saying, I'm not targeting you. I am just concerned you might get criticized for this. After all, I have more experience. Before he could finish his sentence, Xie Mi dashed forward and kicked him into the sea. Glub glub glub. He awkwardly attempted to rise, but as he inadvertently opened his eyes underwater, he discovered the shallow sea was filled with drifting seaweed, and many small fish were swimming amidst it. Just then, a tiny fish swam right before him. Suddenly, a crab clamped down, precisely catching the fish and nearly nicking his nose. Startled, Xiao Jingxi gasped, only to be rescued by Su Shuangrong. Emerging from the water, he met Xie Mi's half-smiling gaze. Did you see clearly? If not, shall I demonstrate again? Xiao Jingxi shivered involuntarily, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. The viewers in other live streams fell silent after witnessing Xie Mi's impressive crab-catching maneuver. I admit my voice was a bit loud just now. Xiao Good, you'll have to bear this one yourself. There is truly no rebuttal. Xie Mi indeed possesses some remarkable skills. Meanwhile, Xie brothers, who had come to visit from Xie Mi's livestream, laughed at the preceding doubts. No way, surely no one would doubt her credibility based on mere words from others, right? Sister Xie, you've truly made a name for yourself. The haters are increasing. But you needn't tread carefully, just go ahead and soar above them. Some sisters have already shared the pure cut of Sister Xie catching fish on Weibo. Those with internet access should check it out. And those without can mooch off the neighbors. Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools. Fans from all sides hesitated to retort, for the situation was undeniably unfavorable. However, the sharp tongues of Xie brothers were just as relentless as Xie Mi. After half an hour, all participants boarded the fishing boat to set sail, and the sun had fully risen. Observing the three teams' catches, Xie Mi and Shen Wanqing's group had a bucket brimming with small fish and crabs, while Qiu Qingye and Lu Wuxing had found a single-stranded starfish on the beach, and Su Shuangrong, Xiao Jingxi, and Lai Bingshuan's group had merely 2 clams the size of a pinky. Given the current standings, it seemed some would be left hungry by midday. Director Niu sighed upon glancing at the results. However, Xiao Jingxi remained composed, asserting, "Isn't there still the underwater fishing segment? I excel in this method, which relies more on skill than luck, unlike beachcombing." As soon as he finished speaking, they heard a bubbling sound nearby. Turning to look, they spotted Xie Mi and Shen Wanqing snickering conspiratorially. "This guy is putting on a show again." "Quite well, we won need bowls for lunch since he can act so well, ha ha ha." Xiao Jingxi, must you make these remarks while he is still present, although I know it's unethical to mock others behind their backs. But ha 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 ha. Is it possible that my brother and sister are mocking each other in person? You two are killing me with laughter. Enough already, ha ha. Not only fans of Xie and Shen were laughing, but fans from other camps joined in the merriment. The typically arrogant and domineering fans of Xiao were now thoroughly vexed. They were unable to counter Xie brothers, and it seemed their idol was indeed putting on an act. Ultimately, it was still Xie Mi who had steered this program off course, with the audience reveling in the entertainment, leaving her fans unable to revert to their previous tactics in the fan circle. Once they donned their protective gear and strapped on their oxygen tanks, they prepared to descend into the sea. As our diving instructor would provide on-site training, the guests, clad in diving suits, descended into the water one by one. Following the instructor's guidance, claiming to be a diving enthusiast, Xiao Jingxi quickly surged ahead of the rest. Qiu Qingye, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit, determined to dive down. After all, this was their last chance for lunch. If they returned empty-handed, there would truly be nothing to eat. Xie Mi remained calm, leisurely following the instructor's lessons. However, Su Shuangrong and Lai Bingxian encountered numerous problems requiring the instructor's hands-on assistance, which caused considerable delays. As Xie Mi patiently waited, her hand was suddenly grasped. Turning to see Shen Wanqing smiling at her, he took her hand and led her gently downward. The two figures glided through the azure waters, beams of light streaming down from the surface, casting beautiful shadows on the seabed, creating an unparalleled picturesque scene. The dedicated director Niu, filming underwater, was nearly breathless with excitement. This is the romance variety show he envisioned. Chapter 58, Fight. When it comes to fighting, they don't hold back. Lost in the moment, life on the line, Director Niu eagerly waved for the cameraman to follow him deeper, hoping to capture the breathtaking scene of Shen Wanqing and Xie Mi. However, just as the moment seemed perfect, the two suddenly swam away stealthily. Director Niu was left bewildered. Turning around, he discovered that Xiao Jingxi and Qiu Qingye had begun brawling over a scallop. Time was of the essence, and in a flash, Shen Wanqing and Xie Mi darted past, snatching the scallop and swimming off. By the time Xiao Jingxi and Qiu Qingye realized what had happened, the two had already swum a considerable distance away. Fuming, Xiao Jingxi and Qiu Qingye gestured angrily at each other, their movements swift and animated. Director Niu, though I can't decipher their gestures, their insults are quite foul. Truly my CP, one moment beautiful, the next scheming. Well done. If I had been a second later, I would have been on board. Mr. Shen, is your AOW diving certificate just for this kind of escapade, ha? Meanwhile, Lai Bingxian had also begun to grasp the diving techniques. Upon diving down, she saw Xiao Jingxi and Qiu Qingye engaged in an intense exchange of gestures. Without hesitation, she swam over and delivered a swift kick to Qiu Qingye. Startled, Qiu Qingye glared at her and charged forward to retaliate. But Xiao Jingxi intervened, only to be caught in the fray himself. The three of them became embroiled in a chaotic scuffle underwater. Su Shuangrong, anxious, rushed forward to separate them, but in the ensuing chaos, Lai Bingxian seized the opportunity to slap her. Director Niu closed his eyes and fell silent for a few seconds before turning and swimming upward. Out of sight, out of mind. Fight. When it comes to fighting, they don't hold back. Lost in the moment, life on the line. Is Qiu Qingye envious of Xiao Jingxi's looks? Is this a chance for revenge? I saw Lai Bingxian slap Shuangrong. What a vixen! My brother Qiu is so genuine. Fight. Well done. I've long found Xiao Jingxi unbearable, always pretending. Miss Lai is indeed fierce. Without a second thought, she just goes for it. Love it. Love it. On the other side, Shen Wanqing was swimming with Xie Mi at the seabed. Xie Mi had completely let go, requiring no skill. Wherever she pointed, Shen Wanqing followed. When they returned, their net filled with a bountiful catch, they found that the four had escalated from a mere tussle to attempting to tug each other's oxygen masks off. Goodness, they were truly frantic. Lu Wuxing watched helplessly from a distance. Lacking any talent for fishing, she had only managed to gather a few small sea creatures, barely enough to satisfy a snack. Suddenly, someone poked her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Xie Mi presenting her with a large fish. While Shen Wanqing beamed at her from behind, Lu Wishing was taken aback, pointing at herself. For me, Xie Mi nodded, tossing the fish into her net, before swimming off to kick Zhou Qingyi. By the time Zhou Qingyi turned around, fuming, Shen Wanqing had already taken Xie Mi by the hand and swum away. Lu Wishing stared at the scene, unable to suppress a smile. In the end, the diving instructor successfully mediated the quarrel, bringing the four of them back to the surface. Director Niu, exasperated, declared, "Since you haven't found any ingredients, there will be nothing to eat for lunch. I had previously cautioned you all. Originally, I intended to continue the game." But upon hearing those words, the four participants instantly fell silent, their gazes towards Director Niu now tinged with a hint of flattery. However, Director Niu, steadfast and principled, shook his head resolutely, declaring, "Rules are rules." Zhou Qingye clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, only to turn and see the bucket in front of Xie Mi was brimming. He immediately suggested, "I see they've caught quite a bit, since it can't all be consumed, why not?" Xie Mi picked up a sharp fish spear, prompting Zhou Qingye to hastily amend his proposition. "How about we pack it up to take back instead? That's exactly what I had in mind." Xie Mi replied with a grin, gesturing a polite bow towards them, "I graciously accept your offer." The others, however, were not amused. Xiao Jingxi remained unfazed, believing that the so-called lunch rules were merely for show. How could the production team dare to deny them sustenance? After all, they were artists. Lai Bingxian evidently shared this sentiment, waving her hand dismissively. "That's enough. Hurry up and serve the food, I'm starving." Director Niu chuckled ominously. "I knew you would harbor such wishful thinking, which is precisely why you didn't exert yourselves during the earlier catch. Regrettably, your expectations are doomed to fail, apart from your current provisions. I shall not provide you with anything else to eat." Xiao Jingxi's expression shifted, and he was about to speak when Director Niu raised his voice. "Not only that, the fishing boat has docked at an uninhabited island. You will need to survive here for a day and a night, during which we will not provide any food. You must fend for yourselves. I reiterate, do not indulge in false hopes. If you do not search for food with utmost effort, you will find nothing to eat." The experiment's title, "The Law of the Jungle," cast away the famished guests on a deserted island without providing any sustenance. What kind of chemical reactions will ensue in such circumstances? Will emotional bonds shatter as a result? Stay tuned. Upon hearing this narration, the live stream audience began to stir with excitement. A new experiment is about to commence. This theme is intriguing and captivating. I was on the edge of my seat earlier. They've been warned that without fishing, there will be no food, yet they are still bickering. Now they can't eat at all. Are you serious? They really want to provide food. Do you know Jingxi has a stomach condition? Who will take responsibility if something goes wrong? This is excessive. Even if it's a game, the health of the guests must be ensured. What is this? Xuan is already on a diet, eating very little. Now they want to let her eat. It's absurd. Isn't this the style of Director Niu's show? They were given opportunities before. If they didn't cherish them, they should blame themselves. Turns out, a show that captures reality also faces criticism. Do people really prefer scripted drama? Yet they clearly did not anticipate that the production team's bottom line could sink even lower. After several guests pretended to demonstrate survival in the wilderness for the cameras, the sky suddenly darkened, and torrential rain began to pour. The crew scrambled to erect a shelter for the guests to escape the downpour while hastily attempting to salvage the drenched equipment. The scene descended into chaos. Protect the machines, they cost hundreds of thousands. If they are damaged, you will be liable. What about the equipment on the boat? Go check, run, everyone move it, Director Niu shouted in the rain. His anxious expression unmistakably genuine. The guests sat lined up beneath the shelter, watching the crew scurry about in the rain, clutching equipment and running back and forth, until eventually the people vanished, after sitting in the shelter for another half hour. The downpour continued, and the beach remained desolate. Once the crew had taken the equipment back to the boat, it seemed they had not returned. Lai Bingxian finally couldn't hold back any longer. Where are they? Chapter 59, Survival in the Wilderness, gnawing on tree bark, eating roots. Perhaps the atmosphere had grown exceedingly strange. After Lai Bingxian posed her question, Zhou Qingye could no longer contain his impatience and dashed into the rain, running until his figure disappeared. Yet, it wasn't long before his furious voice echoed across the island. Damn it, the boat is gone. Now the others could no longer remain seated. Some shielded themselves with leaves. Others used chairs, and they all rushed into the rain to join Zhou Qingye. The sea was indeed empty. The two fishing boats that had just been docked were nowhere to be seen, and the production team had vanished completely. Is this part of the filming? Su Shuangrong softly inquired. Zhou Qingye shouted back, does this look like it? Where are the machines? They're all gone. Su Shuangrong trembled at his shout, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xiao Jingxi shielded her behind him, contemplating that perhaps an unexpected incident had occurred. The production team likely hadn't anticipated the sudden rain and might have gone back to repair the equipment. Even repairs should be communicated to us, yet they just abandoned us here. They must have been too rushed. While they debated, Xie Mi scanned the surroundings, checking for any hidden cameras. Shenru watching shielded her forehead from the rain. asking, "What do you think? Based on my filming experience, there are no hidden cameras around, so this is indeed an unforeseen event." Xie Mi looked at them with a grave expression. "Everyone, we may truly have been left behind on this island." As her words fell, the faces of the group turned ashen, perhaps due to Xie Mi's usual carefree demeanor. Her sudden seriousness inexplicably instilled a sense of belief in them. "What do we do now? When will they come to retrieve us? It's nearly 1 o'clock, and we haven't eaten anything since morning." Xiao Jingxi frowned. Xie Mi gazed out at the expanse of sea, her expression growing increasingly somber. It seemed they wouldn't be rescued anytime soon. "What? With the torrential rain and strong winds, the waves are enormous. Based on my previous sailing experience, it's likely that Director Niao and the others didn't leave on their own. They were swept away by the waves." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingye's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. "Damn it, I only came to film a show. What is happening? Preliminary estimates suggest we've encountered an accident. Rather than wait for uncertain rescue, we should prepare ourselves," Xie Mi declared, striding towards the shelter. "Fortunately, the ingredients that old Shin and I caught are still here. I will share them with everyone, but this amount is definitely insufficient for 7 people. So I will allocate it judiciously." The gazes of all present turned to Xie Mi as if she were a savior. She was shining. Only Lu Wuxing looked puzzled, stroking his chin. "A filming experience? Sailing experience?" Xie Mi and Shin Ruoqing carried the bucket of seafood into the woods to process the ingredients. Half an hour later, they returned with the prepared food to distribute. Zhou Qingye looked at the meager slices of sashimi, opening his mouth several times to scold but ultimately refrained. "I know what you're thinking," Xie Mi sighed as she stood before them. "The food is scarce, so this is how it must be divided. My portion is the same as yours." But Lai Bingxian furrowed her brow, seemingly aware that Xie Mi was now the leading figure, and thus tempered her usual temper. "At this rate, we'll starve to death." "Indeed, which is why I will take everyone into the forest to search for food," Xie Mi proclaimed passionately. "Based on my survival experience, there are numerous edible plants in this forest. We can absolutely rely on these to last us 3 days. "What are we waiting for? Lead us," Zhou Qingye exclaimed immediately. After a morning filled with high-intensity activities, especially diving, some individuals had already become lightheaded from hunger. Hearing that there was food, they disregarded everything else and eagerly followed in Xie Mi's footsteps. Xie Mi remained composed, guiding them through the woods, eating roots, and gnawing on tree bark. Whenever they raised doubts, she would simply pose a cold question: dignity or survival, which will you choose? Thus, they fell silent, gripping the tree bark and devouring it hungrily. "You little ones, follow me," Xie Mi called out cheerfully as she dashed ahead, resembling the Monkey King leading her entourage of little brothers, until someone noticed an oversight. Su Shuangrong frowned and asked, "Teacher Xia, why aren't you eating?" "Me, I'm full, I'm not hungry." Burp, as the group, having alleviated their hunger by gnawing on tree bark and regained their wits, began to slowly sense something amiss. Logically, they were in a dire situation. Why was Xie Mi behaving so cheerfully? Until a photographer clad in a raincoat suddenly shouted surprise, while emerging from the ground, pointing the camera at them. Leaving them bewildered, Zhou Qingye rushed up to snatch the photographer's phone, opening the livestream to see. "Ha ha 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 ha, damn, I'm dying of laughter watching the wealthy siblings collectively gnawing on tree bark. What a legendary scene, ha 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 ha. Old Xia, be a person." Zhou Qingye, the scene shifts back to 2 hours earlier on the beach. While Zhou Qingye and Xiao Jingxi were arguing, Xie Mi scanned the area and, with eagle-eye precision, pinpointed a pinhole camera hidden underground. Upon locking eyes with Xie Mi, Director Niao in the control room was momentarily taken aback, thinking the hidden camera would fail to capture anything. But Xie Mi swiftly averted her gaze, then, with a serious expression, she addressed the others. "Based on my filming experience, there are no hidden cameras around, so this is indeed an unforeseen event." Then, Xie Mi and Shen Zhuanqing carried buckets into the forest to process ingredients. Why did it take them half an hour? Because the two of them squatted there prying open oysters for quite some time, only returning after satisfying their hunger. Following that, Xie Mi led them in gnawing on tree bark and consuming grass roots. Time now returns to the present. Xie Mi flashed a mischievous smile. Last night, while scrolling through short videos, she inadvertently came across the weather forecast stating that there would be a torrential downpour today. Albeit lasting only 2 hours, the production team, preparing for the sea excursion, would undoubtedly check the weather in advance, so this storm was certainly anticipated by them. The notion of leaving the artist stranded on a deserted island is a foolish lie that only someone starved could believe. Zhou Qingye stared wide-eyed, pointing at her. You. Shen Zhuanqing approached Xie Mi, smiling silently. Lu Wuxing also quietly stepped out from the crowd, raising her hand. "Sorry, I am also an undercover." Xie Mi had secretly shared sea urchins with her and cautioned her against consuming too many leaves. Lai Bingxian, who had been slow to realize, suddenly exclaimed, "Were we actually deceived? I wondered why you had given me chocolate, and when I asked where it came from, you said it was made from cocoa beans." Su Shuangrong smirked. "You received chocolate from her?" "Indeed," Lai Bingxian grumbled. To this, Xie Mi merely shrugged. "After all, one cannot let this young lady faint from low blood sugar, can they?" Chapter 60, The Arrival of a New Guest. A pure-hearted young man, Following the broadcast of this segment on survival on a deserted island, it became an instant sensation, catapulting the reality show Love Inspection to unprecedented viewership heights. Xie Mi, along with a host of popular stars and affluent individuals, gnawing on tree bark in the woods, was met with explosive reactions from netizens. Love Inspection everyone wildman Xiao Jingxi gnawing bark Su Shuangrong eating grassroots Chiu Qingye letting loose Li Bing Xuan starve Van angrily gnawing Chiu Qingye trending topics exploded in succession, with meme videos and humorous reaction gifs flooding the internet, bringing joy to countless viewers. Xiao Jingxi, Su Shuangrong, Chiu Qingye, and Li Bingxian collectively found themselves victims of public opinion. In response, they stated, "Thank you for the invitation, we are preparing to live on another planet." Following this incident, the 3-day journey in Nanhai City could be deemed a resounding success. Upon returning to Haisher, the production team convened an emergency meeting. "Everyone has gone mad, absolutely mad," Director Niu cried, holding his head in despair. "The lack of romantic atmosphere is one thing, but even our meticulously prepared prank segment was unraveled by Xie Mi. She even played us all. We are merely her pawns." The assistant director immediately voiced his discontent, slamming his hand on the table. "It is already outrageous to deny the guests food. At least teacher Xie brought them tree bark for nutritional sustenance. Otherwise, if something happened to the guests from hunger, what would you do?" What Director Niu, infuriated, threw his pen at him. "Get out." The assistant director's aide shot up, declaring, "Tree bark is indeed edible. I have verified it." Director Niu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You two, get out. This production team has nearly become Xie Mi's support squad. In any case, we must restore the program's tone. We cannot allow Xie Mi to continue her reckless behavior." The plan to save the dating show officially launched. After returning from Nanhai City to Haisher, the guests hopped into a vehicle and made their way back to the Love Inspection Villa. The itinerary over the past few days had been exhausting, and upon arrival at the villa, the guests each retreated to their rooms for a midday rest. Meanwhile, the official Love Inspection account quietly opened its 8th live streaming room. Curious viewers flocked in, only to see a young man dressed in a white shirt, facing away from the camera, being interviewed. "Welcome to our program, you will be the 8th guest on Love Inspection, joining the villa to live with the other guests. Are you feeling nervous?" The PD's voice echoed from off-screen. The young man replied readily, "I am indeed a bit nervous. I have never been in a relationship before and I usually focus on my studies at school, but this time I am very grateful to the production team for this opportunity." His voice was pleasant and youthful, radiating an aura of innocence. The audience quickly grasped the situation, erupting in excitement. "Wow, a new male guest. Wait, did he say school? So he is still a university student? He has never dated? I can't believe it." Pure-hearted young man. "I am thrilled, this is exactly my type. Is there anything that my VIP access cannot see? Turn around so I can take a look." The heat from the Nanhai arc is explosive. The production team is seizing the moment to announce a new guest. They really know how to strike while the iron is hot. "Aha! Have you watched our show before?" the PD inquired. The male guest nodded, his clear, soothing voice carrying a touch of warmth. "Actually, I really like one of the older sisters on the show." "At that older sister, I am dead." Who is it? Who is it?" "So straightforward. Wow, he is here to bravely pursue love." "Wait, is this actually a dating show?" As the audience eagerly speculated about the identity of the older sister he mentioned, the production team deliberately set up a suspenseful moment. "Alright, as the latecomer, you will receive a special privilege of the PD produced a board adorned with the portraits of 4 female guests. You may now invite one female guest to join you for dinner, and you will have the liberty to customize the entire date this evening." As soon as the PD's words fell, the male guest extended his hand. "I choose." The screen abruptly cut to black. The audience immediately felt a surge of frustration, but the production team cleverly shut down the livestream, forcing viewers to angrily rush to other guest streams to vent their frustration, only to witness the PD knocking on Xie Mi's door. "What is up?" Xie Mi peeked her head out. "Teacher Xie, you have received a special invitation for tonight. We need to take you to prepare for the meeting, and this matter must remain confidential from the other guests." The audience that had been in Xie Mi's stream was initially baffled, but viewers arriving from the new guest stream erupted in excitement. "Wow, it's Sister Xie." When he initially mentioned an older sister, "I thought it was Lu Wuxing, but I didn't expect it to be Xie." I'm genuinely shocked. "Wait, Sister Xie already has 2 arrows in her quiver, and now she is adding another. The love rival scene is about to escalate." "Huh, what are you all talking about? Can someone explain what is happening right now? I don't understand a single word." "Just wait and see, you'll understand soon. Ha ha ha." "A special invitation? Dinner?" Xie Mi's eyes brightened. Something like that. "I'll be right there." Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Mi returned to her room, grabbed a jacket, and excitedly headed to the door. "Let us go." Tonight, it was Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong's turn to cook. Su Shuangrong would be fine, but Xiao Jingxi, the notorious brother who pretends to be cool, might blow up the kitchen. Eating out was certainly more enjoyable than cooking in the small kitchen, right? The PD observed Xie Mi's outfit. She wore a set of crayon Shinchan pajamas beneath a black sports jacket, which was rather unremarkable. Fortunately, director Neil was astute and had arranged a makeup and styling session. Teacher Xie, follow me. To avoid being discovered by others. The PD sneakily led Xie Mi out through the back door. The production team's vehicle whisked Xie Mi away to a luxurious beauty salon in the city center, where she underwent a series of skincare, hairstyling, and makeup treatments, culminating in the selection of a gown. 3 hours later, the girl reflected in the mirror wore a flowing white gown, her long hair loosely styled with a few gently curled strands cascading down, her already fair skin appearing even more radiant and pure. Ah! I beg you to cement this look on Sister Xie. What kind of virtue does the new guest possess to be treated so lavishly? Shinzhuanqing bait. My sister Xie has transformed into a goddess. Originally intent on a simple meal, Xie Mi now sensed something unusual. A special invitation, accompanied by such grand preparations, this scene felt eerily familiar. She recalled a moment from the original text when Su Shuangrong had also been secretly summoned by the production team for a special invitation, similarly dressed up, but that time it was because a new male guest was debuting. However, according to the timeline, the last male guest from Love Inspection should still be studying abroad in M country. Chapter 61, a paranoid obsessive young man with a grudge. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the production team's vehicle stopped in front of an exclusive high-end restaurant. Upon entering, soothing, melodious music filled the air, and within the romantically elegant restaurant, there were no other patrons save for a central table adorned with flickering candlelight. Xie Mi's dreams of dining at Hey DeLeo were dashed. In fact, she had been hoping for hot pot tonight. Miss Xie, please take a seat. The waiter guided her to the table before retreating gracefully. The dim lighting surrounding the restaurant contrasted with the flickering candle flames, creating an atmosphere rich in ambience. Xie Mi recalled a similar scene from the original text. In that instance, when the new male guest first invited Su Shuangrong, they dined at a Thai restaurant. This establishment was evidently a Western cuisine restaurant. She felt an unsettling premonition. As the music reached its crescendo, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, his refined features illuminated by the candlelight. Xie Mi's heart, which had been in suspense, finally sank. Ah, what a handsome younger brother. Oh my gosh, has the production team finally heard my pleas? I've been requesting a cute puppy for so long. So adorable. So adorable, so adorable. The youth was fair-skinned, wearing golden-framed glasses that perched on his nose, his bright, clear eyes exuding a natural coolness. Hello, sister. My name is Eugene Che, the original antagonist who was supposed to have a complicated relationship with Su Shuangrong in the dating show. Eugene Che replaced the fourth male guest slated for the program. Xie Mi found herself utterly unable to smile. She had thought that Shinzhuanqing was outrageous enough, only to discover an even more absurd situation unfolding. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Eugene Cheng was characterized as emotionally detached. His entanglement with Su Shuangrong arose from an incident when Su Shuangrong, during a promotional shoot at their school, was unexpectedly caught by Eugene Cheng discarding gifts from fans in private. His public demeanor was gentle and kind, yet behind closed doors, he was cold and unfeeling, which piqued Eugene Cheng's intense curiosity about her. Thus, this storyline commenced. This implies that the earlier version of Eugene Cheng was a youth who would never express interest in romance, let alone participate in a dating show, according to the timeline. He had yet to even meet Su Shuangrong. So why was he here? Is my sister planning to ignore me today? As she pondered these thoughts, Eugene Cheng had already seated himself across from her. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow upon his face, his pitch-black eyes curving into a smile that appeared gentle yet concealed a tempest of emotions. Upon hearing his words, Xie Mi suddenly understood. In the original text, Eugene Cheng was not only obsessive but also held grudges. That day at the mall, when he greeted Xia Lian, he seemed to have called out to her as well. To which she had responded somewhat dismissively. The mystery was solved. It was indeed because of that incident. It couldn't be, could it? Xie Mi chuckled awkwardly, stating, I was engrossed in a game that day and didn't pay much attention to you. Primarily, I didn't want to interrupt your conversation. She certainly wouldn't mention that she merely wished to avoid any connections with Eugene Cheng's character. After all, Eugene Cheng's later persona was quite unpredictable. You two actually know each other? Ah, I initially thought it was a little fan chasing after his idol on the show, but it turns out they're old acquaintances. This storyline is even better. Does this dialogue have a hint of a bickering couple? So sweet. I'm sorry, but this sibling romance is hitting my sweet spot. I'm about to become a fence-sitter. Dame. I am here standing guard for old Shin. Let us see who dares to ship this. Oh really? Eugene Cheng tilted his head slightly, smiling innocently as he said, I don't recall. Indeed, he was holding on to grudges. The director informed me that I could invite a female guest of interest, and the one I am most interested in is you, sister. Tonight, we shall have a splendid date. Why? Eugene Cheng's smile became increasingly endearing. Xie Mi decided to let it go. After all, the plot had already unraveled beyond recognition, with the originally antagonistic character thrust into the dating show, which no longer surprised her. Let us just eat. When will the dishes be served? With a completely relaxed mindset, Xie Mi turned to glance toward the kitchen. Yu Jincheng smiled and gently clapped his hands, prompting a waiter to enter with a cart. 2 plates of steak were placed before Xie Mi and Yu Jincheng, respectively. Sister, please dig in. As Yu Jincheng's words fell, Xie Mi wasted no time, resolutely picking up her knife and fork to begin cutting into her steak. With one slice, the juices flowed out. Xie Mi, at that moment, Yu Jincheng across from her chuckled lightly. I prefer my steak rare. I hope you don't mind, sister. In the dim ambience, coupled with the blood on the plate, the scene shifted instantly from romantic to eerie. A normal person would be taken aback for a moment in such a situation, but Xie Mi responded without hesitation. I do mind. Your preference for rare has nothing to do with me. She then turned to call the waiter. Excuse me, could you please cook this again? I prefer my steak well done, the more charred the better, thank you. Yu Jincheng. He hadn't anticipated that Xie Mi wouldn't hesitate even for a second. Fortunately, the waiter had been briefed in advance and would not comply with Xie Mi's wishes. Miss, those who truly understand steak rarely opt for well done. It would waste high-quality ingredients. Would you consider medium rare? Xie Mi smiled and refused. Well done, please. If your chef can't manage that, I'll step in and teach him. I only eat well done steak. Understood. Yu Jincheng's compliant facade nearly cracked. Sister Xie is impressive. Her psychological resilience is remarkable. If it were me, I would have felt inferior long ago. Wow, he's incredibly handsome. Once, when I ordered an 8/10 cooked steak at a Western restaurant, the waiter scoffed, saying they only served 7/10. My friends laughed at me for being unsophisticated. I was infuriated. I paid for the meal and had to endure this nonsense. Isn't it just a matter of cooking it a bit longer? Isn't that easy to understand? Seriously. I wonder who invented this disdain for steak. You act so superior over a Western meal. I have a weak stomach, so I only eat well done. What's wrong with that? Old Xie, you truly are my spokesperson. Under Xie Mi's firm stance, the waiter ultimately took the steak back for further cooking, returning with a well-done steak that was slightly charred. The aroma intensified significantly. Xie Mi wasted no time, lifting her knife and fork to eat, putting on a live eating show that even tempted Yu Jincheng, who was enjoying his rare steak across from her. Yu Jincheng, not in the past, he had used the same tactic to frighten off those naive girls pursuing him in the academy. They would flee in panic, yet this woman, she not only devoured her steak in a few bites but also confirmed that the dinner was covered by the production team before waving her hand for the waiter to bring her the bill. Such a strong inner world. Chapter 62. Woe is me, you won't hold it against me, will you? After dinner, Yu Jincheng went to the parking lot first to retrieve his car, asking Xie Mi to wait at the restaurant entrance. Although they had arrived in a vehicle provided by the production team, according to the rules, they were required to return in their own cars. Yet, after a considerable wait, Yu Jincheng had yet to appear. The city center was bustling at 9 in the evening, and Xie Mi's evening gown instantly attracted the attention of passers-by. That person is so beautiful. Is she a celebrity? Why are people taking pictures of her? Why do I feel like I've seen her before? Where are you, Xie Mi? The onlookers seemed eager to recognize her yet hesitant to approach, their phones poised to capture the moment, realizing she could no longer hide. Xie Mi decided to embrace the attention, gracefully lifting her skirt and performing a full turn, offering a slight bow. Indeed, you have discovered my true identity. I am Xie Mi. The crowd stared at her for a couple of seconds before quietly dispersing. Let us go. She is not Xie Mi. She must be a look-alike. I thought it was the real deal. The imitation doesn't even resemble her. Old Xie isn't that graceful. I saw through it at a glance. How boring. Xie Mi, may I inquire? Let us go. She is not Xie Mi. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Old Xie, you're not clear on your own positioning. The pedestrians watching the show later. Whoa. Woe is me, I envy you so much. I wish I could encounter Sister Xie 2QAQ. Perhaps sensing that they had waited too long, the PD behind the camera grew restless. Discreetly messaging Yu Jincheng, upon receiving a response, they sighed in relief. Yu Jincheng mentioned there had been a minor incident, but he would be there shortly. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it wasn't a minor incident but rather an intentional display of power. Having failed to intimidate her in the restaurant, he certainly wouldn't let it go so easily. Just then, a silver sedan sped past her, and within the car, Yu Jincheng's profile was unmistakable. Hey, you Lauscher. PD stretched out his hand in pursuit but was met only with a mouthful of exhaust fumes. He awkwardly turned back, thinking that Yu Lauscher must have forgotten. I believe he has never been in a relationship. It's obvious he lacks experience with girls. Perhaps he was too nervous on his first show? He truly is a pure-hearted little puppy. Please don't love the guy too much. No need to panic. In contrast to the anxious staff, Xie Mi remained remarkably composed. Does the production team cover taxi fares? Yes, they do. Then that's settled. Xie Mi turned and hailed a taxi, shedding her calm demeanor and urgently rushing forward. Driver, please catch up to that car ahead. That's my wayward and out-of-the-closet brother-in-law, heading to the countryside to find a male model. I need to catch him in the act. The photographer who had just boarded the taxi Was taken aback upon hearing this. The taxi driver straightened up his evening radio, disregarded. How outrageous, this is truly a disgrace to our masculinity. I'll take this job, let us go get him, with a swift push on the gas. The taxi sped forward, nearly tossing the photographer's equipment out of the window. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, nodding in approval. Young lady, clever indeed, you even thought to gather evidence, you're sure to accomplish great things. Well said, I'm shocked. An unexpected path has opened up before me. Outing and coming out, Sister Xie must watch this often. Our driver has suddenly regained his youthful spirit, he is practically a race car driver now. Fun fact, never underestimate the driving skills of a taxi driver. The yellow taxi maneuvered smoothly through the streets, overtaking vehicles with ease. In less than 10 minutes, they cornered the silver sedan, bringing it to a halt by the roadside. Yu Jincheng, as the taxi driver stepped out, rolling up his sleeves and cursing, he charged towards Yu Jincheng. It was only when Xie Mi and the photographer exited the backseat and rushed to mediate that the driver reluctantly returned to his vehicle. What on earth is happening? Yu Jincheng was still trying to make sense of the situation when the passenger door was yanked open. Xie Mi leaned against the door, peering into the car with a smile. I heard you've forgotten about me. I'm sorry, sister. In Yu Jinchao's eyes, there was a profound sense of self-reproach and guilt. I completely forgot we were still recording the show and left you behind. You won't hold it against me, will you? Of course, I will, you little brain dead. Rest assured, I won't be lenient next time. Xie Mi calmly took her seat in the passenger side and buckled her seatbelt before turning to glance at the still silent Yu Jinchao. Aren't we leaving? We are. Yu Jinchao silently began to drive, his demeanor resembling that of a well-trained pet, yet this docility proved short-lived. As the barrage of comments continued to oscillate between pitying and blaming Yu Jinchao. The car's speed gradually began to increase. Xie Mi donned her eye mask and promptly fell asleep. Yu Jinchao stole a sidelong glance, frowned, and then pressed the accelerator even harder. By this point, they had already entered the highway leading to the outskirts. The nighttime road exuded an unsettling aura, with a strong push against their backs and an eerie silence that weighed heavily upon them. Xie Mi slowly began to slide down in her seat, completely slumped over. Yu Jinchao, what? She is sleeping too soundly. After several attempts to rouse her proved futile, Yu Jinchao decisively rolled down the window, and a rush of powerful wind swept inside. Xie Mi's eye mask was instantly blown up to her forehead. Yu Jinchao, what? Upon turning to look, Yu Jinchao met her gaze with an innocent expression, considering that it was quite late and he wanted to get her home sooner. Surely she wouldn't blame him. Right, Xie Mi smiled. There is a service area ahead, please pull over. Yu Jinchao obediently stopped the car and turned to her with a smile. Xie Mi leaned over, opened the door on his side, and unbuckled his seatbelt. Then, to his bewilderment, she kicked him out of the car. Get lost. After being unceremoniously ejected, Yu Jinchao rolled twice on the ground. He was genuinely about to throw a fit. Why does she always play by her own rules? Well done. Oh come on, it's unnecessary. He just wanted to drive back quickly. He is a well-behaved college student, why kick him out? To the person above. Do you want to keep calling out? How does opening the window relate to driving faster? Are you really taking him for a fool? He's clearly messing with Sister Xie on purpose. Some people shouldn't be too infatuated. I say. The difference is clear, Mr. Shin is far better. By the time Yu Jinchao got back on his feet, dirty and disheveled, Xie Mi was already seated in the driver's seat, innocently blinking at him. I was just worried you'd be too tired driving, so I thought I'd help you out. Boo-hoo, you won't hold it against me, will you? Yu Jinchao's lips twitched. This disgusting tactic had evidently been mastered by her. Chapter 63, Who digs a hole to plant a tree? Right at the front gate, Yu Jinchao took his place in the passenger seat, dutifully fastening his seatbelt, appearing somewhat subdued. However, Xie Mi was anything but subdued. Brother Jinchao, do you know why the trick you just tried didn't work? She asked while driving. Yu Jinchao's glasses glinted ominously, yet he maintained a gentle smile. Sister, what are you talking about? Xie Mi turned to him with a slight smile. Because you're just playing with the leftovers of what I've done. When Sister Xie smiles, life and death become unpredictable. New guest. Danger. Remember to do your homework before the next episode, or you'll end up like this again. During their exchange, the car had exited the highway and was now navigating the remote, disorganized roads leading to the villa. Before Yu Jinchao could respond, the car suddenly made a sharp turn, causing his head to bang against the window. That wasn't the end of it. The car then spun 360 degrees in place, kicking up a cloud of dust, startling the crew's vehicle behind them into an emergency stop, which then silently retreated to maintain distance. Yu Jinchao in the passenger seat was already seeing stars, feeling as if he was going to well, fulfill your wish, Yu Jinchao, I'm going to die. At this moment, from the perspective of the vehicle behind, the silver sedan ahead was behaving erratically, drifting, spinning, slamming on brakes, and speeding up uncontrollably. Finally, it came to a halt at the entrance of the estate, and then all movement ceased. The crew's vehicle parked behind, and the PD cautiously peeked out. Suddenly Xie Mi flung open her car door and stepped out, prompting the PD to quickly withdraw his head. What he saw next was Xie Mi skillfully approaching the passenger door, pulling out the phone. Flecked Eugene Chao. PD. The new guest clearly hasn't done his homework. This show can't afford to provoke Xie Mi. Thanks for the invite. Experiencing Sister Xia's driving skills from a first-person perspective is already a treat. My love for Sister Xia is so strong that even feeling carsick 1T stopped me. I'd swallow it down if I had to. I'm so tired of saying how amazing Sister Xia is. Old Xia is so considerate, letting this young man, who hasn't yet stepped into society, experience its harsh realities beforehand. Yuck. It took Eugene Chao a while to recover, only to find Xie Mi, dressed in a white dress, smiling at him under the moonlight, looking eerily like a ghost come to claim his life. He wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth, slowly revealing a keen interest. Xia Lian was right, his sister was indeed fascinating. Sister, this is a dating show, isn't it? What do you wish to say? Eugene Chao removed his glasses, pulled out a lens cloth from his pocket, and cleaned them before donning his now pristine golden-framed spectacles. Beneath the lenses, his eyes, shaded by thick lashes, concealed a playful glint. So, I can pursue my sister now, what the hell? Oh my gosh, a confession. Confessing on the very first day, without even having met the other female guests, the boldest guest in history has arrived. Impressive. Most people would have developed PTSD after such treatment. Could this guy be a masochist? It's clear that Sister Xia is just too charming. Anyone would be tempted by her outfit today. I watched the entire livestream on one knee. This new guest is intriguing. The upcoming episodes will be exciting. Xie Mi's smile twitched slightly. The original text didn't mention that Eugene Chao was also a masochist. He may be young, but he has quite a few quirks. Pursuing whom is your freedom, and slapping whom is also my freedom. Just as Xie Mi raised her hand, she reconsidered and lowered it. Never mind, I'm afraid I might slap you too hard. Why? Eugene Chao smiled sweetly and gently. Sister, you're truly humorous. From today onward, we shall live together here. I'm quite looking forward to it. Eugene Chao went to the car to retrieve his luggage while Xie Mi stepped into the villa ahead of him. When Eugene Chao caught up with his belongings, he found Xie Mi standing motionless under the tree at the entrance of the villa. He approached her with a smile. Were you waiting for me, sister? Wah. Just as he reached Xie Mi, he fell into a pit, along with his suitcase. Bang. Crash. Xie Mi looked up to see Xin Zhaoqing emerging from behind the tree. Dressed in gray athletic wear, lazily carrying a muddy shovel on his shoulder, his other hand tucked into his pocket. Upon spotting Xie Mi, he smiled brightly. Teacher Xia, you're back. I was just killing time planting trees. Would you like to join? Olchen looks even more handsome after not seeing him for a night. Wait, who plants trees right at the front gate? Speaking of which, is that a pit big enough to plant a 1,000-year-old tree? I just came from old Shin's livestream. Let me share the backstory. This afternoon Old Shin knocked on old Xia's door but found she was out, so he checked her livestream on his phone. After dinner, he came out with a shovel to dig a pit. I thought he was genuinely going to plant a tree. Turns out he was just waiting for this moment. Whose vinegar jar was overturned? I 1T say. Intrigued, Xie Mi nodded in agreement, leaning to peer into the hole. Planting trees is an environmental boon, so it is indeed unfortunate that someone accidentally fell into the pit. There is really nothing we can do about it. Wouldn't you agree? Xin Zhaoqing played along, leaning over to glance into the pit before feigning surprise, raising an eyebrow. Oh dear, someone fell in again. How did someone fall in again? Brother, are you hurt? Brother, are you hurt? You all are enough. Old Shin's inner thoughts, the blade isn't sharp, and the horse is too thin. Brother, don't think you can compete with me. The main wife is vying for favor. All of you, step aside. In the pit, Eugene Chao, in disarray, finally managed to lift his head and offered a sheepish smile. His face smeared with mud. I don't blame Mr. Shin that he is truly a master of tea arts. Xie Mi promptly patted Xin Zhaoqing's shoulder. Did you hear that? He doesn't blame you. Then it's all good. Shall we go play video games? Sure, let us go. The two of them, one tall and one short, awkwardly leaned against each other, one bending down while the other stood on tiptoes, and walked away together. Why? Eugene Chao in the pit. When Eugene Chao finally climbed out of the pit and entered the villa, he found Xin Zhaoqing and Xie Mi engrossed in a video game in front of the television in the living room. It was Su Shuangrong who first noticed him. Are you the new guest? Teacher Xia isn't here tonight, and I was curious where she went. Turns out you two went out together. Why? Eugene Chao retracted his gaze and smiled at Su Shuangrong. Yes, I'm Eugene Chao. Hello, Teacher Su, you look quite young. Just call me sister. Su Shuangrong smiled warmly, beckoning the others over. Everyone, come say hello. This younger brother is the new guest and will be living with us from now on. At this point, she glanced at the two engrossed in the game on the sofa, giving an awkward smile. Teacher Xie has always been this way, quite carefree and sometimes oblivious to those around her. Don't take it too personally. Chapter 60. For the hairdryer was shoved into his mouth, alternating between hot and cold, and the fact that his sister overlooked this incident indicated that I had not performed well enough. Thank you, Teacher Su, for the reminder. I shall strive harder to capture my sister's attention, Yu Jincheng said with a smile. Su Shuangrong's smile faltered slightly. It was one thing for this new guest to misunderstand her subtle implications, but to think he could self-strategize? It seems your date with Teacher Xia went quite smoothly tonight. No wonder you returned so late. You must have had a splendid time, right, since Yu Jincheng was not taking the bait. She opted for a more foolish target. As expected, upon hearing this, Xiao Jingxi immediately cast a glance in Yu Jincheng's direction, his gaze now laced with hostility, after a simple greeting to welcome Yu Jincheng. The evening passed relatively peacefully. By midnight, all the cameras were turned off, and the villa entered a state of dormancy. Xie Mi was drying her hair after a shower when there was a knock at the door. It was Xiao Jingxi, holding a plate of ribs wrapped in cling film, smiling gently. After all, it was my turn to cook tonight, yet you were absent. I specifically prepared your favorite sweet and sour ribs. What a pity. Xie Mi looked at the dark lump on the plate and thought, do you truly despise me to such an extent that you would rather not poison me? Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched. Yet he maintained a forced smile, countering, don't joke around. Look, this portion is reserved just for you. Xie Mi chuckled, realizing it was merely left over because no one else had eaten. Xiao Jingxi finally found it difficult to hold his composure. He for once showed a touch of kindness, yet she was being so ungrateful. Xie Mi, I know what you're thinking. You probably believe that Mr. Shin has developed a liking for you, and the new guest has extended an olive branch, which has inflated your confidence. But I must caution you, their interest in you is fleeting, merely a result of your recent popularity. They see you as a lucrative opportunity. However, a persona is just that, a facade. I know you better than anyone. How long can you keep this act up? When the day comes that your true self is revealed and the backlash ensues, do you truly believe they will still pay you any mind? Xie Mi, you must recognize your situation and not let momentary vanity blind you. Leave this program obediently, and we can return to our previous relationship. That is your true home. Xie Mi smiled as she listened to him. Then beckoned him over. Come here. Xiao Jingxi, thinking she was swayed by his words, immediately grinned and leaned closer with affection. In the blink of an eye, Xie Mi seized his chin, and at the moment of his pain gasp, she swiftly shoved the hairdryer into his mouth, alternating the blasts of hot and cold air. Xiao Jingxi was instantly blown away, his eyes rolling back, cheeks puffing up like a gorilla. He pushed Xie Mi away in a frenzy, staggering back, only to be sent flying by a sweeping robot that zoomed down the corridor. Bang, roll, roll, roll. He tumbled down the stairs perfectly. Xie Mi looked at the robot, sponsored by the program's benefactor, and gave it a thumbs up. I always knew you had it in you. Xiao Jingxi's head was buzzing from the fall, yet he dared not shout in anger, fearing it would attract the attention of others, standing at the top of the stairs. Xie Mi suddenly took a deep breath. Xiao Jingxi's pupils constricted. Wait, what was she about to do? Xiao Film Emperor fell down the stairs. Help! A thunderous shout erupted, causing Xiao Jingxi's eardrums to rupture. The once dark villa was suddenly illuminated, and the footsteps of dozens came marching down. In mere moments, the stairwell was crowded to capacity with guests and staff, all wide awake, surrounding Xiao Jingxi as if he were a circus attraction. Film Emperor, are you alright? What happened? Film Emperor, your mouth. Did you secretly stuff a light bulb in there? Speak. A Film Emperor. Xiao Jingxi's tongue was still numb, and he could only open his mouth attempting to respond but failing. Then came a resounding cry. The Film Emperor has become a brain-damaged person, Xiao Jingxi thought. Your entire family is brain-damaged. A flurry of people hurriedly carried him upstairs for treatment, wrapping his mouth in bandages. Xiao Jingxi was rendered speechless. Xie Mi nodded in satisfaction. This mouth, smeared with laxative, could finally be silenced. In light of this unexpected incident, others sensed something was amiss but dared not inquire further, their suspicions of Xiao Jingxi growing. Surely the Film Emperor wouldn't stoop so low as to knock on a female guest's door in the dead of night? That would be utterly shameless. The following morning, Xiao Jingxi appeared on camera with his mouth wrapped in bandages. At his manager's prompting, the production team explained that he had been rehearsing lines in his room late at night, causing blisters on his lips, which garnered sympathy from many fans. Xiao Jingxi interacted with the audience on camera, his handsome eyes betraying fatigue, his long fingers gesturing for fans not to worry. Fans cried and clamored to hold the management accountable while simultaneously lamenting about their brother's heartbreaking plight, creating a mutual outpouring of emotion. As Xie Mi passed by, she shook her head in exasperation, reflecting on how misfortune seems to target the most unfortunate souls. Returning from his morning run, Shen Ruoqing chimed in. A pitiful soul with a tenacious spirit. Xiao Jingxi, who had overheard everything, thought, so you're all mocking me, huh? At the dining table, 7 breakfast plates were neatly arranged. The exquisite young man rolled up his shirt sleeves, leisurely finishing up in the kitchen. Seeing someone enter, Yu Jincheng lifted his head, smiling lightly. Good morning. Having had trouble sleeping on the first night in the villa, he decided to rise early to prepare breakfast for everyone. Uncertain if it would suit their tastes, Lu Wishing expressed surprise. Did you make all this? Perfectly cooked runny eggs, slightly charred whole wheat toast, freshly washed blueberries and cherry tomatoes, paired with a cup of hot milk with oats. Not only was the presentation enticing, but the nutritional balance was also excellent. Yu Jincheng nodded in affirmation. Xiao Qingye clicked his tongue, not expecting to enjoy such delicacies in the villa. Haha, that line really got me. Everyone's a kitchen assassin. Su Shuangrong can cook a little but not much. Who understands, huh? Our brother and sister have truly endured hardships to arrive at this point. Jincheng, you have my heart. So cultured and elegant, even your cooking is outstanding. Only Xie Mi squinted, stroking her chin. Wait a minute. Chapter 65. The alarm of war sounded as two men prepared for a showdown. In the original text, Yu Jincheng indeed knew how to cook. However, his specialties included dishes such as raw blood beef, coconut worms, and chicken blood jelly. If all went as expected, this would be an unusual meal. Having not eaten fine flour in a long time, Xiao Qingye devoured his food, feeling dissatisfied with the portion size. But in the next moment, another serving was pushed towards him. Xie Mi smiled sweetly. Eat up, son. Dad's not hungry. Xiao Qingye's lips twitched violently. Being called dad on the show had become a source of ridicule among his circle of friends. Yet, as fate would have it, Xie Mi held the reins of his destiny, leaving him frustrated and speechless. Just wait, he would find a way to turn the tables on her. Xiao Qingye grabbed the plate, stuffing his mouth with food, and gulped down the milk Xie Mi handed him. Can't let good food go to waste. Just then, another plate was pushed before him, and Shin Ruoqing offered a benevolent smile. The child is still growing. Eat more. Xiao Qingye. Did they really think he was a child? However, this person seemed equally unassailable, so Xiao Qingye glared and continued to eat, until Su Shuangrong suddenly exclaimed, "Is this milk spoiled? It tastes a bit sour." I think so too. Lu Wishing frowned at Jincheng. Did you use the milk from the fridge? Yu Jincheng smiled innocently. Yes, that shouldn't be. The milk in the fridge was delivered just yesterday, so it should be fresh. Could it be the oats? Lu Wishing scooped up a spoonful of oats and suddenly his gaze froze. This didn't seem like oats. It was ants. Yu Jincheng smiled as he interjected, "These are black ants from Yin City. They have a slightly sour taste but are nutritionally balanced, beneficial for the spleen and kidneys, promoting circulation and invigorating blood." As soon as he finished speaking, the dining room fell into a profound silence. Everyone halted their eating, and Xiao Qingye, who was on his third cup of milk, was instantly petrified. Yu Jincheng tilted his head, a cultured smile gracing his features, revealing a hint of confusion. What's wrong? In the next instant, Xiao Qingye spat out all the milk, and the others scrambled to their feet, rushing towards the restroom in a chaotic frenzy. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! When he said ants, my blood ran cold. I take back what I said about him being cultured. He is a living nightmare. Who puts ants in milk? Seriously. Thank you, I've just ruined my breakfast. Yu Jincheng's astonishing move successfully contributed to the day's first trending topic for the show. Yu Jinch's breakfast ants. Unaware of the truth, some netizens assumed that this was a person who daringly consumed ants in the early morning, only to discover upon entering that he was, in fact, a king of hell serving ants to others at such an hour. As the audience clamored about the new brother's character collapsing, the true instigator, Yu Jinche, remained remarkably composed. He did not perceive himself as having caused any trouble. Instead, he smiled and remarked how timid everyone truly was, having narrowly escaped a mishap. Xie Mi clicked her tongue. The arrival of Yu Jinche foretold that the days ahead for the program would be anything but peaceful. Little did he expect that the one to rectify his situation would appear so swiftly. During the leisurely afternoon, Chen Ruoqing, as was his custom, entered the study and began perusing a domineering CEO novel. The moment he opened the book, a flash of black caught his eye, prompting him to calmly close the book, return it to the shelf, and select another. The same occurred with the next book. Thus, he exited the study, made a phone call, and an hour later, the bookstore owner arrived with a truckload of domineering CEO novels parked at the villa's entrance. Chen Ruoqing shifted locations, settling down under a sunshade in the backyard to read leisurely. Before long, a piercing scream echoed from the first-floor room. When the crowd rushed to investigate, they found Yu Jinche serenely lying on the floor, his bed disheveled, revealing a multitude of cockroach corpses beneath the blanket. Lu Wishing, gripped by a phobia of insects, fainted on the spot. Others wore expressions that suggested they were on the verge of losing consciousness. It was Xie Shuangrong who, despite her discomfort, bravely stepped forward to assist Yu Jinche, helping him lean against her leg as she softly called, "Jinche, are you alright?" Yu Jinche struggled to open his eyes, glanced at Xie Shuangrong, then turned to survey his bed. He fainted for a second time. Xie Mi remarked, "How about you move him outside the room before waking him?" The viewers in the livestream were equally terrified, especially those in Yu Jinche's stream who witnessed the entire scene from a first-person perspective. "What the hell, that scared me to death. What on earth is happening?" There are cameras everywhere in the villa. Who could silently place a pile of cockroaches under the blanket? Yu Jinche is roommates with the film Emperor Shao. He was just absent from the room. Could it be him? Viewers from the neighboring Shao Jingxi stream chimed in. "Impossible, the film Emperor has been lying in bed the whole time." "I can attest to that. I can vouch for it too. I've been watching my brother's livestream. Besides, my brother wouldn't do something so malicious. Those cockroaches just appeared out of nowhere, I swear. Meanwhile, spectators from Shenruoqing's stream who had rushed over to witness the drama noted. What the hell, there are cockroaches here too. Old Shen found cockroaches in the books he was reading just now, several books had them. Thus, the audience pieced together the mystery: the villa is infested with cockroaches. It's the countryside, so there are many insects, which is to be expected. This is too frightening. Are cockroaches really this rampant lately? Only the technician monitoring the cameras behind the scenes quietly remarked. Director Nyo, it seems some of the cameras in the villa were hacked and a segment of video was covered up. Director Nyo. Ultimately, this show is destined to transition from a dating reality show to a chaotic variety show and then to a hacker empire. How frustrating. An hour later, upon awakening, Eugene Che remained silent in response to Xie Shuangrong's concern, pondering as if he understood something. After a brief expression of gratitude, he rose to leave. Xie Mi, who had been eavesdropping from the second-floor railing, found the entire situation quite entertaining. Given Eugene's petty nature, it seemed the second battle alarm would soon be sounded. She tiptoed down the stairs, eager to continue her observation. Eugene Che took up a shovel and busied himself in the garden for a while before heading to the director's room to chat with Director Nyo. As he expressed his confusion about his first appearance on the show, he seized the opportunity to grab Director Nyo's phone, sending a message to Shenruoqing under the director's name. Please proceed to the garden immediately to meet Teacher Xie. Afterward, he exited the director's room and patiently awaited in the living room until he heard a loud crash emanating from the garden. A smirk played on Eugene's lips as he turned to Xie Mi and said, Sister, it seems there is some commotion in the garden, shall we go take a look? Xie Mi, who had been pretending to be busy while actually waiting for the show to unfold, immediately perked up. Let us go. Thus, the two made their way to the garden. While Eugene Che calmly led Xie Mi to a large pit, peering down. Suddenly, his smile vanished, Xiao Jingxi, with bandages wrapped around his mouth rendering him incapable of calling for help, looked up from the pit with a glimmer of joy, frantically gesturing to describe his predicament. What a pitiable soul, resilient in spirit. A light, airy voice floated down from above. While Eugene Che furrowed his brow and looked up to see Shenruoqing lazily leaning against the third-floor balcony, propping his chin with one hand, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Aren't you going to rescue him? Chapter 66. If you don't save him soon, he will fly out of here with his flowery hands. Eugene's gaze, concealed beneath his glasses, darkened. In previous games, he had always been the mastermind behind the scenes, relishing the thrill of pursuing his prey, yet this time, he found himself as the mouse in a game of cat and mouse, being toyed with by Shenruoqing, the cunning cat. Beside him, Xie Mi was thoroughly entertained, munching on sunflower seeds while observing Eugene Che's expression. Dude, it's been 5 minutes, and your internal monologue still hasn't concluded? If you don't save him, he'll really fly out of here. Eugene Che's thoughts were interrupted, and he instinctively glanced into the pit. Xiao Jingxi's hand gestures were so rapid that they left after images. If he continued spinning like this, he might genuinely launch himself out. Why Eugene Che? He swiftly donned a mask of concern, extending his hand towards Xiao Jingxi. Film Emperor Xiao, are you alright? I'll pull you up. Xiao Jingxi, whose arms were too sore to lift, having injured his mouth and fallen down the stairs last night, he now faced a pile of cockroach corpses in his room, on his roommate's bed, and had been tricked into falling into a pit today. Had he committed some grievous offense? Xiao Jingxi's complexion soured, and he did not respond to Eugene Che. The long-suffering fans of Xiao seized the moment to vent their frustrations on Eugene Che. What is wrong with this newcomer? Doesn't he realize that people frequently pass through this garden? What is the point of digging a pit? Why would someone like him share a room with my brother? He must smell awful to attract cockroaches, which must have bothered my brother. Woe is me. First he eats ants, now he digs pits. Is this new guest just here to stir up trouble? I suggest he be replaced. I absolutely detest little milk dogs. The aloof flower is the eternal deity. The two sides quickly descended into chaos, with both live streams becoming battlegrounds, although the Xiao fans outnumbered the others. The Yu fans were quick-witted and articulate, leading to a fierce debate. Present at the scene, Xie Mi delightedly watched the spectacle unfold while munching on snacks. Who devised Shenruoqing's character? Not only did he effortlessly manipulate the original antagonist, but he also placed the antagonist in direct confrontation with the male lead. Thankfully, the original text did not include Shenruoqing. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be a major behind-the-scenes villain. Hey, that guy grinning like a fool over there. Hearing the voice, Xie Mi looked up to find Shenruoqing leisurely leaning against the railing, observing her. The second installment of Ultraman vs. Monsters is out, this time at Saving Xinghua Middle School. Are you in? Count me in. Xie Mi turned and headed upstairs, leaving the battlefield to the male lead and antagonist. Ultimately, it was Eugene Che's simple declaration, "I am your fan," that de-escalated the situation, faced with his innocent and affable demeanor. Xiao Jingxi found it difficult to say anything further. It was not fitting to play the villain before the camera, thus, the two resumed their polite exchanges, as if nothing had ever transpired. One cannot help but admire how adeptly Eugene Che, as the antagonist, concealed his sharpness in the earlier stages, only to unleash his madness later on. To comfort the guests traumatized by the morning's incident, the production team generously prepared a lavish dinner for them, a deluxe seafood takeaway. Given the rarity of such delicacies in the villa, everyone was quite satisfied, except for Xiao Jingxi, who could only sip his food through a straw. After dinner, Director Niel once again summoned everyone to the living room. Due to our new guest, Teacher Yu, being somewhat shy, we have prepared a second round of ice-breaking games to help him integrate into the group. Story relay. Upon hearing the words ice-breaking game, everyone's expressions turned awkward. After all, the last ice-breaking game had been a spectacular disaster, and they still vividly remembered it, especially Chou Qingye, whose face turned a shade of deep green. That he had not forgotten that it was the moment he first called Xie Mi dad. Sensing the tension among everyone, Director Niel offered reassuring comfort with an air of confidence, assuring them that this time, no similar mishaps would occur. The story relay game, a warm and collaborative endeavor, had the potential to unite them all. After a day of contemplation, he finally discerned the root of the program's issues. The guests lacked sufficient cohesion, while participants in other dating shows formed bonds within the first 2 episodes. His guests resembled a scattered collection of individuals, thus, it was imperative to foster a sense of familial affection among them. Now, I shall announce the rules of the game. The production team will present an opening line, and you are to build upon it, each contributing 1 or 2 sentences to weave a complete narrative. However, what about Jingxi? Su Shuangrong expressed her concern, glancing at the silent Xiao Jingxi, who could only watch them play. Wouldn't he feel lonely? After enduring a day of torment, Xiao Jingxi managed to smile at Su Shuangrong. She reciprocated with a smile of her own. This moment of genuine emotion and love among mortals sent the viewers in the live stream into a frenzy, enthusiastically shouting for the revival of the Xiaoshuan couple, but their excitement was abruptly interrupted by a remark from Xie Mi. Is there a possibility that he can write? Su Shuangrong and Xiao Jingxi were momentarily at a loss. They had indeed forgotten. Ultimately, the production team provided Xiao Jingxi with a whiteboard and a marker, and the story relay game commenced in earnest. Director Niel proposed the first opening, I and He She. Upon seeing this, Su Shuangrong's cheeks flushed, and she shyly remarked, I have been dating him for 2 years, and today he invited me to his home for dinner. Following her, Xiao Jingxi wrote on the board, I hold this meeting in high regard and have prepared thoroughly for my visit. The ever-optimistic Chou Qingye immediately added, his parents are very pleased with me, let us marry at once. Lai Bingxian, displeased with Su Shuangrong and Chou Qingye, resolutely decided to disrupt the narrative. I flipped the table and slapped them, shouting, how dare you be so beautiful. Chapter 67, If we're not doing dating shows, then let us all become monks. With a single phrase, Lai Bingxian transformed the entire story. Director Niel, who had been savoring the sweetness of the moment, found himself choked on the candy and nearly departed this world, only to be saved by the assistant director's swift kick that restored him to life. Haha, that's another talent. Miss Lai is quite humorous. She exudes a queen-like confidence. The once mundane story has become intriguing. Speechless, just like Xie Mi, she craves attention. Looks like this sister has discovered the secret to gaining viewership. Lai Bingxian, who came on the show specifically to challenge Su Shuangrong, was indifferent to her public image. She provocatively raised an eyebrow at Su Shuangrong and then urged Lu Wuxing, continue. Lu Wuxing found himself in a quandary. Barely managing to add, I explained to his parents that I suffer from intermittent rage and it wasn't intentional. Haha, that's even funnier. It's clear that Wuxing is trying his best to salvage the story, but it's absurdly comical. Yu Jincheng, as a university student, decided to play along with a popular meme. His parents did not forgive me and even offered me 5 million to break up, transforming a sentimental short film into a domineering literary piece. Clearly, he has spent considerable time online. When it was Xie Mi's turn, I said no, large sums of money must have a source. Xin Zhuanqing added, because I am a bank employee. Haha, this is hilarious. When a domineering CEO meets a bank employee, be like, the bank employee suddenly being called out is too real. Director Niel was livid. The term bank employee had been banned. Start over, it's still I and He She. To prevent Lai Bingxian from causing further chaos, this time she was to begin. I and He She went out on a date. He She asked me how I had been lately. Lu Wuxing smoothly continued. I mentioned that I had encountered some troubling matters at work, but there was no need for concern. Why Yu Jincheng showcased his university-style humor, stating, He She said He She has connections and can help me sort out my workplace issues. Xie Mi interjected, I said no, because I am within the system. Haha, this is comedic gold. If one is within the system, even a CEO cannot do anything. What a nemesis for domineering literary tropes. CEO, 6, stop. Director Neo urgently called for a halt, sensing the narrative veering off course. Without hesitation, he changed the opening. I and my crush. The phrase I and she could lead to endless mischief, but I and my crush surely could not. As is well known, the atmosphere between crushes is often filled with tension and ambiguity. The order was randomized, but Su Shuangrong remained first. Once again, she turned shy, saying, on our first date, my crush and I went to an amusement park. Director Neo nodded in satisfaction. An amusement park is a romantic and sweet locale, a splendid opening indeed. Next was Chiu Qingye, who nonchalantly crossed his legs and scoffed, do I even need to have a crush with my conditions? How could he question it? Director Neo hadn't even had the chance to speak when Lai Bingxian rolled her eyes, declaring with his looks, he'll never get a decent meal in his life. I'll take over. Lu Wuxing, as Chiu Qingye's on-screen partner, came to his aid. We played many attractions together and eventually went to the haunted house. Director Neo's eyes lit up. A haunted house is excellent, a must-have for couples dates, as the dim and thrilling atmosphere facilitates physical contact. Yu Jincheng dutifully continued, my crush, frightened, snuggled into my embrace. Director Neo was overwhelmed with emotion. Finally, the moment of ambiguity was upon them. Only for me to twist away and escape beneath him. Director Neo? Silence enveloped the room as everyone simultaneously gazed at the culprit who had fled beneath. Xie Mi. Only Shen Zhuangqing couldn't contain his laughter, quipping, Xia Laoshi, are you a weasel? Ha, the weasel from the lesson, I'm dying. Was that a lesson being recited? I initially didn't even register it, ha. Strangely, it fits perfectly. Are you saying it fits perfectly? Were you also the one who fled beneath your crush? Ha, help. Seeing a barrage of laughter, Director Neo realized that this round of salvaging the dating show had once again ended in failure. Alright, since we cannot salvage it, let us not no more dating shows, is it? Then let us cease all filming. Director Neo's transformation was complete as he pulled all staff members for an all-nighter. Finalizing a new project, after securing the filming location and making all necessary preparations, the next morning, Director Neo stood in the living room with a facade of a smile that did not reach his eyes. Before him sat the 8 guests gathered on the sofa, looking around. Aside from the relatively stable dynamics between Lu Wuxing and Chiu Qingye, the other relationships were tangled like a ball of yarn. Despite the program's soaring popularity and past achievements in the variety show realm, Director Neo was unwilling to accept failure in the dating show genre. He yearned to create a dating show. He longed to create a dating show. He yearned to create a dating show. I have sensed that the teachers do not have a strong desire for romance. Director Neo maintained his facade of a smile as he took action to demonstrate his transformation. Since that is the case, let us eliminate romance entirely. The viewers, having just tuned in to the live stream that morning, were bewildered. Huh? This is a shock upon waking. I must have been asleep and need another nap. What does a dating show need if not romance? Director Neo, what on earth are you planning? Wait, is this even a dating show? The comments flooded with question marks as Director Neo continued his enigmatic smile. I hereby announce, following the Nanhai Travel Special, the Temple Retreat Special officially begins. Now, please prepare to depart. As we are heading to the Emotionless Temple, let us allow those who are unwilling to take love seriously to experience the taste of severed emotional ties. At this point, Director Neo erupted into a maniacal laugh reminiscent of the dark god of Gunara, fully embracing his transformation. Since a positive approach is futile, I shall employ a negative one. Let us all sever our emotional ties. Experience the agony of unattainable desires, and they shall realize how beautiful the dating show truly is. Director Neo. Xie Mi raised her hand to interrupt his spellcasting, politely stating, you have a leaf of vegetable in your teeth. The raucous laughter from Director Neo came to an abrupt halt as he fell silent like a chicken. Chapter 68, Emotionless Temple. No interaction between genders. The group trudged along the winding mountain path, utterly exhausted, until they finally heard the distant sound of Buddhist chants, accompanied by the resonant tolling of bells. Ahead lay the Emotionless Temple. The local residents, invited by the production team, explained that this was a privately owned temple. The monks inside, having suffered from emotional wounds, harbored disdain for human feelings, thus, they formed this temple solely to isolate themselves from the world and sever emotional ties. As they gazed ahead, they beheld a cluster of temples and meditation rooms nestled among the mountains. Adorned with green tiles and red bricks, exuding an antiquated charm of the environment appeared quite pleasant indeed. Su Shuangrong's face lit up with delight as she smiled at Lu Wuxing beside her, expressing her initial expectation of a grueling training experience, which seemed to differ from their preconceived notions. Lu Wuxing responded with a smile, what a beautiful temple. It feels like living here would be quite comfortable. The environment on this mountain is also splendid. It has a certain idyllic charm. When we suddenly mentioned coming to the temple, I thought Director Neo was just pulling a prank. I didn't expect it to be a retreat for the guests. Really, I don't believe it, Su Shuangrong remarked. This Director Neo simply smiled in silence. How naive, how utterly naive. He had painstakingly researched all night to find this singular, extraordinary temple amidst a multitude of ordinary ones. The poor guests had yet to grasp the consequences of inciting the director's ire. Ahead lay a veritable hell. The local residents escorted them to the temple's entrance. Su Shuangrong politely knocked on the door, inquiring if anyone was present. Creak, the heavy stone door creaked open, revealing a kind-faced female monk clad in a robe, appearing to be in her 30s. Su Shuangrong greeted her with her customary warm smile. "Hello, master, we are the filming crew for the love inspection program that will be staying here today." The female monk merely cast a fleeting glance at her, her eyes devoid of desire or expectation. Oh, the unexpected awkwardness caught Su Shuangrong off guard, causing her eager smile to falter slightly. Xie Mi instinctively chimed in, "Yes, indeed." The monk's sharp gaze instantly shifted towards her, exuding an air of intimidation. Everyone instinctively held their breath, hesitant to speak. Oh my, it seems the monks here are not very easy to get along with. Poor Xie Mi is in for it, I can't wait to see Xie Mi face the consequences." The female monk regarded Xie Mi with an impassive expression before slowly replying, "Yes." Xie Mi responded. "Yes indeed." The monk added, "Yes, exhausting." Xie Mi reiterated, "Sound outside." Did she really just respond? Old Xia really brings chaos wherever she goes. Even the monk is affected. It's evident that the signal on this mountain is excellent. Just as it seemed the two were about to engage in a full conversation, Director Neo hurriedly interjected, "Hello, master, may I ask your name?" Only then did the monk retract her gaze, her expression darkening as she looked at Director Neo. The impoverished monk's Dharma name is Zhan Nan. "You may call me Master Zhan Nan." Zhou Qingye felt a surge of confidence. He was familiar with this term. Don't girls often talk about Zhan Nan makeup or lip colors meant to attract men? The next moment, a broomstick was suddenly brandished at his neck, and Master Zhan Nan's eyes turned. "I see why it was the literal interpretation of killing men." Zhou Qingye was so startled that his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mimi's reputation was not unwarranted. A local resident quietly explained, "Master Zhan Nan's first boyfriend cheated on her, her second boyfriend came out as gay, her third was already married, and her fourth fled from their wedding. From then on she harbored a deep-seated hatred for men, hence her name Zhan Nan." Zhou Qingye gritted his teeth, lamenting why such things were not mentioned earlier. Redefining Zhan Nan, Master Zhan Nan's romantic history is incredibly tumultuous. Despite being betrayed by men so many times, she has not killed any of them. How kind she is. Does this temple truly exist? Is this really not a script? Our Chiogu continues to embody cowardice today. Director Neo nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the rumors were indeed accurate. This temple of severed emotions was home to formidable individuals. "Come with me." Master Zhan Nan led the way with an impassive expression. "Since you are to stay here for 3 days, you must strictly adhere to our rules. Any violations will have consequences." "What are the rules?" Xiao Jingxi inquired. After a night of rest, the bandages on his mouth had been removed, but his tongue remained numb, rendering his speech somewhat slurred. His roommate, Eugenia, kindly translated, asking what the rules were. First rule, sever emotions. Master Zhan Nan sharply scanned the group, declaring that the distance between men and women must not be less than 5 meters. Eye contact between the sexes was prohibited, as was physical contact, and conversations were limited to no more than 3 sentences at a time. Zhou Qingye chuckled, "How ridiculous, we are filming a dating show. How can there be no interaction between male and female guests? Are you joking? A flower boy like him, constantly surrounded by men, would surely struggle under such constraints." Master Zhan Nan stared coldly at him. "I do not care what program you are filming. As long as you are in this temple, you must abide by our rules. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Zhou Qingye scoffed, "Consequences? I look forward to seeing how you make me face them." With that, he reached for Lu Wuxing's hand. Lu Wuxing cursed under her breath, having already muttered every curse she knew, but she maintained her smile for appearances, just as Zhou Qingye's hand was about to make contact. A quick-moving male monk suddenly appeared, kicking Zhou Qingye away and flipping him over as he lay on the ground. With his fingers joined, he struck downwards. 1,000-year kill. Everyone's bodies tensed. The valley echoed with Zhou Qingye's anguished cries. "I can't believe it. Zhou Gu's in trouble. Could you not organize your thoughts a bit better? This is making me tense. It hurts so much." The professional photographers, having learned from experience, swiftly raised their cameras as soon as the scene unfolded, avoiding the risk of the live stream being shut down. Director Neo and all the male staff members shielding their sensitive areas retreated while displaying expressions of satisfaction. They had indeed come to the right place in this temple of severed emotions. Ding, the abstinence test officially commenced. The live stream once again resonated with the narration only accessible to the viewers, revealing that the guests, accustomed to cohabitation, would be confined to the temple for 3 days and 2 nights, during which interaction between male and female guests was strictly prohibited. Would they experience withdrawal symptoms? Becoming anxious, irritable, and emotionally unstable as a result? Stay tuned. Oh, so this is Director Neo's plan. What should we do? I'm looking forward to it. They usually spend time together, but now they're intentionally separated, which might spark unexpected feelings. Distance creates beauty. Director Neo, I admit you are a genius. Chapter 69. This is the thrill of battle. Zhou Qingye selflessly demonstrated the terrifying consequences of breaking the rules in this temple. The other guests fell silent, maintaining a distance of 5 meters between the sexes. Ultimately, Zhou Qingye was carried away, clutching his sensitive areas, while the others were guided to their respective rooms by the monks. The male and female accommodations were situated at the northern and southern ends of the temple, respectively. In the girls' 4-person room, the female guests diligently arranged their beds. Lu Wuxing leisurely spread her mattress, adorning it with her lavender bedding set, and placed a sprig of purple flowers she had picked at the head of her bed, instantly elevating the ambience. Elegant, timelessly chic. Our Lu Jia is truly a versatile lady. There's nothing she can't do. Su Shuangrong, on the other hand, adorned her bed with a refreshing daisy-themed set, spritzing floral-scented spray to eliminate odors, and set up a small essential oil diffuser on her bedside. Finally, she placed her beloved rabbit-shaped pillow on the bed. This rabbit pillow was a gift from my bunny fans. Shuang has kept it all this time, and it looks so clean and new. Clearly well preserved. I must hug my rabbit to sleep. Do girls really go to such lengths to be so exquisite even when going out? Meanwhile, Xie Mi, who was laying down straw on her bed, remained silent. The temple. Hanti, they only provided pillows and sheets. How could they have brought their own bedding and mattresses? Never mind. After spreading the straw, she covered it with a sheet and happily flopped onto it, rolling about. As the saying goes, a bed that can be slept on is a good bed. Rejecting bed anxiety, the comments in Xie Mi's livestream were entirely different. Xie Jie doubted herself for a moment, then decisively accepted reality. Old Xia's mantra is to never engage in self-doubt. Haha. Of course, our old Xia is someone who can sleep soundly even in a garden of flowers. Xie Mi, I'm dirty now. While the three had prepared their beds, Lai Bingxian had not moved at all. Although she was also a wealthy heiress, she was quite different from Lu Wuxing. While Lu Wuxing had been taught the virtues of grace and propriety from a young age, Lai Bingxian had been raised in indulgence. She had never lifted a finger, let alone made a bed. Even during previous recordings, her 4 personal assistants were always waiting outside the villa, ready to help her with her chores. The moment the cameras stopped rolling, Lai Bingxian frowned, scanning the room. Let me help you. Su Shuangrong stepped forward, appearing both wary and driven by her inherent kindness. You, a young lady, must not know how to do this. I'll take care of it. With that, she reached for the box of bedding Lai Bingxian had brought. No need for you. Lai Bingxian pushed her away. Su Shuangrong fell to the ground, her fair palm scraped, leaving a stark red mark that was hard to ignore, which she hurriedly concealed behind her back. Are you alright? Lu Wuxing rushed forward to assist her. Lai Bingxian, however, exploded. Hey, what are you pretending for? I didn't even use any force, Miss Lai. She was merely trying to help you. Lu Wuxing interjected, unable to bear seeing Su Shuangrong being criticized. You're being too much. I said I didn't use any force, Lai Bingxian retorted. It's her fault. I'm fine, Wuxing. Su Shuangrong shook her head, her smile tinged with bitterness. Let us not talk about it. Miss Lai doesn't appreciate being criticized. Lu Wuxing furrowed her brow as she supported Su Shuangrong away. Lai Bingxian is truly despicable. Oh my, does she need to create chaos to feel alive? It's evident to anyone with clear sight that she has been targeting Shuangshuang from the very beginning, yet the production team seems blind to it. The elite are indeed different. Our Shuangshuang has risen from the grassroots. So naturally, she cannot compare. This world is but a grand game for the wealthy. Lai Bingxian took a deep breath, familiar scenes flashing through her mind, anger surging within her. She rushed forward, grabbing Su Shuangrong and raising her hand high. Su Shuangrong, startled, shut her eyes, the triumph in her gaze swiftly overshadowed. Smack, the hand hovered ominously in the air. Lai Bingxian turned to shout at Xie Mi, who attempted to stop her. Get lost, if you all believe her. Then I'll take you down with her. I trust you. Xie Mi blinked innocently at her. Su Shuangrong furrowed her brow slightly and opened her eyes. She observed Lai Bingxian's previously furious expression momentarily freeze as she gazed at Xie Mi. You trust me, Xie Mi sighed inwardly. Lai Bingxian, the malicious supporting character in the original story, had been spoiled rotten since childhood, with a willful and capricious nature, perfectly embodying the title of a villainess. However, having been educated in a prominent family, how unruly could she truly be? At the very least, she understood that effort should yield rewards. During her middle school days, she would command classmates to do her homework, offering them stacks of cash in return. In university, when a club she wished to join had no openings, she would throw money at those already selected to make room for her, though she would have her assistant bend down to tie her shoes. She generously paid them a salary of 100,000. Yet, these actions twisted into a different narrative. Lai Bingxian was accused of having her classmates do her homework, of snatching club positions, and of being a prima donna who made her assistant tie her shoes. But Lai Bingxian never cared, for these people only dared to gossip about her behind her back. She continued as she pleased. That was until Su Shuangrong appeared. In high school, Su Shuangrong entered the prestigious school she attended as an exemplary student. Seeing that Su Shuangrong excelled in academics and had beautiful handwriting, she resorted to her old tricks, throwing money at Su Shuangrong to have her do her homework. To her surprise, Su Shuangrong suddenly threw the money back in her face, exclaiming that the poor also had dignity, and rejected her. Li Bingxian dismissed it, thinking if Su Shuangrong didn't want to write, she could simply find someone else. However, from that day onward, Su Shuangrong became a target of bullying, with rumors circulating that she was the mastermind behind it all. Initially, Li Bingxian, as before, had no desire to respond, but as the rumors intensified, even reporters against campus bullying came to interview at the school, and the principal summoned her for a conversation. She called Su Shuangrong to testify, but Su Shuangrong merely looked at her in fear, lowering her head in trembling explanation, the words failing to hold any weight, leading the reporters to regard her with even greater disdain. For the first time, she experienced the bitterness of being wronged, prompting her to strike Su Shuangrong in public, solidifying her reputation as a bully. Later, with the help of an anti-bullying organization, Su Shuangrong transferred schools and successfully gained admission to a film academy, re-emerging as a big star on screen. Witnessing the person who once wronged her thriving so well filled Li Bingxian with resentment, compelling her to appear on this program to give Su Shuangrong a hard time. Unfortunately, Li Bingxian carried the label of being mindless. Su Shuangrong could easily provoke her, and in her fury, she acted to harm Su Shuangrong, completely oblivious to the fact that she was being manipulated. To be frank, Xie Mi had not intended to involve herself in their conflict initially, but who could forget that before her transmigration she had been a fervent anti-fan of Su Shuangrong? Xie Mi smiled slightly at Li Bingxian. I understand your urgency, but please, hold your horses. Then, she released Li Bingxian's hand and swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Su Shuangrong. Smack. Now that was exhilarating. Chapter 70. Teacher Xie must have her reasons for this smack. As Xie Mi's hand connected, the room fell into a profound silence. Li Bingxian stared at her in shock. Lu Wuxing's eyes widened in disbelief, while Su Shuangrong bore a glaring handprint across her face. It wasn't just those present who were dumbfounded, the audience in the livestream was equally astonished. Everyone was taken aback by Xie Mi's sudden action. The first to react were Su Shuangrong's fans, immediately unleashing a torrent of curses upon Xie Mi, the barrage of comments in the chat turning quite colorful. Xie Mi, however, merely rolled her wrist, smiling radiantly. That felt good. She had longed to deliver that slap for quite a while. She held no disdain for those who climbed the ladder through their own efforts, but if one trampled upon others to ascend, that was simply wrong. Why? Su Shuangrong's eyes suddenly reddened, tears stubbornly hanging in her eyes. I have not offended you. Why are you helping Miss Li to hit me? Is it merely because she belongs to the Li family? She covered her face, appearing utterly aggrieved, yet a flicker of excitement flashed in her eyes, having struggled to confront Xie Mi until now. She finally had a handle on her. If only she could seize this opportunity to have Xie Mi lambasted by public opinion. Smack. Xie Mi delivered another slap, sending Su Shuangrong's thoughts spiraling away. Do I need a reason to hit you? She blinked innocently, a smile on her face, yet an air of indifference enveloped her. Su Shuangrong panicked, retreating behind Lu Wuxing. Wait, she nearly forgot that Xie Mi had no fear of public opinion? Lu Wuxing suddenly took 2 steps aside, evading her plea for help. Su Shuangrong stared at Lu Wuxing in disbelief, who merely cast her an apologetic glance. Teacher Xie must have her reasons for this. Su Shuangrong, here I come. During this time, Xie Mi had already rolled up her sleeves and approached her, cackling. Actually, I want to be an octopus in my next life, so I could slap people continuously with 8 hands. Though I only have 2 hands in this life, I will try my best. Watch closely. Su Shuangrong, in a panic, shoved her away. Little did she expect Xie Mi to be propelled 10 meters away, rolling on the ground twice before crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Su Shuangrong, Teacher Xie. Lu Wuxing was the first to rush forward, far more urgent than when Su Shuangrong had been pushed down earlier. Li Bingxian immediately panicked. Are you insane, pushing her with such force? You could kill her. I didn't push that hard, did I? Su Shuangrong was somewhat bewildered. The comments in the livestream had already descended into chaos. Did she really just push her with deadly force, sending her flying? Xie Mi must be faking it. My Shuangrong doesn't have such strength. Even if she did push her, so what? When Xie Mi went mad and hit my Shuangrong, why didn't anyone say anything? Wasn't there a crowd earlier cursing her, now suddenly no one is saying anything? Shuangrong has said she didn't use any force. Are you deaf? Xie Mi did it on purpose, right? Why do I feel like this scene seems familiar? As soon as Su Shuangrong finished speaking, Xie Mi abruptly opened her eyes, stood up, and brushed off the dust from her clothes. Indeed, you didn't use any force. I was just faking it. Su Shuangrong, who had been pondering how to argue, suddenly froze, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes as she realized something. No, she had fallen into a trap. It was proven that even a person with poor acting skills could be sent flying 10 meters with a gentle push, just as Miss Li had claimed she hadn't used any force while you fell heavily to the ground. Isn't this scene rather familiar? While speaking, Xie Mi had already reached Su Shuangrong's side, her eyes gleaming with amusement as she looked at her. Don't misunderstand, I'm not implying anything about you. Damn, why does this scene feel so familiar? Familiar? What are you talking about? Xie Mi is just trying to twist the argument. Her faking it doesn't prove that Shuang is also faking it. Where's the logic in that? But when Lai Bingxian claimed she hadn't used any force, everyone was cursing her. Now, when Su Shuangrong says she hasn't used any force, it's suddenly Xie Mi faking it? It's all about Su Shuangrong isn't it. I finally see through this. Xie Mi is purely taking out her frustrations for Lai Bingxian. Though she is crazy, she wouldn't randomly hit someone without reason. Clearly, it's Shuang being bullied, and she is taking out her frustrations for Lai Bingxian. You need to check your logic. Xie Mi simply dislikes Shuang. I think it's still about that previous CP with Xiao Rong. She holds a grudge against Shuang for being criticized. 666. All your logic is based on Su Shuangrong being bullied, but was Su Shuangrong really bullied? Let me break down the logic. It's known that Lai Bingxian and Su Shuangrong have a poor relationship. Yet in this situation, Su Shuangrong proactively offered to help Lai Bingxian make the bed, even directly reaching for her suitcase. If Lai Bingxian dislikes Su Shuangrong, it would be entirely reasonable for her to refuse her touching her belongings. Therefore, can we interpret this as Su Shuangrong initiating the provocation? Finally, someone understands. I wanted to say that earlier. Regardless of who was faking it, it was indeed Su Shuangrong who initiated the conflict. Lai Bingxian initially didn't even acknowledge her. Forget it, I'm just mindlessly supporting Sister Xie. The barrage of comments grew increasingly tumultuous, and both Lu Wuxing and Lai Bingxian began to grasp the implications of Xie Mi's actions. Yet Su Shuangrong still feigned calmness, biting her lip defiantly. Teacher Xie, I didn't fake it, nor would I stoop to such actions. Whatever. Xie Mi shrugged. I've said it, slapping you doesn't require a reason. Just think of it as me suddenly losing my mind and wanting to slap you. Doesn't that make you feel better? Su Shuangrong's lips twitched slightly. She still wanted to argue with Xie Mi. But Xie Mi had already begun to abandon all pretense, leaving her without any way to counter. The character of Xie Mi, who is indifferent to her image, fame, and the multitude of detractors, is indeed devoid of weaknesses. Now that Xie Mi stands on the same side as Lai Bingxian, she must also seek allies. Wishing. Su Shuangrong gazed at her roommate with reddened eyes. This was a sisterhood she had actively nurtured since the onset of the show. Engaging in heartfelt conversations every night before sleep, she simply could not. Xiaolasher's actions must surely be justified. Lu Wuxing spoke again. Su Shuangrong, what is with this thickly perfumed declaration? Lu Wuxing looked at her with a hint of apology. Shuangrong, it's not that I doubt you. I am indeed a bit confused about the situation between you and Miss Lida. I cannot discern who is right or wrong. However, Xiaolasher must have her reasons for acting as she does. Enough already. Chapter 71. The abbot. Xiao Jingxi hands a note to the female guest. Xiaolasher must have her reasons. Lu Wuxing's perfumed declaration exposed. Lu Wuxing is also a Xiebro. No one anticipated that in the conflict involving Xie Mi, Lai Bingxian, and Su Shuangrong, it would ultimately be Lu Wuxing who trended on social media. Lu Wuxing's repeated assertions of Xiaolasher must have her reasons during the program ignited a firestorm. Netizens began to sift through previous episodes, uncovering subtle clues. Some even compiled videos advocating the Xielu pairing. Xie Mi Lu Wuxing, counting the times Lu Wuxing secretly observed Xie Mi. This video compiled every instance Lu Wuxing stole glances at Xie Mi. Xielu CP, the moment I first felt drawn to you. This video captured Xie Mi's sudden intrusion during a mock blind date, where she fiercely confronted the suitor, leaving Lu Wuxing astonished. Xie Mi Lu Wuxing, unrequited love is a solitary turmoil. This video showcased Lu Wuxing's missed opportunities to engage with Xie Mi. Xie Mi and Lu Wuxing's sweet moments compilation. She laughs. She plays this video compiled instances where, while others were left dumbfounded by Xie Mi's antics, Lu Wuxing smiled at her. Thus, netizens were astonished to discover that they had overlooked this subtle undercurrent all along. Revisiting the footage revealed that Lu Wuxing had, in fact, been gazing at Xie Mi with admiration for quite some time, so delicately that not only had Xie Mi failed to notice, but even they had remained oblivious. Little sleepyhead, this is the first time I'd shipped a CP on this show. This even allowed, ingrate, fake sisterhood, Su Shuangrong and Lu Wuxing, genuine sisterhood, Xie Mi and Lu Wuxing. She's puppy, it sounds nice, but isn't it just a betrayal? Clearly she usually gets along well with Su Shuangrong, yet suddenly she speaks up for Xie Mi. Ugh, strong bro, stop pretending. I noticed a detail. When selecting rooms, Lu Wuxing was ranked higher and originally intended to choose a single room on the second floor. It was Su Shuangrong who suggested sharing a room, leading to their current arrangement, all potatoes, at first glance. Lu Wuxing and Su Shuangrong indeed seem to get along well on the program, but it has that superficial screen sisters vibe, polite yet distant. In contrast, Lu Wuxing's gaze towards Xie Mi is genuinely concerned. I'll make you fall. Could it be that it's not that Lu Wuxing doesn't want to befriend Xie Mi, but rather that Xie Mi has simply failed to notice Lu Wuxing's interest? One punch to make you see your grandma, double chef delight. I'm a fan of Lu but have always found Xie intriguing. If only Lu could join Xie in the fun. It would be a celebration. Pure-hearted big monkey, when can the Xie brothers help summon Xie? Our Lu really wishes to get closer. Spicy cilantro explodes the earth. Got it, Xie Mi, Xie Mi, Xie Mi, Xie Mi. The tension was swiftly overshadowed by the fervor surrounding the Xie Lu pairing. Su's fans desperately tried to elevate the hashtag Xie Mi, angrily slapping Su Shuangrong to the top, but they were no match for the fervor of the CP fans. Alas, the juxtaposition of a gentle lady and a volatile starlet truly makes for an irresistible pairing. Hiding in the restroom, Su Shuangrong nearly choked on her frustration. Since the show began, she had been investigating Lu Wuxing's preferences and had consistently portrayed herself as aligned with Lu's worldview. Logically, after such a period of emotional cultivation, Lu Wuxing ought to view her as her closest confidant on the program, yet why did Lu Wuxing suddenly regard Xie Mi with newfound respect after Xie defended her against the suitor? Given Lu Wuxing's calm and gentle demeanor, she should not have been provoked by the suitor at all. A teacher Xie, are you ready? The female PD outside urged. Su Shuangrong hastily tucked away her phone, opened the door, and stepped out. Alright, I'm on my way. The PD observed Su Shuangrong's still reddened eyes and couldn't help but sigh. The commotion from earlier had reached the production crew's ears. But determining who was in the right was challenging, as both sides presented conflicting narratives. To take a stance would only alienate one party or the other. At this moment, it was time for meditation at the temple. The 8 guests gathered in the meditation room, with strict prohibition on any communication between the genders. Finding their designated cushions, they began to sit in silence. The abbot, seated at the head, waved his hand. Thus 4 male guests sat on one side, while 4 female guests occupied the other. Commencing their meditation, the abbot was flanked by a nun and a monk. The female monk was the one who had escorted them that morning, while the male monk was known as the Slayer of Women. As the serene Buddhist chants resonated, the 2 monks began their recitations. The wise do not enter the river of love, the solitary king perseveres. The modern woman does not bow her head for trivial affections. A woman who can be relied upon is as unlikely as a pig climbing a tree. Trusting a woman invites misfortune for a lifetime. If a woman believes in the phrase "I love you, I need not consult your fate, you shall divorce 8 times in this life," everyone, that this is hardly a scripture. It sounds more like a rejection of romance. Alright, I was preparing to meditate. Instead, I'm laughing my head off. I see that this monk has his own stories to tell. This is hilarious. Are they really going to start fighting? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 2 monks became increasingly agitated, abruptly rising to engage in a brawl. The abbot, caught in the middle and occasionally receiving stray blows, seemed unperturbed, and after a considerable effort to mediate, he finally managed to have them return to their seats. He then explained, under normal circumstances, male and female monks must sit apart, but today is an exception due to the filming of your program. Typically we do not conduct ourselves in this manner. At this juncture, he emphasized once more, we truly do not operate this way, not this way, truly not this way. The abbot seems quite fatigued. It's evident this is a temple of severed affections. Enough talk, I'm signing my best friend up. Once again, silence enveloped the room, with only the faint sounds of Buddhist chants lingering in the air. However, as time wore on, while the 3 seated at the front maintained their meditative poses, the remaining guests began to fidget. Half an hour passed, and most could hardly endure the stillness. Lu Wuxing, upon opening her eyes, caught sight of Xiao Qingye casting flirtatious glances her way, prompting her to silently close them again. Xiao Jingxi meanwhile frowned, his gaze flitting between Xie Mi and Su Shuangrong. He had heard about the earlier incident involving Lai Bingxian and Su Shuangrong, with Xie Mi stepping in to defend Lai against Su. Given Su Shuangrong's gentle nature, she would not instigate trouble. It was clear that Lai had sought confrontation. Perhaps Xie Mi harbored resentment towards Su Shuangrong due to the CP rumors surrounding them, thus seizing the opportunity to confront Su. Although Xie Mi acted in defense of him, Su Shuangrong remained innocent in this matter. This thought, Xiao Jingxi, seizing a moment when the abbot was distracted, grabbed a piece of paper and a pen, scribbling a note to toss towards Xie Mi. Suddenly, a hand intercepted the note mid-air. Frowning, Xiao Jingxi turned to find Shen Ruqing smiling at him, then rewriting a note and tossing it instead, declaring, "Abbot, Xiao Jingxi is secretly passing notes to the female guest." Chapter 72, The False Victim. Xiao Qingye, the true victim. Xiao Jingxi. Abbot, Xiao Jingxi is discreetly tossing notes to the female guest. As Shen Ruqing's words echoed, Xiao Jingxi's expression visibly shifted to one of panic, instinctively seeking to explain himself, but the 3 seated at the front had already turned their sharp gazes upon him. "You rascal." Case closed. Shen's charity work is merely an effort to accumulate virtue given his utter lack thereof. Old Shen's snitching had me in stitches. He is no more than 3 years old. Why does Shen Ruqing always seem to target Jingxi? Is it jealousy? This is too funny. Is old Shen jealous of Jingxi's height or his finances? The abbot picked up the fallen note, unfolding it. Upon discerning its content, his expression faltered, and he hesitated before reading aloud. "Xie Mi, let us play red light, green light. Oh no, I lost because I fell for you. Oh my heavens." Xie Mi, seated across, clutched her heart, grimacing in agony. "Dude, did you just hit the jackpot? Director, is this a workplace injury?" The others struggled to suppress their laughter. Xiao Jingxi's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurried to clarify, "That wasn't my note. I saw you write it." Beside him, Shen Ruqing leaned casually on his chin, his dark eyes twinkling with mischief. "So our illustrious actor Xiao can lie after all." With a mischievous tone, Xiao Jingxi retorted, "That's not mine, I assure you." "Is that so? Then which one is yours?" "Well played." During this exchange, two shadows had already loomed over him. Xiao Jingxi's powerful physique quivered slightly as he gradually raised his head, only to behold Master Zhan Nan and Master Zhan Nu standing before him, akin to the ominous figures of the black and white impermanents from the underworld, demanding his life. "You claim this is not your writing, then what was the content of the note you originally penned?" Master Zhan Nan inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Xiao Jingxi fell silent. After several seconds, he gritted his teeth and replied, "No, what I wrote is precisely this note." As soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed the mocking gaze of Shenru watching beside him, nearly grinding his back teeth in frustration. Master Zhan Nan let out a few cold laughs. "Knowing our temple's rules, you still dared to secretly write a love letter to a female guest. It seems you are fully prepared to accept the consequences." Suddenly, Xiao Jingxi recalled something, his expression shifting. Wait. The cunning rabbit strikes. That elusive male monk reappeared, delivering a swift kick that sent Xiao Jingxi tumbling out of the meditation room, followed by the all-too-familiar sounds of anguished cries. In an effort to spare the film emperor some dignity, and given that the scene was utterly unfit for broadcast, the cameraman refrained from following. Yet what transpired was clear to all. To this day, we remain unaware of the content of the note Xiao Jingxi penned. His reluctance to speak suggests that its content is even more explosive than old Shen's corny love line. I can only wonder if Xiao Jingxi truly was wounded by a skinning swallow. After all, he is a film emperor. Is he alright? He should be fine, right? The film emperor doesn't rely on skinning swallows for his acting, after all. Following the meditation session, Shenru watching tore up the note that read, "Thank you, Mi. I will wait for you in the back hall after tonight's recording. We need to have a talk," and discarded it into the trash bin. The guest's suffering was far from over. After enduring a tedious and numbing meditation session, lunch consisted solely of vegetarian fare, greens, tofu, and plain white buns. They attempted to express their grievances to the production team, only to be met with a righteous assertion that this was the standard fare in the temple, rendering their protests futile. Thus, the guests nibbled on their buns before retreating to their rooms for a mandatory rest. Even those unaccustomed to napping were compelled to lie down and rest their eyes, as phones would be confiscated during this period. In the afternoon, it was time for labor. Each participant was assigned their respective tasks. Su Shuangrong and Lu Wuxing were to weed and water the flowers in the backyard. Lai Bingxian and Xie Mi were dispatched to fertilize and rid the vegetable garden of pests in the front yard. Xiao Qingye and Xiao Jingxi, the duo of unfortunate brothers, were tasked with retrieving fertilizer from the manure pit behind the temple. Shenru Watching and Eugene Xie were to receive the visitors who came to pay their respects at the temple. "Wait, could you repeat what my task is?" Xiao Qingye asked, his lips twitching. Following the events of the morning, his skinning swallow still throbbed, and standing left his legs trembling, making it difficult for him to stand straight. Xiao Jingxi, leaning on him for support, was clearly in the same predicament, though he maintained a facade of composure, straining to appear unaffected while cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Master Zhan Nan cast a casual glance in their direction. "You will be shoveling manure. I've truly had enough," Xiao Qingye roared, slamming the carrying pole onto the ground, pointing at the crew behind the camera, and shouted, "I'm done filming. Get someone to take me away right now. I can't endure another moment in this hellish place." Director Nio's attitude was unyielding. "Mr. Chiu, you signed a contract before the recording began, and participants must unconditionally comply with the production team's arrangements. You cannot leave midway." "To hell with that, I won't record, so I won't." Xiao Qingye tore off his robe and, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, bolted outside, with the crew futilely attempting to restrain him. He was as stubborn as a mule. "Congratulations on acquiring a mad male guest. Excuse me, is this program called Transformations?" The ensuing plot involves Chogu defiantly escaping despite the crew's attempts to stop him, leading to a search for him, culminating in a tearful reconciliation with the monks. "This is hilarious, you know what I mean." The subsequent events saw Xiao Qingye bolting down the mountain, shouting as he ran, while the production team stared in disbelief, chasing after him, igniting a chase scene. Meanwhile, Director Nio exhibited no signs of panic over the unfolding chaos. Rather, he looked entirely unsurprised. He had anticipated the guests' loss of control when arranging this grueling schedule. The more desperate they became, the more they would appreciate the delightful aspects of previous romance shows. "Master Zhan Nan, we will retrieve Mr. Chiu," Director Nio assured. Upon seeing this, Master Zhan Nan turned back to the remaining 7 guests. "You may begin your labor, Xiao Jingxi." It was already absurd to be shoveling manure, and now with Xiao Qingye gone, was he to do it alone? Master Zhan Nan, sensing his bewildered gaze, nodded, delivering the fatal blow. "No need to doubt, you will do it alone." Xie Mi, nearby, chuckled with schadenfreude. Little did she expect Master Zhan Nan's next words. "Hurry and shovel it to the vegetable garden, they are still waiting for fertilization." Xie Mi, so this manure still has to pass through her hands. The four groups set off to carry out their assigned labor, while Xiao Jingxi, forcing himself to remain calm, bore the burden of the carrying pole. His figure appearing particularly forlorn, the false victim, Xiao Qingye, the true victim, Xiao Jingxi. Xiao Jingxi, I really will thank you. Chapter 73, Midnight Snacking is not just gluttony. Labor time commenced, and various issues arose within each group. Xiao Jingxi, wearing 5 layers of masks, stood before the manure pit, struggling to suppress his urge to vomit, unsure how to proceed from a distance. Su Shuangrong and Lu Wuxing found themselves helpless against the tangles of weeds. Evidently in a knowledge-blind spot, Shenru Watching and Eugene Xie stood at the front hall receiving worshippers, but their striking looks caused those seeking to renounce their desires to abandon their vows. Inciting a commotion, Lai Bingxian stood before the vegetable garden, her brow furrowed, wishing to protest on the spot. It became evident that subjecting a group of wealthy individuals to such labor was, without a doubt, a form of torture, yet this was precisely the production team's intent. However, an anomaly emerged. What, if the work is not completed by 4 o'clock, there will be no food? Upon hearing this, Xie Mi was taken aback. Immediately seizing a hoe and rushing into the vegetable garden, exclaiming, "Damn the production team, if you dare to leave me without food, I will plug a hairdryer into your backside and alternate the temperatures." Hearing this, the entire crew tensed, discreetly stepping back. "Gluttonous girl, just eat, who can out-eat you?" The temptation of dinner. While others poke fun for amusement, Xia Jia genuinely means to poke. During Xie Mi's frenzied hoeing, Lai Bingxian remained stubbornly outside the vegetable garden, her expression filled with disdain. "What a joke, do you really expect me to hoe?" The production team, well aware that Lai Bingxian would not comply willingly, prepared to document the conflict, only to see her muttering angrily as she picked up a hoe and stepped into the vegetable patch of the production team. "Let us be clear, I'm only worried about not having food tonight, so don't overthink it." Squatting beside Xie Mi, Lai Bingxian began hoeing, yet her tone remained stiff. Xie Mi cast her a puzzled glance. "What are you overthinking?" "Nothing, if I am not mistaken. Is Lai Bingxian acting tsundere?" Lai Bingxian, who wouldn't even make her own bed, has started hoeing. What else could this be if not love? "Ah, this ice princess is a pairing with Xie Mi. I ship it for respect." Alright, you all will come up with a CP name." To increase the difficulty for each group, the production team also orchestrated minor unexpected incidents to delay their progress. Su Shuangrong and Lu Wuxing's group encountered a lost child crying for their mother. Xiao Jingxi's group faced a young man heartbroken and attempting to leap into the manure pit to end his life. Shenru Watching and Eugene Xie's group dealt with a quarreling couple. Meanwhile, Xie Mi and Lai Bingxian encountered an elderly lady with mobility issues, urgently seeking her partner. As each group's progress was impeded, the test commenced. Failure to finish work by 4 o'clock would result in no food. "You lost your partner here in the temple?" Lai Bingxian asked the elderly lady, her brow creased. However, the elderly lady seemed hard of hearing. Lai Bingxian's 10 questions yielded only one that was understood, creating a barrier in their communication. As time ticked away, Lai Bingxian grew increasingly impatient, shouting, "I ask you, do you remember where you and your partner got lost?" The elderly lady replied, This evokes a strong sense of déjà vu. Old Shen, is that you?" Encountering such situations when pressed for time is infuriating. The production team knows how to torment people, just as Lai Bingxian felt at her wit's end. Xie Mi made a dazzling entrance, unhesitatingly dropping her hoe and scooping up the elderly lady, exclaiming, "Stay put, I will ride the elderly lady to find her partner." "Ride what? I'll assist the elderly lady in finding her partner." The elderly lady, unable to articulate her thoughts, was whisked away by Xie Mi as they traversed the temple. Passing by the front hall, they saw the arguing couple. After a few bites of melon, Xie Mi immediately intervened. When they passed the back garden, they spotted the lost child and cheerfully directed them, claiming to have seen their mother at the meditation room before departing nonchalantly. As they approached the manure pit on the back mountain, they encountered the despondent young man. Xie Mi set the elderly lady down and rushed toward him, attempting to dissuade him from jumping into the manure pit. Ultimately, Xie Mi found the elderly lady's partner waiting for her in the dining hall. Successfully reuniting the two and triumphantly returning to the vegetable garden, the production team fell into deep contemplation. This teacher said, "Where did all that vigor come from?" I laughed so hard I nearly lost my composure. It seems as though one task has been accomplished, yet in reality, 4 have been completed. That girl can truly run. So it turns out you single-handedly completed the testing for 4 groups. Production team, may I ask a question? With Xie Mi's assistance, each group managed to complete their work effortlessly before 4 o'clock. At this moment, Xiao Qingye was summoned back by the production team, without a trace of regret for failing to escape. Instead, he wore a smug expression of triumph. After an afternoon of toil, Xiao Jingxi suddenly grasped the situation. Xiao Qingye had never intended to actually run away. He merely sought to evade the unpleasant task of cleaning. It seems he had shouldered all the hardship himself. Thus, Xiao Jingxi harbored a growing resentment towards Xiao Qingye. Witnessing this scene, Xie Mi couldn't help but sigh. In the original narrative, Xiao Jingxi and Xiao Qingye had developed a close friendship, and later it was Xiao Qingye who continually assisted Xiao Jingxi in his pursuit of Su Xuanrong. This storyline has certainly taken an unexpected turn. After a grueling afternoon of labor, dinner still consisted of a bland vegetarian feast, and at 8 o'clock that evening, they were required to surrender their phones and retire for the night, with a wake-up call set for 5 the next morning. Breakfast was yet another vegetarian meal, followed by morning meditation, lunch of the same fare, afternoon labor, dinner yet again a vegetarian dish, and lights out by 8. This grueling schedule persisted for 2 days, leaving the guests utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, the audience watched with rapt fascination. Celebrity Hardship Chronicles, so captivating. Has anyone considered making a before and after comparison? They visibly appear more haggard. Haha. The production team is truly relentless. For these 2 days, the men and women have been completely segregated with zero interaction, turning a dating show into a monastic retreat. No worries, I'll find my own sweets. Did no one notice that old Shin has been secretly watching old Xie? The thrill of forbidden glances under the prohibition of interaction is far more enticing. Ah. Do they really not meet secretly on the side? At 9 o'clock, the temple fell into silence. To accommodate the temple's schedule, the production team ceased filming early at 8 and retreated to the foot of the mountain for rest. However, a shadowy figure appeared at the entrance of the dining hall. Xie Mi, having developed a habit of nocturnal foraging during their stay at the villa, made her anticipated appearance, only to be halted by the chain securing the door. Xie Mi, what else with the 10 locks? I only snuck a few buns last night. Suddenly, a clear, melodic laugh echoed behind her, accompanied by the rustling of leaves in the wind, creating a delightful ambience. Turning around, she spotted Shinru watching, clad in a thin hoodie, lazily leaning against a pillar, with a pair of sparkling eyes that held a playful glimmer. Teacher Shin is truly disciplined, sneaking a treat every night without fail. In response, Xie Mi solemnly fabricated a tale. Some individuals crave late-night snacks due to an ancient instinct to protect their tribe during the night, requiring them to maintain their strength to combat lurking beasts. Thus, those who snack at midnight are not gluttons, but rather heroes awakening their primal blood. Chapter 74, Act Like a Person. Upon hearing this, Shinru watching couldn't contain himself, letting out a soft chuckle as his chest suddenly rose and fell. Xie Mi, startled, rushed to cover his mouth. Big brother, there are monks on patrol at night. In the distance, a shadow flickered, prompting Xie Mi to quickly pull in behind the pillar for concealment, her eyes darting around in vigilant observation. Having experienced the consequences of breaking rules in this temple, as demonstrated by Xiao Qingye and Xiao Jingxi, she was acutely aware of the stakes. Thump, thump, thump. Shinru watching's heartbeat was so loud it felt as if it would burst from his chest and echo in her ears. Unable to endure the suspense, Xie Mi looked up and said, "If you're truly this timid, then you shouldn't be sneaking out at night." Shinru watching pressed her head down. "Shoo, they're coming." The moment she heard this, Xie Mi immediately fell silent, as still as a mouse. Unbeknownst to her, in the darkness, a certain someone's eyes were filled with a restless emotion, his ears tinged with a faint blush, once the monk's footsteps faded away. Xie Mi exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a wistful glance at the tightly locked dining hall. Mission failed, I'll take my leave. She turned to sneak away, only to be intercepted by Shinru watching. Wait. He curved his lips into a smile. The midnight snack continues. In a secluded corner of the temple, Shinru watching, leveraging his height and long legs, easily climbed over the wall and extended his hand towards her. Come. Xie Mi shook her head, preparing herself before climbing like a gecko, successfully reaching the top. No big deal. Shinru watching clicked his tongue. Alright. He swiftly jumped down, extending his hand to catch her. Come. Xie Mi leaped down, executing a mid-air backflip before landing gracefully. No big deal. Shinru watching was momentarily taken aback, then laughed, finding her amusing. It seems you have mastered the art of being single. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to it. Pursuing someone might require good family background, looks, and personality, but in pursuing her, maintaining a good mindset was paramount. Shinru watching guided her through winding paths until they finally stopped in a patch of grass. Lifting a cover, he revealed a large bag of snacks. Xie Mi's eyes sparkled with longing, nearly transforming into a creature of greed. However, Shinru watching promptly halted her with a gentle press of his forehead. You can have some, but I have conditions. Xie Mi, ever reasonable, promptly declared, as long as you let me have this bag of snacks, I'll agree to anything, even if it means driving luxury cars and living in mansions. Shinru watching chuckled, you're quite the negotiator, aren't you? Xie Mi giggled, so what are your terms? I'll let you know once I think it through. Deal. Although proceeding without clearly defined terms was somewhat precarious. The allure of food was too tempting to ignore. Xie Mi eagerly bit into a chicken leg, nearly shedding tears of joy. Where did you procure all this? In contrast to her ravenous demeanor, Shinru watching maintained a relaxed posture, casually nibbling on a lollipop while watching her with amused eyes. I discreetly asked the devotees to buy them during the day. Xie Mi immediately inquired, I've heard the devotees adore you? Shinru watching felt a stir within, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Can you have them bring more tomorrow? Huh. The summer night in the mountains offered a clearer view of the stars than the city, a sky dotted with stars resembling a galaxy crafted from fine grains of sand. Exuding romance, suddenly glimmers of green light appeared in the valley, illuminating the tranquil night. Xie Mi, with a chicken leg in her mouth, looked up to see fireflies. Shenruoqing's gaze shifted, observing the girl lost in wonder at the fireflies. A smile gracing his lips, the girl turned to him with a serious expression. Did you know that fireflies glow from their behinds? Shenruoqing. How wonderfully romantic. After satisfying their cravings, the two climbed back over the wall, intending to conclude their escapade unnoticed, only to be met with a sudden furious shout. What are you doing? Startled Xie Mi nearly lost her grip and fell from the wall, but Shenruoqing's warm hand caught her, pulling her up. Upon recognizing the furious figure, Xie Mi realized it was Xiao Jingxi. He stood there, seething, as if he could pierce them with his gaze. Are you two secretly meeting at night? Xie Mi and Shenruoqing exchanged a knowing glance, then in perfect synchrony jumped down from the wall to stand before Xiao Jingxi. Xie Mi shoved a bag of chips into his hand while Shenruoqing offered him a lollipop, but the anger in his eyes lingered. Initially believing they were attempting to bribe him with such paltry offerings, only to see them suddenly dash off in opposite directions, leaving him utterly bewildered, Xiao Jingxi was taken aback, hesitating whether to pursue left or right. While the two had already vanished from sight, all that remained was Xie Mi's thunderous declaration, someone's been sneaking snacks at night. Xiao Jingxi, be a decent person. Instantly the temple erupted with light, as monks rushed out, surrounding Xiao Jingxi, who was clutching chips and a lollipop. Such a familiar scene. Let me explain. I'm not. Wait. That night everyone bore witness to Xiao Jingxi's anguished cries when he appeared on camera the next day. His eyes red-rimmed. The audience had already anticipated the outcome. I'll say at first, Xiao Jingxi was just reading a script in his room at night, hence the red eyes. Ha ha ha, the upstairs comment is spot on. Thus, after 3 arduous days, the temple life officially concluded. The weary guests finally departed from this merciless abode, and in response to the abbot's melancholic remark about their next visit, they could only manage a few awkward laughs, politely declining the invitation. Following this escapade, everyone seemed to behave themselves. Xiao Qingye, having abstained from female company for 3 days, eagerly engaged in conversation with Lu Wuxing. Su Shuangrong took the initiative to inquire about Xiao Jingxi's recent experiences. Xie Mi and Shenruoqing chattered animatedly, while Eugene Che and Lai Bingxian joined in it. Director Niu, overwhelmed with emotion, covered his mouth, tears streaming down his face. It worked. The abstinence test was a success, with the contrast of temple life. The villa's comforts felt like a reunion of kin. Upon returning to the villa, the guests found each other more agreeable, and for 2 consecutive days, no conflicts arose. Meanwhile, another live program titled Celebrity Speed Chase was officially announced on the same platform. This show featured hunters pursuing celebrities, with 30 stars per episode, who had to complete tasks while evading their hunters. Survival within a time limit constituted task completion. The Tomato Channel traditionally hosted crossover variety shows, and this instance was no exception. Consequently, the entire cast of Love Inspection was invited to participate in the inaugural episode of Celebrity Speed Chase, Chapter 75. Even a second-rate you can converse with a first-rate me on the day of the premiere of Stars Accelerating. A staggering influx of fans for the 30 celebrities flooded the live streaming room, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Finally, the long-awaited show is finally airing. Ah, what a joy for the culinary enthusiasts. It must be Tomato Channel's prowess to gather so many stars together. Am I the only one concerned about how much the appearance fees will cost? So everyone is here to cheer for the stars. I'm different. Bring it on, hunters. Let us defeat them without leaving a trace. 8 guests from Love Detective were invited to participate, and they changed into sportswear to blend in with the 30 celebrities. Xie Mi, while stretching her limbs, reminisced about the original text. The previous special episodes in Nanhai and the temple were not part of the original narrative, but this time, Stars Accelerating had indeed appeared in the text. At this juncture in the plot, Xiao Jingxi had already fallen in love with Su Shuangrong. To protect Su Shuangrong, he escorted her throughout, even sacrificing many of their fellow guests, ultimately sacrificing himself to ensure Su Shuangrong's survival until the end. To put it bluntly, he was a mere specter. Anyone on his team was bound to face misfortune and must keep their distance. During her contemplation, someone approached to greet her. Teacher Xie, I'm your fan. Xie Mi blinked, taking 2 seconds to realize he meant, Teacher Xie, I am your admirer. The young man grinned, I'm from our country. I'm a foreigner. Xie Mi glanced at his name tag, Sangzhen. She suddenly recalled seeing him on short videos. He was a newcomer who had just debuted from a talent show, the Chinese representative of the boy band QAQ. Hello. Though this foreign friend's Chinese was lacking, he had an insatiable desire to share, enthusiastically switching between Chinese, English, and Japanese, recounting how he was captivated by Xie Mi's vivacious energy and became her devoted fan. Xie Mi understood barely half of what he said but still engaged with him warmly. Are you adjusting well to Z country? How's it been with your teammates? Do you need me to treat you to some good food? Sangzhen exclaimed, so cool, thank you so much. She responded, Sangzhen, you are my first foreign friend. I've decided to teach you some Z country wisdom. Remember, an inch of time is worth an inch of gold. 3 inches of time is a fortune, half concealing the pipa, and fully hiding behind two pipas. Sangzin replied, that is a bit complicated. She added, actually, I can also say a phrase in Japanese, one burst of energy. Then it wanes, then it exhausts, and finally 4 dense horses race. Sangzin looked perplexed. Sorry, I don't quite understand. Haha, old Xia, are you teasing the foreigner? What on earth is 4 dense horses? I'm laughing like crazy. Looks like this kid found some fun. Among the 30 stars, there were actors, singers, models, and hosts, some seasoned veterans and some fresh faces. After several newcomers shyly greeted Xie Mi, an incongruous voice interrupted, what a showboater. The speaker was the seasoned host Li Yingwu. Known for his sharp interviewing style, aged 48. He had frequently criticized the younger generation of celebrities, claiming that today's stars were talentless and morally deficient, merely relying on their appearances, and he condemned them all outright. The newcomers timidly greeted him, but he returned their salutations with icy remarks. I have the utmost disdain for those who act foolishly on variety shows to gain attention. They're not even real actors. Li Yingwu's words were clearly directed at Xie Mi, as the collective gaze turned towards her, some confused, some gleeful, and others simply there to observe. Isn't Li a senior? That was rather harsh. Sister Xie. You've truly become a target. You've drawn ire just by appearing on the show. I suppose Wu Gu isn't wrong. Xie Mi does rely on her antics to gain fame. Frankly, I didn't even know she existed before this dating show. Haha, Wu Gu speaks the truth. Some people are just too sensitive. I say, fandoms should know their limits. Today's stars are inexplicably popular. I'm amused. Isn't Li Yingwu also gaining fans by criticizing the younger generation? If we're talking about skill, he doesn't rank high in the industry. He just started off with passive-aggressive remarks towards a female star he has never met. What kind of person is he? The comments section was rife with debate, and the atmosphere on set grew tense. Suddenly, a light scoff was heard, who says that Z country has a low birth rate. Xin Zhaoqing, standing tall and distinct among the crowd due to his height, smiled languidly. Isn't it quite high? His gaze subtly fell on Li Yingwu, a smirk playing on his lips. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to react. It was the simple foreign friend who asked, what is a livestock rate? This revelation broke the tension. PFF, someone couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly covering their mouth in fear of being implicated. Li Yingwu held the highest status on set, while Xin Zhaoqing was a renowned philanthropist. Neither was someone one could provoke, yet Xie Mi dared to challenge him. She confidently approached Li Yingwu and directly asked, excuse me, were you referring to me just now? Wow, this sister is so bold. Huh? Is this allowed? I've seen a lot of indirect and sarcastic comments in the entertainment industry, but this is my first time witnessing such straightforwardness. The comments are flooding in about Xie Mi. Is this sister named Xie Mi? That name sounds familiar. I think I've seen her on trending topics lately. Li Yingwu's face, which was already somewhat grim, turned even more so, as he retorted. What about it? Xie Mi, unfazed, smiled and replied, I just think it's rather inappropriate for you to keep throwing around terms like in or out of the industry. Look, even a second-rate you can converse with a first-rate me. Continue. Li Yingwu's expression shifted dramatically. The entire venue gasped, and even the director looked incredulous. Standing beside him, Director Niu displayed a nonchalant demeanor, as if accustomed to grand spectacles, with a hint of pride in his tone. Yes, our guests are indeed this courageous director. This is outrageously bold. Even a second-rate you can converse with a first-rate me. Xie Mi claps back at Li Yingwu, who says Z country has a low birth rate? On the first day of Stars Accelerating, trending topics surged one after another, and after a 3-year hiatus, Li Yingwu finally made the trending list again. Curious netizens flocked to witness the unfolding drama. Oh my, isn't that Xie Mi from Love Detective? Had I known she was on this show, I would have definitely tuned in. Well said. I've disliked Li Yingwu for a long time. He previously insulted my favorite idol, relying on his seniority to criticize this and that. What's the difference between that and being an old fogey? Li Yingwu has been enabled. He only dares to scold those inexperienced little stars. He wouldn't dare to touch the top-tier ones, since the smaller artists can't retaliate. He takes advantage of them. Today, he finally met his match. Who is enjoying this? I am. Chapter 76, In the Presence of Hunters. Average Joe. This filming location sprawled across 75 hectares of the Haishur amusement park. The 30 guests needed to evade the hunters for 4 hours. The last one standing would be the victor. Should anyone be caught by the hunters, they would be eliminated and face severe penalties. After the director concluded his explanation, he pointed towards the park's most thrilling attraction, the 360-degree swinging pendulum. The penalty? To ride the pendulum 10 times in succession. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire crowd gasped in unison, not to mention the perilous height of the pendulum, just the speed of the spins. Riding it 10 times in a row would surely scramble one's brains. Goodness, it's like a washing machine. I rode it once before. I had nightmares for 3 days afterward, no joke. This is quite fun, but to have to ride it 10 times, forget I said anything. I'm terrified of heights, help. The guests lamented, yet the director remained resolute, officially opening the amusement park gates as the game was about to commence. What should we do now, having never participated in such a show before? Everyone appeared bewildered, leisurely looking around. Is that the hunter, a young female singer, inquired. Ahead loomed 5 large iron cages, within which dark silhouettes could be discerned, while an electronic display overhead counted down. 10, 9, 8. Suddenly, an object darted out. The female singer shrieked, "Is that not old Xie? Are you a giant black rat moving so fast? Ha ha." A lithe figure shot out in a blur, so swift that only an afterimage remained on the screen. Indeed, it was Xie Mi. Witnessing her incredible speed, the others quickly realized the urgency and began to scatter in panic, though some were still a step too late. The countdown reached 0, with a loud bang. The 5 iron cages swung open, and 5 formidable black-clad hunters charged out, instantly capturing several guests who had been unable to escape. Kwaziki, out. Yu Xiang, out. Lin Yanyan, out. 3 guests were eliminated right at the start, instilling a substantial sense of pressure in the remaining contestants. What? That was so quick. My brother Qi was out in just 1 second? You must be joking. I specifically tuned in to see Xiang Jia. No, Yan Yan, there must be a revival later, right? There has to be. Please tell me there is. Don't chase me. Please don't chase me. I'm begging you, hunter. Xie Mi, hiding behind a trash bin, peeked out at a male model being pursued frantically by the hunters. Unable to suppress a click of her tongue. If she recalled correctly, the guy had been posing coolly since the beginning, hands in his pockets, exuding an aura of nonchalance. Now I shall transform directly. And as I run, my arms feel as though they might be flung away. It has been proven that, in the presence of a hunter, an average individual is no match. Why is this girl hiding in a trash can? Ha 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 ha. I thought the one evading the roller coaster was extraordinary, but it seems there is someone even more remarkable. Sister, are you really not concerned about the filth? Old Xia has also become a sister now. Heart gesture, ha ha, dear sisters upstairs, I understand you. I came over from the dating show and was momentarily bewildered by the comments here, almost forgetting that Sister Xie is a little girl, ha ha. Teacher Shui. Teacher Shui, a familiar accent rings out. Xie Mi turns her head and exclaims, "Oh, when did another trash can appear beside me?" A foreign friend, Sangzhen, pokes his head out from the trash can, his eyes bright yet foolish. Teacher Shui, can I hang out with you? How did you know I was hiding here? Xie Mi curiously inquires. Sangzhen proudly replies, I'm your crew. Even if you hide in a latrine, I can find you. Thank you, Sangzhen, but please refrain from saying such things next time. Upholding the principle of friendly diplomatic relations, Xie Mi accepted this foreign friend, recognizing that the game was indeed ill-suited for solitary endeavors. With tasks ahead, teamwork would provide a significant advantage. As the two were preparing to hide quietly, a sudden clattering noise erupted nearby, and upon looking up, they noticed yet another trash can. Hi, Teacher Xia. The trash can was lifted, revealing a pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes. My surname is Pang, just call me Pang Lingdang. Pang Lingdang, a short drama actress, whom they had greeted at the start, was an adorable little girl. Xie Mi suddenly realized. Hello, my surname is Xie, and I truly appreciate your kindness. Next to them, Sangzhen poked his head out, looking utterly bewildered as he observed the interaction. Seeing this, Xie Mi enthusiastically introduced him. His surname is Sang. The one who raps in the trees. Pang Lingdong's eyes brightened. Hello, Teacher Sang. It's not like you all have to greet each other from inside trash cans, right? Rapping in the trees, ha ha ha, who understands my inexplicable sense of humor? Recyclables, kitchen waste, hazardous waste, alright. Xie Mi had acquired 2 little followers, and for the time being, they formed a trio. At the onset, there were no task directives. Their primary objective was to avoid capture by the hunters. So they remained securely hidden within the trash can, the unpleasant odor providing a sense of comfort. As the production team assigned personnel, one of their phones chimed, announcing the first task. The Sea City Amusement Park has established 6 zones. Currently only the Joy Carnival is open. To expand the activity area, you must immediately head to the entrances of the remaining 5 zones, pull down the gates, and unlock the areas. A 30-minute time limit begins. If all areas are not unlocked before the time expires, 3 additional hunters will be deployed within the current zone. Along with the task, a map of the park was sent. Xie Mi opened it to examine. They were currently at the center of the Joy Carnival, with the other 5 zones arranged in a circle around them. Since the beginning, 6 contestants had already been eliminated, leaving 24 participants who must evade the hunter's pursuit and reach the entrances of the 5 zones to pull down the gates within a limited time frame. This was no simple task. Ding, someone created a group chat for all contestants. Li Yingwu, everyone, please report your locations and proximity. I will assign tasks accordingly. Xiaojingxi, I am near the jungle adventure. But there are hunters nearby. I can go as soon as they leave. Fan Jin, shall let us team up. I'm close by and will head over shortly. Tian 1, I'm near the Magic Theater. Bai Yan is with me. The crowd began reporting their locations, and Li Yingwu systematically assigned them tasks, clearly outlining the 5 areas. Li Yingwu, this is a team collaboration game. Hiding without completing tasks is a selfish act. I hope some of you understand this principle. Li Yingwu, many people reported their locations, but some did not, those who did not know well in their hearts, Li Yingwu, when others complete the tasks. Enjoying the fruits of their labor, I hope you do not feel too at ease. Having reached the entrance of the Rhythm World Park, Xie Mi observed Li Yingwu's erratic messages in the group chat but paid them little mind as she reached for the gate lever. Li Yingwu, Xie Mi, must I tag you? With a swift motion, the gate was pulled down. All participants received a notification from the production team. Contestant Xie Mi has pulled down the gate to the Rhythm World. The area is now officially open. Finally having a moment of respite, Xie Mi replied with a single question mark. Xie Mi, Li Yingwu retracted a message. Chapter 77, I Sangzhen vow to protect teacher Shui. The viewers, observing from a divine perspective, witnessed Xie Mi's unconventional maneuvers in the park. Currently, the only open area was the Joy Carnival, yet 5 hunters were simultaneously searching, creating a density that rendered movement nearly impossible for everyone. While others strategized in the group chat, Xie Mi had already led her 2 little followers through the greenery, crawling forward. 1212 hunter sighted, roll into the flowers, crisis averted, continue crawling, ahead lies an obstacle, little sang, take a look. Is anyone there? Damn it, a hunter roams the left path, change course, there is a dog hole ahead, crawl through. Throughout this journey, Xie Mi commanded while her 2 little followers executed her orders with determination in their eyes. As if they were ready for a party initiation. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Even stray dogs in the park wouldn't think of this route. You truly are a talent. Ha ha ha, are these 3 here to provide comic relief? The show's entertainment value lies entirely in this. This boy is so adorably foolish. What is his role? Ah, he is the only foreign member of the newly debuted QAQ boy group. His name is Sangzhen. Please give your support to QAQ boy group. Although he is still a newcomer, the future is promising. Pang Lingdang, I remember her as a social media influencer turned short drama actress. Initially, I didn't think much of her, but she is surprisingly funny. Ha ha ha. These 2 newcomers are truly lucky to be following Xie Mi. Ultimately, they successfully reached the entrance of the Rhythm World Park and pulled down the gate. Xie Mi glanced at Li Yingwu's erratic comments in the group chat and simply replied with a question mark. Xie Mi, Li Yingwu retracted a message. Shinru watching, image, Shinru watching shared a screenshot of the recent chat. Publicly exposing Li Yingwu's retracted message this time, the others could no longer contain their amusement. However, due to the presence of cameras, they refrained from directly offending Li Yingwu, instead recalling their saddest moments to suppress their smiles. To enhance the viewer's immersion, the contestants' chat interface was also streamed live, allowing the entire internet to witness this public shaming. Ha 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 ha, how ruthless is Mr. Shen? Li Yingwu retracting his message was already hilarious. But Shinru watching's move had me in stitches. Li Yingwu is the type who excels at nothing yet believes himself a leader, dividing tasks while remaining hidden. How can he dare criticize Xie Mi? Thank goodness Xie Mi pulled the gate, otherwise, he would have targeted her again. This sister is truly in a tough spot. Isn't this bullying within the entertainment industry? After successfully pulling down a gate, Xie Mi began receiving more notifications. Contestant Shinru watching has pulled down the gate to the Scream Zone. The area is now officially open. Contestant Xiao Jingxi has pulled down the gate to the Jungle Adventure. The area is now officially open. Contestant Tianwen has pulled down the gate to the Magic Theater. The area is now officially open. Contestant Su Shuangrong has pulled down the gate to the Dreamland. The area is now officially open. Fan Jin out, Lan Feiying out, Ji Xian out. Although they successfully pulled down all gates within 28 minutes, 5 contestants were eliminated in the process, leaving only 19 remaining. Xie Mi discovered an underlying pattern. Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong had separated, contrary to the original narrative where they acted in unison throughout. However, unlike before, those around Xiao Jingxi were still being eliminated. The individual named Fan Jin was among those who had teamed up with Xiao Jingxi in the chat. Indeed, one should not team up with Xiao Jingxi with the opening of the 5 new zones. The activity range significantly expanded, yet the hunters remained at 5, granting the contestants a considerable advantage. Nevertheless, everyone was cautious, choosing to remain hidden. The second task was announced. Each contestant has been set with a timed alarm. Please find the contact person within the park in 30 minutes, provide the code, and disable the alarm, otherwise, the alarm will continue ringing until captured by the hunters. The code has been distributed throughout the park. Please locate the cards to acquire the code and find the corresponding contact person. Upon the announcement of this news, the chat was filled with cries of despair. If the previous task allowed for some leeway, This one did not. Failure to complete the task would result in the alarm sounding, effectively marking them for the hunter's pursuit, with no escape possible, with only 30 minutes to find both the code and contact person. And ensuring the code matched the contact, it was an arduous challenge. Pang Lingdang looked troubled as Sangzhen blinked at Xie Mi. Teacher Shui, what should we do? Xie Mi decisively responded, due to the time constraint, we must split up. Brothers, part ways, and we shall meet again in the future. She turned, peering around suspiciously, ensuring no one was watching before leaping out from the bushes and sprinting off. As she sprinted to the next location and glanced back, her two little followers gazed at her with clear eyes. Xie Mi, Peng Lingdang pounded her chest and exclaimed, I am a fan of Teacher Xia, living and dying for her. Sangzhen let out a soft yet fervent cry. I sang out in vow to protect Zubar with my life. Xie Mi replied, please watch fewer memes, I beg you. Realizing that the two were utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, she reluctantly explained that the probability of the three of them simultaneously finding 3 cards was significantly lower than if they searched separately for just 1 card each. Therefore, parting ways was the wisest choice. No, I've already made up my mind. Pang Lingdang stepped forward to grasp her hand, fervently declaring, with my unfortunate looks, I wouldn't survive long without Teacher Xia. I might as well stick with her a little longer. Help her complete her mission first, rest assured, Teacher Xia, I will leave when the alarm rings. Xie Mi was instantly moved to tears. Who says there is no genuine friendship in the entertainment industry? Sangzhen excitedly chimed in, me too. The moment of emotion was interrupted as they dragged out anyone who had shown Sangzhen funny videos. Watching a variety show has me fired up. 3-person squad, I'm all in for you today. Don't split up, please, you 3 have such great chemistry. 3 little squad, I'm cheering for you. In gratitude for this heartfelt friendship, Xie Mi made a decision that went against her family's teachings. 30 minutes for 3 secret codes, the extreme mission officially began. Not a single member of the trio could be absent. Chapter 78, If I don't survive the none shall, in the rhythm heaven area. The 3 lay prone in the greenery, only their 3 pairs of eyes visible as they observed discreetly. They witnessed a tenor, screaming in dolphin-like notes, rush by, pursued relentlessly by a hunter clad in black. Once they had moved far enough away, Xie Mi swiftly withdrew her gaze. You stay here. No sooner had she spoken than she dashed from the foliage, racing towards a tree across the way. Leaping up with agility, her 2 little followers gazed at her with admiration from the bushes. Pang Lingdang exclaimed, Teacher Xia is so cool, like a fierce bull. Sangzhen quipped, I think she looks like a flying cockroach. Well said, but maybe refrain from compliments next time. Not a single good word. Old Xia has at least a decade of tree climbing experience, right? Sister, what are you doing with that beautiful body? You're a star. The star, Xie Mi, crouched on a branch, peering around with a furtive gaze. It had been stated in the original text that there were 6 secret code cards hidden in the rhythm heaven area. Primarily in elevated locations, she scanned the surroundings and quickly identified several suspicious spots: streetlights, the roof of a newsstand, and floating helium balloons, all potential hiding places for the cards, with a target in mind. She prepared to descend when she suddenly spotted several familiar figures concealed behind a statue in the distance. This card is mine. Why should you have it? Lai Bingxian clutched the card tightly behind her. Xiao Qingye, voice lowered, retorted angrily, I saw it first. You rushed out to snatch it. Lu Wuxing, standing beside Xiao Qingye, remained silent, clearly unfazed by the altercation. The rules state that whoever grabs it first keeps it. This card is mine. You two go find the next one. Lai Bingxian refused to yield. Xiao Qingye pressed on. I won't let go of this card. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it by force. You dare? The barrage of comments was equally lively. Aren't those 3 from the same variety show? Is this a love variety show turned into a feud? Is it possible they were never united? Honestly, the smartest choice now is to quickly find the next one. Arguing here just wastes time and attracts the hunter's attention. But it's the girls who should go look. The boys saw it first. I saw them. Seeing it doesn't mean it's theirs. This is a competitive game. If the girls have found it, why should they give it up? I just think this girl is off-putting. This world is a vast Edinburgh. As tensions escalated, Xiao Qingye reached out to snatch the card. In a flash, Lai Bingxian head-butted him in the chin and swiftly tore the card. Stuffing it into her mouth, Lu Wuxing, who had been watching, rushed in to stop her. Miss Lai, you can't eat that. Don't mind me. I like it this way. Spit it out. Xiao Qingye lunged to pry her mouth open. Lai Bingxian was no pushover either, retaliating by grabbing her shoe and striking Xiao Qingye's head repeatedly. The two locked in a fierce struggle. What, the male and female guests are fighting? Aren't they from a dating show? Why are they so fierce? What dating show? This is clearly a madness show. The audience of love shows has grown accustomed to this. They behave once the hunter arrives. The comments successfully predicted the outcome. The commotion they caused attracted the hunter. When the hunter charged in, the trio panicked and fled, especially Xiao Qingye, who vanished in an instant, the hunter prioritizing the nearest target. Caught the lagging Lu Wishing. Lu Wishing is out. Wait, I remember this guy said at the beginning that he would protect the girl with the ponytail, keeping her close, yet when the hunter came, he ran faster than anyone else. I'm dying of laughter. Zhou Chengye isn't protecting Lu Wishing, he's using her as a shield. Ha, aren't they a couple? I've seen the comments ship them, but what's this? Stop it, I'm a fan of the Xingqing couple, my heart is shattered. Abandoning Lu Wishing, Zhou Chengye felt no guilt, instead showing disdain that she had run too slowly, shaking his head at the camera. We could both have escaped, letting Lai Bingxian get caught was her own fault for not keeping up with my thinking. As he said this, he peered out from under the table to observe his surroundings. The hunter had left, but he had no idea where Lai Bingxian had vanished to, and now he had to search for cards again. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. He spotted Lai Bingxian running towards him. Two relentless hunters in pursuit. Zhou Chengye quickly ducked back under the table, covering his mouth in schadenfreude. With two hunters on her tail, Lai Bingxian wouldn't escape this time, yet, the next second, the table she was hiding under was pushed away by Lai Bingxian. Zhou Chengye, Lai Bingxian stood directly before him, no longer running, and the two hunters behind them captured them both. Lai Bingxian is out, Zhou Chengye is out. Realizing what had happened, Zhou Chengye was furious. Lai Bingxian, are you insane? Lai Bingxian coldly laughed. If I don't survive, then none shall. Ha, the sister's mental state is quite beautiful. How did I suddenly feel so refreshed? She deliberately lured the hunters over. I thought it was unnecessary. You didn't have to jump in. She can play however she likes. Unbeknownst to them, Xie Mi had been hiding on the roof of the newsstand. Witnessing the entire ordeal, however, she wasn't idle. Seizing the moment when the hunters were distracted, she leapt down and dove into the bushes. Then, she reached out and plucked the balloon hanging from a bench. The barrage of comments was filled with laughter. Is this sister a ninja? One moment here, the next there. Earlier, I saw a figure flitting around in the background of Miss Lai's livestream. Turns out it was Sister Xie. I suggest checking, she must have a side job. Bang! Xie Mi crushed the balloon with her bare hands, and indeed, there was a card inside. She gleefully tucked the card away, preparing to reunite with her little followers. Only to have the bush she was hiding in pushed aside. Lai Bingxian, Xie Mi. They stared at each other wide-eyed. Normally, hunters wouldn't actively check bushes, so she hadn't thought twice and had simply crushed the balloon. Little did she know, Lai Bingxian had noticed someone hiding there. Zhou Chengye looked over. He was in a mindset of wanting to take revenge on humanity after being eliminated, wishing for more people to be out. Xie Mi inwardly cursed, realizing the predicament. Her mind raced to devise a plan, only to see Lai Bingxian close the bushes. No1.as Lai Bingxian turned to leave. She muttered softly, wisdom fruit under the wisdom tree. Xie Mi instantly grasped the meaning. It was the clue from the card Lai Bingxian had obtained. Chapter 79. Zhou Chengye has a brother. Not really, children, my old son, have returned. Xie Mi returned triumphantly with 2 secret codes and immediately distributed them. Lingdong's code was wisdom fruit under the wisdom tree, and Sang's was I love you. Walking alone in the alley, you two head out now to find the contact. I just saw NPCs at the coffee shop and the merchandise store. Sang Zan was in awe. Teacher Boots, you're amazing. What about you, Teacher Xie? Peng Lingdang suddenly realized. Xie Mi dismissed it nonchalantly. I can still find one. However, time was of the essence. You two go ahead and remove the alarms on you. We'll regroup at the coffee shop. No way, if anyone's to remove it, it should be Teacher Xie first. Sang Zan also caught on, perplexed. Does Teacher Boots not have a code yet? Then I won't remove mine either. Xie Mi felt a pang of anguish. Once a leader, always a father. If you recognize me as your father, I must protect you. Peng Lingdang hesitated, clearly not acknowledging the father role. If I can't even protect my teammates, can I still call myself a decent father? Peng Lingdang, I really didn't acknowledge it. Sang Zan, father, the camaraderie has deepened into a father-son bond. This sister is truly adept at enhancing the show's effects. You still do not understand her. Do you believe she is merely playing for show? She genuinely wishes to be a father? Zhou Chengye, you now have brothers. Not really, who understands? Originally, we were just visiting various live streams. But this particular one has held me captive for half an hour. I feel the same. This sister is not only skilled in entertainment but also possesses a kind heart, selflessly sharing the secret sign with her teammates. Yet I truly hope she is not eliminated. Sob sob sob. In the end, Xie Mi left the secret sign without further ado, and the 2 little lackeys became the left-behind children once more. Sang Zan was still mimicking aircon towards Xie Mi's retreating figure, while Peng Lingdang asked him helplessly, do you know what father means? Sang Zan's eyes were clear. Does it mean butterfly? Teacher Shuet hopes we regard her as a beautiful butterfly. No, it means father. At this moment, Xie Mi had shifted her position to the magical theater area. She truly was not a saint. Her act of sharing the secret sign stemmed from her absolute confidence in finding a new one. These guests were all recording this program for the first time and were unfamiliar with its setup. However, as a reader, she had already encountered it in the narrative and was well aware of some of the production team's tactics. Even if the original text did not detail the hiding places of the cards, she could make educated guesses. For instance, at this very moment, she was stealthily crawling beneath the seats in the theater. Crawling in shadows, rolling, intense movement, twisting, convulsing, eerie growl. I'm sorry to intrude. Are we filming a horror movie now? My hands are trembling from laughter. It's all about the entertainment, isn't it? I came in from the leaderboard. No wonder this livestream has the highest viewership among all. I'm dying of laughter. The second stream is also quite thrilling. The hunter has been evaded 10 times, and the comments are going wild. Eureka! Xie Mi finally spotted a card and was about to reach for it. A piercing scream pierced the air. Xie Mi was momentarily stunned. Seeing stars. Not you, sister. Are you an alarm system, Teacher Xue? It's you. You scared me to death. It's already dark in here. What are you doing crouched down? Standing before her was Su Shuangrong, who had entered the theater to evade the hunter. 3 little lackeys trailed behind her, their gazes inexplicably filled with hostility. Xie Mi, unfazed, discreetly extracted the card and tucked it into her pocket, then dusted off her pants and stood up. I'm hiding from the hunter. However, one of Su Shuangrong's companions, an actress named Zhu Qianxian, whispered, "Why do I feel like she's looking for something?" Upon hearing this, the other 2 male idols became alert. This area surely had cards. Yet no one in the group had come here to search, so it must still be hidden in Sister Shuangrong. Shall we search here too? Su Shuangrong remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Consequently, they immediately began to search, their speed indicating a fear of being outpaced by Xie Mi. Just as Xie Mi prepared to make her escape, she felt Su Shuangrong grasp her wrist. Teacher Xue, it's dangerous to be alone. Why not join us? You must not have found the secret sign yet. We will help you once we locate it. Her gaze was fervent, appearing warm-hearted, yet it was a knowing look that saw through everything. Clever as Su Shuangrong was, she suspected that Xie Mi had already discovered the card and deliberately delayed Xie Mi's search for the rendezvous person. Xie Mi remained unperturbed, engaging her in conversation. Did you come in here to avoid the hunter? Su Shuangrong nodded enthusiastically. Yes, just now, a hunter was chasing us outside. They shouldn't be far away, it's very dangerous. Do you remember that you just screamed? During Su Shuangrong's distraction, Xie Mi swiftly pulled her hand away and dashed off, only to hear Yu Qianxian's piercing cry, "The hunter is here!" In an instant, Su Shuangrong and her companions fled, but the hunter had entered through the main door, which was now blocked, and they were unaware of the location of the back exit. Seeing Xie Mi run upwards, they instinctively followed her. The result was that Xie Mi found herself in a dead end, leaping onto the back of a chair and, with a swift motion, grasping the railing of the second-floor viewing platform. Swiftly climbing up, below, the 4 stared in disbelief. Are you a monkey? As the hunter approached, one male idol shut his eyes and, with a defiant spirit, opened his arms to shield Su Shuangrong. Catch me. He was promptly seized. Xie Yuan is out. The comments in Su Shuangrong's livestream erupted in excitement, exclaiming that this brother was too obedient and kind-hearted. Su Shuangrong herself was deeply moved. Xie Yuan, thank you. Unfazed by the gratitude from the goddess, Xie Yuan left with hope in his heart. Sister Shuangrong, I'm Xie Yuan from TAT Boy Band. Could you follow me on Weibo? Su Shuangrong pretended not to hear. Xie Yuan, thank you. Having successfully escaped, Xie Mi quickly found the rendezvous person corresponding to her secret sign, successfully deactivating the alarm on her wrist at the 25-minute mark. The production team also announced the good news of Sang Zan's successful deactivation. Yet, Pang Lingdang remained silent for quite a while. As she contemplated sending a message to inquire about the progress, she once again saw the production team's announcement. Guess Li Yingwu successfully found the wisdom fruit under the wisdom tree. Rendezvous person deactivation successful. Xie Mi, isn't this the secret sign she gave to Pang Lingdang? Ding ding, Sang Zan sent a message. Sang Zan, Teacher Xue, Lingdang's secret sign was overheard by Senior Li, who then used it first. Chapter 80. If you're not good enough, practice more. If you can't handle it, don't play. Li Yingwu snatched Pang Lingdang's secret sign and successfully deactivated the alarm. However, Pang Lingdang was caught by the hunter after the task deadline due to the alarm ringing. Pang Lingdang is out. The viewership in Pang Lingdang's livestream was not high, yet all were lamenting her fate and condemning Li Yingwu's despicable actions. This is outrageous. Stealing someone else's secret sign. This is the sign Teacher Xue gave to Lingdang. How dare he snatch it? Hiding away and not completing tasks, stealing others' hard work. This phrase sounds familiar, doesn't it? Someone seems to have said it before. However, Li Yingwu's fans quickly retaliated. Ladies, this is a competitive game. If you can't handle losing, don't play. Who says you can't steal a secret sign if you weren't careful enough to be overheard? Shouldn't you reflect on your own issues? No wonder he comes from an internet celebrity background. His fans are all a bunch of little rascals. Yes, he did steal it. If not, why don't you call the police? Li Yingwu was a seasoned veteran, while Pang Lingdang was merely a short sketch actress from the internet, leading to a crushing disparity in both fan base and status. Thus, despite being the victim of elimination, Pang Lingdang found herself mercilessly berated, her livestream flooded with insults from Liang Wu's fans. Conversely, Liang Wu's side reveled in triumph. Brother Wu was amazing, only those fools would run around completing tasks. Brother Wu simply outsmarted them. That girl can't handle losing. Her fans are cursing at Wu in the livestream. How hilarious. No way, could someone really break down after being eliminated? I took a look on Weibo, that girl only has over 1 million fans, how dare she? In the program, Li Yingwu was boasting about his experience with his companions. If one lacks vigilance, who can they blame? This is essentially a solo battle. She must pay for her own foolishness. Several sycophants were nearby, flattering him. Brother Wu is truly clever. As expected of Brother Wu, skillfully utilizing the rules. In truth, this was also a good thing for her. After all, Brother Wu had been in the industry for so long, and for her, a newcomer, to share a frame with him for a few seconds was already a great gain. Indeed, Brother Wu even helped her. This round of flattery pleased Li Yingwu immensely, who feigned modesty while unable to hide his delight. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder, peeking out from beneath the table. Li Yingwu discovered that Xie Mi had unexpectedly crouched atop the table they were hiding behind. Hello, the second-rate Li Yingwu. Xie Mi smiled brightly at him. I now initiate a random question. Do you know the essence of this game? Li Yingwu paused momentarily before sneering, adopting a disdainful demeanor towards Xie Mi. His entourage mirrored his sentiment. Xie Mi remained unperturbed, her smile unwavering. Not knowing is perfectly fine, because what I am about to demonstrate is. As soon as she finished speaking, she leapt from the table, kicked it aside in full view, and yelled, "Come catch me, hunters!" Li Yingwu and the others, the hunters, alerted by her voice, rushed over, leaving the group dumbfounded, cursing Xie Mi for being insane while frantically fleeing. Soon, they began to chuckle with confidence. A woman like her can't outrun us. In the end, she'll be the one captured. She intentionally lured the hunters to catch us. But ultimately it is she who will be eliminated. Brother Wu, she must be targeting you. To this, Li Yingwu merely scoffed. She really thinks too highly of herself. Are you talking about me? Xie Mi leisurely rode past them on a bicycle, turning back with a slight smile. Be careful, the hunters are gaining on you. Li Yingwu, Brother Wu, watch out. The hunter seized Li Yingwu without mercy, eliminating him. Li Yingwu was out. In an instant, Li Yingwu lost his composure, furiously pointing at Xie Mi and shouting, "Why does she have a bike? What is the production team doing? Is there no one to oversee the violations?" Seizing the opportunity while the hunter had just captured someone and was still in a cooldown period, Xie Mi leisurely rode back. May I inquire which regulation prohibits riding a bicycle? This is merely a clever exploitation of a loophole in the rules. Having said that, Xie Mi continued to ride away at a leisurely pace. Li Yingwu, infuriated, raged incessantly, and his livestream was filled with a chorus of insults. Where did that foolish girl come from? Has she lost her mind? Deliberately causing others to be eliminated, is that even honorable? Clearly just riding the coattails of fame. Any publicity is good publicity, right? At that moment, Xie Mi returned on her bicycle, disregarding the vitriol from Li Yingwu, and smiled cheerfully at the nearby cameraman. Is this the lens of the second-rate Li Yingwu's livestream? The cameraman, taken aback by Xie Mi's sudden smile, couldn't help but blush and nodded vigorously. Thus, Xie Mi beamed even brighter and gave a grand middle finger to the camera. Miserable wretches, cease your barking. If you're unskilled, practice more. The cameraman gasped in astonishment. How could she utter such outrageous words with the sweetest of smiles? This is a nationwide livestream, as expected. After a brief moment of shock, the audience in Li Yingwu's stream erupted in fury, flooding the screen with expletives, eager to curse Xie Mi's ancestors. Yet, Xie Mi paid them no mind and simply turned her bike around and rode off. Damn it, can we tolerate this? Let us flood her Weibo and livestream with complaints, teach her a lesson. Li Yingwu's fans resorted to their old tactics, storming into Xie Mi's livestream to hurl insults. However, they were met with an unexpected sight. Family, the miserable wretch has arrived, let us give her a warm welcome. I'll reiterate, if you're unskilled, practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't play. No way, could someone really break down after being eliminated? I checked Weibo, and second-rate Li Yingwu has over 10 million followers, but his daily retweets barely amount to a tenth of Sister Xie's. Are they all zombie fans? Could second-rate Li Yingwu be trying to ride on old Xie's coattails? Li Yingwu's fans, they were not only being attacked here but were also thoroughly slaughtered in Li Yingwu's livestream. The barrage of comments from Li Yingwu's fans was completely suppressed, the screen filled with a multitude of middle finger emojis. This wave had certainly led them to kick against an iron wall. Collectively breaking down, Li Yingwu's fans unleashed their fury on Xie Mi on Weibo, unwittingly triggering a new trending topic. Li Yingwu critiques traffic stars. The origin of this trending topic was a netizen who compiled all of Li Yingwu's past venomous remarks against traffic stars and tagged all the individuals he had attacked, along with their fan clubs and relevant organizations. Thus, the long-simmering resentment from small traffic star fans erupted, leading to a total obliteration of Li Yingwu's Weibo. It is said that the netizen responsible for the video compilation was a fearless fan of Xie Mi. Chapter 81, the agile old Deng. Not only was Li Yingwu eliminated from the show, but he was also ousted by netizens in reality. As the insults grew louder, all his past misdeeds were exposed. Leading to his downfall, the netizens collectively gossiped, "Flying pig spirit, why did you provoke her? Scammed in online romance." I recall that it was Xie Mi who exposed Ruan Feng's downfall. This time her fans have taken down Li Yingwu too. Crazy lady making noodles. Wow, her fans are quite formidable. Iron-blooded Lin Daiyu. I must admit, when I saw her give the middle finger to the camera, I felt a bit exhilarated. Most ruthless brain, this sister possesses the strongest combat power in the entertainment industry. And her fans follow suit. Bro money, can we have more like her in the entertainment industry? Li Yingwu's downfall led to the downfall of his sycophants on the show, with the livestream filled with insults. The innocent Pang Lingdang also received the protection of the fiercely combative Xie Mi when Pang Lingdang's fans, the Dingdangs, could no longer withstand the online bullying from Li Yingwu's fans. A loud crash echoed through the air as Xie Mi made a dazzling entrance. Useless things, retreat behind me. Having endured 3 rounds of keyboard warrior competitions, my lack of manners is my best resume. Bring it on, let the insults fly. Who's barking like a dog? I'll turn you around and bind you to the children's channel's carousel to spin away. The tide of battle turned dramatically, with Li Yingwu's fans being ravaged without any means to retaliate. Leaving them to flee in disgrace, the Dingdangs cheered joyfully, "Sister, you are my one and only sister." "Thank you, Sister Xia, thank you, Team Xia." "Woo, our Lingdang has also risen to greatness." "Sister Xia, I'll acknowledge this father for our Lingdang." The Dingdangs collectively shouted, "Father." In the midst of this, Pang Lingdang let out a large sneeze. Who's thinking of me? At this moment, the game had entered its final stage. Only 9 participants remained. Xie Mi, Shenru watching Xiao Jingxi, Su Shuangrong, Eugene Che Sang Zan, Yu Chanqian, Cui Hang, and Ran Jun. Among these 9, 5 are from the romantic investigation team. Their combat power is terrifying. No wonder they are guests trained by director Niu. They are truly exceptional. Are you sure they were trained by director Niu? No, they were trained by Xie Mi. Xie Mi successfully met up with Sang Zan at the CAF. Awaiting the announcement of the final task, with his phone dead, Sang Zan planned to charge it at the CAF, so he approached a server to ask for a power source. Sang Zan, excuse me. Do you have a power source? Server, hello, I am the staff here. Sang Zan, I meant a power source that can be plugged in the server. Sir, please maintain your dignity. Xie Mi, but you all certainly know how to converse. Ding ding, the final task was announced. An additional 20 hunters have been deployed within the park. The way to reduce the number of hunters is to find weapons to eliminate them. Guests are urged to survive in this final phase and achieve victory in the game. The moment Sang Zan learned the rules, he was left dumbfounded. 5 hunters were already quite formidable. Now with an additional 20, wouldn't there be 25 hunters? In contrast to his astonishment, Xie Mi, who was aware of the plot in advance, remained composed. With 25 hunters tasked with capturing 9 guests, merely hiding would be insufficient. The best strategy would be to find weapons to eliminate the hunters. However, dangers lurked everywhere outside, and to venture out, one must be well disguised. 5 minutes later, an elderly lady and an old man emerged from the merchandise store. The elderly lady, trembling and supported by a cane, walked slowly, while the old man, seated in a wheelchair, struggled to turn the wheels with his hands. The approaching hunters displayed evident confusion but ultimately passed by them. After all, if they were to mistakenly capture the wrong person, their salaries would be docked. The elderly lady, Xie Mi, revealed a wicked smile. Having successfully disguised themselves, the pair boldly searched for weapons within the park. Only to catch sight of 2 figures being pursued. It was Su Shuangrong and her little follower, Cui Hang. Noticing Xie Mi, the sharp-eyed Su Shuangrong widened her eyes in alarm and hurriedly ran towards Xie Mi. Teacher Xia, run, the hunter is coming. Xie Mi, having had her identity exposed. I thank you, Teacher Xia. What should we do? Sang Zan was bewildered. As the hunter approached, Xie Mi tossed aside her cane and shouted, "What else can we do? We'll run." With that she rolled forward dramatically, rolling elderly lady. Sang Zan grabbed the wheelchair and slid after her. Sliding old man, they both executed a series of acrobatic maneuvers. Performing side flips, backflips, 270-degree turns, handstands, and wall jumps, all while disappearing from the hunter's sight amidst a flurry of theatrics. Su Shuangrong, ultimately it was the male idol named Cui Hang who shielded Su Shuangrong, allowing her to survive. The barrage of comments had long since gone wild with laughter. What the hell, ha ha ha. What are you two doing? The agile old Deng. I was laughing so hard in class. Help! The tenacious elderly lady, tossing aside her cane to become a warrior. Are the hunters going to be scared into injuries while recording this show? Although they managed to escape successfully, Xie Mi and Sang Zan still ended up separated. No matter, with the remaining time, reuniting held little significance. Survival was the ultimate goal. Xie Mi gazed at the haunted house area ahead and resolutely stepped inside. Xie Mi, a familiar voice echoed from the dim corner as Xiao Jingxi emerged, looking at her with surprise. "ITSU, I didn't expect to meet you in the final phase. It seems this is fate." Xie Mi, she turned and fled. Anyone who teamed up with Xiao Jingxi had been eliminated. This was a curse. "Why are you running, Xie Mi?" Xiao Jingxi pursued closely behind, resembling a vengeful spirit. Xie Mi zigzagged to shake him off and stumbled into a dilapidated laboratory. Just as she prepared to search for weapons, she encountered another familiar face. "Sister," Eugene Che exclaimed upon seeing her, instantly breaking into a gentle smile. "Are you here to find me, Xie Mi?" She recalled that Eugene Che had sent her numerous private messages, stating that he was hiding safely in the haunted house and urging her to join him. However, she had merely glanced at the messages before blocking him. "You should continue hiding here. I'll take my leave." Xie Mi silently turned to leave. Shi Wen-Ti mentioned that in the final 10 minutes, the hunters would begin sweeping the entire area, and the haunted house would not be spared. Hiding here might seem safe, but in reality, it would only lead to the hunters capturing them effortlessly. "Sister," Eugene Che stepped forward, abruptly grasping her hand with a sorrowful expression. "I participated in this program solely to bond with my sister. Why won't she give me the opportunity?" This time, before Xie Mi could utter a word, a low, languid voice interjected. "Because sister doesn't enjoy green tea." Chapter 82, The Fateful Lovebirds. All eyes on the stage. The tattered curtain was drawn aside, revealing Shen Ruoqing emerging from the shadows, clad in black athletic wear, with sleeves casually rolled up as if he had just engaged in vigorous exercise. A faint sheen of sweat glistened around his neck and collarbone. "Ah, old Shen, you've finally come to find your wife." Xia Ruanchai's fans are ecstatic. They tuned in to witness the couple, yet they remained apart the entire time. Who understands this? Ha ha ha. The sister doesn't tea like green tea. How amusing. Mr. Shen, you truly comprehend her. Gazing at the man before her, exuding an air of nonchalance, Xie Mi found herself lost in contemplation. Moments ago, she overheard the staff mention someone had eluded the hunter for several laps. Could it possibly be this fellow? A normal person would seek to hide from the hunter, yet here he was, flaunting his audacity. Shen Ruoqing naturally nudged Eugene Che aside, standing before Xie Mi with a slight smirk. "Teacher Xia, you certainly make it a challenge to find you." Xie Mi retracted her thoughts, questioning curiously, "What do you need from me?" Shen Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback, then laughed at her earnest inquiry. "I am simply bored, old Xia. I despise that you are so dense." Even old Shen is rendered speechless. Ha ha ha. No wonder Mr. Shen has been avoiding hiding. It turns out he was searching for old Xie? I've fallen for this again. "Oh," Xie Mi playfully slapped his arm, squeezing his biceps. "You merely wish for me to protect you. I understand, I truly do indeed. Indeed, you've outsmarted yourself." Observing the flirtatious banter unfolding between the two, Eugene Che's expression darkened, though the dim lighting of the haunted house concealed his brooding demeanor. "Mr. Shen, your repeated interference in my sister's interactions is a manifestation of your own insecurity, isn't it? For someone as exceptional as Shen Ruoqing, provoking him seemed the most effective approach. He patiently awaited the moment Shen Ruoqing would be rattled, yet to his surprise, Shen Ruoqing merely chuckled lazily. "Indeed, I am quite self-deprecating." Eugene Che, impeding the advances of other suitors was undeniably a despicable tactic. "However, I have never claimed to be a paragon of virtue." Shen Ruoqing concluded his statement leisurely, then suddenly pushed Eugene Che back. Just like now, thud, Eugene Che felt a pair of hands catch him from behind, turning to find the hunter, who had stealthily entered the haunted house. "Eugene Che, you're out." In disbelief, Eugene Che spun around, only to discover that Shen Ruoqing and Xie Mi had vanished without a trace. He had lost once more. In the final 10 minutes, the hunters entered a frenzied state, and the announcements of eliminated guests echoed through the air. Even Xiao Jingxi was not spared. Xie Mi tugged Shen Ruoqing along as they sprinted, successfully escaping the haunted house. "Thank goodness I reacted quickly." Diving into a thicket, Xie Mi felt as if she had returned to a joyful sanctuary. Relaxing entirely, you reacted swiftly too, managing to push Eugene Che out. Having also slipped into the greenery, Shen Ruoqing inquired with keen interest. "Did I perform well?" "Excellent." A more pronounced smile danced in Shen Ruoqing's eyes. The two nestled close within the confines of the thicket, while Xie Mi vigilantly peered outside, suddenly aware of the pounding of her own heartbeat. Upon glancing back, she found Shen Ruoqing's expression as calm as ever, though the tips of his ears were inexplicably flushed. "I've been meaning to ask since our time at the Temple of Severed Affections," Xie Mi stated, scrutinizing his expression. "Is your heartbeat a response to fear or tension?" Shen Ruoqing's gaze flickered momentarily, slowly aligning with hers. The sincerity in her eyes and the delicate features of her face conjured memories in his mind, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air as Su Shuangrong, attempting to evade the hunters, stumbled and fell, her gaze locking onto Xie Mi's in the thicket. An ominous premonition washed over her. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Shuangrong shouted, "Teacher Xie, run, damn it, Su Shuangrong, even as you're caught, you must expose my position." With Su Shuangrong eliminated, the other hunters took notice of the commotion and hurried towards their direction. With only 5 minutes remaining in the game, survival for that duration would guarantee ultimate victory. But outside awaited pure chaos. Are you ready? Shinru watching suddenly asked, a smirk gracing his lips. Xie Mi instantly grasped his intent, biting her lip, stealing her resolve. To hell with it, the pair burst forth from the thicket. Transforming into fierce bulls, charging headlong into the fray, dozens of hunters quickly locked onto their position, racing towards them in a frenzy. Drones above captured this exhilarating scene from an aerial view. A man and woman sprinting hand in hand through the amusement park, pursued by a horde of formidable hunters, with new hunters joining the chase until a total of 25 hunters converged. 2v25, an unprecedented spectacle. Looks like only these two remained, 25 hunters chasing them, oh my. So the two strongest were left until the end, one adept at evading hunters, the other agile and nimble. This is hilarious. Wait, they actually know each other. I initially shipped Xie Mi and Sangzan. Sisters, don't get it wrong, these two are the true couple of the show. Go search for materials on Xia Ruansha's ship, and you'll thank me later. What else with this sense of a faithful lovebird? Ah! I can't imagine if they were to separate, who would I be assigned to? Then let them be condemned to a lifetime of solitude for love. Amidst the frenzied commentary, the program reached its climax. Hand in hand, they dashed towards the largest plaza at the heart of the amusement park, where eliminated guests congregated. All the eliminated contestants beheld the sight of the two in athletic attire racing toward the center, with a swarm of black-clad hunters in pursuit. What is happening? Are they directly making a run for it? How many hunters are there? Mr. Shin, Teacher Xie would go. Seemingly struck by the fervent scene, everyone shouted encouragement. The final countdown echoed through the air. 10.9.8. The eliminated contestants joined in the exhilaration, shouting in unison. 7, 6, 5. Su Shuangrong, who had just been eliminated, arrived at the gathering and was taken aback by the scene. At the center of the arena, the faithful lovebirds faced a relentless pursuit from the hunters. With the cheers of everyone in the gathering ringing in their ears, all attention focused on the two. Why did she suddenly feel a strong sense of DJVU, ding? Female lead awakening progress, 20. Chapter 83, Satan awakens to find his ranking drop. 3, 2, 1, as the final countdown reached its conclusion, the multitude of hunters closing in on Xie Mi and Shinru watching abruptly halted their pursuit. A resounding celebratory sound echoed throughout the amusement park as confetti rained down from above. Xie Mi and Shinru watching stood in the center of the plaza, the focal point of everyone's attention. We won, an elated Xie Mi, a fiercely competitive gamer prone to emotional outbursts, spun around, joyfully slapping Shinru watching. Old Shen, we did it, Evok. Shinru watching grimaced at the sharpness of her slap, cradling his shoulder, yet a charming smile graced his lips. It appears Teacher Xie is no longer on the verge of breaking down. What are you talking about? What are you saying? Am I not renowned for my good temperament? Yes, everything is splendid. What if you keep this up? Pure bystander here, just curious, are they dating? Isn't anyone speaking? Then I shall begin to spread rumors. Who would have thought I'd ship a couple while watching a competitive variety show? This strong duo is so sweet. Wait, do you guys in the relationship circle always eat this well? You folks are the ones claiming our show is chaotic while insisting we ship couples like these. I am being wronged. Sweet is an understatement, I'll say it just once. As the game concluded, the director presented awards to the victorious duo. The prize for winning was a special privilege. They could choose to cancel the penalties for the eliminated contestants or double the punishments. Upon hearing this, the contestants in the gathering erupted with excitement. So we can cancel punishments. Does that mean we don't have to endure that massive pendulum that shakes one's brain? They collectively lauded. Teacher Xie, I'm your fan, Mr. Shin, you're my idol. I've never encountered anyone more outstanding than the two of you. Amidst this chorus of admiration, a voice distinctly reached Shinru watching's ears. The two teachers are a match made in heaven. Shinru watching's eyebrows arched slightly as his gaze fell upon the actress named Pang Lingdang. Grinning, you truly excel at flattery. Pang Lingdang was instantly thrilled. But Shinru watching then added, unfortunately, I am rather timid and lack any real authority. As his words settled, his gaze lazily drifted towards Xie Mi, who was deep in thought, pondering the strong sense of familiarity the scene evoked. Why does this feel so familiar? Isn't the scene identical to that in the original text? In the original narrative, Xiao Jingxi grasped Su Shuangrong's hand and sprinted to the center of the plaza, only to be caught by the hunter at the last moment. In a selfless act to protect Su Shuangrong, Xiao Jingxi chose to sacrifice himself, leading to Su Shuangrong's ultimate triumph. Consequently, colorful ribbons filled the air, and Su Shuangrong became the focal point of the event. Faced with the options presented by the director, she opted to nullify the punishments for everyone. The crowd erupted in cheers around Su Shuangrong, who exchanged a knowing smile with Xiao Jingxi amidst the throng. Thus, the Xiaorong couple gained widespread popularity, and Su Shuangrong drew attention as the only surviving female guest in the competitive show, leading to an overwhelming influx of endorsements from sports brands. And now, with the plot rewritten, she and Shinru watching survive until the end, yet this scene aligns perfectly with the original text. Is it mere coincidence? Ding! A cold, mechanical female voice suddenly echoed from somewhere. Female lead awakening progress 20. Xie Mi paused, instinctively turning towards the direction of the voice, only to lock eyes with Su Shuangrong Dai in an instant. The shadow in Su Shuangrong's gaze transformed into genuine blessing and a radiant smile upon meeting hers. Teacher Xie, remarkable. Xie Mi scratched her head awkwardly. This novel world wouldn't possibly harbor similar systems. Would it? Teacher Xie, have you made your decision? The director's voice interrupted her thoughts. Xie Mi retracted her gaze and grinned broadly. I have. The director also smiled. Although this show is designed for thrills and excitement, he certainly wouldn't dare subject this delicate group of stars to 10 rounds on the pendulum ride. Thus, this segment had been meticulously planned to provide the production team an easy way out and prevent the stars from harboring grievances. In front of the cameras, most people wouldn't pass up the opportunity to play the good guy, surely opting to eliminate the punishments for a joyous outcome. Then let's double the punishments for everyone. The director's smile vanished instantly. What? The previously cheering stars collectively froze. Only Shinru watching audaciously patted the director's shoulder and laughed. Well, isn't she quite the character? Satan wakes up to find himself ranked second. You two are the living Yama. The audience, who had just been criticizing the production team for its inability to handle the mechanism, were now laughing uncontrollably. I almost thought we were in for yet another glitch happy ending plot. But unexpectedly, the storyline took a sharp turn. While I believe her choice has made the show more exciting, I'm a bit concerned about her facing backlash from other fans. Sister Xie, I adore your response. Remember to keep your DMs open. Ha, not at all. Even though my brother will also face punishment, we won't blame this sister. She is so amusing, huh? Neither will we. We can handle it. However, the production team was clearly at a loss. The director forced a calm smile, his pupils trembling wildly. A teacher Xie, are you certain? I am. Xie Mi beamed. The director mechanically turned his head, casting a murderous glare at the off-screen director Nyo and the assistant director. These two scoundrels were stifling laughter, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The director muttered, what the hell? Fortunately, Xie Mi finally relented. How about this? To prevent them from becoming foolish, let us change the punishment of riding the pendulum 20 times to experiencing all the attractions in the amusement park instead. What do you think? Shinru watching raised an eyebrow, immediately perceiving that Xie Mi secretly wished to enjoy herself. The director hesitated somewhat. After all, there were over 30 facilities in the amusement park, which meant they would have to experience more than 30 rides, whereas the pendulum ride only required 20. However, the eliminated contestants eagerly shouted, let us go with this. I accept. As long as I don't have to ride the pendulum 20 times, I'll ride anything. To this, Xie Mi merely smiled mischievously. This is what one calls increasing acceptance. By presenting a more explosive option first, they would be more than willing to accept the subsequent, slightly easier options. With a flourish, she declared, I am willing to accept the punishment alongside them. Upon hearing this, everyone was moved to tears. Xie Mi also fulfilled her wish, enjoying all the attractions in the amusement park without the need to queue. Chapter 84. Provoking Mimi brother is akin to provoking cotton. The first episode of Celebrity Acceleration concluded with 29 stars experiencing every ride in the amusement park. The audience was surprised to find that Xie Mi, dubbed the accompanying punishment, was actually the one having the most fun. The mystery unraveled. She simply wanted to play. Thanks to her, the audience witnessed the joyful gathering of 29 stars enjoying themselves in the amusement park. P.S. The absent participant had been forced to withdraw early due to public pressure. Lian Guo. Following this episode, the Xiaoru-watching couple gained fame, no longer confined to the dating show but transcending into the public eye. At the dynamic duo's strong and eccentric persona left countless netizens clamoring for more. Director Nyo gazed at the trending topic Xiaoru-watching couple is adorable and fell into self-doubt. Could this show be the true dating reality show? I can't take it anymore. Upon returning to the dating villa, it was already evening. The guests all retreated to their rooms to wash up and prepare for rest. At that moment, the production team secretly assigned a special task to the male guests. Tomorrow, please prepare a breakfast for the female guest you admire, without letting her know it was you who prepared it. If she eats the breakfast you prepared, it will be considered a successful pairing for both parties. The successfully paired couples will experience a romantic date arranged by the production team, while those who fail to pair will be sent to the pig farm in the northern suburbs for a day of agricultural assistance. Goodness, does that mean those who fail to pair will have to clean pig pens? The production team really knows how to create a battlefield. Wishing for Xiaoru-watching couple. Wishing for Xiaoru-watching couple. The Xiaorong faction is caught in the crossfire. Could it be possible? Although Xing Chang had a bad ending in the previous episode, you are still my favorite couple. Go for it. Doesn't anyone appreciate the sweet Yenyu couple? The innocent little puppy and the rebellious big sister are truly delightful. Stop right there. The Xiaolu faction is already losing at the starting line. May I ask why only the male guests can make breakfast? Why? Upon the announcement of this rule, the expressions of the four male guests varied. Xiao Jingxi smiled slightly, seemingly confident. Yu Jincheng remained gentle. Appearing contemplative, Zhou Qingye leaned back confidently, exuding an air of ease. Only Shenru, watching, after the director announced the rules, curiously inquired, "What if multiple male guests prepare breakfast for the same female guest?" Director Niu was quite pleased with his question regarding this potential battlefield. "Then the unselected male guests will be left out." Shenru, watching, raised an eyebrow, implying, "What if the female guest eats all the breakfasts?" It shouldn't just as Director Niu was about to say. It shouldn't happen, he suddenly realized something and promptly shut his mouth. There was indeed such a possibility, if it were someone in particular. Thus, he hurriedly inserted a new rule. The first bite the female guest takes will be the deciding factor. "Mr. Shen, thank you for raising such a crucial point. I'm dying of laughter. Why is it that as soon as old Shen speaks, I can guess who it is?" Director Niu, I was startled. Almost let someone exploit a loophole in the rules. Only Mr. Shen truly understands Teacher Xie. The following morning, the female guests rose in succession. Lu Wuxing was the earliest, heading to the kitchen to prepare her usual coffee and toast, but was interrupted by a PD. "Miss Lu, this is your breakfast." A female PD hurriedly entered with a tray of breakfast, setting it down before swiftly leaving. Lu Wuxing stared at the plate of bread paired with caviar, prosciutto, and red wine, momentarily taken aback. We really need such luxury for breakfast. It even included red wine. Though puzzled, thinking it might be a segment arranged by the production team, the ever-compliant Lu Wuxing sat down to eat. The second to rise was Su Shuangrong, who entered the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast. Upon seeing Lu Wuxing's extravagant breakfast, she chuckled. "Wuxing, trying a new flavor today?" Lu Wuxing smiled wryly. "Let us just say it's a change of pace." Observing Su Shuangrong beginning to fry an egg at the counter, Lu Wuxing frowned, puzzled as to why no staff had emerged to deliver breakfast. The third to arrive, Lai Bingxian, was similarly unaccompanied, skillfully heating up dishes prepared by her family's chef in advance. Still, no staff appeared to serve breakfast. Lu Wuxing furrowed her brow, unable to decipher the production team's intentions. Finally, the last to rise, Xie Mi, made her grand entrance, unlike the other three guests who were fully dressed. She hadn't changed out of her pajamas, sporting dark circles under her eyes as she floated into the kitchen and began to prepare instant noodles. Lu Wuxing stifled a laugh upon witnessing this. "It seems Teacher Xie lost another game last night. Teacher Xie, your breakfast is here." The female PD finally made a long-awaited return, but this time she rolled in a small cart, placing 3 breakfasts at Xie Mi's seat. "The production team has finally shown some conscience by preparing us breakfast." Xie Mi instantly perked up, abandoning her noodles and rushing over, her eyes sparkling. Su Shuangrong and Lai Bingxian exchanged puzzled glances. "Has the production team prepared breakfast? Why haven't they?" Even Lu Wuxing displayed a hint of confusion. "Why are there only 3 portions?" Yet Xie Mi seemed entirely oblivious, boldly pushing the breakfast towards the center of the table. "At last, the production team has shown some humanity. Let us share," she said. "But wait, isn't there one portion missing?" The female PD awkwardly pulled back the breakfast she had pushed forward, insisting that there are indeed 3 portions, and they are all for you. Teacher Xie. Su Shuangrong paused for a moment, glancing at the breakfast before Lu Wuxing, which did not align with her usual taste. And then at the 3 portions before Xie Mi. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. Her teeth clenched tightly, yet her expression remained unchanged. Xie Mi methodically opened each of the 3 breakfast portions. Meanwhile, in the director's monitoring room, the 4 male guests were observing every movement in the dining room. Zhou Qingye was the most smug. "Look, Wuxing didn't even think twice before eating the breakfast I prepared. We from prominent families share similar tastes." The others merely smiled subtly, choosing not to expose him. However, there is always one who enjoys ruining the fun. Isn't it because there's only 1 portion? Shen Ruqing toyed with the cup in his hand, a hint of amusement curling his lips. Zhou Qingye choked momentarily and shot Shen Ruqing a fierce glare from behind. "Are you daring to imply something about my dear brother? You're finished. You just earned yourself a fierce glare from him." Chapter 85. This is truly Xie Mi in the restaurant. Xie Mi opened the 3 breakfast portions in sequence. The first portion was a light meal, black coffee, boiled corn, boiled eggs, and steamed broccoli. In the monitoring room, Xiao Jingxi smiled knowingly. He had known Xie Mi since high school and was well aware of her preferences. The unhealthy food she consumed on the show was merely to maintain her image. In reality, she had been on a long-term diet and preferred healthy, light meals. This was something others naturally did not comprehend. Xie Mi opened the second portion, revealing fragrant river snail rice noodles, a fried egg, pig's trotter, and iced cola. Yu Jinja smiled silently. He had texted Xie Lian the night before to inquire about Xie Mi's preferences. According to Xie Lian, Xie Mi had cooked a pot of foul-smelling noodles on her first night home and laughed maniacally while eating, which had kept Xie Lian awake all night. The noodles were from a specific brand, and he had purposefully bought the same kind, pairing it with the best accompaniments, a fried egg and pig's trotter. It was clear that Xie Mi would find this temptation irresistible. The restaurant was soon filled with an overwhelming stench, prompting the 3 female guests to scrunch their noses in unison, with Lai Bingxian even retching audibly. However, Xie Mi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she opened the final portion. soy milk, fried dough sticks, and seaweed wontons. She paused momentarily. What's happening? I feel like Eugenia is going to win. Sister Xie's eyes lit up at the sight of the river snail noodles. Doesn't this directly strike at Sister Xie's heart? My CP is in danger. Isn't old Shan's preparation rather ordinary this time? Given my understanding of Sister Xie, this mundane option is completely outside her usual choices. Eugenia is quite observant, having figured out old Xie's preferences in just a few days. Sweet words from the Eugenia faction are ecstatic. Xiao Jingxi and Eugenia, who regarded Shen Ruqing as their greatest rival, simultaneously exhibited smiles. In their eyes, victory was already in their grasp. Shen Ruqing, however, was not in a hurry to reveal his emotions. His slender fingers absent-mindedly slid along the rim of the cup, his dark, abyss-like eyes intently focused on the girl on the screen. It wasn't until she reached for the bowl of seaweed wontons that the tension in his gaze unexpectedly softened into a smile. What GX? This can't be scripted, right? Is the production team also part of the Xie Mi fan club? Why would Sister Xie choose the most ordinary option? What's going on here? Could it be that Sister Xie isn't accustomed to the foul smell of river snail noodles? While she usually enjoys instant noodles, the scent of river snail noodles is not something everyone can endure, right? No way. Sister Xie was practically drooling at the sight of the river snail noodles. As a fellow fan, I recognized her expression immediately. So why did Sister Xie precisely select old Shen's portion? Even Xiao Jingxi and Eugenia in the monitoring room displayed unusual expressions as they turned to Director Niu. Clearly, they too suspected that Director Niu had some hidden agenda. Director Niu innocently waved his hands. You know me, I only deal in authenticity. To be honest, he was equally astonished by Xie Mi's choice. In the restaurant, however, Xie Mi provided the answer through her actions. She took a sip of the broth from the seaweed wontons, her eyes brightening as she gave a thumbs up to the female PD. Less salt, more seaweed, and plenty of shrimp. This is the best way to make the broth taste fresh. The production team truly knows their stuff. After enjoying a few wontons, she eagerly dipped the crispy fried dough sticks into the soy milk. Taking a big bite. I've been longing for this delectable combination, Xie Mi praised while eating, her eyes brimming with tears of joy, since there was a wonton shop and a fried dough stick vendor right at the entrance of her neighborhood. She had loved the combination of soy milk and fried dough sticks since childhood. The broth of the wontons, with less salt and more shrimp and seaweed, was a valuable insight she had acquired after years of indulging in wontons. She hadn't expected the production team to replicate it perfectly today. What a delight, Sister Xie is actually enjoying it this much. Isn't it true that traditional Chinese breakfast is the eternal god? How hard is it to comprehend? Why do you all think Sister Xie would definitely select river snail noodles? Aren't they more suited for late night snacks? If it were me, I would also choose old Shan's. Soy milk and fried dough sticks are an unbeatable combination. Didn't I just have breakfast? Why am I feeling hungry again? I must say old Xie would make a great food vlogger. I'm standing right here. Let us see who dares to claim this is scripted. This is not scripted at all. This is Xie Mi. One line awakened those lost in dreams. Such scripts should never be handed to Xie Mi. Therefore, the voices of doubt were effortlessly dispelled, while the remarkable chemistry between Xie Mi and Shen Ruqing further drove their fans into a frenzy. After finishing her breakfast, Xie Mi predictably began to indulge in the river snail noodles. Somewhat validating Shen Ruqing's prophecy. As breakfast time concluded, the production team finally revealed the astonishing scene from this morning to the female guests. So that's how it was. I wondered why the production team suddenly prepared breakfast. Lu Wishing realized with clarity. Su Shuangrong smiled gently. Teacher Xie is truly quite popular. Lai Bingxian, however, rolled her eyes dismissively. If they didn't prepare it, then they didn't. I wouldn't even look at this bunch of stinky men. Only Xie Mi fell into deep thought. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, and seaweed wontons were prepared by Shen Ruqing. Then that call of Lulu earlier was definitely not a dream. She couldn't believe that so many coincidences could occur with the same person. With this thought, Xie Mi gazed intently at Shen Ruqing. What secrets are you hiding? As the morning pairing concluded, Shen Ruqing and Xie Mi, along with Qiu Qingye and Lu Wishing, boarded a luxurious stretch limousine. Embarking on a day of custom dates arranged by the production team, the remaining guests, however, begrudgingly boarded a bus bound for a pig farm in the northern suburbs. The joys and sorrows of humanity are not the same. Inside the luxurious car, Director Niu handed 2 tablets to the 2 pairs of CPs. Please select your first destination. The tablets presented 2 options: a luxury yacht and a small alley filled with fireworks. Luxury yacht, Qiu Qingye exclaimed hurriedly, afraid of being too late. A luxury yacht somewhat suited his status, while the small alley looked rather shabby. He worried about getting his expensive clothes dirty. This Director Niu added. There is no need to rush. These options can be repeated, meaning it's perfectly fine if you choose the same one. After all, it's a custom date, entirely based on your preferences. Qiu Qingye immediately became anxious again. Wait, choose the same one. An image of Xie Mi kicking him off the yacht suddenly flashed in his mind. On the other hand, Shen Ruqing and Xie Mi did not rush their choice. Xie Mi carefully examined the descriptions beneath the 2 options, while Shen Ruqing patiently awaited her decision. The luxury yacht offered a French meal prepared by a Michelin chef, while the small alley promised various trendy food spots. What is there to hesitate about? I choose the small alley. Chapter 86. Are you two planning a terrorist attack on elementary school students? After both pairs made their choices, they parted ways. Zhou Qingyi and Lu Wishing headed towards the dock. While Xie Mi and Shen Ruqing arrived at the bustling small alley in the city, this area seemed to be near a school, with a steady stream of students and many young couples. The alley was vibrant with life, filled with various food shops and boutique stores, dazzling to the eye of teachers. There are quite a few people here. We might need to disguise ourselves a bit. The PD handed them hats and sunglasses. As Xie Mi donned her disguise, she turned to see Shen Ruqing also suited up. He wore a casual black sweatshirt, broad-shouldered and long-necked. The sunglasses not only failed to conceal his extraordinary looks but instead added an air of arrogance. I don't think this will do. Xie Mi decisively rummaged through her backpack and produced her own disguise. 5 minutes later, chaos erupted in the alley. A passers-by, who had been leisurely shopping, began to flee in panic. Shouting, "There's a robber! Terrorist attack! Run!" Standing at the entrance of the alley, Xie Mi, clad in a black facial mask that revealed only her eyes and mouth, pondered thoughtfully. She turned to exchange glances with Shen Ruqing, who was similarly masked. This shouldn't be happening. Indeed, it is quite essential. Are you planning to rob a bank, old Xie? Stop it, you startled me. If you ask me, Sister Xie, you've made this overly complicated. Next time, just wear a couple of stockings, it would be far more convenient. Haha, if I were to see two fools wearing fasakinis on the street, I would definitely take a second glance. Disguise, terrorist attack. PD hurriedly pulled them into the car, urging them to don sunglasses and hats, restoring calm to the exterior. Ultimately, Shen Jiaqing made a grand entrance reminiscent of a male model strutting down the runway. With broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, the alley transformed into a fashion stage in an instant, drawing amazed gazes from onlookers. After just 2 steps, Shen Jiaqing sensed something amiss and turned around. Xie Mi was peeking around a utility pole, furtively scanning the area, before swiftly rolling into a nearby trash bin. Peeking out again, Shen Jiaqing couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Teacher Xie. Who has provoked you, Shu? Xie Mi raised her index finger, speaking in a tense whisper. Didn't TPD just mention that there are many people here? If we get recognized and it causes chaos, we'll have to change locations. She was reluctant to abandon all the culinary delights yet to be sampled. Shen Jiaqing complied, squatting beside her, following her line of sight. Isn't there a possibility that we might attract even more attention this way? Every passerby cast a glance in their direction. After locking eyes with 5 random pedestrians, Xie Mi remarked, "Sorry, it's my first time being a star. I'm not quite used to it. Actually, I have a more convenient method." Shen Jiaqing suddenly proposed. Before Xie Mi could inquire about this method, he grasped her hand and lifted her from the ground, their palms intertwined, the sleeves of his black hoodie in her delicate fair wrist unexpectedly overlapped. There were many young couples around. Shen Jiaqing's voice was melodious, his tone languid. "So we simply need to masquerade as an ordinary couple to blend in. Do we have to hold hands the entire time?" Of course. Xie Mi clicked her tongue, squinting at him with a knowing look. "You little schemer." A smile played at the corners of Shen Jiaqing's lips, and he offered no rebuttal. Where did this youthful and vibrant couple come from? I am in love. I nearly sat up in shock from my dying state. This is the dating show I wanted to see. So naturally sweet, it's incredibly smooth to ship them. Old Shen finally stood firm once. This hand-holding is delightful. Eagerly awaiting the contributions from the super topic moms, subsequently the two of them, like an ordinary college couple, visited various food stalls in the alley, browsed through little shops, painted plaster dolls, and even took sticker photos. Gazing at the hideously painted plaster doll and the hilariously unflattering sticker photo, Xie Mi found herself engulfed in self-doubt. How could someone as mature as Shen Jiaqing still enjoy such childish things? While she pondered, Shen Jiaqing naturally took the 2 items from her hands, a smile lingering at his lips. Teacher Xie shouldn't like these. I'll just keep them for myself. Take them. Xie Mi waved dismissively, her interest piqued more by the stamp card from the milk tea shop. Where shall we have lunch? Although they had indulged all morning, for Xie Mi, whose appetite was akin to 1 terabyte, no amount of food could deter her from continuing to eat at lunch. As they passed by various barbecue and hot pot restaurants, she was overwhelmed with choices and decided to leave the decision to Shen Jiaqing. Do you want something different? Shen Jiaqing asked with keen interest, not knowing what to have for lunch and eager to try a surprise. Xie Mi nodded eagerly. Sure, you decided. Thus Shen Jiaqing led her through the alley and across the street. Arriving at Xinghua Primary School, upon seeing the entrance of Xinghua Primary School, which resembled the setting of a game where Ultraman battles monsters, Xie Mi couldn't help but exclaim, inspiration truly stems from life. However, are we really going to rob? As it was lunchtime, students were pouring out of the school, some clutching bread, others rice balls, and a few carrying lunchboxes prepared by their mothers. Xie Mi contemplated whether robbing elementary school students was reasonable for someone without decorum. Just then, a gentle tap on her head interrupted her thoughts. What are you thinking? Shen Jiaqing brought her to the entrance, greeted the elderly gatekeeper, and they boldly walked inside. Xie Mi suddenly realized it was to rob the classroom. You truly are something. Xinjiaqing seemed exasperated by her wild imagination, his hand hovering for a moment before gently tapping her head. The cafeteria is where we dine. Xie Mi's eyes lit up. So of course, we're going to the cafeteria to rob. Xinjiaqing raised an eyebrow slightly. Hiss. I almost thought Mr. Shen was a normal person. It was ultimately my misconception. It all ties together. Causing panic in the alley while wearing fasakinis, then coming to a primary school to rob children, what a seamless narrative. You two are planning a terrorist attack on elementary school students. Aren't you? Robbing my little brother, he is in 3rd grade at Xinghua Primary School. He likes to sit by the window in the 3rd row on the left side of the cafeteria. Rob him. Ha ha ha, the sister above is solid proof. The two adults sat at a small table in the primary school cafeteria, while Xie Mi fit comfortably. Xinjiaqing's long legs appeared comically large. The giant went to the window to get food. The giant returned with a tray. The giant sat down, and the giant began to eat. Xie Mi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Covering her mouth, the giant. Chapter 87. In this world, there are always those tirelessly seeking hidden treasures. After their meal, Xinjiaqing took Xie Mi for a couple of laps around the playground to aid digestion. Then they sat together on a bench beneath a large tree, watching the joyful children running around the playground. Xie Mi began to stroke her chin in contemplation, stealing a glance at Xinjiaqing's profile. He was smiling as he watched the children, his eyes radiating warmth. Xie Mi glanced around, spotting a photographer hiding in the distance to avoid drawing attention, and leaned closer to Xinjiaqing, whispering, "Is your son here?" It is said that wealthy moguls often conceal their children's identities for protection. A grown man suddenly bringing her to an elementary school cafeteria and being so familiar with the gatekeeper, could it be that his son attends school here? Perhaps he was secretly visiting his son under the guise of filming a show. Teacher Xia. Xinjiaqing's voice interrupted her thoughts, his beautiful peach blossom eyes gazing at her without a hint of concealment. You can indeed be quite dear at times. Xie Mi narrowed her eyes, ready to retort, when Xinjiaqing changed his tone, but fortunately, I can finally keep up with your whimsical thoughts. Xie Mi paused. Not yet processing his words when Xinjiaqing was suddenly called over by several elementary school students for a duel. The children declared themselves the most handsome in the school, insisting on battling Xinjiaqing. And began an intense game of marbles. Xie Mi laughed so hard she nearly fell off the bench. "Sister, can you help us?" A clear-eyed little girl in a school uniform tugged at her sleeve. Pointing at a nearby tree, "We found treasure under the tree, but it's buried too deep. We can't dig it out." Treasure? Xie Mi sprang up from the bench, instantly energized. "I'll help you dig it out. And we can split it." The little girl excitedly nodded and shouted to her friends, who were struggling to dig, "I found a super strong sister to help." "Xie Mi, little girl, are you polite?" But since she was dubbed the super strong sister, she naturally accepted the mission, charging forward with 2 shovels, digging furiously. The 2 little girls were nearly scared to tears. "Sister, don't dig, I'm scared." "I've found it." Xie Mi laughed maniacally as she unearthed the treasure, ready to show it to the little girl, but when she turned around, she only saw 2 little figures fleeing while covering their faces. Crying, "Wah, the sister has mutated, being invincible is indeed lonely." She understood, with no one to share the spoils with. Xie Mi felt a moment of confusion as she looked at the treasure in her hands. After a moment's thought, she decided to open it up. This kind of time capsule was clearly buried by children. Not wanting to be idle, she took 2 small toys from her bag and planned to bury them back for the children to find when they grew up. Thus shaking their materialistic worldview. Click, the time capsule opened, and a yellowed piece of paper fell out. Xie Mi unfolded the somewhat aged paper. The childish handwriting read, "In 10 years, I want to be a great hero like Sister Lu." Below it was a line of casual script, "Forget it, just go for it." Xie Mi froze. Sister Lu. It was an entirely ordinary title, far too common. What truly astonished her was the script below, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her own haphazard handwriting. No. Before Xinjiaqing returned, she reburied the time capsule intact and returned to her spot on the bench. Her face remained calm, but her mind raced. The repeated oddities and coincidences made it impossible for her to regard her experiences as mere instances of crossing into a story. The mysteries surrounding Xinjiaqing only grew deeper. She could only continue to probe further. In the afternoon's itinerary, the production team once again presented 2 options, the baking house and the Royal CAF. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qingye's group opted for the latter, while Xie Mi, intent on honing her culinary skills, persuaded Shenruoqing to choose the former. Thus, the 2 stood resolutely in the baking house, their expressions grave as they commenced the cake-making process. "If we succeed this time, we shall emerge as the 2 most skilled cooks in the villa, producing the most palatable dishes. Do you have confidence?" Xie Mi inquired seriously of Shenruoqing. Shenruoqing nodded gravely in agreement. "Let us begin, Teacher Xia." Upon hearing this, the baking instructor couldn't help but chuckle. "Students, take it easy. Making a cake is not as difficult as you might think. It's quite simple." However, 20 minutes later, the first oven erupted in a fiery explosion. The two individuals standing before the oven, their faces covered in soot, turned simultaneously to gaze at the baking instructor, their eyes sparkling with clarity amidst the darkness. Ha! The instructor awkwardly laughed, attempting to lighten the mood. Mistakes are inevitable during the first attempt. Other students have experienced similar mishaps, so do not be disheartened. We shall try again. Suddenly, 10 minutes later, Xie Mi, while balancing a bowl brimming with cream, slipped and skidded 10 meters across the baking house, sending a stream of cream splattering against the ceiling. Lying on the floor, Xie Mi and Shinru, watching, who rushed to assist her, exchanged a glance with the baking instructor, their eyes radiating innocence. The baking instructor, now drenched in sweat, wiped his brow and stammered, "It's all right. The floor is indeed a bit slippery, just be cautious moving forward. The cream can be whipped anew." Then, with a resounding crash, Xie Mi lost her grip on the mixer, which soared through the air in a perfect parabolic arc, striking the baking instructor on the head. "Instructor Miyane." The baking instructor was thoroughly flustered. I take back everything I previously said, by heavens. I shall contend with you all." Staff members from the production team awkwardly escorted the frantic baking instructor away, and after a round of economic compensation, he managed to regain his composure. There are no students who cannot learn. Only teachers who cannot teach. My students are all kind-hearted little angels, and I shall ensure you learn. What can I say? The production team has provided far too much. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. You two are truly unsuited for the kitchen. Shall we stick to the ant meal set instead? Xiaoyu is truly the only culinary expert in the villa. These two standing together are pure comedic gold. Wait, this isn't right. Where's the sweet baking house date I envisioned? In the end, Xiao Qingye and Lu Wuxing, who were on a date at the Royal CAF, were presented with a small cake specially delivered by the head chef. Observing the haphazardly shaped cake, Xiao Qingye was not at all displeased. Rather, he explained with a familiar air, "The more peculiar the cake's design, the more expensive it is. A true chef does not fixate on the appearance of food. Allow me to sample this exquisite cake." He elegantly took a spoonful, only to be met with a fiery sensation in his throat and bloodshot eyes. Indeed, this was the very cake that Xie Mi and Shinru watching had ultimately crafted. Chapter 88, Livestream edition of The King's Game. The final stop of the date was a rustic dinner at a farmhouse. This time, there was no choice to be made. Both groups boarded the production team's vehicle and arrived at a pastoral ranch in the northern suburbs. The ranch owner warmly prepared a lavish feast, with a 3-meter-long wooden table adorned with a dazzling array of dishes, prominently featuring a whole roasted pig. Xie Mi's jaw dropped, and it was Shinru watching who caught it just in time. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingye surveyed the surroundings with evident disdain, eating in the courtyard. There's not even a roof. Lu Wuxing, however, found the experience somewhat novel. Dining in a farmhouse courtyard is a first for me. Just as the group was about to take their seats, a pig charged boldly through the courtyard, squealing in a manner that was utterly heart-wrenching. The individuals chasing after it looked vaguely familiar. "Stop, don't run," Lai Bingxian shouted while brandishing a broom, and beside her, Eugene just sprinted calmly with a syringe in hand. "A tranquilizer will make it compliant." Next, Xiao Jingxi emerged, donned in an apron and headscarf, brandishing a steel fork. "I will subdue it." Last to arrive was Su Shuangrong, her heart filled with compassion. "Do not harm the pig." The pig dashed wildly about the courtyard, while the four pursued it relentlessly, each employing their own unique strategy. The courtyard erupted into chaos. Xie Mi pondered for a moment. Could this be the pig pen we are meant to clean today? Blind student, you've discovered the essence of the matter. Haha, I wondered why this place looked so familiar. Isn't this a delightful crossover? What a steal. Let the date group enjoy dinner while the punishment group suffers. Isn't this a heartless act? The punishment group is truly enduring a hellish experience, cleaning the pig pen, herding pigs, and mixing pig feed. Let's count how many times they've nearly gagged throughout the day. It's truly horrifying. Ultimately, the production team could no longer bear to watch, stepping in to restore order after 3 staff members were flung away by the rampaging pig. It became evident that having them clean the pig pen not only drove them mad, but also sent the pig into a frenzy. By the time the 4 members of the punishment group returned in fresh attire, dinner was officially served. The 8 guests took their places, ready to enjoy a sumptuous feast featuring the whole roasted pig. Let the feast begin. Xie Mi eagerly tore off a piece of roasted pig leg and began to devour it. Shinru watching skillfully poured juice into her empty cup, ensuring she wouldn't choke. Your uncle dotes on her. If I don't find a boyfriend like old Shin in this lifetime, I shall never find peace. To be fair, Xia Jia truly eats with gusto. It's making my mouth water. Why do I feel like the 4 members of the punishment group are also enjoying their meal? It was a sight to behold. Usually composed and reserved, the 4 individuals were now wholeheartedly indulging in their food. Even Su Shuangrong, who was known for her dietary restrictions, was noticeably speeding up her chewing. Goodness, they are truly famished. After a day of cleaning the pig pen and only a single piece of bread for lunch, who wouldn't be driven mad? At that moment, our socially inept Mimi Gu, pinching his nose, asked, "Who smells like pig dung?" The four individuals who had been so focused on their meal suddenly froze. Su Shuangrong chuckled awkwardly. In a farmhouse courtyard, it's inevitable to encounter some odors. I believe that scent does not originate from the courtyard, Xiao Qingye remarked skeptically, rising to sniff the air, making his way towards the four members of the punishment group. Lai Bingxian, unable to contain herself any longer, slapped Xiao Qingye on the head. "If you're hungry, go eat dung in the pig pen." Xiao Qingye was instantly incensed, seizing a bench and charging at her, originally seated and enjoying her meal. Xiao Jingxi found herself tumbling as the bench was yanked away. "Excuse me, polite Xiao Jingxi, are you serious? Ha, this is hilarious. Lai Jia is truly not one to indulge him at all." Mimi Ji's emotional intelligence is alarmingly low. After a day of cleaning the pig pen, how can they not have a scent? Why must he point it out? Yes, well done, bring the house down. Thus concluded a raucous dinner filled with chaos. Following the meal, the production team cleared the table but did not direct the guests to a new location. Instead, they arranged an array of drinks and snacks on the table. The next activity was a drinking game. "Tonight, we shall stay overnight in the farmhouse, so all teachers may drink freely." A program allowing for unabashed drinking was a first for Love Investigation, still simmering with annoyance. Xiao Qingye grabbed a can of alcohol, ready to guzzle it down, only to suddenly recall the ridiculous scene from the last time he had gotten drunk by the seaside, prompting him to set it down quietly. The others shared similar sentiments. While it was splendid to drink freely, the cost of becoming inebriated on the show was significant. The production team, sensing the guests' hesitations, remained unhurried and casually announced, "The game we will play is live stream edition of the King's Game." The 8 guests drew playing cards to determine their numbers, while the live stream audience submitted requests, such as number 1 and number 8 gaze deeply into each other's eyes for 5 minutes. The barrage of comments flew by at an unprecedented pace, the audience collectively ecstatic. "Ah, we can actually interact. Director Niu, I declare you the most brilliant director." Letting the audience wield such power, how dare the production team? Number 1, I command you to bear a child for number 2. Number 4, lick number 5's ear for 30 seconds. Number 7 and 8, you must share a passionate kiss for 5 minutes. On a side note, why can't we do a live doi right here? The director team was drenched in sweat, struggling to sift through the torrent of unsavory comments to find something relatively normal. Number 4, Princess carry number 6 and do 10 squats. As soon as the announcement was made, the 8 guests turned to one another. It was Xiao Jingxi who first raised his hand confidently. "I am number 4, who is number 6? He instinctively glanced at Xie Mi, who remained unfazed like a seasoned veteran. Beside her, Eugene raised his card. "I am Xiao Jingxi." It is unclear who instigated the commotion first. But soon everyone began to chant, "Princess carry, Princess carry, Princess carry." Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched slightly. "Xiaolingdi, if you are unwilling, you may simply choose to drink and skip," Director Niu suggested, gritting his teeth. Xiao Jingxi replied, "No need, I will do it. After all, there may be even more outrageous requests in the future. It is not feasible to skip every time by drinking. What if he got drunk?" He recalled the last time at the beach when he drunkenly shouted at Xie Mi, "If you don't want my love, then try my hatred." That had led to a week of ridicule. Chapter 89. I want a male mom, mom, I want a male mom, as Xiao Jingxi stiffly scooped Eugene into his arms. The atmosphere in the livestream reached a fever pitch. While Eugene sat despondently in Xiao Jingxi's embrace, rising and falling with his crouching movements, Xie Mi was so excited that she even stopped cracking sunflower seeds. The stoic, muscular male mom versus the pure youthful little puppy. How can we not ship the CP? Xiao Qingye accidentally sprayed water all over Lai Bingshuan's face, earning himself a slap from her upon hearing the words male mom. Xiao Jingxi's hand trembled, nearly dropping Eugene. Quick-witted, Eugene grabbed the collar of Xiao Jingxi's shirt. With a loud rip, his well-defined chest muscles were suddenly exposed to the air. While Eugene's hand happened to grasp it. Both fell into silence. Wow, that is indeed a large chest. Eugene, you are so lucky. I'm laughing my head off at the CP. Xia, I hope you're not referring to that yellow one. Wait, why didn't I notice before that Xiaolingdi had this trait? I want a male mom, I want a male mom. Xiao Jingxi was the kind of person who loved to train his chest at the gym. There was a memorable scene in the original text where Su Shuangrong accidentally grabbed his chest while tugging at him, and the author spent considerable time describing Xiao Jingxi's impressive pectorals. Leaving a deep impression on Xie Mi. Now, this iconic moment was being replicated with Eugene. Ding. The female lead's awakening progress. 25. This time, it was Xie Mi who was taken aback, looking fearfully at Su Shuangrong, who was staring mesmerized at Xiao Jingxi and Eugene. Wait, this can actually cause an awakening. Su Shuangrong, you're really hungry. Before the atmosphere on set could escalate further, Xiao Jingxi and Eugene instantly sprang apart. 2 meters apart. Xie Mi, don't speak nonsense, right? I don't like male moms at all. The 2 straight men, maintaining serious faces, explained, and stiffly returned to their seats, one at the head of the table and the other at the tail. Xie Mi shook her head in exasperation. In youth, one fails to appreciate the beauty of a well-defined chest. In later years, one can only lament. Suddenly, someone beside her spoke up. It seems I also need to work on my chest. Xie Mi looked at Shen Wanqing in horror. Do you want to be a male mom too? He wore a helpless and acquiescent expression, unable to resist Xie Lasher's preferences. This time, Xie Mi did not deny it. Seriously placing her hand on Shen Wanqing's shoulder and saying, if you train well, please let me have a taste, Shen Wanqing smiled. You little rascal. Xia, are you playing such perverse games behind the scenes? I must also have a taste. Hey, I don't know about that. Is this something one can just taste? I'll just keep tasting until I'm full. Are you all serious? Mr. Shen's reputation is being tarnished. The next few rounds of drawing lots ensued. The topics drawn by the guests included, but were not limited to, Zhou Qingye and Xiao Jingxi dancing a duet in Latin. Li Bingxian and Yu Jinche confessing their feelings to each other, Su Shuangrong and Xiao Qingye competing in a cockfight, and Lu Wuxing and Shen Wanqing singing a duet of love's offering. Next up, contestants 4 and 7 will act as a couple for 10 minutes, having not been called upon until now. Xie Mi's hands trembled with excitement. It's me, I'm contestant 4, finally this audience member could participate in the game. Xiao Jingxi also stood up at the right moment with playing cards in hand, his gaze tender. I'm contestant 7. The atmosphere immediately turned peculiar when director Niu, eager for entertainment, inquired whether Xie Mi would choose to drink. She waved her hand dismissively. No need, let us go. Shen Wanqing paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure. What does this mean? Are these two unexpected CPs finally going to make an appearance? I'm staking my claim on this CP. Wait, can you really ship this? Have you all forgotten how badly they tore each other apart before? The fans' disputes have nothing to do with the main characters, they didn't even know each other before the show. Xiaoyingdi was later drawn in by Xie Jia's charm. It's quite reasonable. Reasonable my foot. The earliest online bullying of Xia was instigated by Xiao Jingxi, if he and T said we're not familiar. Xia Wen T have been so ruthlessly attacked. What about us all Xia supporters? The comments were abuzz with debate, while the on-site staff appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Xiao Jingxi had long since entered the zone. Smiling as he approached Xie Mi, extending an invitation. Come on, what theme do you want to act out? A budding student couple, a passionately in love couple, or perhaps, slap? Xie Mi stood up and slapped him. Why are you behind my back with another man? Ah, so it's a couple caught in infidelity. A chuckle erupted from the audience. Xiao Jingxi, momentarily stunned by the slap, hadn't even had the chance to respond when Xie Mi continued her barrage. Still denying it, I saw him grabbing your chest. You even princess carried him. Yu Jinche, caught off guard, exclaimed, wait, why am I involved in this? Xiao Jingxi was left floundering, stammering, let me explain, he is just a brother. Oh, your brother touches your chest. Huh, you and your brother princess carry each other, right? Try treating me as a fool again, Xie Mi scolded, her hand never pausing, fueled by a confidence stemming from her affection for him, determined to make him rue the day. Everyone watched in astonishment. Rather than portraying a couple for 10 minutes, it was more accurate to say that Xiao Jingxi was subjected to a one-sided beating for 10 minutes. To be fair, Xie Mi's acting was genuinely impressive. Each slap was filled with raw emotion, making it seem as though Xiao Jingxi was truly a cheating scoundrel. As 10 minutes wrapped up, the once cheerful Xiao Jingxi turned serious. The mirth shifting to Xie Mi and Shen Wanqing. Perhaps this was the law of conservation of energy at play. After several more rounds of games, with participants completing tasks and others drinking. Just as everyone had begun to feel pleasantly tipsy, they finally arrived at a long-awaited pairing. Contestants 2 and 6 apply lip balm on each other, having been preoccupied with feeding Shen Wanqing alcohol and nearly getting herself drunk first. Xie Mi gazed at the 2 card in her hand. A suave, low voice broke through her thoughts. Xie Lasher, it's finally our turn. Everyone, please rise. The ultimate CP is here, clear the way. After waiting all night, I finally get to see this. Although it's not a passionate kiss, applying lip balm can round up to a kiss, right? Wait, why is the number of viewers suddenly skyrocketing? Xie Mi and Shen Wanqing stood face to face in the courtyard, each holding a tube of lip balm. This situation was exceedingly awkward. Aware of her own limits, Xie Mi knew that if she continued drinking, she would soon be tipsy. To avoid becoming inebriated before Shen Wanqing, she had no choice but to accept the task. I'll start now. With a serious expression, Xie Mi raised the lip balm. Shen Wanqing lowered his posture to meet her eye level, his beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with twinkling mirth. I've been waiting a long time. Xie Lasher, Chapter 90. Shen Wanqing, have we met before? Xie Mi grasped Shen Wanqing's chin with one hand, suppressing the urge to utter the cheesy line, woman, you're playing with fire. While her other hand brought the lip balm closer. It must be said, when Shen Wanqing wasn't smiling, his demeanor leaned toward the cold and noble, his black hair fell softly across his forehead. His gaze flowed like a painting with a high-nose bridge, exquisite lips, and skin as fine as porcelain. At times, Xie Mi truly couldn't comprehend why with someone like Shen Wanqing around, Xiao Jingxi was the male lead. Xia Laoshi, feeling the warmth of her fingertips and the coolness of the bomb, Shen Wanqing spoke gently. You seem to be applying it rather oddly, huh? Coming back to her senses, Xie Mi suddenly realized she had unknowingly drawn a large turtle on Shen Wanqing's face. The pale pink turtle on his enchanting visage only amplified his allure. I really shouldn't have had any expectations. Alright, this is the Xia Laoshi I remember. Good. How can old Shen look so handsome even with a turtle drawn on his face? Is there no justice in the world? Xie Mi chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. After checking his reflection, Shen Wanqing, sporting a face adorned with a turtle, smiled. It's fine, Xia Laoshi. He raised the lip balm in his hand. This means I'll be getting my revenge soon, right? Realizing her fault, Xie Mi resigned herself to fate, but not before making a request. Draw me a green one. I like green, fresh, and healthy. Shen Wanqing raised an eyebrow. I'll do my best. His elegantly defined fingers gently cradled her cheek. In contrast to her earlier careless grip, Shen Wanqing's touch was noticeably tender. Xie Mi couldn't help but feel that his cool fingertips gradually warmed against her skin. She stared intently at Shen Wanqing, but he, upon inadvertently meeting her gaze, quickly averted his eyes. Whether to concentrate on applying the bomb or to intentionally avoid eye contact remained a mystery. However, Xie Mi insisted on locking her gaze onto his eyes. As if she intended to see right through him. Lao Shen, are you feeling nervous? He maintained a calm demeanor, responding, not at all, Lao Xie. Yet, the lipstick she was applying on him clearly faltered for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Mi began to probe. Haven't we met before? I've always found you remarkably familiar. Shen Jinqing's movements momentarily hesitated, a flicker of unrecognizable emotion passing through his eyes as he met her earnest gaze. Only to see her sincerity reflected back. He masked that fleeting sentiment with a casual smile. What else with the sudden use of such a cliché pickup line? Xie Mi's lips twitched. Realizing her attempt at probing had failed, this man was far too vigilant. Ultimately, Shen Jinqing refrained from drawing a turtle on her face, instead meticulously outlining her lips, with her cheeks already flushed from a slight intoxication. The vivid red of her lips rendered her appearance even more enchanting, yet, the audience's focus was not on her beauty. Lao Xie, what are you doing with that beautiful face of yours? First glance, Lin Daiyu. Second glance, Lin Daiyu punches Jing Guanxi. In the program, with her captivating visage, Xie Mi stood with one foot on a stool, gripping Shen Jinqing's chin with one hand while forcefully pouring wine into his mouth with the other. Drink, today we shall pledge brotherhood in the peach garden. If you acknowledge me as your elder brother, then drink. Observing their intimate interaction, Xiao Jingxi stepped forward to pull Xie Mi away. Xie Mi, you, not drinking? Then it goes to the dogs, she retorted, shoving the wine bottle into Xiao Jingxi's mouth. He responded with bewilderment. So this is the reenactment of a classic scene? The program concluded with the guests collectively tipsy. And the production team arranged for them to stay in a quaint farmhouse. After the guests retreated to their rooms for rest, the crew packed up and departed, leaving the farmhouse in silence once more. Not yet ready for sleep, Xie Mi lay in the fields, legs crossed, gazing at the myriad stars above, letting out a deep sigh. Shen Jinqing was truly challenging to gauge. Initially, she had anticipated a simple experience of indulging in food and drink. But unexpectedly, a mystery-laden Shen Jinqing had emerged. Furthermore, the recent system notifications that had echoed around Su Shuangrong were exceedingly peculiar. This world seemed to be evolving in a strange direction. Teacher Xie. A strikingly handsome figure suddenly appeared before her. Startled, Xie Mi quickly sat up, looking at Shen Jinqing, who had appeared behind her without her noticing. You couldn't sleep? I couldn't. Shen Jinqing sat beside her, gazing intently at her, in stark contrast to the earlier awkwardness of avoiding her eyes. Xie Mi returned his gaze. You're not drunk, are you? His eyes appeared less lucid than before. After enduring her prolonged pouring of wine, he had maintained an air of composure, almost leading Xie Mi to believe he was a deity of inebriation. Little did she know his drunkenness was merely delayed. Xie Mi felt invigorated and decided to employ her previous tactic. Lao Shen, I think you look quite familiar. Have we met before? Shen Jinqing continued to fixate on her. The corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of red, his smile crescent-shaped like the moon. Yu Haven tea changed a bit. What? Xie Mi, taken aback, eagerly inquired. So when did we meet? Please elaborate. Yet, Shen Jinqing refused to divulge further. Mimicking her earlier posture and lying back on the grass, his dark eyes reflecting the brilliant stars overhead. Teacher Xie, shall we watch the stars together? What stars? Let us return to our previous topic. Tell me in detail how we knew each other. Before Xie Mi could finish her sentence, he pulled her down, enveloping her in his warm embrace. The delightful fragrance emanating from him instantly surrounded her. And his arm gently wrapped around her above them, his melodious voice resonated. Teacher Xie, do you remember the wish you owe me? I wish to watch the stars with you, not just tonight. Mysteriously compelled, Xie Mi lifted her gaze to the night sky. The stars twinkled brilliantly, resembling a breathtaking galaxy adorned with scattered diamonds. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. Shen Jinqing, who on earth are you? Xie Mi, Xiao Jingxi stormed in furious, pulling Xie Mi away from Shen Jinqing's embrace. Another late-night rendezvous? Xie Mi, don't tell me you two are actually together. The sudden tug caused Xie Mi's vision to blur momentarily, yet she did not forget to retort, not your buddy. Are you a police dog, patrolling every night? Xie Mi, I won't allow you to be with anyone else. I haven't agreed to break up with you. This is infidelity. Xiao Jingxi's eyes blazed with anger as he grabbed her to leave. Just as Xie Mi prepared to retaliate, Shen Jinqing grasped her other hand. Xiaoingdi, still dreaming, he seemed to have sobered up, his gaze now as nonchalant as before, wearing a half-smile as he regarded Xiao Jingxi. Xiao Jingxi's forehead throbbed with veins. Recently, he had been suppressing his feelings due to Shen Jinqing's status, yet Xie Mi was undeniably his girlfriend. He restrained his fury. Mr. Shen, this is a matter between Xie Mi and me. Perhaps you are unaware, but our relationship is more humorous than you might assume. Xie Mi couldn't help but interject. Xiao Jingxi, please don't go around proclaiming you are my ex. I fear I might die of embarrassment. Her past relationship with Xiao Jingxi was her greatest embarrassment. His expression instantly soured. Shen Jinqing raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with meaning. An ex? Huh, a proper ex should be as good as dead. Of course, the as can be omitted. Xie Mi admired his insight. Great minds think alike. So, in this desolate wilderness, at this late hour, murder and concealment erase all traces. Friends who frequently commit murder are well aware, killing is easy. Disposing of the body is hard, but now it is a perfect opportunity. After their comedic exchange, they simultaneously cast sly smiles at Xiao Jingxi. The previously flushed Xiao Jingxi turned pale in an instant. Stepping back 2 paces after releasing Xie Mi's hand, what are you planning? Wait, can you two act normal? In the fields, Xie Mi was caught up in the thrill of a hunting game when she suddenly heard a chime. Ding! The female lead's awakening progress, 50. What? She turned around only to catch a glimpse of a white dress fluttering away behind a distant house. Su Xuanrong had worn a white dress today. Suddenly, Xie Mi recalled a scene from the original text where Xiao Jingxi and the second male lead, Yu Hongxian, vied for Su Xuanrong's attention in the fields. This realization clarified her understanding. If a scene resembling the original text unfolded before Su Xuanrong, it would ignite her awakening progress. Although she was uncertain why she could hear this system notification, she sensed that something extraordinary would occur once Su Xuanrong awakened. Wait, why did she suddenly feel an exhilarating anticipation akin to collecting progress bars in a game? The following morning, the ranch owner treated them to a bountiful farmhouse breakfast. After the meal, the director gathered them in the expansive fields. This morning, we will engage in several games to determine our return to the villa. The first place will enjoy a luxury car ride, the second will take the production team's bus, the third will ride an electric bike. And the last will have to cycle back. A friendly reminder. The distance from here to the villa is approximately 20 kilometers. Upon hearing this, numerous cries of despair erupted. 20 kilometers? On a bicycle? Are you insane? Lai Bingxian exclaimed incredulously. Yu Jincheng pondered. The average speed of a regular bicycle is about 15 kilometers per hour, meaning it would take an uninterrupted ride of 1 hour and 20 minutes. Uninterrupted for 1 hour and 20 minutes, provided one has the stamina, he added. Lu Wuxing smiled gently. For us, it seems rather challenging. Su Xuanrong's expression reflected concern. Director, how could you be so cruel, making my delicate baby ride a bicycle for 20 kilometers? Do you even realize Shuang is on a diet and has low blood sugar? Wait, are we really doing extreme sports now? Director, be reasonable, this is a spectacle. Some people earning 3,000 a month are concerned about those earning 3 million. Spare us, let Sister Xia ride. She is a tough one. You all are truly ruthless. The teams would be formed based on the real-time popularity of the CPs. The most popular, the Xiejin Xiaodonqi CP, would be one team. The second most popular, the Xingqing CP, would be another, followed by the fourth, the Xiaorong CP, and lastly the eighth, the Bingyu CP. Once all 4 teams assembled, each donned a different colored hat. The deputy director announced the rules for the first game. The male guests would carry the female guests into the arena, where the female guests would need to remove the hats from the other female guests while protecting their own. If a hat fell, that participant would be eliminated. The last one standing would be victorious. This was a common interactive game seen in various variety shows, but conducted among the male and female guests of a dating show. It took on an entirely different significance. Carrying one another implied physical contact, and the ensuing tugging would only amplify that connection should an inadvertent spark of ambiguity be ignited. It is precisely what the audience yearns to witness. Come on, La Shen, the competitive gaming enthusiast, Xie Mi, is already brimming with eagerness, executing a tiger leap onto Shen Ruoqing's back, who catches him effortlessly. Xie Mi is instantly consumed by envy, thinking, is the field of vision for all you 185s truly so expansive? Shen Ruoqing, however, is unabashed, stating, if Teacher Xie desires, I shall consider carrying you a few more times. A mere compliment has inflated his pride. Meanwhile, the third group is also in preparation. The fitness-savvy Xiao Jingxi and Xiao Qingye carry the female guest with relative ease. But our delicate little sickly beauty, Yu Jinx, finds it somewhat strenuous. His original character is that of a melancholic, beautiful youth. The slender frame struggles under the weight of Lai Bingxian. Lai Bingxian scolds him sharply. Can you even manage, you weakling? A flicker of hurt flashes in the boy's clear eyes as he lowers his gaze, silently enduring the insult. The barrage of comments floods with sympathy for Yu Jinx. Yet only Xie Mi is aware, this little rascal will surely hold a grudge. As the whistle blows, the fourth group officially enters the enclosed arena, yet none dare to act hastily, after all, with all four groups in a simultaneous PK. The first to strike would be marked as the target, easily subjected to concentrated fire. The most prudent strategy is to survive until the end, but there are always a few restless souls. I'm charging straight in. The ever-confident Xiao Qingye, brimming with self-assurance, without a second thought, bears Lu Wuxing and lunges towards the weakest group. Wuxing, grab her hat. Lu Wuxing is caught off guard by this sudden move, hastily reaching for Li Bingshuan's hat. Only to be met with a swift duck and a slap. A bright red handprint appears on Xiao Qingye's face. Xiao Qingye, unable to contain his rage or roar, reverberates through the air. Am I just a mount here? Chapter 92, Sliding Tackle, Belt Whip, and Muscular Chest Slap. Infuriated after being slapped, Xiao Qingye charges furiously towards Yu Jinx. With a powerful bull charge, Li Bingshan and Yu Jinx are sent flying. The ice and melancholy couple is eliminated. Li Bingshan bellows, Xiao Qingye, are you a truck or something? Our mount brother has indeed stood up successfully. Xiao Qingye, if the knife isn't sharp, the horse is too thin. What do you think you can use to fight me? Seeing Nini Ge's spirit transform so beautifully puts my mind at ease. I'm dying of laughter. Is there anyone normal in this show? With the elimination of one group, Xiao Qingye's confidence soars, instantly shifting his gaze to the other two groups. Xiao Jingxi, carrying Su Shuangrong, cautiously takes a few steps back, keeping a vigilant eye on Xiao Qingye. However, Su Shuangrong suddenly proposes, shall we collaborate? Xiao Qingye shows great interest. Oh, let us first eliminate the strongest group. Su Shuangrong's gaze falls on Xie Mi and Shinru, watching. Xiao Jingxi squints, recalling the scene from last night. Still harboring resentment toward Shinru, watching, thus tacitly agreeing to the proposal, only Lu Wuxing hesitates, thinking this might not be advisable. Yet, Xiao Qingye blatantly disregards her concerns, charging forward with another bull rush. Xiao Jingxi follows suit. Su Shuangrong extends her hand, aiming for Xie Mi's hat. Xie Mi performs a dragon tail swipe, his head spinning like a whirlwind, evading Su Shuangrong's grasp multiple times. Lao Shen, sweep him. Shinru, watching, adeptly crouches. Sweeping his long leg under Xiao Jingxi's feet, Xie Mi calls out the skill name. Autumn wind sweeps away leaves. Xiao Jingxi is knocked over, tumbling alongside Su Shuangrong. How could such a despicable tactic be employed? Xiao Qingye exclaims. Xie Mi can hardly restrain himself, saying, come on bro, you've already sent someone flying and now you come to lecture me. Enough with the nonsense. Xiao Qingye, evidently harboring long-standing grievances, seizes the opportunity presented by the game to launch a fierce attack on Xie Mi. However, Xie Mi is not one to be trifled with. His deep gaze slowly settles on Xiao Qingye. Lao Shen, slide tackle. As a mount, Shinru, watching, is undeniably competent. His greatest advantage is that even while carrying Xie Mi, his mobility remains unaffected. Following autumn wind sweeps away leaves, he can still slide tackle. Lao Shen's lower body is remarkably stable, both steady and powerful. You all aren't going to mention it. Then I shan't either. As Shinru, watching, executes a slide tackle, the crowd remains oblivious to the severity of the situation, until, in the instant of the slide tackle, Xie Mi deftly reaches out and grabs Xiao Qingye's belt. Click, swoosh, the sound of the belt unbuckling rings out sharply. The belt's withdrawal is remarkably smooth, everything transpires too swiftly. Our instigator, Xiao Qingye, is left bewildered. He charges towards Xie Mi, only to find that at the very moment he strides forward, swoosh, his pants tumble down, causing him to trip. Accompanying Xiao Qingye's wail is the gasp of female guests and staff. How bold, how scandalous. Xiao Qingye's fiery red triangle briefs are on full display, seizing the moment of stunned silence from the crowd. Xie Mi brandishes the belt and strikes at Xiao Jingxi's muscular chest, producing a resounding slap that forces Xiao Jingxi to relinquish his grip. Instantly deprived of support, Su Shuangrong instinctively clings to Xiao Jingxi's neck, yanking him backward, causing his head to jerk back, nearly rolling his eyes in the process. Breathless, he frantically slaps at Su Shuangrong's hands. Let go, let go, let go. The entire crew stands agape. The barrage erupts after a brief pause. Xiao Qingye is actually wearing tight-fitting triangle briefs. My mother slapped my phone away, claiming I was watching something inappropriate. Why on earth did he slap Xiao Jingxi's chest? I'm dying of laughter. Xiaolingdi is about to be choked to death. Xiao Qingye and Xiao Jingxi are both losing face, one losing dignity, the other losing life. What a smooth combination, no wonder it's Xie Mi's signature move. At this moment, the ice and melancholy group is immensely grateful for their elimination. Xie Mi laughs, yet suddenly hears the director's voice from outside. Xie Mi's hat has fallen, the Xie Mi signature move group is eliminated. Xie Mi's laughter ceases, turning back. It appears that in his fervor to slap Xiao Jingxi, he had unwittingly flung his own hat away. A bizarre method of elimination has thus been born. Xia, both inexperienced and playful. Me, talk about a misfortune after joy. Lao Xia. Sister Xia had the moves, but perhaps not enough cunning. Ultimately, having lost face, Xiao Qingye erupts in fury once more, launching Li Bingshan and Xiao Jingxi into the air. Securing victory for his team, the first round scores are as follows. Xing Cheng Group 4 points, Xiaorong Group 3 points, Xie Mi's Signature Move Group 2 points, Ice and Melancholy Group 1 point. The second game, Blindfold Tag, Couple Edition, once again, within this circular arena, the 4 groups will draw lots to choose one group as the it must be blindfolded and seek out the others within the circle. Anyone touched by the it is eliminated. Given it's the couple version, all 4 groups must hold hands throughout the game. Letting go also counts as elimination. This time, Yu Jinx and Lai Bingxian draw the short straw to be it. Teacher Xie Shenru watching extends his hand, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Come on. As they clasp hands, warmth radiates between their palms. We shall try to stick close to the edges. They are blindfolded and may struggle with the size of the arena, making it harder to catch us. She continues to elaborate on the game strategy, yet Shinru watching's gaze remains fixed on their tightly clasped hands, his eyes sparkling with mirth, his fingers tighten slightly, securing that soft hand more firmly. With a time limit of 15 minutes, the game commences. Ice and Melancholy Group's moment of revenge hunting begins. Jinx, charge forward, Mom is watching you. Lai Jia, go, Lai Jia. Go! Xie Mi's Signature Move Group, charge forth, my CP must not lose. Reunion Group, go, as my very first ship, you must win. Xing Cheng Group. Oh well, do as you please, Shiogu. As the first group to be eliminated. The Ice and Melancholy duo clearly harbors considerable resentment. At the director's command, they surge forward, immediately engaging in a frenzy of blind tag. The Xiaorong Group, being the closest, is particularly at risk. The 2 dare not make a sound and cautiously crouch down. Inching away to the other side, Xie Mi watches the unfolding spectacle, when suddenly, Zhou Qingye hurls a stone toward them. Hearing the noise, Yu Jinx whips around to face her direction. Xie Mi, upon glancing back, she sees Zhou Qingye sneering, evidently still harboring grievances from the previous round. As Yu Jinx and Lai Bingxian approach, Shenru watching leads Xie Mi to shift their position, just as they settle in safety. Zhou Qingye tosses another stone. Xie Mi, is this guy a catapult? Chapter 93, a flurry of operations as fierce as a tiger. Checking the rankings reveals they are at the bottom. Zhou Qingye, with his peculiar antics, it appears he gathered a pocketful of small stones before the game, waiting for the moment to exact his revenge on Xie Mi. Now, he has succeeded in doing so. Wherever Xie Mi and Shenru watching go, he tosses stones, causing Yu Jinx and Lai Bingxian to relentlessly pursue them by sound. I can smell my sister as scent. Yu Jinx thrusts his hand towards Xie Mi. Xie Mi realizes the peril. Their current position is not conducive for evasion, and retreating further would mean stepping out of bounds. In a split second, Shenru watching leans down, his long arm reaching through Xie Mi's legs, effortlessly lifting her up in a one-handed princess carry. The staff outside can't help but gasp in astonishment. Lao Shen is absolutely stunning. Mr. Shen appears to be remarkably at ease, while my boyfriend nearly dropped me to my demise during our last princess carry. His physique is lacking, I truly adore it. Xie Mi tightly wrapped one arm around Shenru watching's neck, keeping a vigilant eye on Yu Jincheng. Yu Jincheng, having missed his target, furrowed his brow in confusion. He could distinctly detect his sister's fragrance. I never anticipated that old Xie would still maintain some semblance of dignity, even going so far as to wear perfume. What scent does Sister Xie wear? I am quite curious. It must be something sweet, right? Lai Bingxian posed this question to the audience, wondering what scent. I haven't caught a whiff of any perfume, the blindfolded Yu Jincheng solemnly replied. It smells like medicated oil, Lai Bingxian. Xie Mi, lost in bliss, closed her eyes and nodded. Indeed, it was the scent of medicated oil. With mosquitoes abounding in the fields, she had deliberately used up 2 bottles of medicated oil that morning. A fragrance that provided her with immense comfort. As expected, I should not have anticipated anything. Baby, you are a fragrant and refreshing medicated oil, yet this scent undeniably provided Yu Jincheng with a significant lead. Compelling him to pursue Xie Mi with agility, Xie Mi leaped down from Shenru watching's embrace, grasping his hand as they fled. Stealth had proven futile. It was time to rely on brute strength. The moment they spoke, both Yu Jincheng and Lai Bingxian simultaneously honed in on them, sprinting over without a second thought. As Xie Mi dashed forward, her keen eyes caught sight of a black trash bag at the edge of the circle. When did a trash bag appear here? The bag unmistakably outlined the silhouettes of 2 figures. Looking around, she realized that Zhou Qingye and Lu Wuxing had vanished. Now it made sense, with unrestrained enthusiasm. Xie Mi charged towards the trash bag, seizing it and tearing it open. Show yourself, darling. Suddenly illuminated, Zhou Qingye was nearly blinded. What the hell is wrong with you? Lu Wuxing, in a panic, reached out to cover his mouth. Alas, it was too late. Star Chang Group eliminated. Zhou Qingye's thunderous shout had caught Yu Jincheng's attention, resulting in a glorious elimination. The instigator, Xie Mi, cheerfully flashed a middle finger at Zhou Qingye. You've really stepped into a mess now. Although it's soft, it's utterly disgusting. Zhou Qingye's lips twitched in frustration. Now only 2 groups remained in the competition, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangron, who cleverly kept a low profile, remaining silent and avoiding trouble. Thereby feeling quite secure, Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing dashed across the field, skillfully evading capture by slipping beneath opponents' arms whenever they were on the verge of being caught. After several rounds, Yu Jincheng and Lai Bingxian altered their strategy. Lai Bingxian declared, "Spread your arms wide, we shall employ a surrounding tactic." The two opened their arms wide, forming a wide net while crouching low to prevent the opponents from escaping beneath their arms. Maintaining this formation, they stealthily advanced towards Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing, who were perilously close to being pushed back to the edge of the circle. Xie Mi glanced at Shen Ruoqing, initiating a super transformation. Understanding her gaze, Shen Ruoqing immediately assumed a push-up position. His broad shoulders and well-defined arm muscles garnered instant attention, causing a flurry of comments. "I applied for Mr. Shen as my college major. I wonder if I can get in." "Sister, really?" However, in the next moment, the excitement subsided, as Xie Mi also dropped down. With a single glance from Xie Mi, they began to crawl in unison. 1-2, 1-2. Before long they had successfully escaped the encirclement of the Ice and Yu group. What? In ancient times, there were 2 people and 3 legs, now there are 2 people and 3 arms. I see it as 2 pairs of arms. Even the fans could not contain their amusement at this scene, so rife with youthful exuberance and romantic tension. They had a myriad of ways to ignite the sparks of love. Yet they chose the most unconventional method, crawling in the shadows. The two even seemed to become slightly addicted to the act of crawling. Having escaped the encirclement was not enough, as they continued straight towards the Xiao Shuang group. Xie Mi, fully immersed in the scene, revealed a mischievous smile. This chilling sight startled Su Shuangrong, causing her to instinctively retreat. Xiao Jingxi hurriedly took Su Shuangrong's hand, attempting to relocate, while the Ice and Yu group quickly pursued upon hearing the commotion. Only 5 minutes remained. The director's alert echoed from outside. Hearing this, Xiao Jingxi decided to run alongside Su Shuangrong, preparing for a last-ditch effort in the final 5 minutes. Lai Bingxian grew anxious. Time was running out. And this was the last chance. If they continued to fall behind, they would truly have to bite back. A 20-kilometer ride would undoubtedly be a devastating blow for these two weaklings. Yu Jincheng pondered for a moment before suddenly producing a bag of flour. Xie Mi exclaimed, "Are you Doraemon?" With a swift motion, Yu Jincheng scattered flour into the air, instantly blurring the vision of the other 2 groups. While internally chastising Yu Jincheng for wasting food, Xie Mi fled alongside Shen Ruoqing. However, now their visibility was limited, placing them on the same level as the Ice and Yu group. The Ice and Yu group quickly locked onto their position. Xie Mi and the Kill Donkey group eliminated. Xiao Shuang group eliminated. Congratulations to the Ice and Yu group for achieving the final victory. With the director's announcement, 6 individuals cloaked in white emerged from the circle, their eyes sparkling with clarity against their snow-white faces. "Well done, Yu Jincheng. You truly lack martial virtue," Xie Mi remarked in astonishment. Yu Jincheng, grinning innocently, replied, "I learned how to exploit the rules from my sister." "You learned quite well. Perhaps refrain from further studies next time." As the second round concluded, the accumulated scores were as follows: Starchang Group 5 points, Ice and Yu Group 5 points, Xiao Shuang Group 5 points, Xie Mi and the Kill Donkey Group 3 points. A flurry of actions akin to a tiger's might revealed a disheartening ranking. Xie Mi could not muster a smile, wishing she could deliver a punch to Yu Jincheng. Chapter 94. Sister, I understand you. I was once a green tea as well. The final game, which would determine the ultimate victor, was named, must not be photographed. The game venue shifted from the expansive fields to a rustic courtyard. The rules were as follows. The assistant director would stand at the courtyard entrance with a camera, counting down from 10. Within those 10 seconds, the participants must find hiding spots to avoid being captured by the camera. After the countdown, the shutter would click, and those not in the frame would earn a point. 3 rounds of photography would ensue, and the game commenced. At the director's command, the assistant director took position at the courtyard entrance, aiming the camera at the 8 standing in the yard. I will begin the countdown now. 10:9. As the countdown commenced, the 8 instantly sprang into action, scouring for hiding places. However, there were only so many spots to conceal themselves, leading to inevitable competition. Zhou Qingye and Lai Bingxian simultaneously eyed the nearby large water tank, both attempting to squeeze inside. Ultimately, Zhou Qingye, leveraging his strength, forcibly nudged Lai Bingxian out and slipped into the tank. Enraged, Lai Bingxian retaliated by scooping cold water from another tank and pouring it into Zhou Qingye's tank, chilling him to the bone. Yu Jincheng, Luoxing, and Su Shuangrong scrambled to hide behind the stone mill. But the mill could only accommodate 2, leaving at least 1 person exposed. Xiao Jingxi swiftly grabbed a straw mat, draped it over himself, and lay down. Xie Mi stepped on Zhou Qingye's head for leverage. Skillfully climbing onto the roof, glancing back, she noticed Shen Ruoqing still standing in place. Oh no, Shen Ruoqing, being the tallest and most conspicuous, had few options left for concealment. As the camera clicked, the assistant director captured the moment, accompanied by Xiao Jingxi's anguished cry, "What are you doing?" The resulting photograph revealed Xiao Jingxi on the ground, flailing like a stranded fish, desperately reaching out for something. Next to him stood a straw mat. Perfectly concealing the figure of Shenru watching behind it, Xiao Chengye was forcibly yanked out by Lai Bingxian, leaving only a portion of him visible in the frame. Yu Jincheng was also half exposed from behind the stone mill. The director announced, the individuals captured in this round are Xiao Jingxi, Xiao Chengye, Lai Bingxian, and Yu Jincheng. These 4 will not earn points, the others each receive 1, well done, Xie Mi praised Shenru watching. Commending his cleverness, Shenru watching raised an eyebrow slightly, a lazy smile gracing his lips as he replied, it was nothing. Xiao Jingxi turned beet red in embarrassment. During those 10 seconds, I didn't know where to look. I'm dying of laughter. Old Shen swiftly snatched the straw mat from Xiao Jingxi. How cheeky. Lai Bingxian also went down with Xiao Chengye in a blaze of glory. How did my brother Yu Jincheng get squeezed out by 2 women? Perhaps he should hit the gym. Old Xia, are you planning to conquer every rooftop? You've been climbing in the villa, and now you continue here. Is no one going to compliment Sister Xia on her smooth roof climbing skills? She shot up there in 10 seconds, faster than the gecko on my wall. In the second round, the venue was upgraded to the living room. This time, there were no large water tanks or stone mills, making hiding spots less obvious and the difficulty evidently heightened. However, the hiding time remained 10 seconds. Begin. 10-9. Caught off guard at the start, a few individuals panicked, scrambling in all directions. Some dove under tables, hid behind curtains, covered themselves with blankets, or even used buckets to shield their heads. Come on, Xie Mi reacted the quickest, grasping Shenru watching's hand and racing to the wardrobe. She flung the door open, dove inside, and shut it behind them in one fluid motion. In the dark and narrow space, their breaths intertwined. Shenru watching felt a stir in his heart, his ears tinged with warmth, when suddenly the wardrobe door was yanked open. Outside stood Su Shuangrong, her face a picture of surprise. Sorry, I didn't realize someone was inside. Click. The shutter sound coincided precisely with the moment. Shuangrong and Xie Mi were caught red-handed in the open wardrobe. Xie Mi chuckled, all right, Su Shuangrong, her face awash with guilt, continued apologizing. I'm so sorry, Teacher Xia, I was just too flustered and really didn't expect you to be hiding in the wardrobe. No need for explanations, Shuangrong interrupted with a half-smile, I also enjoy playing tricks. I understand. Su Shuangrong's expression stiffened. Su Shuangrong knew the house is not that large, and when Sister Xia pulled old Shin into the wardrobe, her shoes flew off in her haste, with such a commotion. Does Su Shuangrong dare to claim ignorance? From Su Shuangrong's perspective, it was clearly visible. Everyone has said she was too anxious. Isn't it normal to panic when one is in a hurry? There's no need to overreact. Even if it was intentional, this is a competition. Sabotaging one another is part of the game, isn't it? Is that worthy of condemnation? Could it be that the netizens are not criticizing her for opening the wardrobe but rather for feigning innocence when she was clearly being scheming? Sister, I understand you. I used to be a green tea too. Director Niu announced the results. The individuals who were caught on camera were Shuangrong, Xie Mi, Su Shuangrong, and Xiao Chengye. These 4 would not earn any points, while the others would each receive 1 point. In the final round, the location was changed once again. On the way to the ultimate venue, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong analyzed the current standings. At present, we are tied for first place with the other 2 groups. As long as we secure first in this round, we will achieve final victory. Su Shuangrong nodded. In this last round, we must hide well. Only then do we have a chance at first place. The Bingyu group and the Xingqing group evidently held similar thoughts. As the 3 groups tied for first place, having accrued the same points in the previous 2 rounds, they had clearly regarded each other as their most formidable opponents. Meanwhile, the last-ranked Xie Yan's team was no longer taken seriously by them. At the back, Xie Mi and Shuangrong exchanged glances upon hearing the discussions ahead. Instinctively smiling at one another, the final round's venue was exceptionally challenging, located in the pigsty that the punishment group had cleaned the day before. Although the place had been thoroughly tidied, the wandering little piglets and the overwhelming aroma were somewhat unbearable. Especially for Xiao Chengye, who was visiting for the first time. What a joke, hiding in a pigsty. You want me to lie down on this ground that has been sullied by pig droppings? He rushed up to argue with Director Niu. Director Niu replied, you could always choose to ride your bicycle back. Xiao Chengye, in a classic maneuver, retreated back to the group. Another classic reenactment. How can Xiaogu be so brave one moment and then timid the next? I'm dying of laughter. What do you know? My Mimi Gu is simply a wise man who knows how to adapt. Chapter 95, Who's Scaring Whom? The last round of the game commenced. The only hiding spots in the pigsty seemed to be behind the little piglets, yet they were roaming about uncontrollably. We can exploit the visual disparity. If we lie in parallel behind those sleeping pigs, we won't be caught on camera, Yu Jinche whispered to Lai Bingxian. On the other side, Su Shuangrong had devised a strategy as well. The pig feed bags over there should be large enough to cover a person, so we should grab a few. Xiao Chengye, on the other hand, promptly shed his stylish long coat and lay down on the ground with Lu Wuxing. Each group employed their own unique tactics. And as the assistant director began the countdown with the camera in hand, they had all found their hiding spots. However, Xie Mi and Xie Mi showed no intention of hiding. Just when the staff assumed this group had given up, Xie Mi suddenly charged forward and delivered a flying kick, sending the pig feed bags off of Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong. She then yanked the coat off Zhou Qingye and Lu Wuxing. Xie Mi boldly strode up to the assistant director, and under the director's terrified gaze, she wrapped her arms around his legs and lifted him effortlessly. The assistant director soared to a height of over 2 meters. The camera in his hand fortuitously snapping a picture. Click. At a remarkable height of 2.5 meters, the entire pigsty was captured in the frame, and Eugene Che and Lai Bingxian, who were hiding behind the little piglets, were also caught off guard. Except for Xie Mi, everyone else was photographed. The scene in the picture was quite comical, with 6 individuals sprawled on the ground, wide-eyed in terror at the camera above, while Xie Mi stood beside them, gleefully flashing a peace sign to the lens. "Ha, I'm in stitches, family. I knew you two couldn't keep a straight face," I burst out laughing when Old Chen suddenly hoisted the assistant director. Old Xie embodies the principle of I won't provoke others unless I am provoked. If one dares to harm me, I will retaliate against all humanity. Ha! Su Shuangrong, why did you provoke those two? When it comes to exploiting loopholes in the rules, the ancestors lead the way. Ultimately, Xie Yan's team clinched first place in this round by a narrow margin, while the other 3 teams, having tied in points, proceeded to a tiebreaker. With the fiercest Xie Yan team out of the picture, Zhou Qingye quickly took charge and began to dominate. However, Lai Bingxian was there to keep him in check, and the two clashed again. Thus, the Xiaorong group reaped the benefits and emerged victorious. The final results for this round were Xie Yan's team in first with 4 points, Xiaorong's team in second with 3 points, Bing Yu's team in third with 2 points, and Xingqing's team in fourth with 1 point. When combined with the previous accumulated points, the rankings were as follows. First place, Xiaorong's team, with a total of 8 points. Tied for second place were Xie Yan's team and Bing Yu's team, each with 7 points. Fourth place went to Xingqing's team, with 6 points. Zhou Qingye wore a sullen expression on his face, while Lu Wuxing looked equally resigned. After leaving the ranch, the 4 groups boarded their respective transportation according to their rankings. Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong settled into a luxurious stretch limousine, enjoying the air conditioning and high-end fruits as they comfortably headed toward the villa. Xie Mi, Xie Mi, Eugene Che, and Lai Bingxian shared the program team's bus, which, although less comfortable, still had air conditioning. Zhou Qingye and Lu Wuxing faced the unfortunate fate of cycling 20 kilometers back to the villa under the sweltering summer sun. A veritable inferno. It seemed the program team had anticipated their potential exhaustion, as they had thoughtfully arranged for a medical team to accompany them, ready for any emergencies. It's just a 20-kilometer ride. For someone who exercises regularly, this is a piece of cake, Zhou Qingye insisted, trying to maintain his bravado while showcasing his masculinity. Wuxing, if you get tired, just hop on my back. Carrying someone is a breeze for me. With that, he pedaled off without waiting for Lu Wuxing's response. Lu Wuxing internally cursed but maintained her usual gentle smile as she pedaled to catch up after a morning filled with competitive games. Everyone was exhausted the moment Xie Mi boarded the bus. Her head lolled to the side, and she began to doze off, her head bumping against the window with the buses jostling. As someone accustomed to catching naps on public transport, Xie Mi was clearly unfazed. As long as she didn't knock herself out, she could sleep soundly. Yet, in her hazy state, she vaguely sensed a warm hand slipping through the gap between her head and the window. The soft palm replaced the cold hard glass, and she instinctively nuzzled against it, sinking deeper into slumber. Xie observed the girl, who resembled a sleepy kitten, his eyes shimmering with amusement, when quiet enveloped them. She was remarkably docile. Meanwhile, Eugene Che mercilessly shoved aside Lai Bingxian, who had fallen asleep with her head resting on his shoulder, casting a deep gaze at Xie and Xie Mi. Buzz, his phone vibrated, and he pulled it out to open the chat window. Due to the anti-peeping screen, the camera couldn't capture the chat content. Xia Lian, just got out of class, only just saw the message. Xia Lian, to get a handle on Xie Mi is quite simple, just scare her. Xia Lian, she's rather easy to frighten. Previously we triggered her paranoia, and she thought someone was out to get her at home, which was one reason she ran away. Xia Lian, her courage has increased a bit, but her essence remains unchanged. Xia Lian, just scare her, preferably enough to push her back into a state of panic, so she never dares to return to the Xia household. Xia Lian, if you can manage that, I will gift you the specimens I preserved in formaldehyde. After gathering some useful information from Xia Lian, Eugene's lips curled into a smile, and he formed a plan in his mind. That night, a book delivery arrived at the villa. Eugene Che took it back to his room, running his fingers over the cover with satisfaction. The horror novel, The Cursed Vengeful Spirit. Xia Lian had mentioned that Xie Mi was not afraid of physical threats but was terrified of ghosts. To that end, he specifically ordered this book, said to frighten even the living to death, and resolved to finish it in one night, so he could more effectively scare Xie Mi. That evening, the villa echoed with the terrified screams of a youth, living on the 3rd floor and still awake playing games. Xie Mi couldn't resist peeking out the window. She noticed the dim light coming from the windows of Eugene Che and Xiao Jingxi's room on the first floor. Curiosity piqued, and having lost a game and feeling disheartened, she decided to step out for some fresh air and headed to the backyard. Inside the room, Eugene Che sat trembling at his desk, engrossed in the book. Xiao Jingxi had retreated to the living room sofa to sleep. Disturbed by Eugene's nervousness, under the lamp's glow, the boy's fingers trembled as he turned the pages, suddenly feeling a chill wash over him. When he looked up, he was met with a pair of bright eyes outside the window. Ah, Eugene Che fainted on the spot. Outside, Xie Mi blinked a couple of times, utterly baffled. Oh no, she was just about to say hello. Young people are so amusing, they can fall asleep instantly. Chapter 96, I'm here to find you the following morning. Eugene Che sat in the dining room for breakfast, sporting two dark circles under his eyes. He appeared utterly distracted, failing to respond even when several individuals greeted him. I finished my meal, after breakfast. He listlessly carried his plate away. Just then Xie Mi, who was bringing over a bowl of instant noodles, noticed his abandoned phone and picked it up, preparing to return it to him. Your phone, buzz. The phone received 2 messages. Illuminating the screen, Xia Lian, so did you scare her? Xia Lian, isn't the horror novel I recommended quite thrilling? Xie Mi stroked her chin, revealing a knowing expression. Now it made sense. She returned the phone to its original place and resumed slurping her noodles. However, just after taking a bite, her noodles were whisked away, replaced with soy milk and soup dumplings. Xie Mi looked at Shinru watching in shock. Did you do this? They had agreed to be culinary assassins together. Yet he had evolved in secret. While her own failure was regrettable, the success of a friend was even more painful. Before Xie Mi could lament, Shinru watching tapped her on the head. What are you thinking? I picked this up while I was out for my morning run, then I can rest easy, huh? I mean, I'm grateful for you. The agenda for the morning involved tending to the garden. 8 guests gathered in the villa's backyard, trimming plants, watering flowers, and engaging in a few interactive games, creating a delightful atmosphere. Just as Eugene Che was beginning to come to terms with the terrifying scenes from the previous night, he suddenly received a text message. Anonymous number, I've come to find you. The young man was instantly horrified, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The novel from last night told the tale of a protagonist who unexpectedly received a cryptic message, leading to a curse. Eugene Che feigned calmness as he tucked away his phone, dismissing it as a prank message. After completing the gardening segment, the designated chefs for the day, Xiao Jingxi and Lu Wuxing, began preparing lunch while the others enjoyed their free time. Having had a restless night, Eugene Che returned to his room intending to catch up on sleep, only to discover that the horror novel he had placed on his desk had a note affixed to its cover. The note read, I've come to find you. In terror, Eugene Che hurled the book into the trash bin. He went to speak with the staff to check the surveillance, discovering that no one had entered his room all morning. Not even Xiao Jingxi. A tumult of emotions surged within Eugene Che, yet he maintained his facade of composure. Now that he had disposed of the book, there should be no issue. Lunch was ready. Lu Wuxing, who had faced scolding from her family for not showcasing her culinary talents on the show, had dedicated time to honing her skills. At the very least, she could now manage simple dishes like pan-seared steak and pasta. Xiao Jingxi, dubbed the versatile film emperor by his fans, had also been secretly honing his craft since the embarrassing barbecue incident by the sea. The tofu fish stew he prepared this time turned out quite well. Xie Mi, feeling a pang of sorrow for her companion's progress, took a sip of the fish soup. She then set down her spoon and grinned at Xiao Jingxi. Thank you, film emperor, for sparing my life. The others, perplexed, took a taste of the soup and collectively set down their spoons, bowing in gratitude to Xiao Jingxi for his mercy. He could have added an entire bag of salt to suffocate them but had only used half a bag to leave them gasping. Truly, it brought tears to my eyes. Xiao Jingxi is perfect for serving food in the cafeteria, his hand steady as he pours out half a bag of salt in a swift motion. The presentation is commendable, but the taste is equally noteworthy. It's all thanks to Lu Jia. Look how far she's come, already able to prepare Western cuisine. Who remembers the Oreo omelette she made on her first day? Haha, are you referring to that one that was burnt on both sides with a white center? After lunch, Eugene Che returned to his room only to be startled. The book he had thrown in the trash was back on his desk, accompanied by a different note. The note read, You think you can escape me? Eugene Che staggered back 2 steps, and upon regaining his composure, he immediately tossed the book into the outdoor trash bin. Watching as the garbage truck took it away before returning to the villa inside, a leisurely afternoon unfolded. Lu Wuxing and Qiu Qingye sat in a gazebo, sipping coffee and conversing. Xie Mi and Shenru watching were in the projection room watching a movie. Fearing that the two might have time alone together, Xiao Jingxi stayed in the projection room as well. Su Shuangrong, under the pretense of pursuing Xie Mi, also made her way to the projection room. While Lai Bingxian had joined the program solely to vex Su Shuangrong, thus keeping close to her. Thus, the 5 gathered in the projection room. How lively it was! Eugene Che pushed the door open, giving Xie Mi a compliant smile. Sister, may I join? Before Xie Mi could respond, Su Shuangrong smiled warmly. Of course, Eugene Che, come sit in the middle. Saying this, she vacated the center seat for Eugene Che. The comments flooded in. Praising her kindness towards younger peers. As Xie Mi hesitated while selecting a film, she suddenly revealed a mischievous smile, slowly turning her gaze towards Shinru. Shinru raised an eyebrow, standing up to lock the door. Why lock the door? Lai Bingxian inquired. Shinru grinned, his response smooth. To prevent the production team from barging into issue tasks, we should at least be allowed to finish one movie, just as expected of you. Production team, so? Hearing this, the others seemed to agree. It was certainly a privilege to slack off while filming the show. Since the door was locked by Shinru, they felt no responsibility. Thus, they all accepted this arrangement with ease, and so it began. Xie Mi drew the curtains, turned off the lights, and then eagerly dashed to lie down on the recliner. Shinru handed her popcorn. And the viewing commenced. The others settled in to relish the leisurely afternoon film time, but soon realized something was amiss. This seemed to be a horror film. On the large screen, the young protagonist sat beneath a dim lamp. Receiving an anonymous text message, "I've come to find you." The boy, startled, threw his phone away and locked himself in the bathroom, yet, a line of blood-red characters slowly appeared on the bathroom mirror. "I've come to find you." Bang! A sinister ghostly face suddenly appeared. The group erupted into terrified screams, rushing towards the door only to find that Shinru method of locking it was particularly unique. He had used chains. Shinru jingled the keys in his hand, leaning back on the sofa with a lazy smile. "We must finish the movie." Chapter 97. Has Eugene provoked her again? Fortunately, the production team did not show the footage on the big screen. Just hearing that scream nearly terrified me. You two with your boldness, don't scare this group of timid souls to death. Still too naive, otherwise, how could you entrust the film selection to teacher Xiat? Ha ha ha, more meme material has been produced. While Xiao Jingxi and the others were left trembling in fright. Eugene simply stared at the screen, his face pale and cold sweat trickling down. Xie Mi rested her chin on her hand, watching him with interest. It seemed Jinche had quite the fondness for this film. Eugene stiffly turned his head, his expression betraying his unease as he asked, "Why did you choose this film?" "It was right at the front. I grabbed it randomly. I heard it's a remake of a famous horror novel titled The Cursed Vengeful Spirit." Eugene's pupils dilated. Under Shinru's control over the door, none would escape until the film concluded. Thus, they were left with no choice but to endure and watch, their hearts heavy with despair even in such dire circumstances. Xiao Jingxi maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, extending his hand to shield Xie Mi's eyes. Xie Mi furrowed her brow, shifting slightly to the side. Xiao Jingxi stretched his arm further, blocking her view once more. Xie Mi moved down, and his hand followed. She shifted up, and his hand moved with her. He was determined to cover her sight from every angle, unable to tolerate it any longer. Xie Mi slapped him. "Are you looking for trouble?" Covering his face, Xiao Jingxi responded, "What? This isn't how I expected it to go." Su Shuangrong protectively shielded Xiao Jingxi, casting a reproachful glance at Xie Mi. "Teacher Xie, no matter what. You can't resort to violence." "Indeed, Wold Xie," Shinru interjected smoothly. Su Shuangrong felt a flicker of joy, thinking Shinru would defend her, only to be met with his next remark. "Don't strike the dog without seeing its owner. The owner will be heartbroken." Xiao Jingxi's expression shifted, evading Su Shuangrong's concern. "I'm fine." Su Shuangrong's lips twitched. Old Shin's words are sharp. Why is Xie Mi allowed to hit the film emperor? Is no one going to stop this audacity? Are you blind? Did you not see Xiao Jingxi deliberately preventing Xie Jie from watching the movie? The film emperor was worried she'd be scared. He was merely trying to help. Who was actually scared here, my friend? There was no retort. This was truly indefensible. It was evident that Xie Mi was engrossed in the horror film, while Xiao Jingxi was the one truly terrified, screaming at every jump scare. Xiao Jingxi protecting Xie Mi, quite the role reversal. No issue there, ha ha ha. After the film concluded, Eugene, still shaken, returned to his room, only to discover that the book had reappeared on his desk. The note read, "You will not escape me." The young man screamed again. He rushed to the backyard and incinerated the book in the fire pit. Xiao Qingye, sipping coffee in the gazebo, looked on in disbelief at Eugene's peculiar behavior today. Lu Wishing pondered thoughtfully, is he going through a rebellious phase? After burning the books, Eugene Cheng returned to his room with a grave expression. Upon noticing the empty desk, he finally felt a sense of relief. Exhausted, he collapsed into slumber. However, not long after, he was awakened by a staff member. "Teacher, you have a package." Disturbed from his rest, Eugene Cheng frowned slightly as he unwrapped the anonymous parcel. To his shock, it contained a charred copy of The Cursed Wraith, accompanied by a note. "You didn't think this would rid you of me, did you?" The young man completely fainted. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw his phone screen light up with a message from Xialian. "Xialian, I saw the livestream. What happened? How could Xie Mi watch a horror movie with such a straight face?" "Xialian, the intel was wrong. Don't read that book. Thank you, I've already finished it." Not only did he finish it, but he was also haunted by an unrelenting spirit. "Xialian, just wait. Teacher you? Call the medical team immediately. In Yu Jincheng's livestream, viewers were rife with speculation. This is terrifying. What is this book, and why does it keep appearing even after the younger brother discarded it? The title seems to be The Cursed Wraith. Does that mean reading this book brings a curse? Could Jincheng have encountered a ghost? Whoa, I'm just a timid soul who watches dating shows. What is happening? Meanwhile, viewers from Xie Mi's livestream wandered over, adding to the chaos. This livestream has turned into a complete mess. You might as well drink it while it's hot. How wonderful. Glowing skin. What is so noble about the entertainment industry? I've already placed my order, can't let it go to waste. The older one is probably the daughter, right? I think the second picture is the most beautiful. What do you all think? The comments above are killing me. There are too many elements. What a classic case of one party in trouble and all others adding to the chaos. Yu Jincheng's livestream viewers? They sensed something was amiss and rushed over to Xie Mi's livestream for a closer look. On the screen, Xie Mi sat in the living room, sipping afternoon tea brewed by Shen Wanqing. As time flowed peacefully, something was off. Unwilling to accept this, Yu Jincheng's fans searched for the replay of Xie Mi's livestream on Weibo. They didn't even have to wait long. Trending topics had already emerged. Why Yu Jincheng provoked her again. Upon clicking in, a short video showcased a complete montage of Xie Mi's entire day of scheming. Yu Jincheng had thrown the book into the trash, and Xie Mi retrieved it. Why Yu Jincheng tossed the book outside, watching as the garbage truck took it away, only for Xie Mi to chase after the truck and bring it back. Yu Jincheng burned the book in a fire pit, yet Xie Mi extinguished the flames and retrieved it once more. Why was there no footage of Xie Mi entering and exiting Yu Jincheng's room? Because she had been placing the book inside through the garden window. Why Yu Jincheng's fans fell silent. They had been played. The comment section exploded. Although I don't know how Yu Jincheng provoked her again. Why would he do that? After waking, Yu Jincheng learned the entirety of the situation from Weibo, sitting silently on his bed for a long while. A message from Xie Lian appeared. Xie Lian, I saw the trending topic. Did Xie Mi play you? Xie Lian, she is becoming increasingly unreasonable. We must find a way to deal with her. Xie Lian, don't rush, let me think of other methods. She has other weaknesses. Yu Jincheng, just wait. Xie Lian, you have been blocked by the other party. On the small balcony, Xie Mi sat cross-legged on a rattan chair, blissfully sipping jasmine tea. Who would have thought that the sickly sweet antagonist from the original text, Yu Jincheng, who feared neither blood nor corpses, would actually be afraid of ghosts? This revelation allowed her to successfully pinpoint his weakness. Chapter 98. What a shame. After such an incident, Yu Jincheng settled down. Instead, trouble arose on Xie Lian's side, as he lamented in the family group chat, claiming he had been inexplicably beaten at school and was now lying in the hospital. Xie Mi glanced over at Yu Jincheng, who was sitting on the adjacent sofa, raising an eyebrow slightly, probably guessing what had transpired. Attention, esteemed guests, Director Niu walked to the front of the living room sofa, addressing the gathered eight. In 3 days, we will have the annual drama festival, and our program has also received an invitation. We will need all 8 guests to perform a play. Xie Mi's eyes lit up. The drama festival was a pivotal moment in the original narrative when the relationship between the male and female leads began to intensify. Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong would portray the male and female leads respectively. During daily rehearsals, their feelings blossomed, and on the day of their performance, Xiao Jingxi unexpectedly turned a borrowed kiss into a real one. The news exploded on Weibo, crashing the site as fans fervently shipped the couple, with Xiao Jingxi even declaring on Weibo, "Yes, I like her." Thus began the fervent pursuit of the male lead, with Su Shuangrong gradually rising to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry under Xiao Jingxi's high-profile pursuit. Now, with the plot so unpredictable, how would this scene unfold? Xie Mi was filled with anticipation. After Director Niu announced the rules and left, the 8 individuals sat in silence on the living room sofa, exchanging glances. The drama festival was just 3 days away, and they needed to produce a complete play in that time to perform. The production team would provide a script but no further assistance. Do we really have to go to the drama festival? If we are going, I might as well buy a ticket. By the time you said that, all the tickets were already sold out. Really? I was just a moment too late. How could these netizens be so fast? Am I the only one worried about how we'll manage to produce a play in 3 days? Aren't 5 of us outsiders? They must be letting Emperor Xiao direct. After all, he is the emperor. Finally, my Jingo can step up. On the bullet screen, fans of Xiao Jingxi eagerly began to cheer. Believing that this segment was specially designed for their idol, Xiao Jingxi seemed to think so too, but he didn't call it out, instead asking, "A play needs a director. Who do you think would be suitable?" In his view, no one was more suitable than him. The only individuals present with acting experience were him, Xie Mi, and Su Shuangrong. Xie Mi had never played a leading role since her debut. And while Su Shuangrong was a rising star, her experience was still limited. As the emperor, it was indisputable that he could take on the role of director. The others naturally understood this logic, and they would surely nominate him. The will of the ever-confident Qiu Qingye never lacked self-assurance, raising his hand immediately. How hard could directing a play be? Xiao Jingxi, why should you be the one? I think I can do it too. Li Bingshan stubbornly raised her hand, claiming isn't it just guiding a group of people to act, just follow the script. Xie Jingxi, Xie Mi also chimed in, I'll do it. We'll skip the script and just have the 8 of us perform as the Calabash brothers. You 7 can be the main characters, and I'll play the grandfather. Xie Jingxi, how could these people lack self-awareness? Ultimately it was Su Shuangrong who timely halted this farce, suggesting that it should indeed be Xie Jingxi. As he was the emperor, the most experienced among them, and had encountered the best directors, only then did Xie Jingxi's expression soften slightly. As the most experienced actor present, it was indeed my duty to take on this responsibility. Since Shuangrong has said so, then I will do it. Thus, the director was decided, just as in the original text, it would still be Xie Jingxi. Next came the role allocation segment. The play featured a total of 8 characters: the Crown Prince, the heroine, the scholar, the maid, the wealthy merchant, the general's daughter, the emperor, and the empress. This was a story of love blossoming between the crown prince and the heroine, who faced societal opposition, and through numerous dangers and misunderstandings, gradually found their way to love. It was a very cliché detail, yet it remained beloved by many. After reading the script, Su Shuangrong's eyes turned red. An unapproved love was truly despairing, yet thankfully they ultimately ended up together. Little Yang must be very happy as well. Little Yang was the name of the heroine. Lu Wishing offered her a tissue. Su Shuangrong seemed to realize her own emotional display and quickly turned away to wipe her tears. I am sorry, I've always been like this. I easily empathize with the characters after reading the script, and before I know it, my Shuangchuang is incredibly capable. Just one glance at the script and she can instantly get into character. Who else can do that? Acting requires not only skill but also a proper understanding of the character. In my opinion, Shuangchuang is undoubtedly the best candidate for the heroine role. Surely no one would dare compete with Shuangchuang for this role. Right? Xie Jingxi was the only male actor present, making the male lead role naturally his. However, there were 2 female actors, which meant the female lead role would spark debate. Shuangchuang's fans were eager to support their idol, fervently listing examples of Su Shuangrong's excellent acting skills while simultaneously throwing shade at Xie Mi. Yet Xie Mi, who was aware of her own acting abilities, had no interest in the female lead role. Instead, she was most intrigued by the maid role, which had the least dialogue. Fewer lines meant less work, allowing for some paid time off. Anyone who tried to compete with her for that role would face her wrath. However, before Xie Mi could voice her thoughts, Xie Jingxi spoke up first. I believe the female lead should still be played by someone experienced. As he spoke, his gaze swept toward Su Shuangrong. Upon meeting his gaze, Su Shuangrong's eyes were still red, yet her lips curled into a slight smile. Xie Jingxi's gaze then shifted to Xie Mi. Su Shuangrong's smile faltered slightly. With 2 female actors present, while Shuangrong had experience in playing the female lead, Xie Mi's appearance was more fitting for the heroine role. Thus, I believe the 2 should compete for this character. Xie Mi, I agreed. A composed yet assertive female voice resonated through the air. Su Shuangrong, with her slender frame, exuded an unexpected resilience. A hint of stubbornness graced her petite face. Though she was acutely aware of her slim chances, she resolved to give her utmost effort, just as she did every time she vied for a role. Keep it up, she encouraged. Xie Jingxi regarded Su Shuangrong with admiration and turned to Xie Mi, saying, You too, stay strong. I believe in your potential. There was a glimmer of delight in his eyes, as if he were savoring the moment, or perhaps relishing the competition between the 2 young women for his attention. Xie Mi could not contain herself any longer. You are playing the male lead, aren't you? Xie Jingxi did not deny it. Acknowledging that the male lead had substantial scenes and bore the responsibility of carrying the narrative, then why must I compete for the female lead? Xie Jingxi responded with a puzzled expression. Xie Mi, with a serious demeanor, retorted, How humiliating would that be? In chapter 99, the maid had spoken out of turn, perhaps excessively so. In Xie Jingxi's estimation, Su Shuangrong's acting prowess surpassed that of Xie Mi, and her comprehension of the character was far deeper, making Su Shuangrong the unequivocal choice for the female lead. Yet, in a moment of benevolence, he extended an opportunity for Xie Mi to compete, a gesture she ought to appreciate. To his astonishment, Xie Mi countered, Acting opposite you, don't I have any pride? Xie Jingxi's expression shifted abruptly. Shinjiaqing, unable to stifle a smile, remarked, Xie Mi is quite clever. She isn't easily fooled. Others soon joined in laughter, unable to resist the banter between the 2. Xie Mi, I am trying to assist you. Don't be ungrateful. Xie Jingxi snapped in frustration. Xie Mi, undeterred, replied, Is it possible that wanting to act alongside you is what I consider help? If I don't wish to be cast as your counterpart, then it's merely a hindrance. Did I ever claim I wanted to portray a heroine? I prefer the role of a maid. Thank you. In a bid to demonstrate her resolve, Xie Mi leapt up and bellowed. With a thunderous clash, the old servant makes her dazzling entrance. Her exuberance startled Su Shuangrong beside her. What a spirited maid! Indeed, it's absurd. They never claimed they wanted to act, yet you presume to assist, which only complicates matters. It's clear Xie Mi is eager to play the maid. Her eyes are filled with longing. I suspect she knows she cannot rival Shuangrong and is pretending to be nonchalant to save face. What? Xie Mi is afraid of embarrassment. Amidst the chaos, with a playful spirit, She stands tall, how can you say she's afraid of embarrassment? In silence, the roles were established without dispute. Xiao Jingxi would portray the prince, Su Shuangrong the heroine, Eugene Chao the scholar, and Xie Mi the maid. Xin Jiaqing would depict a wealthy merchant, Lu Wuxing a legitimate daughter, Xiao Qingye the emperor, and Lai Bingxian the empress. Each performer received their respective scripts, holding a mere 2 pages in her hands. Xie Mi beamed with satisfaction. She had indeed chosen the right role. Once the roles were assigned, rehearsals commenced. The production team had secured a rehearsal space conveniently located a 20-minute drive from the villa. Given her limited scenes, Xie Mi's rehearsal routine unfolded as follows. While Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong delivered impassioned performances on stage, she idled off stage, when Xiao Qingye angrily slapped Xiao Jingxi. She remained unperturbed. As Xin Jiaqing and Lu Wuxing engaged in a battle of wits, she continued to relax, noticing her leisure. Su Shuangrong quipped, Teacher Xie seems to earn her pay effortlessly, as if she has done nothing at all. To this, Xie Mi cryptically shook her head. Work merits reward, yet idleness brings true fortune. Su Shuangrong's smile faltered. You are quite the enigma. A valid point, if one does not even enjoy idleness. Feigning indifference, while being overly proactive and disregarding colleagues, such individuals might very well support a 996 work culture. Having a comrade to idle with at work is invaluable. They bubble to the surface at the start of the workday, vanishing promptly at 6, embodying the modern Cinderella. The moment I see no one engaging in the chat, I know the weekend has arrived. Long live idleness, hands together, enough, a bunch of eccentrics. After a suitable amount of idleness, it was finally Xie Mi's turn for her scenes. Due to the maid's limited dialogue, the script often provided only a general outline, leaving the rest to her improvisation. For instance, in this segment, the hero, stripped of his identity, was actually the unloved daughter of a general's household. She had learned of the prince's imminent danger that night and wished to rescue him, yet feared revealing her identity, worrying that he might detest her upon discovering the truth. Thus, she was engulfed in hesitation. Maid, comforting the heroine, requiring improvisation. As the performance commenced, Su Shuangrong portrayed her character's sorrow exquisitely. Seeking counsel from her companion. Liener, tell me. If a man suddenly ceases to love you, is it easier to accept than if he were to die unexpectedly? Xie Mi replied, as long as he hasn't suddenly become wealthy. I can accept anything. Su Shuangrong's expression was one of confusion. In another segment, the confined heroine attempted to escape at night to meet the prince. Maid, stopping the heroine, requiring improvisation. The performance began with Su Shuangrong's determined demeanor. Liener, your attempts to deter me are futile. I must meet the prince tonight. Xie Mi sighed in resignation. The unrestrained daughter of a lower status. Su Shuangrong looked perplexed. Yet another scene, the heroine and the prince quarreled in the rain. Their misunderstandings deepening, neither willing to clarify. Maid, intervening, requiring improvisation. As the performance unfolded, Xiao Jingxi in anger declared, Xiao Yan, why are you so malicious? You pushed your legitimate sister into the water. You clearly harbor feelings for me yet consort with other men. You disregarded my well-being when I was injured. Su Shuangrong, filled with righteous indignation, countered, if you say so, then it must be true. Did you not also agree to marry my legitimate sister? You failed to show up that day and claimed to despise my assertive nature. Xiao Jingxi roared, you assert what you will. At this moment, Xie Mi slid onto the scene dramatically, crying out, Your Highness, you are mistaken. My lady did not push her sister. She jumped into the water herself. My lady did not fall in love with another. She was coerced by the emperor. On the day you were injured, it was not that my lady neglected to save you. She was confined by her father. You two have misjudged her. The prince has been forced into this engagement. He does not favor your sister. His absence that day was due to the emperor's intervention, when he spoke harshly to you. It was out of jealousy and frustration. You all have misunderstood. Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong could only stare in disbelief. Of the audience, thoroughly entertained by this unfiltered dialogue, was caught in a whirlwind of emotions. What a performance! Good news, the maid has spoken. Bad news, she spoke too much. Had there been a maid in any tragic romance, it would have been a 200-episode saga. This is making me chuckle. Downstage, Xin Jiaqing was already in stitches, while others struggled to contain their mirth. Even the crew couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Jingxi, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, glanced at the pages filled with Xie Mi's improvisation and promptly revised her character. Thus, Xie Mi received the amended script. When the heroine was sorrowful, the mute maid would use sign language to comfort her. When the heroine attempted to escape, the mute maid would use sign language to deter her. When the heroine quarreled with the prince, the mute maid would use sign language to intervene. Bad news, the maid could no longer speak a good news. She had now become a ninja. In chapter 100. The silenced Xie Mi was as quiet as a mouse on stage, resorting to hand gestures whenever faced with uncertainty, embodying a remarkable ninja. Xiao Jingxi was slightly taken aback. Actors typically detested having their lines cut, and he had expected Xie Mi to protest, yet she showed no signs of complaint. Perhaps she still harbored feelings for him. After her scenes concluded, Xie Mi returned to her previous leisure, munching on sunflower seeds. Suddenly Xiao Jingxi approached and sat beside her. Is this your first time performing in a play? Are you adapting well? Xie Mi slowly moved her sunflower seeds to the other side, eyeing him warily. As if to claim her own snack. Don't jest, Xiao Jingxi, unfazed, wore an expression that suggested he saw through her intentions. You've shown no discontent over the removal of your lines. Clearly, you don't despise me. Do you? I certainly do not harbor any dislike for you, Xiao Jingxi smiled. I wish to see you perish. Xiao Jingxi raised an eyebrow. Shen Jiaqing had quietly taken a seat beside Xie Mi. Casually grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds, Xiao Jingxi's understanding of himself was evidently superficial. Point taken. Xie Mi nodded in agreement. The two indulged in their sunflower seeds, oblivious to the world around them. Xiao Jingxi's facial muscles twitched slightly upon noticing him. Xie Mi instinctively shielded her seeds, questioning, why can Shen Jiaqing partake while I cannot? Determined, he reached out to grab some. However, Xie Mi quickly lifted her stash. And Shen Jiaqing deftly swatted his hand away, resulting in a comical exchange of food defense tactics. Is he really trying to steal? On stage, Li Bingxian frowned. What are they fighting over? Sunflower seeds. Are they truly that delectable? These are hardly anything special. Zhou Qingye was skeptical. The last time he saw Xie Mi eating sunflower seeds, he also indulged in one, only to find himself gasping for breath, as though someone had tightened a grip around his throat. Li Bingxian looked at him with suspicion. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Zhou Qingye replied, not exaggerated at all. Upon regaining his senses, he realized it was Xie Mi who had been clutching his neck. Inquiring why he had taken her seeds, Li Bingxian exclaimed, I was present that day too. Brother Qiu sneakily stole Sister Xie's seeds and was immediately choked by her. How can Mimi recount this incident in such a humorous manner? Xie Mi, those who touch my seeds shall meet their demise. Wait a moment, I just realized something. No one is allowed to touch Sister Xie's seeds except for Old Shen. Let us consider this. Could it be that these seeds were bought by Old Shen? The truth is revealed upstairs. The director possesses the prerogative to amend the script at will. Xiao Jingxi, who holds the directorial role, has thus infused their own and Su Shuangrong's scenes with considerable ambiguity. He was once teased by netizens for having impure intentions, suggesting that these were merely his strategies for wooing her. Both he and Su Shuangrong reveled in the attention, providing ample sweetness for their fans. However, this time, Xiao Jingxi chose not to alter the narrative between him and Su Shuangrong, but rather introduced additional plotlines. To heighten the drama's conflict and tension, I have woven in some new elements for your consideration. Xiao Jingxi handed the revised script to them. Xie Mi merely glanced at it before breaking into a warm smile. Very well, the mute maid had, unbeknownst to others, fallen deeply in love with the prince. Secretly lamenting whenever she witnessed the prince and the female lead in their sweet moments, she even approached the prince behind the female lead's back, boldly declaring her desire to become his favored maid. After being rejected by the prince, she threw herself into his arms, weeping bitterly, only to be slain by the prince's guard. I must inquire, how does this unfold? In response to Xie Mi's probing, Xiao Jingxi maintained a facade of dignity, asserting that increasing the conflict between the female lead and the maid would enrich the emotional narrative, rendering this plotline essential. Shen Jinqing chuckled upon reading the script. When a wealthy merchant presented a gift to the female lead, the maid happened upon the scene, her dissatisfaction boiling over as she slapped the merchant 10 times. Xiao Jingxi elaborated that this showcased the maid's passionate nature, rendering her character more robust, which was indeed necessary within the context of the drama. He spoke these words without a hint of guilt. In his view, as the sole leading actor present, his mastery of the craft was beyond the reach of the others. To avoid the impression that he was targeting Xie Mi and Shen Jinqing, he also made modifications to the narratives of the other characters. While some voiced objections, each was swiftly countered by him. Thanks to his professionalism, everyone else felt compelled to acquiesce. Brother Jing is so dedicated. Even while rehearsing a play, he puts in such meticulous effort, thoroughly analyzing each person's script, and I'm genuinely touched. Truly, his professionalism is unparalleled. No wonder he is an acclaimed actor. His charisma in his field is unmatched. I can't help but repeat that Xiao is the most handsome. I advise these individuals not to be ungrateful. He is kindly revising the script for them, yet they still complain. The live chat was flooded with praises for Xiao Jing 11. In the live stream, however, Xie Mi slowly set the script down, stood up, stretched her limbs, and then, to everyone's astonishment, flipped the table. The oppressed rise to sing their songs, and I, with nothing to lose, shall take action. The 6 guests were momentarily stunned by her sudden outburst. Only Shen Jinqing adeptly covered his ears. Since you refuse to heed our suggestions, then cease your efforts. Brothers, join me in rebellion. Let us overthrow this vile capitalist, Xie Mi proclaimed passionately, her indignation palpable. Xiao Jingxi was taken aback for a mere 2 seconds before regaining his composure. Regarding Xie Mi with a dismissive gaze, Su Shuangrong was the first to defend Xiao Jingxi, stating, Teacher Xie, Jingxi is an esteemed actor. His professionalism is indisputable. While I acknowledge your skills, questioning Jingxi seems somewhat inappropriate. This was a subtle hint that Xie Mi's abilities paled in comparison to Xiao Jingxi's. This statement evidently pleased Xiao Jingxi, who smirked slightly. However, his amusement was short-lived as the fanbase began to voice their opinions. Teacher Xie must have her reasons for acting this way. Lu Wuxing looked at Xiao Jingxi, earnestly and methodically articulating, although I am not well versed in acting, I hold the position of director in my own company and possess some knowledge of management. I understand that, in all circumstances, the will of the majority must be respected, and the voices of the lower tiers cannot be absolutely dismissed. Her expression was gentle, in stark contrast to Lai Bingxian, who was far more direct. Lai Bingxian pointed a finger at Xiao Jingxi, rebuking, "What do you think you are? Why have you added a scene where I am served poisoned wine by the emperor?" "I have given him face." Xiao Qingye immediately expressed his discontent. "Being served poisoned wine is too lenient. You are unwilling, are you?" Xiao Jingxi's changed the plot to have me strangle her with white silk. "You dare?" The situation escalated unexpectedly as the previously composed Xiao Jingxi found himself unable to maintain his calm demeanor, attempting to assert his expertise but failing to interject. At this moment, Eugene Jia also employed a moral tactic. "Xiao the actor, could you remove the scene where I am dressed as a woman? I have a thin skin, and this will leave a lasting shadow on my heart." Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched uncontrollably.